Chapter 1. Shan Village. Wugwa is a nation that holds martial artists in high esteem. In this land, martial artists enjoy a revered status. Once one attains this title, they are entitled to receive annual martial resources, and upon reaching a higher realm, they can relish various preferential policies offered by the country. It can be said that the transformation from an ordinary individual to a distinguished martial artist is akin to a humble chick blossoming into a magnificent phoenix. Thus, the aspiration to become a martial artist has become the greatest desire in the hearts of the people of Wugwa. However, the privileges bestowed upon martial artists are not without conditions. They are obligated to respond without hesitation to assist when foreign enemies invade or unrest arises within the nation. Wugwa is a small country located on the fringes of the Qingzhou continent, with a population of merely 10 million. Over 70% of its territory is comprised of lofty mountains and dense forests, teeming with a plethora of wild creatures. Even in regions that have been explored, dangers abound, while the unexplored areas, often referred to as forbidden zones, are shrouded in mystery and peril, making even high-ranking martial artists wary of venturing too deep. A serpentine river, known as the Qingshui River, slices through the territory of Wugwa like a grand blade, dividing it into two. This river varies in width from several dozen to hundreds of zhang. The cities within Wugwa are predominantly constructed along its banks, with boats being the primary mode of transportation for the local populace. At the downstream end of the Qingshui River lies a quaint village encircled by mountains on three sides. Shanha Village. This village is not large after Wugwa unified. Shanha Village has developed over the course of 3 centuries and now comprises just over 100 households. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, and depend on the water to fish. Due to the treacherous nature of the wild creatures inhabiting the mountains, ordinary villagers dare not venture deep into the wilderness, leaving fishing as their primary means of sustenance. The only pathway to the outside world is by boat along the Qingshui River, yet the cost of boat fare is exorbitant. Consequently, the villagers of Shanha Village live a largely self-sufficient lifestyle, their lives marked by simplicity and scarcity. Perhaps only by becoming a martial artist can one hope to escape this vast mountain range and soar into the skies. Shanha Village. Adon, stop playing and come out quickly, it's time to head home. Today, your father has caught several large fish. A young man, tanned and handsome, stood on a fishing boat, calling out loudly over the river. Before long, bubbles began to rise from the water not far from the fishing boat. With a splash, a round-faced boy emerged from the river, gasping for breath. The boy, around 10 years old, wore a cheerful smile on his cherubic face as he shouted towards the young man on the boat, "Father, I just found some beautiful stones at the bottom of the river. Can you make me a lovely bracelet?" With that, the boy began to swim towards the fishing boat, kicking his legs in the water. The young man, named Shuesheng, gazed tenderly at the boy. "All right, come on up. Once we get back, we'll make you that bracelet." And Shuesheng was indeed the father of the boy, whose given name was Nkong, signifying the couple's hopes for his lifelong safety and health. As Nkong reached the side of the boat, the young man knelt and lifted the boy, who was bare from the waist up and clad in shorts, onto the vessel. Beaming with joy, Nkong removed a small pouch tied around his waist and presented it to his father. "Father, look at the beautiful stones I found in this pouch. Can you make me a bracelet?" And Shuesheng affectionately ruffled Nkong's hair and took the pouch, glancing inside. Upon spotting several pieces of fine jade, he looked at his son with mild surprise before smiling. "You truly have found some exquisite jade. Very well, the bracelet is on me." Hearing his father's agreement, Nkong leapt with delight on the small boat. "Yay, you're the best, father." Watching Nkong's exuberance, Shuesheng playfully pressed him down, saying, "All right, enough jumping. You'll capsize the boat. Quickly put on your clothes before the village girls see you." Upon hearing this, Nkong's round face flushed, and instinctively, he covered himself, turning to retrieve his clothes from the cabin. After a brief struggle, he managed to dress himself. Seeing this, Shuesheng couldn't help but chuckle. Once his laughter subsided, Shuesheng addressed Nkong. "All right, time to head home. Today, we've caught some big fish. I'll prepare braised fish for you and your mother tonight." Upon hearing his father mention the braised fish, Nkong jumped for joy once more. "Yay, we're having braised fish tonight. Ha ha ha." Observing Nkong's lively antics on the fishing boat, Shuesheng feigned anger. Enough jumping. You'll break the boat. After being playfully scolded, Kong scratched his head with a grin. And Shueisheng adjusted the boat's direction and began to row towards the village. As he rowed, he intermittently greeted fellow villagers who were fishing in the river. Before long, the fishing boat reached the docking area of Shanhe village, and Shueisheng secured the boat and called for Kong to gather their belongings before disembarking. With one hand holding Kang's hand and the other carrying the day's catch, and Shueisheng walked towards their home. Just a few dozen meters from their house, they encountered Chen Xianhe, the village chief of Shanhe village. And Shueisheng, surprised to see Chen Xianhe after a long time, quickly masked his astonishment. And Kong waved to the village chief from a distance, excitedly greeting him. As they approached, Chen Xianhe, despite being over 50, appeared to be in his 40s due to his robust physique. Upon reaching Chen Xianhe, Kong cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, village chief." And Shueisheng and Chen Xianhe exchanged smiles and nods. Chen Xianhe turned to Kong, his bearded face breaking into a warm smile. "Adon, you're such a good boy. Come here for a hug." With that, Chen Xianhe stretched out his arms towards Kong, playfully teasing him. Hearing the village chief's invitation for a hug, Kong crossed his arms, turned his face away, and pouted, "Village chief, I'm 10 years old now. In a few years, I'll be an adult." Chen Xianhe burst into laughter at Kang's response. "Ha ha ha, yes, Adon has grown up, but haven't you put on a bit of weight lately?" Pouting and crossing his arms, Kong retorted, "Village chief, I exercise every day. I'm not fat, I just have a round face." Both Shueisheng and Chen Xianhe chuckled heartily at the sight of the round-faced boy pouting. With a fond smile, Shueisheng reached out to ruffle Kang's hair. "All right, Adon, the village chief is just teasing you." After they spoke, Shueisheng turned to Chen Xianhe, "You must have returned for the martial artist qualification test." Chen Xianhe nodded. "Indeed, Shueisheng. I see that Adon has turned 10. It's time for him to undergo the qualification test." Pausing, Chen Xianhe looked at Shueisheng as if he had more to say but hesitated. "Shueisheng, perhaps?" And Shueisheng interrupted him, fully aware that once Kong steps into the world of martial arts, he would face numerous dangers, where even a moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. With a serious expression, Shueisheng fixed his gaze on Chen Xianhe. "Village chief, there's no need to elaborate. Adon will come of age in a few years, he has his own path to tread. Moreover, a towering tree cannot grow in a sheltered greenhouse." Having said that, Shueisheng pulled 2 large fish from the water bucket and handed them to Chen Xianhe. "Since you've just returned, take these fish to your wife and make something delicious." Chen Xianhe accepted the fish without hesitation. After Chen Xianhe took the fish, Shueisheng added, "Let's leave it at that for now, village chief. When we prepare to set off, they'll bring Adon to find you. Adon, say goodbye to village chief." Kong waved to Chen Xianhe, "Goodbye, village chief." With a complex expression, Chen Xianhe nodded at the father and son. "Goodbye, Adon. Next time we meet, make sure you're stronger." "Of course, village chief. I will." Kong proudly lifted his chin. With that, Shueisheng took Kang's hand and walked towards their home. Chen Xianhe stood in place, watching the duo's retreating figures, sighing softly before swiftly disappearing down the village path. Shueisheng and Kong soon arrived at their doorstep. The door was unlocked, and Shueisheng gently pushed it open. As soon as Kong stepped inside, he joyously shouted, "Mother, Father and I are back. Father caught several big fish today. He's going to make us braised fish." Kong called out twice, not forgetting to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a graceful woman with striking features, dressed in a deep brown cloth garment, heard the commotion at the door. Setting down her needlework, she quickly rose and walked outside, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing the father and son return. "I'm glad you're back, Adon. I know you're always shouting because you love braised fish." The woman was Kang's mother, Zhou Yulan. As she spoke, she approached the father and son, taking Kang's hand and gently addressing Shueisheng. "Come inside quickly." Shangji.an Shueisheng nodded and said, "Well, Yulan, later you should go to the vegetable garden and pick some greens and chili peppers. I need them for cooking braised fish." Zhou Yulan teased with a smile. "All right, I understand. I will prepare the side dishes for the braised fish, ensuring it won't detract from your culinary skills, dear husband." With a proud expression, Shuisheng replied, "Of course. One should consider who is preparing the side dishes for me." Having exchanged a smile, the two entered the house. Shuisheng brought the fish into the kitchen and began the process of cleaning it. At that moment, Kong Kong turned to Zhou Yulan and said, "Mother, I want to go with you to pick vegetables." Before Yulan could respond, Shuisheng's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Dan, stay in the courtyard and continue practicing your fundamentals. Your mother can go pick vegetables alone." Kong Kong initially wanted to protest, but instantly wilted at the sight of his father's stern face, wearing a visibly unhappy expression. Yulan chuckled gently. "Dan, be good. You need to become strong to protect yourself." Upon hearing this, a serious expression surfaced on Kong Kong's round, youthful face as he looked at his mother. "Yes, if I become strong, I won't just protect myself, I will protect my parents." Touched by the sincerity in Kong Kong's eyes, Yulan bent down to caress his tender face. "Silly child, if you don't protect yourself, how can you protect your parents?" Feeling a bit embarrassed by his mother's words, Kong Kong scratched his head. "I suppose that's true." Haha. The couple was amused by the antics of this lively child. Before long, Yulan stepped out to the vegetable garden. Shuisheng's voice called out from the kitchen. Dan, do you remember how I taught you to practice?" "I remember." "Then go practice in the courtyard this time. Remember to do it 15 times. Why is it 5 more than before?" Kong Kong exclaimed with indignation. At that moment, Shuisheng's voice floated lightly from the kitchen again. "Perhaps we should skip the braised fish tonight." Kong Kong froze and immediately shouted with urgency. "No, we must make it. I will practice now. I promise I won't miss a single round." With that, Kong Kong dashed off to the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the courtyard was filled with the slightly childish voice of the boy exclaiming hey, ha, hey as he practiced. Shuisheng stole a glance at his son diligently practicing in the courtyard, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to preparing the fish for dinner. As the day waned, the sky darkened, and the room was aglow with candlelight. On the table lay braised fish, garlic chives with cured meat, greens, and a bowl of mixed fish soup. The three of them in Shuisheng, Zhou Yulan, and in Kangkang sat around the dining table, sharing laughter and enjoying the happiness that family brings. Once the family had retired for the night, a small cloth pouch hung by Kong Kong's bedside contained an inconspicuous jade stone that emitted a faint energy imperceptible to the naked eye, slowly merging with Kong Kong's body. Chapter 2. The mysterious stone refines the body. The next morning, Kong Kong awoke to find his parents in the living room. After washing up, he was called over by his father and Shuisheng. Kong Kong noticed his father holding 2 ornaments. One was a bracelet, polished to a round, gleaming finish. The other was a pendant, about the size of an adult's thumb, with a yellow exterior that faintly revealed black mist beneath it, encircled by a golden dragon carved into the metal. Shuisheng presented the bracelet and pendant to Kong Kong. "The jade stone you found in the water yesterday, I have crafted into this bracelet and pendant for you. The quality of the jade is quite good." "Thank you, father." Kong Kong accepted the bracelet, his eyes sparkling with joy as he examined the piece crafted by his father. After a moment of admiration, Kong Kong set the bracelet down and curiously asked about the pendant that his father held. "Father, why is the stone in the bracelet green, while this pendant is yellow with black? I remember all the stones I collected from the river were green." Shuisheng knelt down to explain. "Actually, the outer layer of this pendant was green as well, but when I polished it, I discovered it was encasing this jade stone. Once I removed the outer layer, I found this stone was incredibly hard and could not be pierced, so I used brass to create a setting for it and made it into a pendant for you." With that, Shuisheng placed the pendant around his son's neck. "Now I understand, but whatever you make for Dan, I love it. Hee hee." Kong Kong grinned widely. Just then, the jade pendant on his chest glimmered faintly. However, neither father nor son noticed. Seeing his son so pleased with the pendant he had crafted, Shuisheng wore a satisfied smile. After finishing breakfast together, Shuisheng informed the mother and son that he needed to step out and might return a bit later. Kong Kong, upon hearing his father was going out, asked, "Where are you going, father? I want to go with you." Noticing the eager look in his son's eyes, Shuisheng gently ruffled Kong Kong's round head and said, "I will just be wandering around the village or nearby." Today, you should continue practicing your martial arts fundamentals. You need to complete 20 rounds in the morning and then learn to recognize characters with your mother in the afternoon. Do you understand? 20 rounds? And learn characters? Father, are you trying to work me to death? It was only 5 rounds before. 30 rounds. Ignoring Kong Kong's complaints, Shueisheng immediately increased the quota. 20 rounds. I said 20 rounds, and it must remain that way. I am going to practice now. With that, Kong Kong dashed off to the courtyard to practice his fundamentals. After watching his son run off to practice with delight, Zhou Yulan softly inquired, Sheng, are you going to see the village chief? Shueisheng looked at Zhou Yulan tenderly. Yes, it's been nearly 11 years since we arrived in Shanhua village. I want to check in with the village chief about the outside world. With that, Shueisheng embraced his wife warmly. After a moment, Shueisheng bid farewell to his wife and stepped outside. Zhou Yulan informed Kong Kong that she would be going to the vegetable garden to plant crops and then took a small hoe with her as she left. Only Kong Kong remained in the courtyard, repeatedly practicing his fundamentals with hey, ha, hey. Though today's practice had increased to 20 rounds and both parents were absent, Kong Kong did not slack off. He felt he could not afford to, knowing that his father and Shueisheng could easily discern how many rounds he had practiced. Kong Kong's fundamentals included leg work, waist work, shoulder work, and stance practice. Leg work, primarily focusing on the flexibility, agility, and strength of the legs. Waist work, the waist serves as the pivot connecting the upper and lower body, aimed at enhancing the flexibility, range of motion, and strength of this crucial area. Shoulder work, practicing techniques such as shoulder pressing and circling to improve the flexibility of shoulder ligaments, increase the range of motion at the shoulder joint, and develop arm strength. Stance practice, primarily reflecting leg power and breath control. With utmost seriousness, Kong Kong practiced each round. By the 10th round, an hour had already passed. At this point, Kong Kong was drenched in sweat, panting as he sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, his sweat dampening the pendant at his chest. While resting in a meditative pose, the pendant on his chest flashed with a golden light, and Kong Kong suddenly felt a cool sensation enveloping his body, so comforting that he couldn't help but let out a soft ah. This unexpected wave of comfort left Kong Kong puzzled. How could he feel this way? He had never experienced such a sensation before. Curious, Kong Kong checked his body. To his astonishment, the fatigue he had just felt had vanished completely, and he now felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. Finding this incredible, Kong Kong didn't rest for long and continued to practice his fundamentals. However, this time, his speed was noticeably faster than before. After completing 10 rounds, although he was still breathing heavily, he didn't feel exhausted, sensing that he still had plenty of energy left. Checking the time, Kong Kong was surprised to find that this round of practice had taken less than half an hour, twice as fast as before. Unable to comprehend what had just occurred, Kong Kong curiously looked down at the pendant on his chest. Could it be its influence? Being young and inexperienced with strange occurrences, Kong Kong did not delve deeper into his thoughts. Feeling he had time, he continued to practice his fundamentals, each round faster than the last. Meanwhile, on the surface of the clear water river, a boat floated gently, where 2 individuals sat across from each other at a tea table. These 2 were none other than Shueisheng and the village chief, Chen Xianhe. Shueisheng looked at Chen Xianhe, the village chief of Shanhua village. Village chief, upon returning from outside, do you have any news to share? Hearing Shueisheng's inquiry, Chen Xianhe did not rush to respond. He first took a sip of tea before speaking. The outside world remains unchanged, filled with deceit, the strong oppressing the weak, a world that preys upon the innocent. With that, Chen Xianhe shook his head helplessly. And Shueisheng furrowed his brow in response. Village chief, you know I'm not asking about that. Chen Xianhe smiled wryly. Haha, do not be anxious. I too have learned this through inquiries. Ever since the incident involving you, the Zhou family has been suppressed by the Sun family and has now dwindled to a third-rate family within Wugu. Your wife's mother has been melancholic for the past decade, and her health is likely still poor. Chen Xianhe conveyed everything he had gathered to Shueisheng, who was eager for information. Throughout their conversation, Shueisheng maintained a stoic demeanor, his expression unchanged, save for a flicker of concern when the topic of his wife's mother's health arose. As they sat aboard the boat, engaging in discourse, the hours slipped by swiftly. Noticing the time, and Shueisheng looked earnestly at Chen Xianhe and said, I believe I have come to understand the situation. Thank you, village chief. There is one more matter. Before Shueisheng could elaborate, Chen Xianhe interjected, It pertains to a Dan and the martial artist qualification test, does it not? And Shueisheng nodded, Indeed. I would appreciate your assistance with a Dan during his upcoming test in the city. With that, he performed a respectful bow toward the village chief. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Assisting a Dan is my duty. Chen Xianhe quickly grasped Shueisheng's hands, preventing him from bowing too deeply. Nevertheless, Shueisheng persisted in his gesture of respect. At that moment, Qian Ziyan's cheeks flushed slightly, his heart tumultuous as he gazed at Shueisheng's bowing figure, contemplating how effortlessly he had supported him, as if he were weightless, leaving him increasingly perplexed. After completing his bow, Shueisheng addressed Chen Xianhe, I leave a Dan in your capable hands. On the day of the test in Fengshui City, I shall bring him to the village entrance. Chen Xianhe observed the young man before him with a complex expression, having gleaned a rough understanding from Shueisheng's bow. A silence enveloped them as the boat glided towards Shanghe village. Upon reaching the shore, they clasped fists in farewell, with Chen Xianhe departing first. Shueisheng remained by the riverbank, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the familiar landscape of Shanghe village, a tempest of emotions stirring within him. Moments later, as he made his way home, he spotted a boy ahead, bare-chested, sprinting toward him. Father, please move aside. I'm so hot. The boy, running without a shirt, was none other than Kong. Seeing this, Shueisheng hurriedly inquired, What is the matter, a Dan? However, before he could receive a response from Kong, a splash echoed as the still surface of the river erupted in a spray of water. Shueisheng hastened to the riverbank. Without hesitation, he leapt into the water where Kong had plunged. Upon entering the river, Shueisheng was taken aback by Kang's condition. At that moment, Kong sat at the riverbed, his body flushed as if scorched by flames. Shueisheng, witnessing his son's state, was momentarily stunned and incredulous. Body refinement? How could this be? Why is a Dan undergoing body refinement? Wait, is a Dan physique also changing? In the water, Shueisheng quietly observed the transformations occurring within Kong, his face etched with concern, yet refraining from interrupting his son's current state. Moments later, a black and white swirl began to manifest on Kang's abdomen, alternating in brightness. With a sudden pulse, the black and white vortex formed a circular barrier, isolating Kong from the river water. What is this? An unparalleled physique? Even Shueisheng, well-versed in such matters, felt his pupils constrict and his expression shift dramatically upon witnessing the transformation in Kong. During the initial stages of body refinement, the emergence of such phenomena indicated a unique physique, categorizing individuals as possessing an unparalleled body, an exceedingly rare occurrence, often relegated to myth. Now, witnessing this extraordinary manifestation in his own son, Shueisheng felt a surge of shock intertwined with exhilaration. After a while, the black vortex gradually faded, the barrier dissipating as water surged back towards Kong. Suddenly, Kang's body began to swell at an alarming rate. This is not good. Shueisheng observed his son's expanding form with growing trepidation. He swiftly pressed a finger to Kang's forehead, suppressing the gas building within him. After a moment, Kong, feeling his body returning to normal, erupted from the water, gasping for air. Ah, I nearly suffocated. Once recovered, Kong glanced at his father, appearing somewhat guilty, his heart racing as he avoided direct eye contact. Father, I was so hot, so I ran to the river, he explained. Yes, I saw. We can discuss it further at home. With that, the father and son emerged from the water, making their way homeward, where they encountered other villagers. The villagers regarded the drenched pair with puzzled expressions. Shueisheng, what happened to a Dan? Why did he rush into the river? Nothing of concern. Kong was simply feeling overly warm from practicing at home and decided to take a dip, Shueisheng offered a casual excuse, omitting the extraordinary events he had just witnessed, for what Kong had experienced was a trial reserved for practitioners of the cultivation realm. Chapter 3. Extracting the blood essence of the royal beast upon returning home, Adan's mother, Yulan, had just come back from the vegetable garden, her hands laden with fresh greens to be prepared for dinner. Upon noticing the duo, drenched from head to toe, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Have you both fallen into the river?" And Shuisheng, with a serious expression, turned to Zhou Yulan. "Yulan, please place the vegetables down and join us in the living room. I have something to discuss with Adan, and you should listen as well." Before long, the father and son had changed into dry clothes, and the trio gathered in the living room. An Shuisheng looked at Kong and urged, "Please explain what transpired just now." Zhou Yulan, sensing something unusual, refrained from asking further questions and awaited Kang's account. Kong glanced at his mother and then at his father, recounting the recent events with earnestness. "Today, father asked me to practice the fundamentals 20 times. I did not slack off. I completed the 10th repetition before stopping. Then, I felt utterly fatigued. My clothes soaked with sweat. I sat down to rest, planning to resume after regaining my strength. Suddenly, Kang's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. However, just as I sat down, I felt a cool sensation sweeping from my chest throughout my body, and in an instant, my energy was restored. Indeed, I felt even stronger than before. I immediately resumed my practice. After Kong finished, Shuisheng gazed at him with a look of bewilderment. "A cool sensation in your chest? Then what accounts for your flushed and heated state that drove you to the river?" Zhou Yulan, upon hearing this, began to comprehend why the two were so drenched. Kong continued in response to his father's inquiry. "Once my energy was restored, I felt fine at first. However, as I practiced the fundamentals, my body grew increasingly warm, as if I had a furnace inside me. Eventually, I could no longer bear it and ran to the river." "As you saw, father." After Kang's explanation, he noticed his father deep in thought and chose to remain silent, while Zhou Yulan sat quietly, not interrupting her husband. A moment later, Shuisheng called Kong closer and began to press on various parts of his son's body. Growing increasingly astonished with each touch, he turned to Zhou Yulan, eyes wide with disbelief. "Incredible! Adan's physical strength has reached the level of a martial master." This revelation, Zhou Yulan was momentarily stunned, and after regaining her composure, she scrutinized Kong in shock before turning to her husband for confirmation. "Shanggu, are you certain?" Shuisheng nodded resolutely. "I have confirmed it several times. However, I have never taught Adan any methods for physical training. I worry that at his young age, engaging in such practices might overwhelm him. This is indeed a curious situation." Turning his gaze to the pendant hanging from Kang's chest, Shuisheng pondered. "Could it be related to this?" Zhou Yulan, equally puzzled, asked, "Isn't this the jade stone Adan found in the river?" Shuisheng nodded. "Yes, this yellow surface with a hint of black is exceptionally hard. I cannot even pierce it with tools, nor can I see what lies within. However, I suspect that Adan's recent changes are likely connected to this pendant." He then picked up the pendant, examining it closely, hoping to discern its secrets. After a prolonged silence, the pendant remained unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, Shuisheng suddenly stiffened, and after a pause, he spoke. "I recall reading about extraordinary treasures in ancient texts. Some of these wonders can aid in physical training, allowing their bearers to achieve remarkable results, and some even possess more extraordinary effects. However, such treasures only grant these benefits if they recognize their master." As he spoke, a surge of excitement filled Shuisheng's heart. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, and it is a mystery how Adan managed to gain its recognition as its master. This phenomenon is indeed remarkable. Treasures of this nature are seldom found in the martial realm, typically belonging to powerful clans or ancient families, as ordinary individuals would attract peril even if they possessed them. At this moment, Shuisheng realized that this jade stone before him could very well be the legendary treasure he had read about. Yet, while such treasures can bestow opportunities, they often bring greater calamities. With utmost seriousness, he warned Kong, "Adan, from this day forth, keep this pendant concealed. I shall provide you with a small box to store it in. Only wear it when you are practicing alone, and promise me, until you have truly become powerful, do not reveal this pendant to anyone else, understand?" Seeing his father so solemn, Kong recognized the pendant's significance. Curiously examining the small jewel before him, he replied resolutely, "Understood, father. Aside from showing it to you and mother, I will not show it to anyone else. I will keep it safe." Zhou Yulan looked at her son with concern. Shanggu, will A Dan be in danger in the future? And Shuaixing met her gaze with a serious expression. The fact that A Dan inadvertently acquired this legendary treasure and it has acknowledged him as its master is a sign of his fortune. He is indeed a person of great destiny, Yulan. You need not worry. The box I provide him will be impenetrable to all but the most formidable beings. Noticing the lingering worry on his wife's face. And Shuaixing comforted her, do not dwell on it too much, Yulan. The child has his own path to tread. I will go prepare lunch now. A short while later, a steaming spread was laid out on the table. And before long, the meal was devoured with gusto. After lunch, and Shuaixing addressed the mother and son. You both should take a nap. This afternoon, Adan will continue learning characters with your mother, while I step out for a bit. Half an hour later, in a secluded area of the martial realm, deep within a forbidden mountain. Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling the birds perched on the branches, causing them to take flight in a flurry. The uninvited guest in the forbidden zone was none other than Kang's father, and Shuaixing. He approached a vast lake and abruptly halted, gazing intently at the tranquil surface before sitting down. Strangely, the expansive lake remained eerily calm, not a single ripple disturbing its stillness. After a moment of silence, and Shuaixing called out, "What's the matter? Are you not even willing to greet an old friend?" Yet, the surface of the lake betrayed no movement. Just as Shuaixing prepared to leap into the water, the surface erupted with a deafening splash as a colossal dragon emerged, its massive form partially breaking the surface. Its closed eyes snapping open as it regarded Shuaixing with an unflinching gaze. And Shuaixing, observing the dragon's immense body, which towered over 10 feet, smiled broadly. "Ah, I thought you were still hibernating. I was about to jump in and wake you." The dragon, with its enormous pupils fixed on Shuaixing, spoke warily. "Seeing you here means trouble. Speak. What brings you this time?" Upon hearing the dragon's words, a sly grin spread across Shuaixing's face, though he feigned an air of innocence. "Oh, old dragon, we have known each other for ages. This talk is rather hurtful to an old friend." The dragon, sensing Shuaixing's demeanor, immediately felt a sense of foreboding and watched him warily. "Enough with the pleasantries. You know me too well. Speak plainly and spare me your nonsense." And Shuaixing suddenly adopted a triumphant expression. "I appreciate your straightforward nature, old dragon. I will be direct. I require a drop of your blood essence." Upon hearing this, the dragon feigned anger. "Get lost. This is goodbye, not a farewell." With that, the dragon began to twist its massive body, preparing to plunge back into the lake. But just as the dragon's head approached the water surface, it abruptly halted, its enormous eyes fixated on something in Shuaixing's hand. The dragon lunged towards Shuaixing, but he deftly evaded the attack. The dragon halted before Shuaixing, its gaze locked onto the object in his grasp. Though the dragon maintained a facade of calm, it was, in fact, brimming with excitement. Had it not been for its inability to overpower the man before it, it would have lunged for the item long ago. Seeing that the dragon had taken the bait, Shuaixing's smile widened as he placed the item into his storage pouch. The dragon, noticing the item being stowed away, exclaimed in urgency, "The transformation fruit. It truly is the transformation fruit. I can sense its aura. How did you come by such a divine fruit?" And Shuaixing grinned mischievously at the dragon. "This transformation fruit was procured at great peril. What do you say? Are you interested?" Before Shuaixing could finish his sentence, the dragon interjected eagerly, "Give me the transformation fruit, and I shall offer you a drop of my blood essence." Witnessing the dragon's reaction, Shuaixing could hardly suppress his glee and retorted, "I want 10 drops. Upon hearing Shuaixing demand 10 drops of essence blood, the furious Jiaolong thrashed its massive body and exclaimed, "You little rascal, taking advantage of my plight. Do you think I possess such an abundance of essence blood? I saved you once, and now you repay my kindness with ingratitude. The most I can offer is 3 drops." And Shuaixing, with a playful glint in his eyes, retorted, "Did you not wish to devour me back then? At the very least, I require 8 drops of essence blood, or our negotiations shall cease. I still possess some essence blood from royal beasts." With that, Shuaixing feigned an intention to depart. Alarmed, the Jiaolong swiftly blocked his path, conceding, 4 drops, 5 drops. No more than 5 drops. The deal was struck, and Shuaixing beamed at the Jiaolong. Moments later, after successfully acquiring the Jiaolong's essence blood. He casually tossed a transformation fruit to the creature. Overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving the fruit, the Jiaolong gazed at Shuisheng with obsequious eyes, saying, "Should such treasures grace your hands again, do not forget me." With that, it plunged into the water, and the lake swiftly returned to tranquility. The transformation fruit holds a fatal allure for serpentine and dragon-like creatures. It is said that if a serpent or dragon consumes this fruit during their transformation tribulation, their chances of success in becoming a true dragon are significantly enhanced, hence its name. However, the fruit offers little benefit to humans, merely bolstering their physical constitution. Thus, exchanging one transformation fruit for 5 drops of Jiaolong essence blood was indeed a worthwhile bargain. After witnessing the Jiaolong's disappearance, Shuisheng did not head towards the forest's edge but instead swiftly advanced into other forbidden zones. Chapter 4. Essence Blood and Body Refinement. 2 hours later, Shuisheng returned home just as the sun was setting. He found his wife, Zhou Yulan, teaching their son to read and write. A smile crept onto his lips, radiating happiness. Upon noticing her husband's return, Zhou Yulan set aside the book, allowing Kong to continue learning on his own, and approached Shuisheng with concern, asking, "Brother Sheng, are you all right?" Shuisheng looked at Zhou Yulan with gentle eyes, replying, "I am fine." They are all old friends. Kong, engrossed in his studies, perked up at the sound of his parents' voices. Upon seeing his father, a delightful smile illuminated his face. "Father, you're finally back." "I am so hungry," Zhou Yulan, feigning anger, replied. "If you haven't remembered your lessons today, you won't be allowed to have dinner." "What?" And Kang's cherubic face fell into a comically pitiful expression as he cast a pleading glance at his parents. "Ha ha ha!" The couple couldn't help but laugh at their little treasure. Once Shuisheng composed himself, he looked at the forlorn Kong and said, "Look at how pitiful you are. All right, I will go prepare dinner." "Yay! I want to eat braised fish." Hearing his father was cooking, Kong excitedly slammed his book shut and leapt up. Zhou Yulan gazed at her little gem with affectionate eyes, a hint of tears shimmering within them. Soon, Shuisheng presented his signature braised fish on the table, accompanied by several side dishes. Moments later, amidst laughter and joy, they concluded their dinner. Kong, after your bath, make sure to sleep early and replenish your energy. Tomorrow, father has something wonderful for you, Shuisheng said to his son after the meal. Curiously, Kong inquired, "What wonderful thing is it, father?" Shuisheng smiled mysteriously, "You will find out tomorrow. Now go wash up." After watching their son head off to bathe, Zhou Yulan and Shuisheng engaged in conversation in the living room. "Brother Sheng, you went out to gather materials for Kang's body refinement, didn't you?" "Isn't it a bit too early for that?" Shuisheng nodded and replied, "Traditionally, a person should be at least 12 years old to use essence blood for body refinement. However, after yesterday, my perspective has changed. Kang's physical strength now rivals that of a mid-level martial artist, and with the aid of extraordinary treasures, I believe he is fully capable of enduring the refinement with royal beast essence blood." The couple exchanged thoughts in the living room. Finally, Shuisheng hesitated, casting a complex gaze at Zhou Yulan. "Yulan, our time is running short. Those individuals will likely come for us soon." Hearing this, Zhou Yulan's eyes filled with worry and reluctance. With that, Shuisheng embraced his wife tenderly. The following morning, before the sun had even risen, Kang's parents arose early, seated in the living room awaiting their son. Upon seeing him, they beckoned him over for breakfast. After the meal, Shuisheng led Kong into the forest, while Zhou Yulan continued her routine in the vegetable garden. After entering the forest for a while, Kong curiously asked his father, "Father, isn't it said that the deeper one goes into the forest, the more perilous it becomes? We seem to have ventured quite far. Can you contend with those wild beasts and spirits? Aren't you more formidable than village chief?" In Shanhe village, the only known martial artist was village chief Chen Xianhe, recognized as the most powerful person in the village. Kong admired the village chief. Yet his own father had never demonstrated any martial prowess before him, having only focused on teaching him the fundamentals. Nevertheless, Kong believed his father must be incredibly powerful, as the foundational skills he imparted had made him feel increasingly strong. Although Kong had not yet become a martial artist, he felt confident that even newly minted martial artists would struggle against him. After yesterday, he felt even more formidable, convinced that he could fell an adult wolf with a single punch. The foundational training Kong practiced was meticulously refined by Shuisheng, far surpassing ordinary methods. After half an hour, Shuisheng ruffled Kang's round head and said, "We have arrived at our destination." Kong, before them stood a low hill, shrouded in dense foliage. The father and son pressed on, navigating through the thick underbrush until they reached the hill's base, and Shuisheng approached the front of the hill and parted the dense vegetation. Revealing an entrance to a cave, nearly the height of an adult, he turned to beckon Kong to follow him inside. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped them, rendering everything invisible. Kong tightly grasped Shuisheng's hand as his father produced several candles he had brought from home. Once lit, he placed them in various corners of the cave, illuminating the space instantly. With their vision restored, they discovered the cave was not large, measuring only about 50 square feet, with a stone table and a stone stool in the center. In one corner stood a stone vat, approximately 1 meter tall, which upon closer inspection was filled with a milky white liquid. After setting the candles, Shuisheng instructed Kong, "Remove your clothes, wear that pendant, and immerse yourself in the vat." Without hesitation, Kong stripped off his clothes and jumped into the vat. Observing his son submerged in the liquid, Shuisheng's expression turned serious as he addressed Kong. "I will now teach you a breathing technique that allows you to absorb and refine the essence blood simultaneously. When the time comes, circulate your energy through the Ren and Du meridians for a small cycle, and repeat once you have mastered it. Do you understand?" "I understand, father," Kong replied earnestly, nodding his head. Shuisheng imparted the breathing technique to Kong. Moments later, Kong was able to proficiently and completely execute a small cycle. Shuisheng instructed him to pause his breathing exercise and told him, "Listen to my commands. Do not cease until I instruct you to stop. No matter how uncomfortable you may feel, I will ensure your safety." "Kong, can you endure?" "I can." Kong met his father's gaze with determination. "Good, then we begin." Upon hearing his father's signal, Kong began to silently recite the breathing technique, and an invisible energy commenced to circulate within him. Once Kong settled himself, Shuisheng retrieved a small porcelain vial containing royal beast essence blood and poured a drop into the vat. As the royal beast essence blood made contact with the milky white liquid, a golden light erupted, causing the solution to boil and slowly transform into billowing steam. At that moment, Kong was diligently circulating his internal energy. His pores wide open, beginning to absorb the steam emanating from the vat. Shuisheng stood still, attentively observing his son's transformation. The vapor derived from the diluted essence blood was being methodically absorbed by Kong. Faced with the somewhat turbulent royal beast essence blood flowing into his body, Kong strained to convert it for his own UIT. That moment, the pendant on his chest flickered slightly, and he felt a cool sensation. Kong realized that the speed of his energy circulation was increasing. Moreover, it was accelerating further. Shuisheng, observing the changes in Kong, was taken aback. "What is happening? How did the internal energy circulation suddenly accelerate so much? This is bad. Kong is absorbing the external steam too quickly, and the refining speed cannot keep up, leading to a growing accumulation within him." Kang began to feel an increasing heat enveloping his body, which seemed to swell gradually. Beside him, the guardian Shuisheng observed Kang's sudden acceleration in absorption with a rising sense of anxiety, his gaze fixated on Kang, ready to intervene at a moment's notice should any unforeseen event occur. Moments later, the steam generated from the blood of the king beast and the milky white solution was completely absorbed by Kang. At this moment, Kong's body was flushed, expanding, with a faint golden glow flickering across his skin. A deafening roar erupted as Kong's body unexpectedly unleashed the aura of martial arts. Shuisheng nodded approvingly at this manifestation. Just then, Kong's body swelled rapidly, and he was suddenly besieged by a sensation of suffocation. What was happening? Shuisheng, concerned about potentially interrupting Kong's refining process, prepared to act immediately. However, just as he was about to move, the jade stone on the pendant burst forth with a brilliant radiance, instantly accelerating Kong's internal refining speed. Soon, Kong's inflated form began to revert to normal, blood seeping profusely from his skin. After the jade's brilliance receded and absorbed the blood from Kong's surface completely, silence fell once more. Following the absorption of his surface blood by the yellowish-black stone, Kang's skin transformed to a bronze hue, with flecks of golden light flickering briefly before vanishing in light of the unexpected turn of events. An Shuisheng felt a knot in his throat, but upon seeing his son return to normalcy, he finally exhaled with relief and urged Ankang, "Do not pause. Continue to circulate and refine the residual essence within your body until it is thoroughly processed." Reflecting on the recent transformation in Hong Kong, An Shuisheng marveled at the wonders of this world, realizing that in such a short span, Adan had achieved the physical fortitude of bronze skin, a feat typically reserved for those who reach the realm of grand martial masters in Wu Kingdom. Yet, what could the fleeting golden glow that had just flickered around Adan signify? Moments later, Ankang entirely refined the essence within him, restoring his skin to its natural color. He glanced at the now empty stone basin and jumped out. In his eagerness, he miscalculated his strength and collided with the cave's ceiling with a resounding thud, creating a small hole in the rock that stood 5 or 6 meters high. "Ouch, my head," Hong Kong exclaimed, rubbing the spot that had hit the ground. At that moment, he felt little pain, merely following the instinct to soothe his head after a bump. Observing Hong Kong's recent experience, An Shuisheng couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. "Quickly put on your clothes." Realizing he was completely unclothed, Ankang hurriedly grabbed his clothes and donned them with haste. Once dressed, he looked at his father with a hint of embarrassment. "Father, what just happened? Why did I jump so high all of a sudden?" An Shuisheng replied with a reassuring tone, "What you just refined was the blood of a king beast and the diluted essence of Mother Earth. Your physique and body strength have undergone a remarkable transformation. You now possess strength comparable to a grand martial master." Hearing his father praise him, Hong Kong leapt for joy. "So I'm as strong as the village chief now?" A sharp sound echoed as An Shuisheng playfully slapped Hong Kong's round head. "What are you thinking? Although your physical strength is that of a grand martial master, you have yet to learn any martial skills or techniques. Right now, you're just tough and strong, nothing more than an ordinary warrior." Ankang scratched his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "Ah, just a warrior? Don't aim too high. Put away the pendant and prepare to head home," An Shuisheng admonished. Ankang opened the box his father had given him, ready to store the pendant, but his curiosity got the better of him as he gazed at this extraordinary object, murmuring, "Thank you for helping me just now. My nickname is Adan, and my name is Hong Kong. What's yours?" After his inquiry, the jade stone remained unresponsive. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Ankang said, "Then I shall call you Little Stone from now on." Just as he uttered those words, the yellow jade flickered gently, almost as if in response. Seeing the jade shimmer, Hong Kong took it as an affirmation. "Then it's settled, Little Stone. Ha ha ha." He then placed the jade back into the box. If those familiar with this extraordinary object were to discover that it had been whimsically named Little Stone by a mere 10-year-old boy, they would likely be taken aback in disbelief. Observing his son conversing with Little Stone, An Shuisheng remarked, "All right, it's time to head home. Otherwise, your mother will grow anxious." As they made their way back, An Shuisheng couldn't help but reflect on his 10-year-old son. Fully cognizant of the significance of possessing the physical strength akin to a grand martial master at such a young age. Chapter 5. Opening Mountain Fist. By the time they returned home to Shanhua Village, it was already dusk. Zhou Yulan sat anxiously within, casting glances toward the entrance until she spotted the father and son appearing at the door, at which point her heart finally settled. She rose to greet them, her concern evident. "It's been nearly a day. Adan, are you all right?" An Shuisheng reassured his somewhat worried wife. "Everything is fine. All has proceeded smoothly," and, as he spoke, his voice lowered. "Moreover, the extraordinary object Adan acquired has proven immensely helpful. His physical strength now equals that of a grand martial master." "What?" Zhou Yulan exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at her husband before glancing at Hong Kong to reconfirm. "Shangji, are you saying Adan?" An Shuisheng smiled gently at his astonished wife. "Yes, Adan's physical strength is now on par with that of a grand martial master, though he has yet to learn any martial skills or techniques. Aside from being more resilient, his offensive capabilities are likely comparable to an ordinary warrior." Zhou Yulan, upon hearing her husband's confirmation, felt a rush of astonishment. She understood well that a 10-year-old child possessing the strength of a grand martial master was a rarity, even in the entirety of Qingzhou, and that such talent was not commonplace. As long as he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Overwhelmed with joy, she squatted down to embrace her son. "Adan is amazing. Now you have the ability to protect yourself. An Kong, filled with delight at his mother's praise, tightened his embrace and declared, Dan will become even stronger, even more powerful than Uncle Village Chief, and will protect you and father, just like the village chief protects Shanhua Village. Hearing An Kong's ambitious words, both parents smiled, their expressions a blend of pride and concern. Zhou Yulan affectionately ruffled An Kong's hair. Dan is truly remarkable. When you grow up and venture out, remember to protect yourself and stay vigilant. All right? An Kong listened intently to his mother's admonitions, nodding earnestly. Yes, Dan understands. You and father can rest assured. I will protect myself. An Shuisheng, his gaze filled with a mix of delight and complexity as he watched the mother and son embrace, spoke up. All right, it's getting late. I'll prepare dinner. You two wait in the living room for a moment. He then headed to the kitchen with a wild mountain chicken he had caught on the way back. The next morning, after breakfast, An Shuisheng called An Kong to the courtyard. Dan, do you know why I have only allowed you to practice the fundamentals all these years without teaching you any martial skills or techniques? An Kong, meeting his father's serious gaze, replied earnestly, I know. Father said that training without solid fundamentals is a waste of time. If the basics are not solid, one cannot advance far on the martial path. Pleased with An Kong's response, An Shuisheng nodded affirmatively indeed. Whether in martial arts or cultivation, the fundamentals are paramount. Without a solid foundation, one cannot build high. Dan, remember that while talent is crucial, effort is even more important. Talent determines the upper limits of your martial arts or cultivation, but effort can dictate the lower limits. An Kong listened intently to his father's words, contemplating them deeply. Talent determines the upper limit, while effort determines the lower limit. An Shuisheng allowed his son to reflect without interruption. After a moment, An Kong clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he looked at An Shuisheng. Father, Dan understands. I will strive diligently. An Shuisheng affectionately patted An Kong's small shoulder. Good, Dan. I initially planned to wait until you turn 12 to teach you martial skills and techniques. As your physical strength was too weak, and learning techniques would only scratch the surface without grasping their essence, however, your current physical strength and foundational skills have reached the threshold for truly learning martial techniques. With that, An Shuisheng moved to a clear area in the courtyard, assuming a stance to practice punches, and turned to An Kong. Dan, watch closely. Today, I will teach you a widely practiced technique in Qingzhou known as the opening mountain fist. This martial art technique is renowned for its fierce power, primarily focusing on attacking, thrusting, defending, blocking, and advancing. As and Shuisheng elucidates the essential movements of the Kaishan fist. He simultaneously demonstrates its application. Bang, bang, bang. And Shuisheng's formidable punching speed, relying solely on the strength of his physique, produces a sonic boom that reverberates through the air. Witnessing the martial prowess for the first time, An Kong is filled with excitement and watches his father's display with utmost seriousness, diligently noting the key points of the technique and body movements he articulates. Before long, An Shuisheng concludes his demonstration by retracting his fists. An Kong, still immersed in the experience, only snaps back to reality when his father approaches him. Father, I want to strike like you did, creating those explosive sounds. An Kong exclaims, flailing his small fists energetically. Observing his lively son, An Shuisheng's face breaks into a tender smile. Did you pay close attention while I was demonstrating? Have you memorized the key movements? An Kong nods earnestly, declaring, yes, I've remembered everything. Father, watch closely. I'm going to practice now. With that, he dashes to an open space, enthusiastically practicing the movements. An Shuisheng occasionally corrects An Kong's punching form and power from the sidelines. After An Kong successfully executes the Kaishan fist correctly, An Shuisheng advises, An Kong, take that pendant out and wear it while you practice again. Obediently, An Kong retrieves the pendant and adorns it around his neck, turning to his father with a question. Father, why didn't I produce the same explosive sounds as you did earlier? An Shuisheng, slightly exasperated, replies, you haven't even grasped the basics of the technique yet. Quickly put on the pendant and practice again. Once An Kong has donned the pendant, he resumes his practice of the Kaishan fist. After completing a round, he notices the small stone at his chest remains unresponsive and contemplates asking his father. However, An Shuisheng, seemingly aware of his thoughts, sternly instructs, don't stop. Keep practicing. Tirelessly, An Kong continues to execute the Kaishan fist, and after a while, he begins to hear a faint sound of air being sliced. At this moment, his stamina reaches its limit, and he prepares to take a break. Suddenly, the pendant, which had shown no reaction until now, flickers with a faint golden light. Kong feels a chill at his chest and instantly senses a surge of power. And Shueisheng, noticing the pendant's golden glow and Kang's state, urgently calls out, Kong, now is the moment. Quickly, unleash the Kaishan fist. Kong swiftly enters the zone again, and this time, he can distinctly hear the sound of wind rushing as he strikes. And Shueisheng watches in astonishment, murmuring to himself, Kong's Kaishan fist has actually reached the threshold. Back when I practiced this technique, it took me much longer. The comparison is disheartening. Yet, the more he reflects, the more he appreciates the uniqueness of the extraordinary pendant resting upon Kong's chest. After completing his practice, Kong perceives a significant enhancement in both the power and speed of his strikes. The sound of wind slicing through the air has transformed from a dull thud to a sharp, crisp tone. Witnessing Kong master the Kaishan fist within a mere hour, Shueisheng beams with pride. Kong, splendid work. Your strikes are swift and powerful. Wherever your fists land, they can cut through the air. This indicates you have truly grasped the fundamentals, but remember to continue practicing diligently. Hearing his father affirm his progress, Kong joyfully delivers a few more punches. I understand, father. I will practice hard. After a moment of contemplation, Shueisheng gently strokes Kong's round head and advises, in the coming days, focus on mastering the Kaishan fist. Once you've solidified your foundation, I will teach you another technique. Excited by the prospect of learning further martial arts, Kong eagerly inquires, Father, what technique will you teach me? And Shueisheng, with a smile, replies, Patience, you will find out in a few days. For now, concentrate on practicing the Kaishan fist. Though it is a foundational technique, do not underestimate its significance. Remember, the fist is versatile, and its true meaning will reveal itself through practice. All right, I will continue practicing now. Kong declares as he heads to the courtyard to resume his training. Days swiftly pass, and adorned with the pendant, Kang's execution of the Kaishan fist becomes increasingly proficient. The sound of his strikes has evolved from a dull thud to a swift and crisp whoosh. Observing Kong practice from the sidelines, Shueisheng feels a swell of joy for his son. However, Kang's rapid progress in such a short time leaves Shueisheng feeling somewhat humbled. Yet, as his own son, he recognizes there is no need for jealousy. Only through Kong's strength can he surmount the many challenges ahead, confronting gods and demons alike, and establish his place in the world. Chapter 6. The Jin character technique in a courtyard of a residence in Shanha village. A young boy is wholly absorbed in practicing his martial arts. Kong, finish this round and then take a break, Shueisheng instructs. Okay. Shortly thereafter, Kong concludes his practice and takes a moment to regulate his breathing. Observing this, Shueisheng invites Kong inside. The two sit in the living room, and Zhou Yulan, seemingly aware of the situation, greets them before heading outside to tend to the garden. Shueisheng gestures for Kong to drink some water. Kong lifts a bowl filled with water and gulps it down eagerly. After Kong finishes drinking, Shueisheng smiles and says, Kong, you have essentially mastered the Kaishan fist. Now, I will impart to you a secret technique for body training. Known as the Jin character technique, I stumbled upon it many years ago, and I must admit, I have not fully grasped its essence despite practicing it for over a decade. However, your acquisition of such a remarkable artifact signifies your great fortune. You possess a greater potential to master the Jin character technique than I ever could. Kong, noticing his father's hesitation, promptly asks, Father, what do you mean by greater potential? Shueisheng's expression suddenly turns serious as he gazes intently at Kong. If you manage to master it, you will naturally understand. However, Kong, remember, this Jin character technique must not be revealed to outsiders lightly, lest it brings about catastrophic consequences. Seeing his father's sudden seriousness, Kong nods earnestly, Understood, father. I will never disclose the Jin character technique to anyone. Shueisheng is acutely aware of the peril he faced upon acquiring the Jin character, which almost led to his demise. Gazing at his son, who responds with such gravity, Shueisheng tenderly strokes Kong's plump little head and instructs him to sit on the ground and close his eyes. Shueisheng also settles into a meditative posture, forming a hand seal and placing his hand upon his forehead. Moments later, a golden Jin character appears, enveloped in radiant light, materializing at Shueisheng's brow. As the gleaming Jin character emerges, it suddenly trembles, breaking free from Shueisheng's control, swirling around in Kong as if drawn to him, and then swiftly merging into Kong's forehead. And Shueisheng stares in astonishment at the surreal spectacle before him. The Jin character, which had remained dormant within him for years, now exhibits an unexpectedly lively demeanor, appearing to express warmth towards Kong. No one understands the arduous journey Shueisheng undertook to practice the Jin character technique better than he does. Otherwise, after so many years, he would not have only skimmed its surface. Witnessing the Jin character so eagerly and joyously circling his son fills him with overwhelming astonishment. After a brief moment, Kong opens his eyes and curiously asks his father, "Father, why do I feel like there's a glowing character bouncing around in my head?" "What? You mean that glowing character is bouncing around?" And Shueisheng stands up in shock. Yes, upon receiving Kong's confirmation, Shueisheng is momentarily taken aback, pondering. How strange. Ever since I obtained the Jin character, it has remained quiet in my consciousness. Never moving. Why has it become so active around Kong? Has it chosen him? Or is Kong truly a person of great fortune? Regaining his composure, Shueisheng looks at Kong earnestly and says, "Kong, take good care of that extraordinary artifact and the Jin character. Do not expose them in public." Upon hearing his father reiterate the importance of secrecy, Kong understands the significance of the small stone he possesses and the Jin character technique imparted to him. He nods solemnly, fixing his gaze on Shueisheng. "I understand, father. I will not disclose the secrets of the small stone or the Jin character technique to anyone." Satisfied with Kong's response, Shueisheng nods and continues, "In 2 months, the National Martial Arts Test will take place. This test primarily assesses an individual's qualifications to become a martial artist. It is evident that you have already awakened the martial spirit within you. But remember to conceal your abilities. Do not reveal your full strength too readily, for a person who is overly rigid is prone to break." Kong listens intently to his father's advice regarding the path of martial arts training, summarizing it as the importance of humility. Finally, Shueisheng gazes at Kong with a complex expression. "Kong, although your physical prowess rivals that of a great martial master, you have only just begun to explore martial techniques, and your foundation is still somewhat unsteady. In the time leading up to the martial artist test, focus on solidifying your current level and attempt to attune to the Jin character. Whether or not you can acquire the body training secret will depend on your fortune." "Understood, father. I will practice diligently." Kong promises earnestly. Kong obediently nodded. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, during which Kong diligently honed his foundational skills and practiced the foundational boxing techniques. At this moment, Kong exuded a ferocious aura that could only be possessed by a true martial master, a stark contrast to his demeanor from half a month prior. Observing Kong's training from the side, Shueisheng suddenly spoke, "Don, practice your fundamentals and boxing techniques for one more day today. Tomorrow, I want you to reflect upon the glowing character that resides in your mind." Kong nodded in agreement to his father. Having said that, he resumed his training on the following morning. After practicing his fundamentals several times and finishing breakfast, Shueisheng instructed Kong to sit comfortably in the living room. "Don, the character Jin has been in your mind for some time now. Soon, you will go to your room and contemplate it on your own. Remember to communicate with it from your heart. If you encounter failure, do not be disheartened. I too spent many years striving to comprehend it before I succeeded." After imparting his advice to his son, he gently ushered him into the room. As Kong entered the room, Shueisheng cast a tender glance at his wife, Zhou Yulan, and whispered, "Yulan, once our son undergoes the martial artist assessment, we shall depart from here. We have lingered for nearly 11 years. Though I feel a twinge of reluctance and worry for Don, our departure will ensure his safety. At the very least, he will not have to face those formidable individuals." Having spoken, he embraced his wife, Zhou Yulan, who gazed anxiously at Kong's room. "Brother Shang, are we truly leaving so soon?" "I cannot bear to part with Don," Zhou Yulan murmured, tears silently streaming down her cheeks as she leaned against her husband. Shueisheng gently patted her arm, letting out a sigh. "Alas, I sense that those individuals have not given up. They have been searching for me. After all these years, they are close to discovering our whereabouts. We must leave for Don's safety, and I firmly believe that his future achievements will be remarkable." Inside the room, Kong was seated in meditation, attempting to sense the character Jin. Though he had yet to open his consciousness, he could feel a luminous character floating around in his mind. Recalling his father's words, he endeavored to communicate with it from his heart. With his eyes tightly closed, Kong repeatedly tried to connect with the character Jin. However, it continued to drift aimlessly in his mind without any response. Hello, my name is Kong. Could you please pause for a moment? Jin. Hello, what do you like to eat? How about I treat you to some braised fish? Jin. After half an hour, Kong, growing frustrated at the character's continued silence, exclaimed, Humph. If you ignore me any longer, I shall no longer want you. Hearing Kong's angry words, the character Jin suddenly halted, flashing from Kong's brow to appear right before him. Ah, it seems to have worked. Is it afraid that I might abandon it? Kong thought excitedly as he gazed at the character Jin before him. The character circled around Kong a few times, seemingly expressing its discontent. Chapter 7. The Envy of Comparison. Kong, observing the character Jin circling around him, sensed its displeasure and awkwardly said, I was just teasing you earlier. Please do not take offense. Kong extended his hand, inviting the character to come closer. However, the character swayed a bit before flying into the pocket of Kong's chest, gently brushing against the box containing the wondrous items of the universe, as if urging Kong to open it. Are you asking me to open this box? Kong inquired, pointing to the small box filled with stones in his pocket. The character Jin nodded affirmatively. Kong retrieved the small box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a yellow wondrous item that resembled an ordinary pendant. Upon seeing this wondrous item, the character Jin displayed affectionate behavior, circling around it. Kong observed the character's actions and remarked, So, you are acquainted with each other. Just as the character Jin seemed eager to dive into the wondrous item, it was unexpectedly rebuffed, bouncing off to the side. The character froze in midair, appearing momentarily stunned. Then, it floated around the wondrous item, looking quite aggrieved. Akin to a child returning home to complain to their parents about being wronged. This scene left Kong, who was watching in astonishment, utterly captivated. While Kong was lost in observing the wondrous item and the character Jin, the latter suddenly zipped toward him. Before Kong could utter a word, the character Jin darted into his brow. Kong instinctively leaned back, and at that moment, a hazy image of a black and white disc flickered in his mind. Kong tried to focus on this indistinct black and white disc, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the glowing character Jin floating within his mind. Strangely, Kong felt that 3 additional light orbs had emerged in his mind, glowing with a faint yellow hue, now orbiting around the character Jin. Shortly thereafter, these 3 small orbs flew toward his body, with 2 merging into his hands and 1 entering the meridian of his stomach, illuminating all the pathways within it. As the realization dawned on him, Kong felt an intense pain in his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He silently endured the agony coursing through his hands, and just as he was about to cry out, the faint yellow glow in his stomach and hands began to fade, and the pain gradually subsided. Yes, finally over. Kong exhaled deeply. He gazed in astonishment at his hands, clenching his fists, feeling as if he could crush stones. Just as the last vestiges of the faint yellow glow disappeared from his hands, he thought that the ordeal had concluded. However, the meridian of his stomach, which had just been illuminated, began to flicker, gathering light upon itself, and soon a burning sensation enveloped his stomach. Fortunately, having experienced the prior warning from his hands, the burning sensation in his stomach was bearable, far less intense than the pain in his hands. Nevertheless, the heat persisted, continuing for a full hour before it finally dissipated. Once his body returned to normal, Kong let out a sigh of relief, his body relaxing, though his clothes were drenched in sweat. Despite enduring over an hour of torment, Kong's physical strength had undoubtedly received a tremendous boost, along with some mysterious effects. Yet, Kong remained oblivious to this, and when he eventually became aware, he would likely be utterly astonished. Outside the room, Anchuishing and Zhou Yulan were filled with concern upon hearing Kong's muffled groans. Anchuishing paced back and forth outside the door, several times on the verge of rushing in, but he held back, knowing that if the moment of enlightenment was interrupted, it would be challenging to regain. Such opportunities were rare and precious. After more than an hour had passed, the couple finally saw the door swing open, revealing Ankang, drenched in sweat, standing before them. They hurriedly rushed over to embrace him. Zhou Yulan looked at Enkang with worry. Dawn, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Enkang realized that his parents' concern stemmed from the muffled groans he had made when his hands were in agony. So he smiled reassuringly. Mother and father, I am fine. Just now, the glowing character released 3 light orbs. 2 merged into my hands, and 1 entered my meridian, causing my hands and stomach to heat up for quite a while. Upon hearing Kong's account, Anshuishing's worried expression transformed into one of astonishment, and he looked at Kong with excitement. How marvelous! How extraordinary! I never expected Dawn to possess such fortuitousness. I truly feel ashamed. I have only grasped a mere fraction of the understanding. Anshuishing shook his head with a rueful smile. Compared to Dawn's fortune, my own achievements are hardly worth mentioning. Zhou Yulan, noticing her husband's rueful smile, grinned knowingly. What's the matter, Sheng? Are you feeling a tinge of jealousy over Dawn? Anshuishing shook his head, expressing a sense of helplessness. People can be so infuriating when compared to each other. His words elicited hearty laughter from both mother and son. Zhou Yulan, looking at her son, inquired with concern, Dawn, after meditating in your room for so long, are you not hungry? As soon as Zhou Yulan mentioned hunger, a sudden pang resonated in Kong's stomach. He patted his belly and earnestly replied, Yes, I feel so hungry. I believe I could devour 3 braised fish. The couple burst into laughter at their lively son's antics. After the laughter subsided, Anshuishing declared, All right, I shall prepare 3 braised fish for you. If you cannot finish them, I shall break your legs. Kong instinctively recoiled, muttering defiantly yet softly, I really could eat 3 braised fish. Zhou Yulan, seeing Kong's determination, hugged him tightly. All right, let your father prepare 3 braised fish for you. Now, go on, Sheng. Do not keep us starving. And Shui Sheng, with a gaze full of indulgence, glanced at the mother and child before him and swiftly retreated into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Half an hour later, and Shui Sheng indeed managed to conjure 3 delectable braised fish, along with several other meat and vegetable dishes. The family joyfully gathered around the table, and Kong, unable to suppress a smile as he eyed the braised fish, wiped his mouth and called out, Father, Mother, it's time to eat. He then dove into the meal, tearing into a fish with both hands, leaving nothing but bones in no time. The couple exchanged astonished glances as they observed their son devouring his food voraciously. And Shui Sheng remarked solemnly, Adan's appetite has increased significantly. This may be due to his experience with the Jin character technique this morning, which has likely enhanced his strength, resulting in a greater appetite. This is indeed a positive development. Chapter 8. The Martial Arts Master. Before departing for the martial artist assessment, Kong, who had never celebrated a birthday before, was treated by his parents to a belated 10th birthday celebration. That evening, the long-absent village chief, Chen Xianhe, arrived at Kang's home after receiving an invitation from Shui Sheng, holding a small sailboat toy as a birthday gift for Kong. As soon as Chen Xianhe entered the room, Kong greeted him warmly, Hello, village chief. Upon seeing Kong, the village chief was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he nearly dropped the toy he held. The reason for Chen Xianhe's astonishment lay in the palpable aura of martial prowess emanating from Kong, which was so pronounced that even the chief felt dwarfed by it. Had he not witnessed Kong's humble beginnings as a mere child lacking martial skills just a month prior, he would have certainly believed that this child was a formidable martial arts master. However, in the realm of martial arts, especially throughout the entirety of Qingzhou, news of a 10-year-old becoming a martial arts master would be nothing short of sensational, likely inciting fierce competition among the region's top powers to claim him. Noticing the astonished expression on Chen Xianhe's face, Shui Sheng furrowed his brow and turned to Kong. Quickly suppress your aura. Have you forgotten what I instructed you? He chided, giving Kong a light tap on the head. Chastened, Kong immediately retracted his aura. His earlier display had been motivated by the encouragement he received from Chen Xianhe when they parted a month ago. After over a month of rigorous training, he yearned to showcase his progress to the village chief, hoping to convey that he, Kong, had not been idle. Though reprimanded by his father, Kong felt a twinge of pride at the chief's astonished reaction. Shui Sheng beckoned Chen Xianhe to take a seat. Upon hearing the invitation, Chen Xianhe snapped back to reality and, after settling into the living room, promptly inquired about Kang's recent display. Shui Sheng anticipated this question from the village chief. He glanced at Kong with a resigned shake of his head and explained, "Village chief, Adan has become a martial artist. He possesses a strong work ethic, and his nearly decade-long commitment to mastering foundational techniques has laid a solid groundwork for his martial journey. Moreover, he has swiftly grasped the opening mountain fist and has made considerable progress." And Shui Shang shared a general overview of Kong's developments without divulging every detail. Listening intently to Shui Shang's account, Chen Xianhe continued to gaze at Kong in astonishment. "This is simply astounding. From what you've described about the opening mountain fist, Kong's aura seems far beyond mere entry level. Wouldn't you agree?" he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, exchanging amused glances with Shui Shang. Shui Shang poured tea into the empty cups on the table. "Here, village chief, please enjoy some tea while my wife prepares the dishes for later." Kong sat quietly to the side, observing the two adults engage in light-hearted conversation. Moments later, Zhou Yulan emerged from the kitchen, and soon enough, a lavish spread of chicken, duck, fish, and meat adorned the table, a feast for the senses. While Shui Shang typically took on the role of cook, Zhou Yulan's culinary skills were no less impressive. It was merely that Shui Shang often preferred to spare his wife from kitchen duties. However, on this special occasion, Zhou Yulan insisted on preparing a delicious meal for Kong's first birthday celebration. After dinner, feeling pleasantly full and slightly tipsy, Chen Xianhe informed Shui Shang as he prepared to leave, "I will return in 5 days to fetch Adan. We will set off for Feng Shui City then." And Shui Shang, observing the slightly inebriated Chen Xianhe, nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will take Adan to the dock in 5 days. I appreciate your assistance." With that, Shui Shang clasped his fists in gratitude as the family bid farewell to the village chief. Once back home, Shui Shang, still feeling the effects of the wine, addressed Kong, "After you wash up, head to bed early. Over the next few days, reflect on the gains you've made over the past month. But do not rush or become complacent. Progress steadily, step by step. In time, you will understand just how crucial a solid martial foundation is for your future endeavors." Kong nodded earnestly, listening intently to his father's words. As Kong prepared to wash up, Shui Shang paused and called him back. "Although your martial progress has been rapid over the past month, your foundational skills remain somewhat lacking. The greatest shortcoming lies in your lack of practical experience. A seasoned martial artist can overcome a stronger opponent. I hope you do not become arrogant due to your recent achievements. This world is rife with talent, and some may surpass you at your age." Listening to his father's admonition, Kong felt a blaze of determination ignite within him, vowing to become stronger in order to protect his parents and Shanhe village. Looking at his slightly intoxicated father, Kong declared, "Father, I understand. I will continue to work hard, and one day, I will be the one to protect you and mother, and safeguard Shanhe village." Shui Shang nodded approvingly. "Just take care of yourself. Remember what I've told you. Do not easily reveal your full strength, nor disclose the Jin character technique or any unique abilities to anyone, not even the village chief." Kong, surprised to learn that even the village chief should remain uninformed of his secrets, asked, "Father, why can't even the village chief know? Isn't he like family to us?" And Shui Shang regarded his son, whose innocence shone through. "The village chief not knowing your secret is ultimately for his own good. Otherwise, it could bring about unforeseen troubles for him." Kong seemed to grasp the sentiment and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand. Father, I want to reveal my full strength in front of others from now on." And Shui Shang, regarding his son with fondness, remarked, "It's getting late. Go take a bath and then rest." Kong went off to wash. The momentary haze of intoxication that lingered in Shui Shang's eyes was replaced by a steely resolve. With a brief exchange with his wife, Zhou Yulan, who was tidying up the kitchen, he stepped out into the night, vanishing into the darkness. It was not until the dead of night that Shui Shang returned. Observing his wife and child peacefully asleep, he cautiously retrieved a change of clothes from the room and made his way to the bathing area in the dim candlelight of the bathing room. The bloodstains on the garments he hung on the bamboo pole were starkly visible. Chapter 9. Martial Artist Qualification Test, Departure on the morning 5 days later, and Shui Shang stored the collected royal beast blood into a spatial ring, informing Kong that whenever he was capable of activating it, he could once again utilize the blood for physical training. Kong nodded, somewhat comprehending. Before their departure, the couple reminded Kong of the necessary precautions for his outing. Shortly thereafter, they set off towards the dock in Shanhe village. the village chief stood alongside 3 children, all of whom were of similar age to Kong, 2 boys and 1 girl. One boy, named Chen Xiaohu, was nearing 11 years old and, true to his name, was somewhat plump, with a round physique and a chubby face that made his already small eyes appear even smaller. He wore a cheerful expression and was quite lively. The second boy, Chin Bin, was about 10 and a half, possessing a more balanced physique and a handsome appearance, but he was notably quieter compared to Chen Xiaohu. The girl, named Chen Ting Ting, had recently turned 10, sporting pigtails and a pair of adorable big eyes that blinked curiously at everyone around her. Upon Kang's arrival, the 3 children simultaneously raised their hands to greet him. Kong, seeing them, happily waved back and sprinted towards them. The 4 had played together since childhood, and their camaraderie was undeniable. Soon enough, they were immersed in playful antics, pushing, tickling, and taking turns teasing Chen Ting Ting. And Shui Shang, watching the joyful commotion, shook his head helplessly and approached village chief Qin Xianhe, greeting him. Village chief, this year's martial transport is still delayed, just as in previous years. The tone of Shui Shang's words was laced with mockery, prompting Qin Xianhe to shake his head in silence, his eyes reflecting a hint of bitterness as he gazed at the clear waters of the river, letting out a sigh. Qin Xianhe was acutely aware of the implication behind Shui Shang's remarks. It had been nearly a decade since any martial artist had emerged from their village of Shanja. He understood the regulations set forth by Fengshui City, which governed Shanja village. If no martial artist were to arise from Shanja this year, the village would be removed from the jurisdiction of the martial artist assessments conducted by Fengshui City the following year. However, this year, Qin Xianhe turned to glance at Kong, and his previously anxious heart found some measure of calm. Currently, Shanja only had 2 native martial artists. One was the village head, Qin Xianhe himself. The other was a martial artist stationed at the borders of the martial kingdom, defending against foreign foes, and rarely had time to return home. As for Shui Shang, Qin Xianhe seldom witnessed him in action, yet he knew all too well that Shui Shang was far superior, possessing strength that greatly surpassed his own. Alas, Shui Shang was unlikely to remain in Shanja for long. The villagers of Shanja had gathered early at the ferry dock, awaiting the arrival of the martial ship, yet after a considerable time, no vessel appeared on the horizon. It seemed the villagers had grown accustomed to the late arrivals of the martial ships. Typically, these ships would arrive well in advance, seldom delayed, and now that the appointed departure time had passed without sight of the vessel, it was evident that the higher authorities were neglecting Shanja. At that moment, on the clear waters of the river, a grand vessel glided slowly along, measuring 20 zhang in width and approximately 50 zhang in length. On its deck stood over 1,000 adults and children. The usually boisterous children were notably subdued, each clustered around their respective village heads, curiously peering about. The ship boasted 3 levels. The first and second floors were designated for the resting of children participating in the martial assessments, while the third floor served as the resting quarters for the higher-ups of Fengshui City. On the third-floor deck, a girl adorned in splendid attire, with a captivating beauty and skin as smooth as cream, stood at the railing, observing the crowd on the first deck. Behind her stood an elderly man with a long beard, flanked by 2 rows of guards. The girl suddenly turned and inquired, "Old Wu, why have we not seen a single village after over 2 hours of sailing?" The bearded elder, known as Old Wu, replied, "Third miss, our destination is Shanja village, which is considered quite remote within our martial kingdom." Upon hearing the name of Shanja village, Li Yunxi, the 3rd daughter of the lord of Fengshui City, expressed a degree of familiarity. Is that the village where the great martial artist Qin Xianhe, who shuns the power struggle, resides? Li Yunxi had heard of Shanja village because Qin Xianhe was a great martial artist, and there were no more than 10 individuals in Fengshui City who could reach such a level. Due to Qin Xianhe's aversion to power struggles, he had not taken a position in Fengshui City, resulting in relatively few people being acquainted with him. Old Wu calmly responded, "Indeed, however, it has been nearly a decade since Shanja has produced a martial artist. Should no one with martial potential emerge from Shanja this year, the village will be expunged from the jurisdiction of the martial assessments in Fengshui City. I am quite curious to see who will participate in this year's martial assessments from Shanja village." Upon hearing Old Wu's account, Li Yunxi's interest in Shanja village was piqued. Half an hour later, the crowd waiting at the Shanja ferry finally caught sight of a grand vessel approaching them. As the martial ship drew near, Qin Xianhe's furrowed brow began to relax, and he called out to Kong and the others, "Are you ready? We are set to depart." In unison, the four replied. Yes, village head. After bidding farewell to their parents, the four hastily followed Chen Xianhe. An Shuisheng clasped his fists toward Chen Xianhe as he was about to board the vessel, saying, I appreciate your efforts. Village head. After exchanging bows, Chen Xianhe understood the significance of their farewell and sighed inwardly, returning the gesture with a reassuring, do not worry. With that, he turned and boarded the ship. On board, the toothless steward Li called out to Shanja village. The children participating in this year's martial assessments and their escorts, please board swiftly. Chen Xianhe stepped forward, urging Kong and the others to follow. After saying their goodbyes to their fathers, the four hurried to catch up with Chen Xianhe. The steward, with a hint of mockery, remarked, village head Chen, Shanja village has 4 participants in the martial assessments this year. Congratulations. These 4 seem quite remarkable, especially that chubby lad. He looks like a prodigy in martial arts. I have no doubt they will pass the assessments, ha 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 ha. The soldiers following the steward joined in the laughter. Chen Xianhe, discerning the derision in the steward's tone, felt a surge of indignation. Despite his usual low profile, he was nonetheless a great martial artist and could not abide such mockery. He shot the steward a fierce glare, asserting with authority, mind your tongue. If this continues, I cannot guarantee how many teeth you will have left. The other children on the ship stifled their giggles at Chen Xianhe's retort, though they were quickly silenced by the adults nearby. Chen Xianhe chose to disregard the steward's reaction and let Kong and the others past him. As they walked by, Chen Xiaohu curiously glanced at the steward's mouth, only to be met with a fierce glare that prompted him to scurry back to Chen Xianhe's side. The steward, his expression darkening, felt humiliated. After all, he held a certain status as a mid-level manager of the martial ship. To be made a fool of in front of so many people, especially with a mention of his missing tooth, struck a nerve. Years ago, during a famine in the village, he had been beaten and lost a tooth after a food scuffle, only to be thrown into a cesspit and mocked for a long time. Chen Xianhe's remark had indeed struck a sensitive chord with the steward. Now, filled with seething rage, the steward trembled slightly, casting venomous glances at the departing Chen Xianhe. Had he not been aware of Chen Xianhe's formidable reputation, he might have ordered his guards to eliminate him on the spot. Ultimately, the steward suppressed his fury, flinging his sleeve in indignation as he stormed away. Chapter 10. The dispute over quarters on the 3rd floor deck of the ship. Li Yunqi had been observing Chen Xianhe as he began to board. Upon hearing the exchange between Chen Xianhe and the steward, she couldn't help but chuckle. This great martial artist is quite amusing. She leaned over to Old Wu, asking, What do you think of those 4? Old Wu followed her gaze and, after a moment, remarked, Third miss, they all seem rather ordinary. Oh, wait. What is it, Old Wu? Li Yunqi inquired curiously upon noticing his hesitation. Old Wu's focus was fixed on Kong. That round-headed boy seems a bit peculiar. I sensed a faint trace of martial energy emanating from him just now, but it vanished quickly. Li Yunqi peered at the chubby boy, who was curiously looking around. Ha ha ha, perhaps he sensed someone was watching him, she mused. Old Wu stroked his beard with an air of arrogance, replying, Third miss, you worry too much. Unless it is a power greater than mine, no one can detect my probing. Not everyone possesses the martial talent you do. Look at Chen Xianhe. He showed no reaction whatsoever. Li Yunqi kept her gaze on Kong. A smile breaking across her face. This little boy is rather intriguing. Watching Kang's comical antics beside Chen Xianhe, she found herself thoroughly entertained. On the first deck, Chen Xianhe, observing Kang's curious behavior, asked, What's the matter, Dan? Hearing Chen Xianhe call Kong by that name, Li Yunqi erupted in laughter from the 3rd deck. Dan. His head is as round as a dragon egg. No wonder he's called that. When Kong heard the village head's question, he gestured for Chen Xianhe to lean down, whispering urgently, Village head, I just sensed someone probing the martial energy within me. Thankfully, my father taught me how to conceal it. Chen Xianhe was taken aback, realizing that a master had been testing whether Kong and the others possessed martial potential. If they did, those of the same or higher realm could resonate with their martial energy and discern their status as martial artists. It seemed a significant figure was aboard the vessel. Chen Xianhe refrained from making any excessive movements, gently ruffling Kang's hair to signal him to remain silent, and guided the 4 towards their resting quarters in Shanja village. On the 3rd floor deck, Li Yunqi furrowed her adorable brow, asking Old Wu, Did you catch what Chen Xianhe said to that little boy? Old Wu shook his head. his prowess is still beyond my reach. Notify the captain, Yang Fan, to prepare for our return. He instructed. Li Yunqi finished speaking and then entered her exclusive room. Chen Xianhe and his companions exchanged greetings with the villagers they recognized from the boat, and shortly thereafter proceeded to their designated resting quarters in Shan Village. As a renowned martial artist, Chen Xianhe was accustomed to the prime location allocated for resting quarters in Shan Village, which had remained unchanged for decades. Habitually, he made his way to the original resting room of Shan Village, but upon arriving at the door, he frowned. "What's wrong, village chief?" Hong Kong inquired, noticing the village chief's troubled expression. The other three companions also turned their gaze toward the grim-faced Chen Xianhe. Clenching his fists tightly, he suppressed his inner fury. "This resting room has been ours for decades. I just passed by other villages' quarters and noticed theirs remain unchanged. Why has our Shan Village's room been replaced by Juanhe Village's?" Upon seeing the nameplate of Shan Village replaced with that of Juanhe Village, Chen Xianhe pondered for a moment and deduced the cause. It was likely the doing of that stewardly Juanhe Village, a significantly larger settlement under the jurisdiction of Fengshui City, had never produced a grand martial artist, but boasted nearly 10 martial artists and 20 to 30 warriors beneath that rank. Subtly trending toward becoming a town as Chen Xianhe furrowed his brow in contemplation, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a burly man with a fierce countenance, who carried a large knife on his back. This man was Lu Dahai, who had led the village children to Fengshui City for martial artist qualification tests. Lu Dahai, upon seeing the 5 individuals before him, bellowed in a coarse voice, "Oh, it's old Chun. I thought someone was lurking outside our door. What's up? Come in for a drink, perhaps." His hearty laughter drew the attention of others still outside. In no time, numerous doors that had been shut opened. All eyes turning toward Chen Xianhe. At this moment, Steward Li also appeared, wearing a smug smile as he approached. Chen Xianhe, seeing the self-satisfied expression on Steward Li's face, struggled to contain his anger and pointed a finger at the room. "Did you arrange this?" Steward Li, pleased by Chen Xianhe's furious demeanor, feigned anger and scolded the nearby servant. "Didn't I instruct you to slightly adjust the rooms of the less populated villages with those of the more populated ones? How could you have altered Shan Village's room? Where did you move it to?" The servant, feeling wronged by Steward Li's pretended reprimand, pointed to a room at the end of the corridor. "Shan Village's room is over there." Following the servant's direction, Chen Xianhe's anger flared as he realized that the room was right next to the latrine. With rage burning in his eyes, he muttered, "Emph, it seems someone has taken a dump on my head." He was about to strike Steward Li when Lu Dahai interjected, "Hold on, old Chen." However, Lu Dahai's attempt to stop Chen Xianhe was too slow. Chen Xianhe's hand landed squarely on Steward Li's face, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground, several of his teeth flying from his mouth. Lying on the ground, Steward Li covered his face with one hand, blood seeping from his mouth, his expression a mix of anger and shock as he looked up at Chen Xianhe, who had dared to strike him on the boat. "Humph, don't think I don't know you're behind this. I demand our original room back, and anyone else from the room should step out." After stating this, Chen Xianhe turned to the room's entrance. Lu Dahai, feeling disregarded, felt his own temper rising. "Humph, you want this room? Then let strength speak for itself." Chen Xianhe showed no fear toward Lu Dahai, casting a scornful glance his way. "Oh, you can certainly try." Lu Dahai, not responding directly to Chen Xianhe, sneered, "What's the point of us old folks fighting? The future belongs to these children. Let our young ones compete. The winning side gets to stay in this room. What do you say, Shan Village? Dare you?" As he finished, Lu Dahai shot a provocative look at Chen Xianhe. "Let them compete. Let them compete." Before Chen Xianhe could respond, the crowd on the boat began to cheer enthusiastically. Observing the somewhat smug Lu Dahai and the raucous crowd, Chen Xianhe furrowed his brows. Remaining silent, the just slapped Steward Li, seeing Chen Xianhe's reluctance to engage, approached while rubbing his sore face, slurring his words as he spoke to Chen Xianhe. "Chen Xianhe, if your young ones dare to compete against Juanhe Village's youths, and if you win, this room will be yours. I'll even throw in an extra 100 taels of gold. What do you say? Do you dare? Who is making such a ruckus on the boat?" Just then, a rotund figure descended from the second floor of the boat, eyeing the commotion. Upon seeing this individual, Steward Li hurried over, ingratiating himself with the hefty man. "Director Li, what brings you down?" "There's nothing to worry about. They simply walked into the wrong room. I'm here to mediate. The rotund man, known as Li Jin, nicknamed Li the Fat, squinted as he assessed the situation, concluding it did not resemble a disturbance. He left a remark, "Little Li, make sure to handle this quickly. Don't let it affect the one on the third floor." Yes, I will handle it properly. You can rest assured, Steward Li assured him as Li Jin returned to the second floor. Once Li Jin was gone, Steward Li turned back to Qin Xianhe. So, what do you say, Qin Xianhe? Do you dare compete with Juanhe Village? Who would have thought Shan Village would be so cowardly? Had I known, we would have taken their room long ago. Indeed, this just benefits Juanhe Village. As people continued to murmur about Qin Xianhe's apparent unwillingness to accept the challenge, Hong Kong, witnessing the bullying from Steward Li and Lu Dahai, felt a surge of anger. Village Chief, let us compete. Our Shan Village is not so easily intimidated. Village Chief, we're not afraid of them. Chen Bin, who stood beside Hong Kong, echoed his sentiment. Qin Xiaohu and Chen Tingting nodded in agreement. Their faces filled with indignation as they glared at Steward Li and Lu Dahai. Seeing the determination in the eyes of Hong Kong and the others, Qin Xianhe knew he had to respond. He understood all too well that these four were mere children. Aside from Hong Kong, the others were not even warriors. If anything happened to them, he would have no way to explain it to their parents. And thus he sought to resolve the issue in his own way. You children wouldn't understand. Go behind me. Oh, the esteemed martial arts master, unable to match the courage of a few children. Tut. Steward Li, fearing Qin Xianhe might back down, sneered. Unable to contain himself any longer at Steward Li's taunts, Hong Kong stepped forward. Humph, let us compete. If we win, you must apologize to our village chief in public. Ah, Dan, no, village chief, I'm not afraid of them. We'll compete, village chief. We're not afraid. Qin Tingting and the others chimed in, their resolve unwavering. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Qin Xianhe nodded in agreement. If he did not respond to this situation, it would likely dampen the children's spirits in their martial pursuits. Steward Li, wearing a smirk of success, replied, very well. An apology can be arranged. Let us head to the training ground. Each side will send 3 juniors to compete. Best of 3 wins. The victorious side will occupy this room, and I'll throw in an additional 100 taels of gold. Lu Wushi, you should prepare as well. Steward Li and Lu Dahai exchanged glances. Qin Xianhe quickly grasped that Steward Li had hired Juanhe Village with the promise of 100 taels to suppress them. However, did he truly believe that this sum would inevitably belong to Juanhe Village? A short while later, both parties gathered at the training ground, which had been set up on the boat for the purpose of testing the martial qualifications of the younger generation. News of the competition between Shan Village and Juanhe Village for the rights to the room attracted a crowd of several hundred spectators. The members of Shan Village looked toward Juanhe Village and noted that there were over a dozen children present. Some even exuded a martial aura, clearly indicating their status as warriors. Steward Li glanced at Lu Dahai, who nodded in response. Lu Yunan, Lu Xiangdong, Lu Yang, you 3 come forward. 3 boys, all around 10 years old from Juanhe Village, stepped forth. During the competition, make sure to use a bit more force. Disable those 3 from Shan Village. Do you understand? Lu Dahai instructed the 3 boys in a hushed voice. The boys nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Uncle Dahai. Those 3 from the opposite side don't look like warriors at all. They probably only practice some inconsequential skills. Taking them down will be a piece of cake. Lu Yang, with an air of arrogance, declared that he was the strongest among the individuals from Juanhe Village participating in the martial artist test. Despite being merely over 10 years old, he had already attained the strength of a level 3 martial artist and had mastered some fundamental martial techniques, making him a prodigy in Feng Shui City. The other 2 individuals accompanying Lu Yang were somewhat weaker, yet they possessed the capabilities of level 2 martial artist. On the side of Shanhua Village, Qin Xianhe gazed in astonishment at the 3 young boys summoned by Lu Dahai. Realizing they were all martial artists, in contrast, aside from Hong Kong, whose strength was beyond his comprehension, the other 3 from Shanhua Village lacked any martial aura, requiring the activation of martial spirit stones to possibly awaken their potential. Those with exceptional martial aptitude need not rely solely on martial spirit stones to manifest their martial aura, while those with average aptitude are dependent on such stones for activation. However, the former typically possess far greater potential than the latter. If an individual fails to awaken a martial aura even after sensing the martial spirit stone, they cannot become a martial artist. Hong Kong instantly discerned the prowess of the 3 opposing individuals. He could easily defeat any one of them, yet he would ultimately lose, as the competition was a best-of-3 format. Qin Xiaohu and Chen Bin, being ordinary individuals, would inevitably succumb to any of their opponents. Chen Xianhe pondered whether to intervene should they struggle against their adversaries, even at the risk of breaching the rules. Hong Kong addressed the village chief. "Uncle Village Chief, I can take on all 3 of them at once," allowing Xiaohu and Chen Bin to sit this one out. Upon hearing Hong Kong's words, Chen Tingting and the others looked on in astonishment. Just as Chen Bin was about to speak, he was silenced by Chen Xianhe. The latter had faith in Hong Kong's assertion, having witnessed the extraordinary aura surrounding him a few days prior, which was far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. No need to face all 3 simultaneously. "We can engage in a wheel battle," Chen Xianhe suggested with a smile, patting Hong Kong on the shoulder before turning to Li Guanchi. "Let's proceed with a wheel battle. The last side standing wins. In my view, regardless of whether it is a wheel battle or a series of individual bouts, the juniors from Shanhua Village are no match for those from Juanhe Village. The 3 youngsters from Juanhe Village have already exhibited the potential to become martial artists, while none of the 4 from Shanhua Village possess any martial aura. Indeed, even if the juniors from Juanhe Village are merely level 1 martial artists, they would easily overpower the 4 children from Shanhua Village." The audience murmured, largely skeptical of Shanhua Village's chances. Li Guanchi frowned and glanced at Lu Dahai, who assessed the 3 children from Shanhua Village, noting their complete lack of martial aura. Confident of victory, he nodded affirmatively at Li Guanchi. "Very well, let it be a wheel battle. However, according to the rules of the martial arts arena, no one from the audience may intervene in the bouts. Violators will be thrown into the Qingshui River to feed the fish. I trust you all understand. Now, I invite Grand Martial Master Wang Feng to officiate this competition," Li Guanchi said with a cunning expression, eyeing Chen Xianhe and his companions. At that moment, a man in his 40s with a square face appeared on the martial arts stage. Upon spotting Wang Feng's arrival, Li Guanchi hurried to greet him, having spared no expense to secure his presence, aiming to avenge the humiliation inflicted upon Chen Xianhe. The crowd gasped in shock at the sight of Grand Martial Master Wang Feng. Whispering among themselves, "Even Wang Feng has come to officiate. I hear he is ruthless. It seems this contest is more than just a simple battle for rooms." Alas, the juniors from Shanhua Village are in for a rough time. Chapter 12. A swift throw. Chen Xianhe and Wang Feng had accumulated considerable enmity during their mission at the borders of the martial kingdom over a decade ago. Coincidentally, Wang Feng was one of the guardians for the martial ship and had been invited by Li Guanchi, who paid handsomely to have him preside over the event. Should Qin Xiaohu and Chen Bin face a beating, Chen Xianhe would have to tread carefully around Wang Feng. As Chen Xianhe's gaze met Wang Feng's, his eyes narrowed. He was not intimidated by Wang Feng, for in terms of strength, Chen Xianhe surpassed him significantly. Wang Feng, with a cold smirk, returned Chen Xianhe's gaze, initially reluctant to involve himself in such matters. He changed his mind upon hearing it was aimed at Chen Xianhe. After Li Guanchi invited Wang Feng to take his seat, he addressed the competitors. "The juniors from both sides may now take the stage." Lu Yang from Juanhe Village was about to step onto the arena when Lu Dahai called out, "No need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Xiangdong, you go first. Do you remember what I just told you?" The boy named Lu Xiangdong replied with a proud expression, "Got it, Uncle Dahai. I'll make sure they can't even walk back after this." Lu Dahai nodded in satisfaction as Lu Xiangdong ascended the stage. On the platform, Lu Xiangdong taunted Hong Kong and his companions. "Which of you 4 wants to come up first to take a beating?" Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Xiangdong finished speaking, the audience erupted in laughter, their gazes fixed on the group from Shanhua Village. Hong Kong looked to village chief Chen Xianhe, who nodded subtly, advising Hong Kong, "Remember not to reveal too much, just enough to handle Lu Yang and the others." Hong Kong nodded and stepped onto the platform. The audience, upon seeing Hong Kong take the stage, began to mock. Why not send that little fatty up first? At least he could withstand a few hits better than this round-headed child. This provoked another bout of laughter. Chen Xiaohu, hearing himself called little fatty, retorted indignantly, "Pfft, you're the fatty. Your whole family is fat." Chen Bin and Chen Tingting glared at the onlookers, their faces flushed with anger. "All right, let the competition begin," Li Guanchi announced as the 2 took their positions on the arena. With a rush, Lu Xiangdong unleashed his martial aura. The audience gasped in astonishment at the sight of this small child, barely over 10 years old, revealing himself as a level 2 martial artist, while the children from Shanhua Village were mere novices. Level 2 martial artist, is it? Wang Feng mused, a smirk creeping across his lips. One can gauge a martial artist's rank through the intensity of their martial aura, yet Kong was an exception. With pride, Lu Xiangdong challenged Kong, "Round head, if you're not a martial artist, I'll make sure you end up unrecognizable to your own mother." Kong met Lu Xiangdong's gaze with calm determination. "Humph, even if I'm not a martial artist, I can still take you down. Show me what you've got." With that, he beckoned Lu Xiangdong with a playful gesture. Lu Xiangdong, taken aback by Kong's audacity, retorted, "I hope you can still talk tough when you're crying for mercy." He charged at Kong, throwing a punch aimed at his face, employing the opening mountain fist technique. The audience watched in horror as Lu Xiangdong resorted to martial techniques against an ordinary person, fearing for Kong's safety. Chen Xinhe's heart sank as he clenched his fist, shocked by the brutality of the attack. Stealing a glance at Li Guanshi, who wore a triumphant grin on the arena, Kong observed the incoming opening mountain fist, recognizing its formidable force. However, it was evident that Lu Xiangdong lacked mastery. It was not on par with a typical punch. And even if it struck an ordinary adult, it would likely inflict internal injuries. The crowd, believing Kong to be paralyzed with fear, gasped as they witnessed his lack of evasive action. Chen Tingting, anxious, clutched Chen Xinhe's sleeve, closing her eyes in dread, unwilling to witness the unfolding events. Chen Bin and Chen Xiaohu, too, were tense, clenching their fists. Although they understood Kong was no ordinary martial artist, they had never seen him fight. Chen Xinhe, filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, watched closely as Lu Xiangdong's fist approached. Kong did not harness the power of martial arts. Instead, he sidestepped Lu Xiangdong's blow effortlessly, grasping Lu Xiangdong's wrist and executing a shoulder throw that sent Lu Xiangdong crashing off the stage. With a resounding thud, Lu Xiangdong hit the ground. The sequence of events transpired in a flash, leaving many spectators momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Silence enveloped the arena as the onlookers gaped in disbelief, struggling to accept the sight before them. A level 2 martial artist had just been thrown off the stage by a child who appeared to be a novice. Such a tale would be met with skepticism if spoken aloud. Once the shock wore off, the audience erupted in exclamations and applause. A few belated commentators remarked, "I knew this round-headed child was formidable. Just by observing his solid footing, I could tell he was destined to win." "Cut the nonsense. You weren't saying that just a moment ago." It was indeed astonishing. A mere ordinary person had thrown a level 2 martial artist off the stage. Chen Tingting and her companions witnessed Kong toss Lu Xiangdong off the stage. They erupted into a fervent cheer. Chen Xinhe was taken aback to see Kong, without even a hint of martial spirit, managed to hurl a second-level martial artist off the platform purely through physical strength. It was somewhat unexpected. Li Guanshi and Wang Feng, upon seeing a mere child-best Lu Xiangdong, were expressions of discomfort. Lu Dahai was even more perturbed, grinding his back teeth in silence. "Humph, in the first round?" Xiangdong was merely careless. "I didn't expect this round-headed brat to possess such skill. Why, Yunnan, it's your turn. I trust you know what to do." "Uncle Dahai, have no worries. I assure you I will cripple him," Lu Yunnan declared, his expression filled with rage at Lu Xiangdong's defeat. Upon stepping onto the platform, Lu Yunnan immediately unleashed his martial aura. He is also a second-level martial artist, seemingly a tad stronger than the child who just fell. The audience below gasped in surprise. Kong regarded Lu Yunnan, who had burst onto the stage, with a serious expression. "You are indeed slightly stronger than the one I just tossed aside." Upon hearing Kang's comment, Lu Yunnan felt a surge of pride. Xiangdong was merely careless. "Though you think ordinary skills can compare to a martial artist's techniques? Stand still and don't move. I'll spare you a few broken bones." Kong was taken aback by Lu Yunnan's viciousness. How could a mere spar turn into a bone-breaking affair? Did he truly believe that becoming a martial artist made him exceptional? Lu Xiangdong's opening remark had provoked Kong's ire, and he glared at Lu Xiangdong. Show me what you've got. If you delay, there will be no chance left." Chapter 13. Almost stumbled seeing Kong so dismissive of him. Lu Yunnan charged forward in anger, launching an unrefined opening punch aimed at Kong's chest. Kong, observing the approaching punch, sidestepped effortlessly, just as he intended to seize Lu Yunnan's wrist. Lu Yunnan suddenly smirked. "Did you think the same move would work twice? Watch this." Lu Yunan retracted his right fist and struck with his left toward Nkong's face. Nkong remained unperturbed by Lu Yunan's feint and calmly watched the punch approach. Suddenly, he leaned back sharply, swiftly grasping Lu Yunan's left wrist, applying a powerful tug. A resounding crack echoed as Lu Yunan's arm broke, followed by Nkong forcefully tossing him off the stage. Bang! Just like the previous match, the sequence from initiation to conclusion unfolded so swiftly that the crowd was momentarily stunned into silence. Nkong feigned a stumble and looked innocently at Lu Yunan below. Thankfully, I managed to catch you, or I would have fallen. Gasp! Upon hearing Nkong's words, the audience collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by Nkong's seemingly innocent demeanor. It was a classic case of underestimating the opponent. Lu Yunan clutched his arm, nearly in tears from the pain. Ah, it hurts so much. I can't move my left arm. Grimacing in agony, Lu Yunan accused Nkong. You deliberately broke my arm. Lu Dahai's expression darkened upon hearing Lu Yunan's claim. He hurried to Lu Yunan's side, feeling his arm despite Lu Yunan's cries of pain. Ignoring the boy's suffering, Lu Dahai roughly shook Lu Yunan's broken arm, resulting in a sickening crack. Ah! Lu Yunan cried out in anguish. After resetting Lu Yunan's fractured arm, Lu Dahai pointed angrily at Nkong. What a vicious boy, to break someone's bones in a mere spar. At this moment, Nkong feigned innocence. I didn't mean to. He struck me first, and in a moment of panic, I just pulled his arm. How was I to know he couldn't withstand it? Humph, such malice at such a young age. You will surely be a menace when you grow up. I shall ensure your guardians properly educate you. After saying this, Lu Dahai shot a glance at Li Guanshi, who nodded in agreement, preparing to confront Nkong. Lu Dahai ready to strike. Chun Xianhe intervened, leaping protectively in front of Nkong, disregarding Lu Dahai entirely. Wait! Just as Lu Dahai was about to act, a girl's voice rang out. Without even glancing at the speaker, Lu Dahai retorted. Which little brat is this? Go home and play in the mud. Before Lu Dahai could finish his sentence, he was abruptly sent flying, blood trickling from his mouth, a distinct red handprint adorning his face. The audience, intending to observe the spectacle, was stunned into silence, unable to voice their astonishment. How could someone knock a martial artist away with a single slap? It seemed impossible for an ordinary martial artist to accomplish such a feat. At that moment, everyone watched in hushed awe. Upon recognizing his assailant, Lu Dahai felt a jolt of fear and stammered. Wu Lao. Why are you here? The furious expression on Lu Dahai's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of terror and ingratitude. Li Guanshi, upon seeing the newcomer, trembled, cold sweat trickling down his temples. If Wu Lao discovered the connection between himself and Lu Dahai, it would spell disaster for him. Wu Lao did not respond to Lu Dahai but instead moved swiftly to stand behind the girl who had just spoken. The little girl, with a playful smirk, regarded Lu Dahai. Oh, were you the one who told me to go home and play in the mud? What a pity. I don't like playing in the mud. Li Yushi, despite her youth, had recently awakened her martial spirit and, due to her exceptional talent, was being specially nurtured by her father, the Lord of Fengshui City, Li Yuanba. Many in the audience did not recognize the third miss of Fengshui City. Lu Dahai's face twitched as he recognized the girl, especially with Wu Lao standing behind her. He felt his muscles tense. This could spell trouble. If this girl decided to hold him accountable for his disrespectful words, their Juanhe village would suffer the consequences. Wu Lao was among the pinnacle figures in Fengshui City. Lu Dahai rose, glancing nervously at Li Guanshi. Li Guanshi understood the gravity of the situation. If this was not handled correctly, Lu Dahai's loud mouth might expose him, sealing his fate. Nevertheless, Li Guanshi had survived to his current position due to his wits. Seeing Lu Dahai looking his way, Li Guanshi hurriedly approached Li Yushi, bowing deeply. I, Li Duokai, pay my respects to the third miss. Lu Dahai, you should also pay your respects to the third miss. Upon hearing Li Guanshi address the girl as the third miss, Lu Dahai understood her identity. I, Lu Dahai, pay my respects to the third miss. I was unaware it was the third miss speaking, and I apologize for my disrespectful words. I hope the third miss can forgive me. Lu Dahai clasped his fists in a bow, but the third miss remained silent, and he did not dare to rise. Li Yushi glanced at Lu Dahai, then turned to Nkong. Enough, enough, rise. You wouldn't dare to remain kneeling. Lu Dahai, relieved that the third miss did not chastise him, exclaimed, "Yes, yes, thank you for your magnanimity, third miss." Li Yushi smiled and pointed at Kong. "I just saw this round-headed boy from Shanha village nearly stumble, prompting him to catch the boy from Juinha village. I believe it was an accident." Upon hearing Li Yushi refer to him as the round-headed boy, Kong felt a twinge of annoyance. But when he heard her defend his actions, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lu Dahai, witnessing Li Yushi advocating for Shanha village, glanced in their direction, surprised to see that no one from Shanha village seemed to recognize the girl. Before he could speak, Li Yushi interrupted. "Since it was an accident, let us continue with the wheel battle. Shanha village still has 3 participants, while Juinha has 1. We shall see who prevails. Prepare to begin." After speaking, Li Yushi looked at Kong with a playful tone. "Hey, roundhead, what is your name? Surely it's not just a Dan." The crowd chuckled at the sight of the boy from Shanha village, who had just lost 2 martial artists, being humorously dubbed a Dan, feeling irritated at the laughter directed at him. Kong shot an annoyed glance at Li Yushi, who had just helped him avert disaster. "Himph. My name is Kong. Please refrain from calling me roundhead. It would be courteous to address me properly." Li Yushi, amused by Kong's irritation, laughed. "Haha, alright, round-headed Kong, do your best. Come visit me in Fengshui City when you have the chance. By the way, my name is Li Yushi." After speaking, Li Yushi ascended to the observation platform. Upon witnessing her attitude towards Kong, Manager Li's gaze toward the direction of Shanhao village grew increasingly filled with animosity. It was indeed a case of failing to catch the chicken and instead losing the rice. Lu Dahai, upon hearing Li Yunxi's seemingly amicable words to Kong, felt a sense of foreboding. Offending someone favored by the city lord's manner was akin to the old man on the gallows. Wishing for a swift end to this moment, Lu Dahai silently shook his head, filled with regret for having waded into such murky waters. Chapter 14. Is he a beast of the mountains? After bowing respectfully to Li Yunxi on the observation platform, Manager Li turned his attention to the arena. Observing the ordinary boy Kong achieving victory over 2 martial artists from Juinha village, his previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by a singular concern. Would Juinha village triumph over Kong? Should they suffer another defeat, he would have to apologize publicly to Qin Xianhe and part with 100 taels of gold from his own pocket to Shanhao village, not to mention the cost of inviting Wang Feng to intervene. It was a thankless endeavor, causing his heart to bleed as he envisioned the impending outcome, and he glared at Qin Xianhe through clenched teeth. Suppressing his fury, Manager Li spoke. "Very well, since this was a misunderstanding, let the wheel battle continue. Lu Dahai, send someone to the arena." He deliberately placed emphasis on Lu Dahai's name. Lu Dahai naturally grasped the underlying implications, yet, having witnessed the situation unfold, he felt displeased. He turned to Lu Yang. "Lu Yang, go forth with all your might and showcase the reputation of Juinha village." The boy named Lu Yang, upon hearing Lu Dahai's words, leapt onto the arena with determination. On the platform, Lu Yang regarded Kong with newfound seriousness. Suppressing his previous disdain, "Kong, I can see you are no ordinary opponent, but if you bring the same skills as before, you may find yourself severely injured." Kong, unfazed by Lu Yang's words, furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, "Does Juinha village take pleasure in breaking bones? If we're to fight, let us not delay. I haven't even had my lunch yet. Please, make your moves swiftly," the audience murmured. "You, Lu Yang," incensed by Kong's dismissive attitude, felt a surge of anger. "Kong, I hope you can still stand and speak after this." With fists clenched, he unleashed his martial aura. To their astonishment, he was a 3rd-level martial artist, indicating that the younger generation of Juinha village was not to be underestimated. Indeed. Yet Kong appeared unperturbed in the face of a 3rd-level martial artist. The spectators below exchanged whispers, watching the 2 combatants on the platform. Lu Yang, having unleashed his 3rd-level martial aura, launched a mountain-splitting fist towards Kong. The sound of rushing wind accompanied his punch, signaling its formidable speed. If this punch connected, Kong would surely be incapacitated. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. In the instant Lu Yang unleashed his near-masterful mountain-splitting fist, Kong stepped forward and caught Lu Yang's fist with a single hand. Lu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting as he stared incredulously at the boy who had effortlessly caught his powerful blow. Lu Dahai, seated among the audience, stood up in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. This was a near-masterful punch delivered by a third-level martial artist. Even a child of merely 10 years could kill an ordinary adult with such force. Yet, this boy from Shanhao village, devoid of any martial aura, had caught the punch barehanded. Was this the transformation of a mountain beast's cub? How could his physique be so formidable? The audience below was astounded by Kong's raw strength. Manager Li felt a chill run down his spine at this spectacle. Cold sweat trickling down his brow as he thought. This is it. Li Yunqi's eyes widened in astonishment. She herself could hardly fathom the immense power of the seemingly unassuming child she had casually observed. However, it sparked her competitive spirit, and she turned to Old Wu. Old Wu, what level of martial artist is Kong? The knowledgeable Old Wu, equally astonished, shook his head in resignation. Third miss, I must confess my ignorance. I cannot detect any martial aura on him, suggesting he is not a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Li Yunqi furrowed her brow as she gazed at the arena below. At this moment, Lu Yang, whose fist was grasped by Kong, attempted to retract his hand, only to find it ensnared as if caught in the jaws of a mountain tiger, unable to move a muscle, panic setting in. Kong regarded the now fearful Lu Yang. I do not have the habit of waiting to be struck. With that, Kong yanked Lu Yang's fist toward himself, seized his wrist, pivoted, and flung him. A resounding thud echoed as Lu Yang was hurled off the platform. Ah! Cried Lu Yang in pain as he fell. The audience gasped, astonished, observing Kong as if he were a monster. Is this truly an ordinary child? I hardly believe he is merely a boy. No, even the beasts of the mountains may not possess such prowess. The crowd, witnessing Kong's barehanded capture of the near-masterful punch followed by the effortless toss of the third-level martial artist Lu Yang, was left utterly stunned by his might. Even Chen Xianhe had not anticipated that Kong could be so powerful without relying on martial strength. Chen Tingting and her companions looked at Kong, having just flung 3 members of Juanhe village from the platform, their eyes filled with admiration. While the crowd remained in shock, the trio erupted into victorious cheers. Hooray! Kong has won. Kong is the best. The audience finally snapped back to reality, erupting into applause. On the platform, Kong gazed down at Lu Dahai, a faint aura of a formidable master emanating from him. Now that we have proven our worth, may we use the resting room that rightfully belongs to Shanhao village? Lu Dahai, startled by Kong's strong presence, quickly regained his composure. Humph, Juanhe village can accept defeat. With that, he led the members of Juanhe village from the martial arts arena. Watching them leave, Kong turned to Manager Li. Manager Li, you must honor your word and apologize to our village chief now. The eyes of those present in the martial arts arena converged on Manager Li, who was filled with indignation, his face a mask of humiliation, as if he had consumed something foul. His hands clenched tightly behind his back. Li Duokai, since you have made a promise, you must fulfill it. Our feng shui city has always upheld its word. Li Yunqi's voice rang out unexpectedly. Yes, 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 third miss, I shall apologize at once. Hearing Li Yunqi's command, Manager Li could no longer hesitate. He swiftly approached Chen Xianhe, cupping his fists with a serious demeanor. Village Chief Chun, my earlier mistakes have caused offense. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. With a bow, Manager Li's eyes flashed with malice. After completing the bow, he reluctantly retrieved a purse from his person. Here are 100 taels of gold, a reward for your victory today. Please take it. Chen Xianhe, unwilling to extend niceties to such a person, accepted the gold. Very well, let this matter rest. After bowing to Chen Xianhe, Manager Li turned to Li Yunqi. Third miss, I must attend to other matters. Upon receiving a nod from Li Yunqi, Manager Li hurriedly exited the martial arts arena. Wang Feng, the grandmaster invited by Manager Li, observed Kong's performance on the platform with a grim expression, astonished at how effortlessly Kong had secured victories in 3 matches. Narrowing his eyes, he attempted to see through Kong, yet his gaze lingered on him for a while without revealing any secrets. Nevertheless, he sensed that Kong concealed some mystery. Chapter 15. He is just an ordinary person. In the arena, Kong felt immense joy upon witnessing Manager Li apologize and present a bag of gold, exhilarated. This marked his first encounter with martial artists, all in defense of the village chief and the dignity of Shanhao village. Kong descended from the platform and approached Chen Xianhe. Before he could speak, Old Wu swiftly appeared before him. Chun Xianhe was startled by Old Wu's presence, having known him for many years and aware of his capabilities. He hurriedly shielded Ankang behind him. Old Wu, surely you do not intend to take action against a mere 10-year-old child. Old Wu chuckled heartily. Little Chen, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to learn more about his recent performance. With that, he quickly grasped Ankang's hand. Odd. This child possesses not a trace of martial aura within him. How could he catch the mountain-splitting fist of a third-level martial artist with bare hands? Qin Xianhe, witnessing Old Wu's examination of Ankang's wrist, quickly intervened. Old Wu, Ankang is just an ordinary boy. What are you doing? Moments later, Old Wu, having found nothing of note, smiled at Ankang. You are Ankang? Are you not? I see you have secured 3 victories, yet you remain humble and composed. Such qualities are rare and indicate great potential for the future. Upon concluding his words, Elder Wu swiftly returned to Li Yunqi's side. After Elder Wu departed, Chun Xianhe let out a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Ankang, gently ruffling the boy's hair. Dan, you performed remarkably today. Our Shan village emerged victorious. Although Ankang was only 10 years old, he did not succumb to arrogance despite having triumphed over the 3 from Juanhe village. His father had instilled in him, from a tender age, the principles of humility in victory and resilience in defeat, teaching him that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Witnessing Ankang's victory over the 3 martial artists from Juanhe village, Chun Tingting and her companions cheered joyfully. However, they were also curious as to how Ankang, who had always played with them, had become so formidable. This revelation genuinely surprised them. Particularly, Chen Xiaohu mused inwardly, no wonder I could never win when we fought. Li Yunqi descended from the audience stands, approaching Ankang and saying, Congratulations, Ankang. Remember to seek me out for some fun when you arrive in Fengshui City. Farewell. Before Ankang could respond, Li Yunqi turned and departed, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Chen Xiaohu noticed Ankang lost in thought, staring at Li Yunqi's retreating figure, and playfully punched him on the chest. Dan, impressive. When did you become so strong? No wonder I always ended up on the losing side in our fights. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Chen Xiaohu's remark, the others from Shan village erupted into laughter. Chen Tingting, feeling a tinge of jealousy as she watched Li Yunqi leave, turned to Ankang and asked, Dan, why did she invite you to play? We hardly know her. We've only met a few times. Ankang was equally perplexed as to why Li Yunqi would want him to find her, scratching his head in confusion. I don't know. I don't really know her. Qin Xianhe smiled at the playful banter among the children. All right, let's head to our room to rest and grab some lunch. I see you all haven't eaten all day. The 4 children instinctively rubbed their bellies, and as the excitement of victory faded, hunger set in. Chun Xianhe led them away from the training grounds towards their resting quarters. What an extraordinary child Ankang is. To withstand the mountain-opening fist of a 3rd-level martial artist without even being a martial artist himself. If this were to be spoken of, few would believe it. Indeed, his physical prowess is astonishing. Observing the departing figures of Shan village, the remaining spectators in the training arena whispered amongst themselves. On the 3rd floor of the reception ship, in a lavishly decorated room, Li Yunqi inquired of Elder Wu. How did it go? Elder Wu shook his head. I just circulated a trace of martial energy within Ankang's body and found no hint of martial essence. He is merely an ordinary child who has yet to become a martial artist. Oh, that is strange. How could he withstand the martial technique of a 3rd-level martial artist with just his physical strength? Even the young beasts struggle against it, don't they? Li Yunqi expressed her confusion. After a brief exchange with Elder Wu, she asked him to leave the room. The reason Elder Wu did not detect any martial energy within Ankang was that the essence within him was exceedingly unique. Ankang's martial essence had been stimulated and nurtured by a rare celestial object, and he had deliberately suppressed it. Unless one were a peak martial artist, it would be nearly impossible to detect. In the room of Manager Li, a man and a woman were engaged in an intimate encounter. The man was Li Duokai, the manager, while the woman was his companion. Following the events of the day, Li Duokai had lost face, and his resentment towards Chen Xianhe had now been eclipsed by an even greater animosity towards Ankang. Channeling the pent-up anger of the day, he vented his frustrations upon the woman. But the moment was short-lived. A deep sigh from him brought their primal activities to a hasty conclusion. Afterward, as he lay on the bed, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It had been nearly a decade since anyone had dared to humiliate him so. With a forceful grip, he seized the woman's chest, causing her to exclaim, "Ah, you are going to kill me. You are under Manager Li Jin's command. Why don't you seek his help?" Hearing this, Li Duokai sat up abruptly. "Indeed, my dear, you are right. I was so angry that I nearly forgot about Manager Li. Wait for me. I shall return to spoil you properly." With a cheerful demeanor, he dressed hurriedly, searching his room for a cherished gift as he made his way to Li Jin's quarters, in Li Jin's room. The manager listened to the distressed man before him. "You must advocate for me, Manager Li." Li Jin regarded the tear-streaked face of the man. "Humph, I have heard the gist of what transpired. If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to change their quarters, this incident would not have occurred. But Manager Li, Chen Xianhe's arrogance knows no bounds. He threatened to knock out my teeth in front of everyone. I cannot swallow this indignation," Li Duokai protested, still harboring resentment. Li Jin cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Enough of this. Let the matter rest here. If you go after Chen Xianhe again, do not blame me for failing to warn you. He is not someone to provoke lightly. You would do well to avoid him. Even if he were to break your teeth, you must learn to swallow your pride." Upon hearing Li Jin's dismissal, Li Duokai left the room, disgruntled. Given Li Jin standing as a mid-level manager on the reception ship, Li Duokai was not one to act foolishly. If even Li Jin wished to avoid conflict with someone, it would be unwise for him to seek out trouble himself. That would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself. Chapter 16. Innate and acquired martial artists. After the morning's interlude, the group from Shan Village was finally able to return to their room for a brief respite. Upon entering, Qin Tingting, Qin Xiaohu, and Qin Bin gazed curiously at Hong Kong, while Chen Xianhe remained silent. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qin Tingting asked, Dan, when did you become so powerful?" "Right. No wonder I, being stronger than you, still couldn't defeat you," Qin Xiaohu chimed in. "Indeed, Dan, you aren't even a martial artist yet managed to throw the three from Juanhe village off the arena. How did you achieve that?" Even the usually reticent Chen Bin could not help but inquire. Hong Kong, feeling a bit awkward under their scrutiny, hesitated. Although they were good friends, his father had taught him not to divulge secrets to anyone. Yet, he did not wish to lie to them either. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Hong Kong was at a loss for words. Just then, Chen Xianhe spoke up. "All right, let us not bombard Dan with questions. His ability to defeat the three from Juanhe village is due to the fact that he has been practicing the fundamentals of martial arts since he learned to walk. 10 years of consistent training naturally results in exceptional physical conditioning. If you three could practice your fundamentals as diligently as Dan, your physical abilities would be equally impressive, and with some additional martial techniques, you would at least be able to hold your own against first and second level martial artists." Qin Xianhe refrained from disclosing what he had truly observed in Hong Kong, instead opting to gently convey the boy's dedication to his training. Nevertheless, what he said was indeed the truth. "Yes, the village head is correct. My father supervises my practice diligently every day. I am quite robust. The three from Juanhe village were simply not up to par." Hong Kong said with a smile. "Indeed, those from Juanhe village are all so scrawny. Even I could defeat them," Qin Xiaohu declared confidently. The group laughed, and Qin Xianhe suggested they rest in their room while he went to prepare a meal. The reception ship was equipped with a dining hall that provided daily meals for martial artist test participants. Soon, Qin Xianhe returned with food, and the little ones, famished, eagerly devoured the meal as soon as the village head announced it was time to eat. Observing their hearty appetites, a warm smile spread across Qin Xianhe's face. In the home of Shan Village, Hong Kong's father, Shanggu, was approached by his wife, Zhou Yulan. "Shanggu, shouldn't we wait for Dan to return before we say our goodbyes?" Zhou Yulan asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Embracing her tightly, Shui Sheng gently stroked her hair. "Lanner, Dan's absence is the perfect opportunity for us to leave. This is precisely why I sent him with the village head to participate in the martial artist test. The people who once hunted me down seem to have caught wind of my survival. If we remain here, not only will Dan be in danger, but Shan village will also suffer the consequences." "Shanggu, are those who pursued you still unwilling to relent?" Zhou Yulan asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "Not yet, for they have yet to obtain what they seek, and their background is not trivial. However, I am not a soft target to be manipulated. Since they have come looking for me, it saves me the trouble of seeking them out. When I was gravely wounded, they ambushed me and nearly took my life. But fortunately, you saved me," Shui Sheng said tenderly, holding his wife close. Shanggu, I just can't help but worry about our son, Zhou Yulan admitted, her anxiety evident. Do not fret too much. Loner.Adan has been recognized by that extraordinary celestial object and has also received the acknowledgement of the Jin character technique. He is destined for greatness. An Shui gently comforted Zhou Yulan. As darkness descended, the two left behind a letter beneath Kang's pillow and departed from the place they had called home for nearly 11 years. In a grand hall of imposing stature, 6 individuals bowed deeply to a figure illuminated by flickering shadows. Humph, over a decade has passed, and you still cannot locate a single dead man. What use are you? Facing the angered silhouette, a middle-aged man among the 6 dared not lift his gaze, trembling as he spoke. My lord, please quell your fury. We have indeed traced that person's whereabouts. Oh, speak as you command. My lord, we have utilized all our resources over these 11 years and finally made a discovery. That person, after we and your projections severed his meridians, resorted to secret techniques and vanished into the Qingzhou continent of Lanyu Star. And then, there were witnesses who reported seeing an individual plummet from the skies above the Wugua on Qingzhou continent. Are you certain it is him? The witnesses described the figure and attire of the falling man, which strongly suggests it is indeed him. Furthermore, we recently dispatched individuals to confirm, including a powerful elder, but alas, all soul lamps extinguished yesterday. Foolish! You alarmed the snake by striking the grass. Mobilize your experts to find him swiftly. If you still cannot locate him, do not bother to present yourselves before me. I shall seek you out. With that, the shadowy figure vanished. After a considerable time, once they were certain the figure in the hall had departed, the 6 dared to raise their heads, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Among them were 4 men and 2 women, one of whom, adorned in a flowing red robe and possessing an alluring grace, spoke first. Is what the Lord Yuan just said true? The middle-aged man addressed as Lord Yuan nodded and replied. We must continue to verify. I hope you all will increase your efforts to search for that person. Alas, may he still be in Qingzhou. Otherwise, he hesitated, glancing at the 5 beside him, who exchanged worried looks and shook their heads. These 6 individuals were atop the pyramid within this star domain, yet they remained deeply fearful of the figure in the shadows. Once their duties were assigned, they dispersed, and soon the grand hall faded from view. On the transport ship, after the initial stir caused by Manager Li's antics, tranquility returned. The ship was predominantly filled with children, with little interaction among them, save for occasional visits between familiar villages. INA resting chamber of Shan village. Several individuals were attentively listening to the village chief, discussing the pertinent details of the martial artist examination. The martial artist examination involved utilizing martial spirit stones to awaken the martial essence within us. There were 2 types of participants: the acquired martial artists, ordinary individuals whose potential had yet to be awakened, and the innate martial artists. The 3 from Juanhe village, who competed with Adan, were already awakened martial artists. The former group, capable of awakening their martial essence through the spirit stones, was exceedingly rare, and their potential was generally limited. The latter, having already awakened their martial essence, had the opportunity to enhance their qualifications through the spirit stones, leading to greater future achievements. After awakening through the martial spirit stones, participants must engage in martial competitions, which serve as the true assessment of their martial qualifications. Chen Xianhe patiently elucidated the examination's nuances to Kong and the others. Upon concluding, the usually reticent Chen Bin, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, inquired, Village Chief, even if we become martial artists, our achievements will not be substantial, correct? Upon hearing this, the other children looked at Chen Xianhe with pleading expressions, hoping for a different response. Observing their disappointment, Chen Xianhe chuckled. Fear not, dear children, for this is not the sole path. Innate martial artists possess better qualifications than acquired ones and will cultivate more rapidly. However, once one becomes a martial artist, everything still depends on personal opportunity and effort. Historically, there have been acquired martial artists who reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. Hearing that acquired martial artists could also attain the pinnacle of martial arts, Qin Xiaohu leaped for joy, while Chen Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination, dispelling any prior despondence. Though young, Chun Tingting clenched her fists, refusing to yield. At that moment, Qin Xiaohu exclaimed, Village Chief, you are so powerful. Are you an innate or acquired martial artist? The others turned their curious gazes toward Qin Xianhe. With a hearty laugh, Qin Xianhe replied, I am an acquired martial artist. I too shall become a formidable acquired martial artist like you. Village chief, I will make those arrogant innate martial artists weep, Qin Xiaohu declared excitedly. Since Nkong awakened his martial essence, he could discern that Qin Xinhe was among the elite of great martial masters. Yet he was astonished to learn that Qin Xinhe was an acquired martial artist. Chapter 17. Feng Shui City. After approximately 10 days of navigating the waters aboard the transport ship, they finally arrived at their destination, Feng Shui City. Feng Shui City has arrived. Those participating in the martial artist qualification examination may disembark, a crew member announced loudly at the front of the ship. The children boarding the transport ship to participate in the martial artist qualification examination were mostly first-time visitors to Feng Shui City, captivated by its magnificent architecture and bustling streets. Wow, what a tall city gate! The city walls are so high. Look at all the people on the streets, so much delicious food. As the passengers disembarked, they hurried toward the city gate of Feng Shui City. Passing through the gate, Chen Xianhe produced a document from his pocket to present to the guards for inspection, allowing them to enter the city smoothly. Gazing at the bustling streets of Feng Shui City, Chen Tingting couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, such beautiful houses! The streets are so wide." And Kong, experiencing Feng Shui City's grandeur for the first time, was equally awestruck. So this is Feng Shui City. It's truly incredible. Qin Xiaohu and Chen Bin appeared somewhat shy yet curious, glancing around. Stinky tofu, both fragrant and foul, only 10 coins. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Qin Xinhe guided Nkong and the others through the lively streets of Feng Shui City. Addressing their wide-eyed wonder, let us first find an inn to stay. The martial artist qualification examination will not commence for another 2 days. The children obediently nodded and followed Qin Xinhe until they swiftly found an inn to settle down. After having lunch, Qin Xinhe instructed Nkong and the others to rest in their room and refrain from wandering, while he went out to attend to some matters. The children, obediently listening, soon dozed off in the inn. Upon waking from their nap, the four noticed that Qin Xinhe had not yet returned. Growing bored in the room and captivated by the vibrancy of Feng Shui City streets, Qin Xiaohu suggested, "I wonder when the village chief will be back. Why don't we go out for a stroll?" "No, the village chief told us not to wander around." Qin Tingting immediately interjected, "Oh, come on, Tingting, the village chief could be gone for a while. And it's still early. The streets are so lively. Let's go out for a bit and return soon." Qin Xiaohu replied with a grin. But Adam began. But before Qin Tingting could respond further, Qin Xiaohu interjected, "How about you and I go out for a bit?" While Tingting and Chan Bin wait for the village chief in the room, being merely around 10 years old, it was natural for children who had spent their entire lives in Shanhe village to be drawn to the excitement of Feng Shui City. Hearing Chen Xiaohu's suggestion, Nkong felt a surge of curiosity to explore the bustling streets filled with a myriad of sights. However, remembering the village chief's instructions, Nkong felt conflicted. After a moment of internal struggle, Nkong looked at the three and proposed, "How about Xiaohu and I go out for a bit? Tingting and Chenbin can wait for the village chief in the room. If he returns early, you can tell him we went to the lively street just left of the inn." Qianbin nodded in agreement, though he too desired to go out. The worry of the village chief not finding them ultimately restrained his restless heart. Chun Tingting pouted, "Just don't wander too far." After Nkong and Qin Xiaohu nodded in agreement, they turned and dashed out of the inn. Once they arrived at the lively street, they eagerly glanced around in awe. "Wow, so many people, so bustling. I want to eat delicious food." Qin Xiaohu exclaimed in wonder. "Do you have money to buy something to eat?" Nkong asked somewhat awkwardly. Having grown up in Shan village, they seldom used money, and for this martial artist examination, Nkang's parents had not given him any funds. The 100 taels of gold won aboard the transport ship were still with the village chief, leaving Nkong nearly penniless. "Hee, my mom gave me some silver coins. Look, enough for us to buy food." Qin Xiaohu proudly displayed a small square pouch before Nkong. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let us go." Nkang's eyes lit up as he led the way ahead of Qin Xiaohu. Before long, they were drawn by an unpleasant odor, turning to locate its source, a rarely frequented stinky tofu stall. Qin Xiaohu, holding his nose, remarked, "Boss, what are you selling? It smells so bad. Is it even edible?" The somewhat listless vendor of stinky tofu, upon hearing a query, suddenly brightened at the sight of two young children. Presuming they had never tasted stinky tofu before, he earnestly began to explain. "Esteemed little guests, do not be misled by the foul odor of my stinky tofu. It is, in fact, quite delectable, I assure you. Once you take a bite, you will crave a second. What do you say? Would you care for a serving? Hong Kong, pinching his nose, hesitantly shook his head. However, Chen Xiaohu was filled with a sense of eager curiosity. Noticing this, Hong Kong tugged at Chen Xiaohu's sleeve, saying, "Xiaohu, how good could something that smells this bad possibly be? Let us find something else to eat." The stinky tofu vendor, seeing the two about to leave, quickly interjected, "Wait, dear guests, how about I prepare a serving for you? If you find it unpalatable, I shall not charge you a single coin. What do you think?" Intrigued by the prospect of tasting it first without any cost. The two children showed renewed interest. Chen Xiaohu inquired, "How much for a serving of this stinky tofu?" The vendor, noticing their lingering presence, joyfully raised his palm, declaring, "Only 10 won for a serving on Kong," lacking a clear understanding of prices. Looked to Chen Xiaohu for guidance. Chen Xiaohu whispered in Hong Kong's ear, "Before we left, my mother mentioned that food typically costs anywhere from a few one to several dozen. This should not be too expensive. Shall we give it a try?" Convinced by Chen Xiaohu's words, Hong Kong nodded in agreement. Chen Xiaohu then addressed the vendor, "Then we shall have one serving, but let it be known, if it is not good, I shall not pay." The vendor, sensing their enthusiasm, chuckled heartily, "That is assured. In business, we value integrity. We deceive neither the young nor the old." With that, he began to prepare the stinky tofu with deft hands. Before long, a serving of black, cube-like stinky tofu, adorned with various seasonings, was presented to the two children. "Young ones, take a bite. I guarantee you will wish for more," the vendor proclaimed with confidence. Chen Xiaohu accepted the tofu, gazing at the dish piled high with garnishes. Though it still emitted a foul aroma, it appeared quite appetizing. Hong Kong gestured for Chen Xiaohu to sample it first. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaohu skewered a piece with a bamboo stick and placed it into his mouth. After a few chews, he was astonished to discover that the once odorous stinky tofu was surprisingly palatable, even evoking an illusion that it was fragrant. Seeing Chen Xiaohu's expression, the vendor understood that the knot of anxiety in his throat had finally loosened. Today would indeed be a successful day. The vendor, newly arrived in the city to set up his stall, had spent much of the day with no one daring to approach, many even passing by with disdainful remarks. "So, is it not delicious?" the vendor asked tentatively. Chen Xiaohu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Wow! I never imagined this foul-smelling dish could be so delightful." Hong Kong, "You should taste it too." Passers-by, intrigued by the revelation that such an odorous food could actually be delicious, began to approach the stall, eager to test the truth of the vendor's claim. "Oh, it really doesn't smell bad at all. It's quite tasty." Before long, the once desolate stinky tofu stall was bustling with eager customers, all wishing to sample this curious dish that smelled foul yet tasted delightful. Hong Kong, having enjoyed the tofu, conceded that while it was good, it still paled in comparison to the braised fish his father made. After finishing their serving, Ankang and Chen Xiaohu intended to pay the vendor. However, amidst the flurry of preparing more stinky tofu, the vendor cheerfully told them, "No need to pay today, thanks to you both. I shall give you a 50% discount on your next visit." Hearing this, Hong Kong and Chen Xiaohu felt a rush of joy and expressed their gratitude before continuing their stroll through the market. After wandering for quite some time without sight of the village chief, they surmised he had yet to return. Realizing it was getting late, they decided to head back to the inn and, as they walked, they carried with them some small toys and the remaining stinky tofu. Upon entering the inn, a voice rang out from a boy of about 11 or 12. "What is that smell? It is so foul." Upon seeing Ankang and Chen Xiaohu, especially the stinky tofu Chen Xiaohu was holding, the boy covered his nose and mockingly exclaimed, "Did you two bumpkins fall into a latrine and bring back a souvenir?" Chapter 18. Haven't you eaten? Just moments ago, the two were in high spirits, but they were now met with derision upon entering the inn. Both Hong Kong and Chen Xiaohu glared at the source of the taunt, their faces flushed with indignation. Though Hong Kong appeared mild-mannered, he was not one to tolerate insults without retort. He shot back at the boy, "Have you eaten dung today? Your words stink." The innkeeper, overhearing this exchange, was struck with a cold sweat, fearing that the impulsive child might offend the esteemed young master from the Shun family. "How dare you speak so boldly to the young master? A slap for you." One of the young master's attendants rushed forward, raising his hand to strike Hong Kong. The boy, now furious and red-faced, was none other than Shan Xiaofeng, the favored grandson of the Shin family, raised in luxury and never before having anyone speak to him in such a manner. Fuming, he seethed, "Make sure to hit him hard. Knock out all his teeth." The attendant, obeying the command, swung his hand without hesitation towards Kong. Seeing the attendant poised to strike, Kong's temper flared. "Is it permissible for you to insult others? Do you think I want to retaliate?" As the hand descended, Kong swiftly dodged and coldly warned Shin Xiaofeng, "Enough. If you continue this nonsense, I shall not hold back." "Humph, you dare to evade. Let us see how you won't hold back. Haven't you eaten today? You can't even hit a child," Shin Xiaofeng shouted, infuriated that his attendant had failed to land a blow on Kong. The attendant named Awan, raising his hand once more, replied, "Rest assured, young master, today I shall ensure this little bumpkin knows his place." With that, Awan unleashed his martial aura and struck towards Kong. Observing the energy radiating from Awan, Kong assessed the situation and realized the opponent was merely a fifth-level martial artist. Did they truly believe I am defenseless? This time, Kong did not evade. Instead, he caught Awan's hand as it came swinging toward him. Though Kong's hand was smaller than Awan's, he firmly grasped it, rendering it immobile. "What?" Awan gasped in shock, unable to comprehend how a mere child could withstand his powerful strike. As he struggled to free his hand, he felt as though a fierce tiger had clamped down on it. Leaving him powerless, Awan, "What are you doing? Strike him," Shin Xiaofeng demanded, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Yes, young master," the attendant gritted his teeth, channeling his martial energy into a punch aimed at Kong's face. However, Kong easily caught Awan's fist, transforming his hand into a claw and firmly gripping his wrist. Witnessing this, Shin Xiaofeng's jaw dropped in disbelief. How is this possible? You, a mere commoner, cannot withstand a fifth-level martial artist's attack." Kong, unfazed by Shin Xiaofeng's astonishment, turned to the attendant and asked, "Haven't you eaten today?" With that, Kong exerted force, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from Awan's hand. A shriek of agony escaped from Awan's lips as Kong swiftly withdrew one hand, gripping Awan's right hand and flinging him forcefully out the door. The attendant crashed onto the street, unconscious from the impact. Bystanders, drawn to the commotion, gathered outside the inn, curious about the unfolding drama. "What just happened? Why did someone suddenly fly out of the inn?" "I don't know. I didn't see it. I think I saw a child throw him out." "A child threw out a fifth-level martial artist? You must be joking." The onlookers clustered around, eager to learn the details of the recent events. After Kong had hurled the attendant outside, he turned to Shin Xiaofeng. "What's the matter? Do you wish to come over and strike me yourself?" Shin Xiaofeng, accustomed to privilege and comfort, found himself intimidated by the residual force of Kong's outburst. At Kong's question, he instinctively took several steps back. "Impudent. How dare you threaten the young master? Allow me to teach you a lesson." A middle-aged man who had remained silent until now stepped forward. "Fear not, young master. I am here." The middle-aged man speaking is Yin Qing, the personal bodyguard of Shin Xiaofeng. Qin Xiaohu, who has never encountered such a formidable scene, nervously tugged at Kong's sleeve. "Do not fear. I am here," Kong reassured Qin Xiaohu. "Ha ha ha. Where does this little one find the courage to utter such words?" Yin Qing scoffed. Before Kong could respond, Yin Qing continued, "Today, you have offended the young master. Even if your elders were to arrive, they would be unable to save you." With that, Yin Qing struck, his speed astonishingly swift. "Hiss, a martial master is a martial master truly attacking an ordinary child." Some onlookers among the martial artists were genuinely astonished. It was utterly outrageous for a martial master to strike at a mere child who appeared to be no older than 10. At this moment, Kong's expression grew serious. He discerned that Yin Qing possessed the power of a late-stage martial master. Although Kong's own strength was formidable, he remained a 10-year-old child, lacking the physique and power of an adult. And having never sparred with a martial master, he felt uncertain about his chances against Yin Qing. As Yin Qing advanced to attack, Kong pushed Qin Xiaohu aside, preparing to evade the strike. However, Yin Qing's speed was too great, and Kong saw Yin Qing's palm approaching his face. "Oh no, I can't dodge." Kong was unprepared for the astonishing swiftness of Yin Qing's strike. "Adan, quickly get out of the way," Qin Xiaohu cried out. Just as Yin Qing's palm was about to collide with Ankong's face, Ankong's eyes filled with rage, and the suppressed martial aura within him was on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, a large hand appeared, firmly grasping Yin Qing's wrist. The spectators had expected Ankong to be sent flying by a martial master's slap, but to their astonishment, Yin Qing was held fast by a single hand. Struggling to retract his hand, Yin Qing was met with an overwhelming sense of dread as he looked at the individual who held his wrist with fear in his eyes. Who are you? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ankong's heart eased, and he quickly suppressed the martial energy that was about to explode within him, calling out almost simultaneously with Qian Xiaohu, village chief. You have returned. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Chen Xianhe, the village chief of Shanhua Village. Chapter 19. Acknowledgement of mistake. Seeing the child he had brought from the village being bullied by a martial master, Chen Xianhe's heart ignited with fury. He delivered a punch directed at Yin Qing, who attempted to block it, but Chen Xianhe's speed was far too rapid. His fist landed squarely on Yin Qing's body. Staggering back several steps, Yin Qing clutched his chest and, after regaining his balance, coughed up a mouthful of blood. A grand martial master. Yin Qing finally comprehended the identity of his assailant, his eyes filled with terror. A late-stage martial master. Yin Qing was considered a formidable expert in Feng Shui City. He had never anticipated encountering a grand martial master today. Despite the slight difference in their titles, it would take 10 martial masters to withstand a single strike from a grand martial master. Becoming a grand martial master places one among the elite fighters in Feng Shui City. Thankfully, he had not struck lethally. Yin Qing gazed at Chen Xianhe with trepidation and clasped his fists in respect. May I ask who you are? Humph, a martial master daring to strike a child. Do you have no shame? Chen Xianhe did not offer Yin Qing a pleasant demeanor. Observing the curious glances of the onlookers, Yin Qing felt embarrassed and retreated to stand beside Chen Xiaofeng, whispering something to him in preparation to leave. After grasping the basic situation from Ankong and Chen Xiaohu, Chen Xianhe's anger intensified. Upon seeing Shan Xiaofeng and Yin Qing attempting to depart, he bellowed, "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Hearing this, Yin Qing immediately halted, and several accompanying subordinates, having witnessed Chen Xianhe's punch that had made their usually intimidating martial master Yin Qing cough blood, also trembled in fear and ceased their movements, unable to meet Chen Xianhe's gaze. Apology. Chen Xianhe did not waste words with them. Shan Xiaofeng, unused to apologizing, found himself confronted with the demand today. Due to his youth, he was unaware of the terrifying might of a grand martial master, and he flushed with indignation, ready to lash out. Yin Qing, seeing this, quickly restrained Shan Xiaofeng with one hand to prevent further trouble. We sincerely apologize for the offense earlier. Our young master is still quite young and lacks understanding. We hope for your forgiveness. Although the Shen family also had a grand martial master, there was still a considerable gap compared to the one before them. Yin Qing, being a clever man, understood that a simple word could resolve the matter, and he chose to speak up, acknowledging their initial fault. With a cold huff, Chen Xianhe turned away and ascended the stairs with Ankong and the others. Yin Qing, seeing that Chen Xianhe no longer pursued their troubles, clasped his fists in gratitude to Chen Xianhe's retreating figure and led Shan Xiaofeng out of the Yueli Inn. Once outside the inn, Shan Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat indignant, exclaimed, "Uncle Yin, why should we fear them? I'll ask my father to take revenge on those country bumpkins." Having been spoiled since childhood, Shan Xiaofeng did not comprehend what it meant to encounter a powerful grand martial master in Feng Shui City. He had been holding back his anger inside the inn, but now, with Yin Qing no longer suppressing him, it erupted forth. Yin Qing, observing Shan Xiaofeng's outburst, felt a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the former patriarch's kindness towards him, he would not be in this position today. Sighing, Yin Qing addressed the still fuming Shan Xiaofeng, "Young master, we've encountered a formidable opponent this time. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate. Heed Uncle Yan's advice and do not seek further trouble with that child." Shan Xiaofeng, in his childish stubbornness, ignored Yin Qing's counsel, thinking of going home to tell his parents how he had been bullied. Inside the Yuelian's room, Chen Xianhe sipped his tea while Ankong and Chen Xiaohu stood before him. The usually kind-hearted village chief now wore a stern expression, and the two stood frozen in place, afraid to speak. After understanding the events that had transpired, Chun Tingting and Chen Bin remained quietly seated nearby. Chen Xianhe set down his teacup and regarded Ankong and Chen Xiaohu. "Did I not instruct you before I left to refrain from wandering about? Chen Xiaohu attempted to speak but was restrained by An Kong. In a hushed tone, An Kong said, "It was my suggestion to go out for a stroll, so if punishment is due, let it fall upon me." Chen Xianhe glanced at An Kong and then at Chen Xiaohu. Sighing, "Alas, it is fortunate I returned in time. Otherwise, things could have escalated. You must remember that Feng Shui City is unlike our Shanhua village. It is a place where both fish and dragons intermingle. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. That is why I forbade you from wandering while I was away." An Kong and Chen Xiaohu recognized the impropriety of their actions and nodded sincerely in acknowledgement of their mistake. Observing their attitudes, Chen Xianhe continued, "This is not entirely your fault. You are still young and this is your first time in the city, filled with curiosity about all the new sights. However," he said, casting a serious gaze upon the four of them, "you must remember that when your strength is insufficient, it is wise to endure. Discretion is the better part of valor." An Kong, Chen Xiaohu, Chen Tingting, and Chen Bin all nodded earnestly. "Very well, it is nearly evening. After dinner, let us all rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you on a proper tour of Feng Shui City." Chen Xinhe's stern demeanor faded, replaced by a smile. "Yay, we can go out shopping tomorrow," Chen Tingting, the only girl among them, exclaimed joyfully. Chen Bin, usually quiet, wore a broad smile on his face. An Kong and Chen Xiaohu shared in their excitement, seemingly casting aside the earlier events. At the Xin family residence in Feng Shui City, Xin Xiaofeng rushed home, crying out to his parents, "Father, Mother, I was bullied by someone today. You must help me take revenge on that country bumpkin." Xin Xiaofeng's father is Shen Baishu, the current head of the Xin family, while his mother is Shen Baishu's first wife, Sun Xiangyue. Upon hearing that their son had been bullied in Feng Shui City, both parents were instantly consumed with rage. Their child, who had never been scolded or punished since birth, had now been wronged. Sun Xiangyue embraced Shen Xiaofeng, soothing him with affection. "Fenger, are you hurt anywhere? Do not fear. Mother will avenge you." Shen Baishu, with an expressionless face, turned to Yin Qing, "Martial Master Yin, what exactly transpired?" After bowing in respect, Yin Qing recounted the events of the afternoon in detail, without embellishment. Upon hearing the account, Shen Baishu furrowed his brow. "Are you saying that a mere 10-year-old child could overpower a 5th-level martial artist? And that there is possibly a grand martial master even stronger than our own?" Yin Qing could not ascertain whether An Kong was a martial artist. As long as An Kong did not release any martial aura, even a grand martial master would be unable to discern his true nature, let alone a mere martial master like Yin Qing. "Indeed, master," Yin Qing replied respectfully. "Very well, I understand. You have worked hard today? You may take your leave and rest." Shen Baishu waved his hand dismissively at Yin Qing. Beside him, Sun Xiangyue, who was entertaining the child, glanced at Shen Baishu and said, "My dear husband, shall we summon someone to discipline that child who has caused Fenger distress?" Shen Baishu regarded his wife, Sun Xiangyue, with a calm demeanor, contemplating for a moment before responding. "You have just heard that the other party is a grand martial master even more formidable than the one our family venerates. Any actions we take against him would bring nothing but harm to our Xin family, my dear. Let us refrain from discussing this matter for the time being." Seeing her husband's reluctance to intervene, Sun Xiangyue raised her voice slightly. "Are we truly to allow Fenger to suffer indignities in silence?" Shen Baishu shook his head and replied, "This situation arose because of Fenger. He has been spoiled since childhood. The events of today may serve to temper his character, which would ultimately be beneficial for him. It is crucial for him to understand that even in Feng Shui City, there exist many figures beyond our family's reach." He turned his gaze to the aggrieved Shen Xiaofeng and said, "All right, Fenger, in a few days, the martial artist assessment will take place. For now, focus on honing the basic martial techniques with Yin Qing." After giving a few more instructions to Sun Xiangyue, Shen Baishu departed from the room. Once Shen Baishu left, Sun Xiangyue's eyes darted around, as if concocting some mischievous scheme. Chapter 20. The Martial Artist Qualification Test. In the 2 days leading up to the Martial Artist Qualification Test, Chen Xinhe took An Kong and the others on a tour of Feng Shui City, sharing tales of its history. The children, filled with curiosity for the novel experiences, thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Before long, the day of the martial artist assessment arrived, and An Kong and his companions made their way to the testing grounds at Feng Shui City's martial arts square. Initially, the crowd was sparse, but soon, participants began to trickle in. In addition to the children taking the test and their guardians, many spectators gathered, filling the spacious martial arts square to capacity. However, A designated area remained clear, guarded to ensure no one could approach. At the center of this area stood a cylindrical pillar, approximately 10 feet tall and 3 to 4 feet wide. This was the exclusive zone for the martial artist qualification test. Silence, please, a resounding voice echoed from the city tower. Despite the bustling noise of the martial arts square, the voice remained distinctly audible. Upon hearing it, the previously lively square fell into an eerie hush, with every person lifting their gaze toward the source of the sound. Hong Kong followed suit, spotting the speaker, a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s or 50s. Seated behind him were several others, with the man at the center, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding authority. Li Yuanba, the city lord of Fengshui AS, the man observed the now silent crowd. He nodded in satisfaction. Welcome, everyone, to Fengshui City for this martial artist qualification test. I am Huo Wandong, the chief organizer of this assessment, and one of its evaluators. I thought he looked familiar. It's Huo Wandong, the foremost martial artist of Fengshui City, presiding over this year's test. It seems the city lord takes this assessment very seriously. Indeed, it has been many years since we last heard from him. Rumor has it he has 1 foot in the realm of martial arts grandmasters. Isn't he already a grandmaster? The crowd engaged in hushed discussions. Huo Wandong continued, please remain quiet. A total of 230 participants will partake in this assessment. Each individual will have 10 breaths to sense the martial spirit stone. Those who can evoke their martial aura within this time may remain in the testing area to continue sensing the martial energy. Those who fail to do so after 10 breaths will be escorted out of the area. After explaining the rules, Huo Wandong bowed respectfully to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba nodded in acknowledgement. Huo Wandong then turned to the empty area of the martial arts square and called out, bring forth the martial spirit stone. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals standing behind him echoed, bring forth the martial spirit stone. The moment their words fell, drums and horns sounded from the city tower. A guard stationed by the martial spirit stone slowly pulled away the yellow cloth covering the pillar. With a flourish, the true form of the pillar was unveiled to the crowd. The base stood at a modest 3 feet in height, supporting an oval-shaped, milky white stone approximately 6 feet tall, resembling jade. This was the martial spirit stone, yet it appeared rather unremarkable. Hong Kong, seeing the martial spirit stone for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity. At that moment, he sensed the character Jin in his mind stir, conveying its disdain for the martial spirit stone. Having been tutored by Jin, Hong Kong thought, what gives you the right to look down upon it as if you were superior? Though he held such thoughts, he was aware of Jin's exceptional nature, yet its origins remained a mystery to him. Wow, this is the martial spirit stone, so grand. I had imagined it to be just a small rock. The participants, most of whom were seeing the martial spirit stone for the first time, expressed their astonishment at the stone capable of awakening martial energy within them. Upon witnessing the complete unveiling of the martial spirit stone, Huo Wandong cleared his throat and declared, I hereby announce the official commencement of this martial arts assessment. No sooner had he spoken than a young man leaped down from the tower, landing directly within the testing area. Hiss, is he using energy manipulation? No, it's a form of lightness technique, allowing for brief gliding. Those with higher martial realms clarified for the misled spectators. The young man approached the martial spirit stone, holding a booklet, and calmly stated, I will now call out the names of the participants. Those named should step forward to sense the martial spirit stone. Excitement rippled through the crowd. Although the order of names was randomized, everyone eagerly wished to be among the first to be tested, as those who activated their martial aura early could continue sensing until the end. The young man opened the roster and called out, the first participant, Li Yunxi, prepare for the next, Li Kaijiang. The crowd barely reacted to this name, as it was an unspoken understanding that those from the city lord's residence would go first. Having connections certainly makes a difference, Hong Kong mused upon hearing Li Yunxi's name. In the martial arts square, Li Yunxi swiftly approached the martial spirit stone and placed her hand within its sensing area. Within 3 breaths, the milky white stone radiated a faint azure glow, and the martial aura within Li Yunxi erupted in response to the stone's influence. Hong Kong was taken aback by the azure glow. Recalling what Chen Xianhe had previously informed them, that the various colors emitted by the martial spirit stone represented different levels of martial aptitude. Yellow indicated martial yellow grade, blue represented martial profound grade, azure denoted martial earth grade, and red signified martial celestial grade. The higher the aptitude, the greater the potential for future achievements, with martial celestial grade being the highest known leveled. At this moment, Li Yunqi manifested an azure glow, though faint. It clearly indicated she possessed martial earth grade aptitude. Observing the density of her martial aura, it was evident she was a 7th-level martial artist. Kong couldn't help but marvel at her abilities. Hiss, the third miss of the City Lord's residence possesses martial earth grade aptitude and is a 7th-level martial artist. It has been countless years since Fengshui City has seen a martial artist of such caliber. The martial earth grade aptitude guarantees her future as a martial grandmaster. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the azure glow and martial aura displayed by the martial spirit stone. From the tower, Huo Wendong's eyes narrowed with a smile as he observed the azure light. He turned to Li Yuanba, bowing in congratulations. Congratulations, City Lord. Your third daughter's future potential is boundless. Ha ha ha, Master Hua, you flatter me. Li Yuanba replied, returning the gesture. Although he felt immense pride upon learning of his daughter's martial earth grade aptitude, his long-standing position kept him from displaying excessive emotion. As the azure glow faded after several breaths, the martial aura emanating from Li Yunqi gradually dissipated. Li Yunqi possesses martial earth grade aptitude and is a 7th-level martial artist, permitted to continue sensing the wonders of the martial spirit stone within the designated area, announced the young man beside the stone. The second participant, Li Kaijiang, prepare for the next. Li Lianqing. Chapter 21. Underhanded maneuvers. During Li Kaijiang's assessment, after he touched the sensing area of the martial spirit stone for 5 or 6 breaths, a rich blue glow emerged, and his martial aura erupted in response, revealing him to be a 6th-level martial artist. This revelation astonished many martial masters present, prompting them to reflect on the profound heritage of the City Lord's residence. It appears he possesses martial profound grade aptitude and is a 6th-level martial artist. TSK. It seems that the status of the City Lord's mansion in Fengshui City is unlikely to be shaken in the future. Indeed, the City Lord's mansion has made a significant investment this time, with martial arts of Shin-level aptitude, making it relatively effortless to become a grand martial artist, and there is even a possibility of ascending to the realm of a martial arts master. The awakening of Li Yuanba's Shin-level aptitude has also caused quite a stir. The high-ranking martial artists present all understand that aptitude and resources are of paramount importance to a warrior. Some martial artists may exhaust their entire lives yet never attain the title of martial artist. Yet, there are still some who are mere children, already nearing the level of martial artists, such as the recently tested Li Yunqi and Li Kaijiang. The disparity between people can truly be infuriating. On the city tower, Huo Wendong gazes down at Li Yunqi and Li Kaijiang, pondering to himself, with the martial arts earth-level aptitude and the Shin-level aptitude, it seems that Li Yuanba has indeed invested heavily this time. Li Yuanba looks down at the two outstanding individuals, a slight smile gracing his lips. The martial arts plaza, after the blue light of the martial arts spirit stone dissipated. The youth in charge of the testing announced, Li Kaijiang, martial arts Shin-level aptitude, innate 6th-level martial artist. Next, the testing continued briskly, with the 188th and the 930th participants soon passing. Time swiftly elapsed, and over the course of more than an hour, the qualification testing at the martial arts plaza was in full swing. However, as the testing progressed, few could evoke the martial aura, leading to a quicker pace. Thus far, fewer than 30 individuals had successfully manifested the martial aura, with the trio from Juanhe village competing against Kong being among them. Additionally, Shun Xiaofeng, who had previously spoken disrespectfully towards Kong and his companions at the Welai Inn, managed to evoke the martial aura, albeit as a mere innate 3rd-level martial artist with ordinary martial arts yellow-level aptitude. Kong gazed from a distance at Shun Xiaofeng beside the martial arts spirit stone, astonished that this young master, needing protection from servants at the inn, was actually an innate 3rd-level martial artist. As of the current testing, apart from the initial impressive displays from the City Lord's mansion, 2 boys had also manifested Shin-level aptitude, causing a minor commotion, both being innate 4th-level martial artists. Soon, the qualification testing approached its 2-hour mark. Although nearing its conclusion, no one opted to leave early, and the martial arts plaza remained abuzz with voices. The 1,201st participant, the 1,210th participant, Kong and his group had been waiting at the martial arts plaza for their turn to be tested. Yet it had now reached 1,210, With none of the four from Shanhe village having stepped up at this moment, Chun Xianhe felt something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he cast his gaze towards the direction of the Xin family. On the Xin family side, Sun Xiangyue seemed to have noticed Chan Xinhe's gaze. A smirk of derision appeared on her lips, filled with pride, before she disregarded Chan Xinhe's attention. With that smile, Chun Xianhe could roughly deduce that there might be an issue with the order of the list. Clenching his fist tightly, he thought that if it weren't for the numerous experts present, he would have long since taught the Xin family a lesson. Beside the martial arts spirit stone, the youth overseeing the tests looked at the last four names on his list with a mocking smile. 1227th, Chun Xiaohu. 1228th, Chun Bin, prepare. After a long wait, it was finally their turn from Shanhe village. Although the wait had been lengthy, Kong's heart remained filled with excitement as he shouted to the approaching Chun Xiaohu, Xiaohu, go for it. You can do it. Upon hearing his name called, Chun Xiaohu felt a surge of exhilaration, shouting back, here, as he hurried to the martial arts spirit stone. The youth, upon Chun Xiaohu's arrival, coldly instructed, place your hand on it. The youth rarely shifted his body, effectively blocking the view of Li Yuanba and Hui Wandong from the tower. However, with only a few individuals left, the onlookers on the tower had lost their initial enthusiasm for the testing. Engaged in their own conversations and paying little attention to the martial arts spirit stone, A.S. Chen Xiaohu was about to place his hand in the sensing area. The youth coldly commanded, lower your hand a bit. Nervous already, Chen Xiaohu, upon hearing the youth's directive, felt no sense of wrongdoing and obediently placed his hand just below the martial artist sensing test area. 10 breaths passed. Yet nothing stirred on the martial arts spirit stone. Chen Xiaohu, looking up at the unresponsive stone, left the testing area in disappointment. Chen Bin and Chen Tingting, following suit, received the same lackluster results. Observing the three in a state of despondency, Chen Xinhe quietly offered them words of comfort. At this moment, the youth's voice rang out, 1230, Kong. Prepare to step forward for his test. Kong quickly walked to the martial arts spirit stone. It seems that Shanhe village hasn't produced a martial artist in many years. Indeed, with the three just now unable to evoke the martial aura, I foresee this child named Kong yielding the same results. Not necessarily. I witnessed Kong throw down the three martial artists from Juanhe village at the competition on the transport vessel. You must be joking. How could a mere child, not even a martial artist, possibly throw down actual martial artists? Among the audience at the martial arts plaza, those who had witnessed Kong's performance on the transport vessel were quite eager to see how he would fare in the martial arts testing, while those who had not were losing interest and preparing to leave. On the Xin family side, Sun Xiangyue looked at Kong, preparing for his test, with disdain. Humph, what use is strength if one cannot evoke the martial aura? In the end, he is still worthless. This is the consequence of your Shanhe village offending my son. After learning that her husband would not be pursuing trouble with the individuals from Shanhe village, Sun Xiangyue naturally could not swallow her anger, seeking out information and discovering details about them. She then leveraged some connections to manipulate the rankings and testing for Shanhe village. So far, of the four from Shanhe village participating in the martial arts qualification test, 3 had failed, which pleased Sun Xiangyue immensely. However, at this moment, the overconfident Sun Xiangyue was unaware of the troubles her actions would soon bring to the Xin family. Chapter 22. What have you done? In the testing area of the martial arts spirit stone, Li Yunqi had awakened from her sensing early on. Having witnessed Kong's performance on the transport vessel, she felt a twinge of curiosity about what level of aptitude Kong could achieve. As Kong prepared to place his hand on the martial arts spirit stone, the youth softly chastised him. Lower your hand a bit. Being a novice at the martial arts test, Kong was unaware that his hand needed to be placed in the sensing area to evoke the martial aura. Hearing the youth's reprimand, he glanced at the youth, noticing a hint of mockery in his eyes. Without further thought, Kong placed his hand outside the sensing area. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 7 breaths passed, yet the sensing spirit stone showed no response. What is happening? I have clearly manifested the martial aura. Why isn't the spirit stone reacting? Kong was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the youth wore a smirk, a look of cunning satisfaction on his face. Almost 10 breaths passed, and still, the martial arts spirit stone remained unresponsive. Could it be that this child merely possesses great strength? Strength alone does not equate to good aptitude. Let us conclude this. Just as some audience members were preparing to leave, suddenly, a resounding hum erupted. The martial arts spirit stone emitted a dazzling purple light. The brilliance of the martial arts spirit stone even engulfed the testing area. Within a radius of 3 zhong, a radiant purple glow enveloped everything. What on earth is happening? What is going on? The instigator, On Kong, was equally astonished, feeling the peculiar box within his chest vibrate a few times. And his hand, pressed against the martial arts spirit stone, felt as though it was magnetically adhered to it, impossible to remove. Following that, the martial arts spirit stone erupted in a blinding purple light. Ah, my eyes! Quickly shut your eyes. In the martial arts spirit stone testing area, those who had evoked the martial aura quickly closed their eyes. Among the audience at the martial arts plaza, those who were about to turn away suddenly saw their shadows stretch dramatically, startling them into turning back to gaze at the martial arts spirit stone. What is happening? Why is it glowing purple? Having heard of others triggering such a purple light during tests, the departing crowd was now left utterly stunned by the unexpected spectacle. On the city tower, after a morning of watching the martial arts qualification tests, the spectators were beginning to feel fatigue, only to be jolted upright by the sudden eruption of light from the martial arts spirit stone. Standing in awe, with wide eyes, they gazed at the martial arts spirit stone, and Hua Wendong and Li Yuanba exchanged glances, neither finding answers in the other's eyes, only disbelief. Li Yuanba was the first to speak. Master Hua, have you ever heard of martial aura emanating such dazzling purple light? Hua Wendong shook his head, responding, this is utterly unprecedented. Li Yuanba turned to glance at the others atop the city tower, only to see them all shaking their heads in disbelief. He then continued to gaze at the martial arts spirit stone, which was emanating a dazzling violet light, deep in thought on the martial arts square. Upon witnessing the violet radiance erupting from the spirit stone, Chen Xianhe felt a jolt in his pupils, his fists clenched tightly, overwhelmed by a surge of excitement. During a conversation years ago with Shuesheng, he learned of an extraordinary talent that transcended the heavenly level. According to Shuesheng, when this talent resonated with the martial arts spirit stone, the stone would emit a brilliant glow. The radiant violet light that Kong was sensing from the spirit stone was undoubtedly what Shuesheng had referred to as a talent surpassing the heavenly level. Chen Xianhe had initially believed Kong to possess either earth or heavenly level martial arts aptitude, but he was taken aback to discover that Kang's martial arts talent exceeded even the heavenly level. Qin Xiaohu, Chen Tingting, and Chen Bin also looked on with astonished curiosity at the brilliant violet glow. Among those most astonished was the young man responsible for testing martial arts aptitude beside the spirit stone. At that moment, his mouth hung open in shock, as if he could swallow an egg whole, unable to open his eyes to comprehend what was unfolding before him. Yet he understood that Kang's hand was not placed correctly for the spirit stone's testing response. A misplacement would render any connection impossible. However, the events transpiring now had utterly overturned the young man's understanding. He stood there, dazed and motionless. In the instant the violet light erupted, and Kang's own martial aura surged forth. Had anyone been able to discern the situation within the violet glow, they would have noticed that Kang's martial aura was more potent than that of even a martial arts master. This was attributable to the nurturing of the extraordinary treasure he possessed. Yet Kang's actual realm remained that of an 8th-level warrior. Nevertheless, should anyone regard him as merely an ordinary 8th-level warrior, they would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Observing the full eruption of his martial aura, Kong was reluctant to reveal his 8th-level status. Thus, he silently recited the concealment incantation taught to him by his father, Shuesheng. Moments later, his martial realm dropped from 8th-level warrior to 1st level. The young man, who had kept his eyes closed, could not see the martial aura Kong had just unleashed, but he had felt a powerful surge of martial energy, startling him into believing that Hua Wanlong had arrived. However, that potent energy dissipated swiftly. After a while, the young man, regaining his composure, shouted at Kong. What have you done? As he spoke, he reached out to push Kong aside, but at the moment his hand made contact. A loud bang erupted as he was forcefully thrown back by the dazzling violet light emitted from the spirit stone. On the martial arts square, onlookers witnessed a figure being hurled from the violet glow, crashing violently to the ground and spitting blood. What had transpired inside? This was the burning question on the minds of all present. The youth who had been thrown back clutched his chest, His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at the violet light in the distance. On the city tower, Huo Wanlong, seeing someone ejected from the glow, leaped down from the tower and swiftly reached the young man's side. Coldly inquiring, "Huang Guangliang, what happened in there?" The youth, named Huang Guangliang, looked anxious as he replied to Huo Wanlong, I accidentally bumped into that testing child, and then I was thrown out." Huo Wanlong's expression hardened as he regarded Huang Guangliang with a hint of murderous intent. "Did you not know that one must not interrupt the sensing of the martial arts spirit stone?" Huang Guangliang truly panicked at this point, hastily kneeling in supplication, his voice trembling, "Master Hua, I did not mean to. The violet light was too dazzling. I couldn't open my eyes. I bumped into him by accident and did not interfere with that child's sensing of the spirit stone." After listening to Huang Guangliang's explanation, Huo Wanlong turned to the violet glow, his voice icy as he spoke. "You better have bumped into him by accident. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be." Huang Guangliang quickly assented, rising to retreat to the side, casting a complex glance toward the area where Sun Xiangyue stood. Chapter 23. First Level Warrior. Those familiar with Huo Wanlong's temperament understood that he was not as easygoing as he appeared. Fortunately, Huo Wanlong chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, within the violet glow, Kong seemed unaffected by its brilliance, clearly observing more than 30 individuals who had passed the martial arts aptitude test within the light sphere, all of whom had their eyes closed and could not discern the true situation on Kang's side. After scanning the crowd, Kong gradually regained his composure. He removed his hand from the martial arts spirit stone, yet the violet light did not dissipate. Kong dared not move recklessly. Recalling the sudden turn of events, it seemed as if the extraordinary treasure within the box had stirred, leading the martial arts spirit stone to erupt with such dazzling brilliance. Could it be that it was responsible for the commotion? Kong surmised that the disturbance was indeed caused by that extraordinary treasure, and he did not dwell on it further. However, having already activated his martial aura to become a warrior, he sensed that the energy unleashed by the martial arts spirit stone was unlike that which he had previously experienced in the cave. The martial aura ignited in the cave had fortified his bones and skin, whereas this time, the martial aura did not significantly enhance his being. It felt akin to adding a single drop of water into a brimming bucket, hardly a notable reaction. At that moment, the extraordinary treasure nestled in his chest seemed to absorb the martial energy exuded by the spirit stone. As wisps of martial essence were drawn in through the cracks of the box. "What is happening?" Kong, already somewhat unfamiliar with the extraordinary treasure, found himself puzzled by the unfolding situation. The box containing the treasure began to vibrate, threatening to escape, startling Kong into quickly gripping it with both hands, whispering, "Little stone, be good, don't move." If this extraordinary treasure were to escape and be discovered, it would spell disaster. After Kong spoke, a sudden, childish voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a baby whose teeth had yet to fully develop, the accent quite awkward. "I eat refining." The voice startled Kong, who turned to the box and asked, "Is that you speaking?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the baby-like voice resounded once more. Yes, this time, it uttered only a single word, the tone even fainter than before. Kong was taken aback. Indeed, it was the treasure. He was astounded to realize that this extraordinary entity could speak. He quickly whispered, "No, little stone, you can't come out. You'll be captured by bad people." The extraordinary treasure seemed to comprehend Kang's words, for it ceased its movements. After confirming that the little stone within the box remained still, Kong exhaled in relief. At that moment, no one had left the martial arts square. In fact, the crowd had only grown larger, becoming increasingly packed. New arrivals had rushed over upon hearing the news of someone unleashing dazzling violet light during the martial arts aptitude test, as such an occurrence was unprecedented and extraordinary. The brilliant violet glow persisted for half an hour before gradually dissipating. The throngs of spectators fixated their gazes on the fading light, eager to discern the identity of the individual who had caused such a commotion and to witness any changes in them. Once the violet light had completely vanished, Kang's figure came into view, and the crowd stared at him in unison. Kong felt the weight of thousands of eyes upon him, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. He stood frozen, his gaze darting anxiously across the square. As the violet light faded, the more than 30 individuals in the sensing area opened their eyes, regarding Kong with expressions akin to that of staring at a monster. Feeling the penetrating stares, Kong became flustered and scratched his head awkwardly. He then turned to Qin Xianhe, who smiled reassuringly and nodded, urging him not to be afraid. Huo Wenlong's gaze lingered on Kong for an extended period before he muttered in surprise. First-level warrior? The martial arts spirit stone erupted with such dazzling violet light. How could it possibly belong to just a first-level warrior? On the city tower, Li Yuanba also appeared astonished. First-level warrior? What? This commotion was caused by a mere first-level warrior. Could it be that the martial arts spirit stone malfunctioned? Was it merely coincidental that it erupted with violet light when it was his turn? Indeed, that is possible. Otherwise, how could a first-level warrior create such a stir? He scoffed. I was expecting some remarkable martial arts prodigy. What a waste of my time. Everyone dispersed as the crowd realized that Kong was merely a first-level warrior. Discussions erupted among them, each voice chiming in on the Shun family's side. Sun Xiangyue, who had been somewhat anxious, now looked at Kong with even greater disdain, thinking, how could this little brat, a mere first-level warrior, possibly create such a ruckus? Could it be that the martial arts spirit stone has malfunctioned? On the martial arts square, Huo Wenlong, observing the bewildered Kong, shook his head and announced, Kong, martial arts aptitude unclassified. First-level warrior. Upon hearing Huo Wenlong's announcement, Kong felt a twinge of unease and scratched his head. Huo Wenlong strode confidently towards Kong, his penetrating gaze seemingly capable of unearthing all of Kong's secrets. After a moment's scrutiny, Huo Wenlong concluded that Kong was merely a postnatal first-level martial artist. He then inquired about the sudden eruption of dazzling purple light from the martial arts spirit stone. Kong succinctly recounted the incident. When he mentioned placing his hand in the sensing area, Huo Wenlong did not perceive anything amiss, believing that Kong referred to the sensing area of the spirit stone itself. After gathering the preliminary information, Huo Wenlong, encountering this unprecedented phenomenon with the spirit stone, speculated that it might be a flaw within the stone rather than a reflection of Kong's abilities. He turned to Huang Guangliang and requested the roster, glancing at the list of successful martial arts qualification tests before declaring. In this martial artist qualification test, a total of 32 individuals successfully awakened their martial aura, with 1 possessing earth-level qualifications, 3 possessing profound-level qualifications, and 28 possessing yellow-level qualifications. When Huo Wenlong mentioned the yellow-level qualifications, he hesitated momentarily and glanced at Kong, categorizing him within that tier. He continued, those who have become martial artists today should rest well this afternoon. Tomorrow morning at the hour of Qin, we will commence the combat trials among the newly initiated martial artists to select the 10 strongest contenders for our nation's martial arts competition. Please remain silent. A higher martial level does not necessarily equate to greater combat prowess. We are particularly eager to witness martial artists who, despite their lower realms, can engage in battles beyond their level. For such individuals possess greater potential to become masters in the martial arts. With that, Huo Wenlong concluded the martial arts qualification test, allowing everyone to disperse. After the announcement, he cast a curious glance at Kong, intrigued by the child responsible for such a commotion and eager to gauge his true combat capabilities. Chapter 24. Rules of the Combat Trials in the Martial Arts Plaza. The crowd, after a brief discussion following Huo Wenlong's announcement, gradually began to disperse. Huo Wenlong shot a sidelong glance at Huang Guangliang before departing the plaza at this moment. Huang Guangliang dared not meet Huo Wenlong's gaze, maintaining a respectful bow until Huo Wenlong vanished from sight. The 32 newly minted martial artists also left one after another. Shun Xiaofeng, boasting innate third-level yellow-level martial arts qualifications and buoyed by the presence of his family's members, arrogantly approached Kong, saying, Hey, you with yellow-level qualifications and postnatal first-level martial arts. Don't cross me in the future, or I'll make you cry. Without waiting for Kong's response, he dashed back to his family, anxious to avoid any retaliation. Kong found himself somewhat speechless by Shun Xiaofeng's antics. Meanwhile, Li Yunxi approached Kong, remarking, Hey, round-headed Kong, what was that dazzling purple light from the spirit stone all about? Upon hearing a girl refer to him as round-headed, Kong's brow furrowed in displeasure, retorting, My name is Kong, not round-headed Kong. Li Yunxi chuckled. Why are you so easily teased? Come on, tell me what happened just now. Faced with her inquiry, Kong felt a twinge of uncertainty and shook his head, claiming he did not know. Unable to extract any further information, Li Yunxi bid Ankang farewell and departed. Ankang then made his way towards Qin Xianhe and the others. Although Qin Tingting and her companions did not qualify as martial artists and felt a tinge of disappointment, they were nonetheless thrilled for Ankang, who had caused such a stir, and surrounded him with incessant questions. Qin Xianhe observed Ankang, Qin Tingting, Qin Xiaohu, and Chen Bin with a complex expression. While Ankang had succeeded in becoming a martial artist, the other three had not, leaving him with a sense of loss. Moments later, Qin Xianhe led the four back to the INN.AT, the city lord's residence. Two figures were engaged in hushed conversation, Li Yuanba, the city lord of Fengshui City, and Hua Wanlong, the overseer of the martial arts qualification tests. Li Yuanba asked Hua Wanlong, with your expertise, do you have any idea why the martial arts spirit stone emitted purple light? Hua Wanlong shook his head. City lord, I regret to say that despite my extensive travels and experiences, I have never before encountered such brilliant purple light emanating from the spirit stone during martial artist testing. Li Yuanba pondered. Purple light. What kind of qualification does that child possess? Could it be above heaven level? At this, both men felt a shiver run through them and exchanged a knowing glance. Hua Wanlong, somewhat astonished, remarked, City lord, if that child truly possesses qualifications beyond heaven level, his future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, I have never heard of anyone with martial arts qualifications surpassing heaven level in our nation. Their conversation was brief, and soon Hua Wanlong took his leave, leaving Li Yuanba deep in thought at his desk. After Qin Xianhe had taken Ankang and the others for lunch, they returned to their room to rest. Seated around a table, Ankang was the first to inquire, Village Chief, why did the martial arts spirit stone emit purple light during my test? It didn't resemble any of the colors associated with the various martial arts qualifications. Although Ankang was aware that the commotion was caused by the small stone, his childlike curiosity compelled him to seek an explanation for the purple glow. Qin Xianhe gazed at Ankang with a fervent look. Dan, purple light may also signify a type of qualification, though I cannot ascertain whether it is high or low. Ultimately, the path of martial arts relies on the individual. Effort is the best qualification. You three, despite not becoming martial artists, should not feel disheartened. As long as you do not bow your heads, the future is uncertain. After hearing Qin Xianhe's words, Ankang and his friends nodded in partial understanding. Qin Xianhe refrained from disclosing the true nature of the spirit stone's purple glow to Ankang, concerned that the 10-year-old child might become arrogant. Qin Tingting, Chen Bin, and Qin Xiaohu, despite not qualifying as martial artists, remained curious about the world of martial arts. Engaging Qin Xianhe with questions, he provided them with a general overview, and before long, the group succumbed to sleep after a long morning of testing. Qin Xianhe looked fondly at the slumbering children, his eyes filled with affection, but when his gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Ankang, a hint of complexity flickered in his expression. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the intricate architecture of Fengshui City, and sighed softly. You two must have departed by now. Turning back to the slumbering Ankang, his gaze was laden with complexity. Time swiftly passed, and dawn broke the following day. Ankang and the others followed Qin Xianhe to the venue for the combat trials, the Fengshui City Martial Artist Arena. The trials were scheduled to commence at the hour of Chun, with still some time to spare. Yet numerous individuals had already begun to gather. The Martial Artist Arena was significantly larger than the docking area for the transport ships. Occupying the subjective platform on the east side were Li Yuanba, Hua Wanlong, and several others who had observed the martial artist tests the previous day. To the left of the subjective platform sat a group of adolescents, predominantly martial artists, while to the right were the influential figures of Fengshui City. Soon, the audience seating around the arena filled to capacity, leaving latecomers with no choice but to stand at the back to watch. As the hour of Chen approached, Hua Wanlong leaped to the center of the arena. Surveying the crowd, the spectators instinctively quieted, and Hua Wanlong nodded in satisfaction before addressing them. Today marks the day of the combat trials for the newly qualified martial artists from the recent martial arts qualification test. All bouts must remain strictly controlled. During the trials, no non-participating individuals are permitted to intervene. Violators will have their villages disqualified from participating in martial artist testing. Hua Wanlong then outlined the format for the combat trials, with a total of 32 participants competing in a draw style to determine the 10 strongest martial artists. The top 3 in combat prowess would be allowed to challenge the previous top 10. He gestured towards the group of adolescents on the left side of the subjective platform. Once the rules were established, the 32 newly minted martial artists prepared to draw lots. Aeson Kong approached the drawing area. He cast a glance towards the left side of the subjective platform, where he noted that even the weakest among the previous year's martial artists were at least 9th level, with the strongest being at mid-level martial master. These individuals were the Armée de la Armée of Fengshui City's new generation of martial artists, many of whom had the potential to become grand martial masters. Yet, potential alone is insufficient. After all, advancing from martial master to grand martial master requires certain opportunities and resources. Before long, the drawing concluded, with each participant receiving a number from 1 to 32. The combat rules were as follows. The first number would face the 32nd number. The second number would face the 31st, the third would face the 30th, and so forth. Kong glanced at his drawn number, which was 16, meaning his opponent would be the individual with the 17 number. Coincidentally, the person who drew the 17 number was none other than Li Yunxi, who possessed Earth-level qualifications. Chapter 25. The combat trials commence once the 32 new martial artists had learned their numbers. A lean, middle-aged man with hollow cheeks leaped onto the arena and announced, "I am the referee for this combat trial. My name is Ma Mo now. Let the first contestant, number 1, and the 32nd contestant come forward to compete." The 2 individuals summoned to the stage stepped forward. The first, known as Zhou Jiwen, was a martial artist of Xin-level aptitude with a congenital level of 4. The second, Lu Yunan, possessed Huang-level aptitude with a congenital level of 2. The disparity in their realms was 2 levels, granting Lu Yunan a distinct advantage in terms of cultivation. Once both ascended the martial arts platform and exchanged respectful salutes, the referee, Ma Mo, announced the commencement of the match. As the contest began, both practitioners unleashed their martial energy. Zhou Jiwen was the first to strike, launching a rapid punch aimed at Lu Yunan's chest. Lu Yunan swiftly evaded by sidestepping, but unexpectedly fell into Zhou Jiwen's trap. Caught off guard, he was struck in the abdomen by a spinning kick from Zhou Jiwen, causing him to be propelled backward. Lu Yunan was unable to withstand Zhou Jiwen's onslaught for even 2 rounds before conceding defeat, prompting referee Ma Mo to declare Zhou Jiwen the victor. Witnessing Zhou Jiwen's effortless triumph, the villagers erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The martial combat proceeded with fervor. Soon, it was time for the Xin-level aptitude martial artist, Li Kaijiang, at the 6th congenital level, to take the stage against his opponent, Guan Tianzhao, a Huang-level aptitude martial artist at the 4th congenital level. As the match commenced, neither Li Kaijiang nor Guan Tianzhao made an immediate move. Observing Guan Tianzhao's composed demeanor, Li Kaijiang grinned and remarked, "You seem rather different. Despite my 2-level superiority, you show no sign of fear." Guan Tianzhao, gazing back at Li Kaijiang, calmly replied, "Higher realms do not necessarily equate to greater combat strength. Strike when you're ready." Upon hearing this, Li Kaijiang's smile faltered. With a burst of martial energy, he advanced forward, his left leg stepping out while his right knee bent to gather power, executing a flying kick aimed at Guan Tianzhao's chest. Guan Tianzhao, however, effortlessly sidestepped the attack once his own martial energy erupted. Seeing his kick miss, Li Kaijiang landed on one foot and swiftly executed a spinning kick toward Guan Tianzhao. As the second attack approached, Guan Tianzhao quickly crossed his arms to block. Nevertheless, the force of Li Kaijiang's kick pushed him back several steps, momentarily placing him at a disadvantage. Regaining his balance, Guan Tianzhao focused intently on Li Kaijiang. Preparing to counter Li Kaijiang, surprised to discover that his powerful kick had only forced Guan Tianzhao back a few steps, realized that his opponent's true strength was formidable. As the two continued their fierce exchange, they unleashed their respective techniques, the sounds of their fists cutting through the air resonating throughout the arena, clearly indicating that both had mastered the foundational techniques. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed as their fists collided, causing both fighters to stagger backward several steps. Once they regained their footing, Li Kaijiang exclaimed with excitement, "This feels exhilarating, let's go again." Guan Tianzhao, emboldened by the challenge, prepared to engage once more. Among the spectators, Kong watched the contest with keen interest, astonished that Guan Tianzhao, a Huang-level martial artist at the 4th congenital level, could hold his ground against Li Kaijiang, a Xin-level martial artist at the 6th congenital level. He felt a surge of admiration for Guan Tianzhao's performance. As the crowd marveled at the thrilling battle, they expressed their astonishment that Guan Tianzhao could match Li Kaijiang blow for blow. On the judging platform, Huo Wanlong turned to Li Yuanba and remarked, "City Lord, this young man, Guan Tianzhao, is quite impressive. Even if Li Kaijiang wins, it will not be an easy victory." Li Yuanba nodded in agreement. "Indeed, both show remarkable prowess. This Guan Tianzhao is a talent worth nurturing." After a brief exchange, the two returned their focus to the ongoing contest. On the platform, Li Kaijiang and Guan Tianzhao continued their back and forth, neither able to gain a definitive upper hand. Ultimately, both fighters collapsed from exhaustion, eliciting a thunderous applause from the audience. Referee Ma Mo approached to assess their condition, confirming they were merely fatigued, and declared the match a draw. As the two regained their breath and slowly rose to their feet, they exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "You're quite formidable." Sharing a smile, they descended from the platform, greeted by another round of enthusiastic applause from the crowd. As the martial contest progressed to the 13th and 20th matches, a minor incident occurred. The next duel featured Shan Xiaofeng, a Huang-level martial artist at the 3rd congenital level, facing off against a Huang-level martial artist at the 1st congenital level. The match barely began when Shan Xiaofeng delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent tumbling off the platform and into unconsciousness, demonstrating the sheer force of his blow. The audience frowned upon witnessing this. Whispering among themselves, Shan Xiaofeng was too ruthless. Indeed, that opponent was already conceding. Why strike so hard? On the platform, Shan Xiaofeng casually remarked, "That was too easy to knock him out with that." He arrogantly strutted off the stage. And Kong, observing Shan Xiaofeng's behavior, felt a surge of indignation. Appalled by his cruelty toward a conceding foe, he silently vowed that if he encountered Shan Xiaofeng again, he would seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson, ensuring he experienced the sensation of being on the receiving end of a beating. Meanwhile, the village chief of the unconscious martial artist rushed to check on his condition, his heart ablaze with anger. Thankfully, the young man had merely fainted and suffered no serious harm, allowing the chief to breathe a sigh of relief. With fiery eyes, he glared at Shan Xiaofeng, demanding, "Why did you strike so harshly when our warrior was ready to concede?" Shan Xiaofeng, confronted by the village chief, arrogantly replied, "I moved too quickly and couldn't pull back." Referee Ma Mo arrived to assess the situation, quickly reviving the unconscious martial artist with a few taps. He stated, "In martial contests, strikes are unpredictable. This young man has not violated any rules. The matches shall proceed." With Ma Mo's declaration, the village chief begrudgingly acknowledged him, shooting one last glare at Shan Xiaofeng before departing with the revived fighter. The martial contest continued with numerous emerging talents showcasing their impressive abilities. Soon, it came time for the final match between the 16th and 17th contestants. Chapter 26, Nkong vs. Li Yushi, as referee Ma Mo's voice echoed. Nkong and Li Yushi, the last two competitors, exchanged glances from opposite sides of the platform. Nkong, facing off against the 7th congenital level martial artist Li Yushi, felt a surge of internal conflict. Though he was capable of defeating her, he recalled his father and Shuixing's warning to avoid revealing his full strength. Winning against Li Yushi would undoubtedly expose his abilities, and his uncertainty. Nkong turned to Qin Xianhe and quietly inquired, "Village chief, do I need to win against her?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Qin Xianhe's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Nkong. Dan. Embarking on the path of martial arts means contending with fate itself. At your young age, it is essential to possess unwavering determination. With me here, there is no need for excessive concern. After offering a reassuring pat on Nkang's head, Qin Xianhe's words illuminated Nkang's mind. Filling him with gratitude, he nodded earnestly at Qin Xianhe before exchanging farewells with Chen Tingting and the others, making his way to the platform. Chen Tingting, Chen Xiaohu, and Chen Bin cheered enthusiastically for Nkong. As Li Yushi prepared to ascend the stage, Li Kaijiang playfully quipped, "Big sister, be gentle, or else you might scare off any potential suitors." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Li Yushi, momentarily losing her footing in surprise, shot an irate glare at the chuckling Li Kaijiang, warning, "Once I finish with him, you'll be next." Li Kaijiang, realizing he couldn't match Li Yushi's prowess, wisely fell silent. As the spectators' eyes fixated on the platform, some cast sympathetic looks toward Nkong, lamenting his misfortune to face the formidable Li Yushi on the stage. Nkong and Li Yushi stood poised, even as the referee announced the start of the match. Neither made a move, Smiling, Li Yushi regarded Kong. Hey, round-headed Kong. I didn't expect you to be only at the first congenital level. Come on, call me sister and I might go easy on you. You're not much older than me. Don't expect me to call you sister just because you're up there. Kong retorted, his expression darkening. If I end up giving you a sore backside, don't come crying to me. You? Upon hearing Kong's remark about spanking her, Li Yunshi's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, and with a hint of indignation, she retorted, Pa, you little rascal. How come I never noticed how much you deserve a beating with that? Li Yunshi launched herself at Kong with a flying kick, only to have Kong effortlessly evade it. How could you possibly dodge that so easily? Li Yunshi mused, aware that although she hadn't employed any martial arts techniques, typically practitioners below the third level of postnatal cultivation would struggle to evade such an attack. Kong chuckled lightly in response. You kicked too slowly. Did you just say I kicked slowly? Li Yunshi huffed. Humph. Don't come crying for mercy later. With that, she continued to strike, her kicks growing swifter and more forceful. However, regardless of whether Li Yunshi aimed high or low, Kong nimbly sidestepped each attempt. On the observation platform, Huo Wenlong watched Kong dodging the attacks with ease, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed, Lord of the city, this child named Kong is intriguing. He is likely not just a mere postnatal first-level practitioner if he can evade all the attacks from a practitioner of innate 7th level. Li Yuanba, intrigued by Kong's nimble movements, remarked, Indeed, but I observe that his martial aura only reaches the 1st level. My curiosity about this child only deepens. On the stage, Li Yunshi, whose relentless assaults had all been evaded by Kong, found her breath becoming somewhat labored as she glared at him. Hey, are you some kind of turtle? How can you dodge so well? Kong sheepishly scratched his head and replied, If you can't hit me, what can I do? Initially merely irritated, Li Yunshi felt her anger ignite at Kong's nonchalant words. At that moment, her martial aura erupted forth, with whirlwinds encircling her legs. In the audience, Li Kaijiang was taken aback. Why is this girl using the profound tier martial skill, Wind God Leg, against a first-level practitioner? Such a technique is not to be trifled with. Oh, she is employing the profound tier skill Wind God Leg. This is getting interesting, seems I misjudged her earlier, Huo Wenlong remarked, his eyes filled with anticipation as he focused on the stage. The other practitioners present were equally astonished to see Li Yunshi, an innate 7th level warrior, employing profound tier skills against a first-level practitioner. Among the observers on the platform, a group of youth was also fixated on the duel. One young girl turned to a mid-tier warrior named Lin Feng and said, Hey, Lin Feng, that boy on stage who is a postnatal first-level practitioner seems quite extraordinary. Are you interested? Lin Feng, upon hearing the young girl address him, coolly replied, Not really. I'm not interested in a practitioner who can only dodge. On the stage, Kong, witnessing the whirlwind surrounding Li Yunshi's legs, felt a twinge of nervousness, wondering what martial skill she was employing. Seeing Kong's anxious expression, Li Yunshi assumed he was petrified and smirked. Humph, are you scared now? Let us see how you dodge this. With that, she unleashed a Wind God Leg kick, moving with such speed that only an afterimage remained, far beyond the capabilities of a first-level practitioner to withstand. Caught off guard by the sudden acceleration of Li Yunshi's attack, Kong, who was still contemplating how to evade the Wind God Leg, found himself unable to react in time. As the leg approached, the onlookers believed Kong had been rendered immobile by the profound tier technique. Even Huo Wenlong shook his head, recognizing that although Kong was impressive, his youth and temperament left much to be desired. Perhaps he had overestimated him. Just as the crowd anticipated Kong being sent tumbling off the stage, a thunderous boom resonated as he countered with a punch, sending Li Yunshi sprawling back until she steadied herself at the edge of the platform. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as spectators realized Kong, a mere first-level practitioner, had repelled an innate 7th-level warrior using sheer physical strength. Was he truly the offspring of a mountain beast? The audience erupted into a frenzy at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Even Huo Wenlong and Li Yuanba on the observation platform were left speechless, their mouths agape as they fixed their gaze on the unmoving Kong. The group of youths on the left side of the platform nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment, especially Lin Feng, who had previously expressed disinterest in Kong, now filled with excitement. On the stage, Kong had not anticipated Li Yunshi's attack speed to be so formidable. As he barely managed to counter her kick with a punch, He realized he had not even deployed his martial technique. Mountain opening fist. Had he done so, the outcome would have been far different. In that moment, Kong himself was taken aback. He had no idea he was this strong, capable of withstanding a martial technique with mere physical prowess. As the tremors in Li Yunqi's legs subsided and the whirlwinds dissipated, she stared at her own legs in disbelief. How could a single punch from Kong shatter her profound tier technique? Had that punch landed on her, she would have surely sustained serious injuries. What kind of monster is he? On the observation platform, Li Yuanba, still in a daze, inquired, Master Hua, what kind of prodigy is this child? Hua Wanlong, regaining his composure from the shock, responded, I truly misjudged him. This child's physical strength at such a young age is remarkable. His origins must be extraordinary. Once Li Yunqi's legs steadied, she gazed at Kong, her eyes filled with astonishment. You are not a postnatal first-level practitioner. While the onlookers were astonished, Kong himself wore a perplexed expression. Hearing Li Yunqi's accusation, he sheepishly scratched his head and earnestly replied, Well, that's not important. You probably can't defeat me. So it's best you concede. Li Yunqi, who had always been regarded as a genius within the city lord's estate, found it hard to accept being bested by an unknown boy. Suppressing the pain radiating from her leg, she retorted angrily, I have not lost yet. Come at me again. She attempted to step forward, only to find the leg that had been struck by Kong's punch unable to move. Struggling to force herself forward almost caused her to topple. At that moment, Hua Wanlong leaped onto the stage, his eyes fixed on Kong with palpable excitement. You held back, didn't you? Kong, taken aback by Hua Wanlong's enthusiasm, nodded slightly. Hua Wanlong then turned to Li Yunqi, assessing her condition before announcing Kong as the victor. As the stunned audience processed Hua Wanlong's declaration, cheers erupted around the arena. On the side of the Shin family from Fengshui City, Shun Xiaofeng, who had mocked Kong just the day before, now stood in stunned silence, realizing he had narrowly escaped trouble. Shin Baishu, the family patriarch, also watched in shock as Kong displayed his remarkable strength on stage. As a clever man, Shun Baishu recognized Kong's exceptional abilities and was relieved he had refrained from intervening on behalf of his son, though he remained unaware that his wife, Sun Xiangyue, had surreptitiously tampered with the martial arts aptitude test of the warriors from Shan Village the day before. Seated beside Shin Baishu, Sun Xiangyue felt a sudden wave of anxiety as she observed Kong's impressive display on the stage. Kong felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention of the cheering crowd. After waving to them, he quickly descended from the platform to return to Chen Xinhe's side. Chen Xinhe looked at Kong with pride and admiration. Chen Xiaohu, Chen Tingting, and Chen Bin all cheered for Kong's victory. Suddenly, Chen Xiaohu playfully punched Kong on the shoulder, pretending to be angry, and huffed, Hey, Dan, why didn't you tell me how strong you are? No wonder I always ended up on the losing side when we fought. Kong, recalling the times he had effortlessly bested Chen Xiaohu, felt a bit sheepish as he scratched his head and replied, I didn't even know I was this strong. Their laughter resonated around them as they shared in the joy of Kong's victory. Chen Tingting, Chen Xiaohu, and Chen Bin were all taken aback to discover that their childhood companion, Kong, possessed such remarkable prowess. He was now capable of sending a 7th-level martial artist flying with his bare hands. After a brief respite following her match, Li Yunqi found her legs, which had been struck by Kong, had recovered. At this moment, she began to reassess her opinion of him. The audience surrounding the martial arts arena remained fervently engaged, as the final top 10 had yet to be determined, and they eagerly anticipated the forthcoming displays of combat prowess. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, Ma Mo ascended the stage to announce that the top 20 contenders, as judged by their panel of referees, would continue to compete in order to establish the 10 most formidable fighters. The subsequent matches would be organized by Hua Wandong and the judging committee, taking into account the martial artist levels and overall strength. Thus, the top 10 was soon established. The final 10 comprised Kong, Li Yunqi, female, Li Kaijiang, Guan Tianzhao, Zhou Jiwen, Wang Bowen, Shin Xiaofeng, Lu Yang, Zhang Qianqian, female, and He Dali. These individuals were arranged to stand together. Among them, Kong was the only one exhibiting the prowess of a postnatal level 1 martial artist, while the others were all above the innate level 3. However, the other 9, having witnessed Kang's performance, did not belittle him due to his lower level. Instead, they felt a tinge of apprehension towards this seemingly harmless boy. On the main platform, Huo Wandong gazed at the newly formed top 10 martial artists and announced, "The top 10 of this martial arts assessment has been established and will represent our Feng Shui city in the upcoming martial arts competition for newly promoted fighters in 3 months. I hope everyone can enhance their strength and abilities during this time." The members of the top 10 nodded enthusiastically. Huo Wandong, after lingering his gaze on Kong for a moment, smiled and continued, "You are the top 10 of this martial artist qualification assessment. After a brief rest, you may challenge the previous top 10 contenders. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to rest, after which you may take the stage to issue your challenges." With that, Huo Wandong pointed towards a group of young martial artists on the left side of the main platform. The time of 1 incense stick passed swiftly, and the current top 10 had mostly regained their stamina. At this moment, Li Yunqi leaped onto the arena and pointed at a girl among the group on the left side of the main platform, declaring, "I challenge you." The girl being challenged, who had previously spoken to Lin Feng, smiled slightly upon hearing Li Yunqi's challenge and replied, "Me? Indeed. It is you?" Li Yunqi retorted, "Oh, you have quite an eye. You know how to choose." With that, the girl leapt onto the stage. Some spectators recognized the challenged girl. "Isn't that Jiang Xinyue, the jewel of the Jiang family in Feng Shui City?" "Indeed, it's her. She was among the top 30 in the last martial arts competition for newly promoted fighters. And she's likely even stronger now." This was a match to behold, as the jewel of the city lord's household faced off against the jewel of the Jiang family. On the stage, Jiang Xinyue addressed the challenger, Li Yunqi. "You'd better unleash your full power. Otherwise, this will be over quickly." Perceiving Jiang Xinyue's disdain, Li Yunqi refrained from further words and engaged directly. The aura of martial arts surged from Li Yunqi as she unleashed her wind godleg technique against Jiang Xinyue. Aware of the higher level of her opponent, Li Yunqi held nothing back from the outset, eager to gauge the difference between them. Chapter 28. "I challenge you." On the stage, Li Yunqi relentlessly attacked with her wind godleg technique. While Jiang Xinyue evasively dodged, smiling, Jiang Xinyue commented on Li Yunqi's strikes, "Your speed is still too slow. If this is all you can do, you might not even make it into the top 30 of this martial arts competition." "Oh, is that so?" Li Yunqi retorted, and as her words faded, she accelerated her leg spinning motion, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Jiang Xinyue's abdomen. The kick came unexpectedly and in a moment of urgency. Jiang Xinyue unleashed her martial aura, using her strength to block Li Yunqi's attack. "Not bad, keep going," she encouraged as she began to counterattack. Due to the disparity in their levels, Li Yunqi struggled to withstand Jiang Xinyue's onslaught, ultimately succumbing after enduring a barrage of over 10 strikes. On the stage, Li Yunqi gasped for breath, her gaze wary of Jiang Xinyue. The strength of this top 30 competitor from the last martial arts competition was indeed formidable. Jiang Xinyue, observing Li Yunqi's defeat, remarked, "You performed well. Your speed is commendable, but your attack power needs some improvement. I hope you can enhance your skills before the competition. You might just break into the top 10. Good luck." With that, Jiang Xinyue returned to her original seat. On the main platform, Li Yuanba watched the match between his daughter Li Yunqi and Jiang Xinyue with keen interest. While he found Li Yunqi's overall performance acceptable, it still fell short of his expectations. His attention then turned to Kong, hoping to witness something extraordinary from him. As the first challenge concluded, Huo Wandong's voice resonated from the main platform. "Who else wishes to challenge?" Following the recent bout between Li Yunqi and Jiang Xinyue, the newly promoted top 10 martial artists gained some insight into the previous contender's strength, realizing they would only be on the receiving end of blows. "I will." The crowd's gaze shifted towards the speaker, revealing Guan Tianzhao, a 4th-level innate martial artist who had previously fought evenly against Li Kaijiang. Both Huo Wandong and Li Yuanba nodded in acknowledgement as Guan Tianzhao ascended the platform. "I challenge you," Guan Tianzhao declared, pointing at the lowest-ranked martial artist from the previous competition. This individual was a slightly plump young man, a 9th-level martial artist named Wang Xiaobo. Upon hearing Guan Tianzhao's challenge, Wang Xiaobo felt a surge of joy. Often bullied by his peers, he finally had a chance to dominate. With a grin, Wang Xiaobo dashed onto the stage, addressing Guan Tianzhao. "Brother, your choice to challenge me shows you have good taste. I'll go easy on you." With that, he eagerly prepared for the match. Guan Tianzhao, noticing the other's lack of humility, furrowed his brow as he summoned his martial aura, readying himself for battle. "Prepare yourself." With that, Guan Tianzhao delivered a punch towards Wang Xiaobo. Wang Xiaobo, having endured many beatings, was not going to hold back. He also threw a punch back at Guan Tianzhao. Bang! With a single impact, Guan Tianzhao was knocked back several steps. Realizing the significant gap between him and Wang Xiaobo, Guan Tianzhao, however, was not one to retreat in the face of adversity. He continued to exchange blows, determined to fight back. An amusing scene unfolded as Wang Xiaobo remained rooted in place, continuously throwing punches while Guan Tianzhao was pushed back, as if drawn to him like a magnet. An Kong was surprised by Guan Tianzhao's resilience against the blows. Although Wang Xiaobo was not using his full strength, it was still impressive for Guan Tianzhao to withstand so many punches. Moments later, Guan Tianzhao's fists became swollen, and his arms ached to the point he could no longer lift them, ultimately conceding defeat. Wang Xiaobo, feeling a bit sheepish, turned to Guan Tianzhao and said, "You did well, keep it up." Guan Tianzhao twitched at the corners of his mouth, glancing at his unresponsive arms, and lamented, "You hit pretty hard." "You know, sorry about that, brother," Wang Xiaobo replied as he quickly made his way back to the main platform, returning to his seat. Upon his return, Zhang Xinyue, beaming with amusement, inquired, "Oh, little fatty, did you enjoy that fight?" Wang Xiaobo, feeling flustered at Zhang Xinyue's cheerful demeanor, quickly replied, No, it was just a regular sparring session. Rest assured, I definitely didn't go all out. You saw it. The entire time, it was Guan Tianzhao attacking me." The others nearby chuckled at his predicament, leaving Wang Xiaobo feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Zhang Xinyue huffed and shot a glare at Wang Xiaobo before turning her attention back to Kong and the others. With the conclusion of the second challenge, Huo Wandong smiled at Kong and the others, asking who else would like to challenge. Kong had no intentions of taking the stage. For him, the challenge held little significance. When Li Kaijiang caught Huo Wandong's gaze, he instinctively shrank back. Having just witnessed Guan Tianzhao, who was on par with him, being utterly overwhelmed by the lowest-ranked competitor from the previous cohort, he quickly abandoned any thoughts of challenging. If no one wishes to challenge, then Huo Wandong was interrupted as a voice rang out from the area occupied by the previous top 10 new martial artists. The crowd turned to see the speaker standing. Bowing respectfully to Huo Wandong before asking, "Master Hua, may I challenge one of the current top 10? Huo Wandong smiled and replied, "Oh, certainly, but please keep it within reasonable limits. Who do you wish to challenge?" After obtaining the permission of Huo Wandong, Lin Feng leaped onto the arena. The spectators surrounding the platform, upon hearing that Lin Feng, the top-ranked newcomer from the previous competition, was challenging this year's new martial artists, turned their curious gazes toward him. Whispers filled the air. Lin Feng was the 9th place in the last martial arts competition, and he is also the most powerful newcomer from our Fengshui city. Who will he challenge? This is the first time we've witnessed a challenger from a past competition take on a current competitor. It's said that Lin Feng has reached the mid-level of a martial master. While this year's new martial artists are mostly at levels 1 to 7. Is he attempting to bully the weaker? Lin Feng, hearing the various discussions among the audience, spoke up. "Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. I participated in the last martial arts competition, and I believe the results are well known. I was the strongest newcomer from Fengshui City, yet I only ranked 9th in the national competition. This indicates just how formidable the top 3 competitors were. Our city hasn't produced a top 3 newcomer in many years, and today I wish to test the strength of this year's strongest newcomer to see if they have the potential to reach the top 3. After finishing his statement, Lin Feng pointed towards the location of this year's new martial artists and declared, word by word, "I challenge you, come up." Following Lin Feng's gesture, the audience turned to look, and upon seeing the person he indicated, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. The individual Lin Feng aimed to challenge was none other than Kong. Moments ago, Kong had been merely observing the spectacle. But now, suddenly singled out by Lin Feng, he found himself momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the gazes of the crowd and uncertain of how to react. "How can I escape this? You didn't even make it to the top 3 last time. What gives you the right to challenge me?" Kong internally scolded Lin Feng. As Kong pondered his next move, he glanced toward Chen Xianhe, who had been monitoring him closely. Upon meeting Kang's pleading gaze, Chen Xianhe smiled and nodded encouragingly. With this gesture, Kong reluctantly ascended the arena on the platform. Upon seeing Kong approach at a slow pace, Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come up." Kong, observing Lin Feng's beaming demeanor, felt a strong urge to deliver a powerful punch to his face, As and Kong stepped onto the arena, cheers erupted from the crowd, eager to witness how this newly initiated level 1 martial artist would fare against a mid-level martial master. To those unfamiliar with Kong, the stark difference in levels between the two contenders seemed almost comical. However, those who had seen Kang's previous matches knew he had effortlessly defeated two opponents, including the innate level 7 martial artist Li Yunqi with a single punch. Now, with Lin Feng's challenge before him, the audience was filled with anticipation, eager to see just how formidable this level 1 martial artist could truly be. On the platform, facing a mid-level martial master for the first time, Kong felt a blend of trepidation and excitement. He himself was uncertain of his true strength, having never had the opportunity to unleash his full power. Seeing Kong remain silent, Lin Feng assumed he had intimidated him and laughed heartily. In every national newcomer competition, the top 3 have nearly the strength to battle late-level martial masters. I won't bully you. If you can withstand a single punch from my mid-level martial master strength, I'll consider you the victor. How about that? Find out. Kong, wishing to avoid unnecessary banter with Lin Feng, merely wanted to conclude the match swiftly and escape the spotlight, feeling uncomfortable under the numerous gazes fixed upon him. The audience held their breath as they focused entirely on the two contenders. On the judging platform, the esteemed experts Li Yuanba and Huo Wandong, having witnessed Kang's previous displays of strength, harbored high hopes for him in this national newcomer competition and were eager to see if he could withstand Lin Feng's punch. In the arena, Lin Feng stepped back with his right leg, bending his left knee and leaning forward, raising his right hand into a fist, preparing for an aggressive advance. The martial aura emanating from him surged forth, indicating he was ready to strike at any moment. Seeing Lin Feng's movements, Kong quickly entered a combat stance, activating a small portion of his own martial aura, though to the untrained eye, it appeared inconspicuous. Are you ready? Aren't you going to use any martial techniques? Lin Feng inquired, noticing Kong had entered a fighting state. Bring it on. Kong replied coolly. He refrained from employing martial techniques because Shui Sheng had once mentioned that his physical strength was on par with that of a great martial master. Although unsure of his true combat capabilities, he believed he could withstand a mid-level martial master's attack. If he were to use martial techniques, he might inadvertently injure Lin Feng. Lin Feng, feeling slighted by Kang's apparent dismissal of his prowess, began to feel irritated. Had he known that Kong was avoiding techniques out of concern for his safety, he would have deemed him foolish. Then be careful, watch my punch. You should also be cautious. Watch my punch. After exchanging nearly identical statements, both rushed toward one another, and upon closing the distance, they unleashed their fists simultaneously. Bang! The arena echoed with the resounding impact of their fists colliding. In an instant, one figure was propelled backwards at tremendous speed, while the others stood resolutely in place, maintaining their punching stance. Gasping, the audience collectively inhaled sharply, disbelief etched across their faces as they covered their mouths, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. The arena fell silent, the tension palpable. It was only when Kong withdrew his fist that the spectators erupted into a frenzy. How is this possible? Is he even human? All the previous newcomers stood up in unison, their expressions filled with incredulity as they gazed at the two fighters on the platform. The once invincible Lin Feng had been forcefully pushed back by a mere novice martial artist. Even Li Yuanba and Huo Wandong remained in shock, struggling to comprehend the scene. As for Li Yunqi and the other new martial artists, they were left in utter disbelief, contemplating what kind of monster had infiltrated their ranks. Chen Xianhe and Chen Tingting, witnessing Kang's astonishing display of force against a mid-level martial master, were equally awestruck. On the platform, Kong, having relaxed his combat stance, turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Lin Feng, still reeling from the impact of Kang's punch, was momentarily dazed. It wasn't until Kong spoke that he snapped back to reality, staring at him in astonishment, his lips trembling. "Why you? Are you a great martial master?" The crowd erupted once more at Lin Feng's incredulous question, a wave of disbelief washing over them. Has Lin Feng been knocked senseless? How could there be such a diminutive great martial master? Kong, taken aback by Lin Feng's inquiry, could only shake his head in confusion. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, suppressed the pain in his hand and feigned nonchalance. Laughing heartily, "You're impressive, truly impressive. You have the potential to break into the top 3 of the national newcomers. Keep it up." Until we meet again. With that, Lin Feng exited the platform, internally lamenting, I really overstepped this time. Is this kid even human? If he had used martial techniques, my hand would have been shattered. After muttering to himself, he glanced at his pained, immobile right hand. Lin Feng stepped down, and Kong found himself alone on the arena, the crowd erupting into cheers that gradually subsided to An Kong, slightly overwhelmed by the audience's enthusiastic applause, smiled and nodded before swiftly exiting the stage. On the judging platform, Li Yuanba and Huo Wandong exchanged elated smiles, their hearts racing with excitement. After many years, Fengshui City finally had the opportunity to re-enter the top 3 of the national competition. Li Yuanba turned to Huo Wandong, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to address the crowd. What a spectacle! Truly remarkable. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Receiving no responses, he declared, I hereby announce the successful conclusion of this year's martial artist qualification test. In 3 days, you may board the transport ships to depart. Those in the top 10 must remain in Fengshui City to participate in the upcoming 3-month martial artist training program. Now, everyone may disperse. The current martial artist qualification test has come to a close. Among the numerous participating villages, there are those filled with joy and others steeped in sorrow. After the event, An Kong returned to Qianxianhe's side, knowing that they would embark on the martial transport ship to Shan Village in 3 days. A sense of reluctance welled up within him. Following 3 days of exploring Fengshui City with Qianxianhe and the others, the day of departure finally arrived. An Kong yearned to accompany Qianxianhe back to Shan Village, having no desire to participate in the upcoming new martial artist competition. However, Qianxianhe, considering that An Shuishang and his wife might have already left Shan Village, reasoned that An Kong's return would likely deepen his sorrow. Thus, he encouraged An Kong to focus on the competition, reassured by the presence of Huo Wenlong as protection during this time. Standing alone at the dock, An Kong quietly watched the martial transport ship gradually recede into the distance until it vanished from sight. Without the company of Qianxianhe and the others, being alone in an unfamiliar place for the first time, An Kong suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry. After lingering at the dock for a while, he reluctantly turned to walk back towards Fengshui City. It was during the sunset, the golden rays stretching An Kong's shadow long across the ground. On a city tower in Fengshui City stood a middle-aged man, the renowned master Huo Wenlong, who had been observing An Kong's every move. Satisfied with what he saw as An Kong made his way back to the city, Huo Wenlong nodded approvingly as he watched the elongating shadow of An Kong. He seemed to perceive the emergence of a youthful martial arts prodigy. Upon returning to the inn, the proprietor, aware of An Kong's outstanding performance in this year's martial arts qualification test, graciously offered complimentary lodging and meals. Recognizing the potential of someone who might become a significant figure in Fengshui City or even the martial nation. Although An Kong had a bit of gold left by Qianxianhe and wished to decline the proprietor's generosity, he could not resist the owner's enthusiasm and accepted with gratitude. The following morning, after awakening, An Kong instinctively called out for the village chief, yet received no response. Gazing at the empty room, an indescribable sense of loneliness enveloped his heart. After breakfast and packing his belongings, An Kong hurried towards the city lord's mansion, ready to partake in the 3-month martial artist training program. Following the martial artist assessment battles, many in Fengshui City recognized An Kong. And on his way to the city lord's mansion, numerous passersby and shopkeepers greeted him warmly. This sudden attention left An Kong feeling somewhat out of place. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, An Kong noticed that all those ranked in the top 10 had already gathered. Being the last to arrive, he shyly smiled and scratched his head. Li Yunqi cast a glance at An Kong but chose not to elaborate further. The attendees, all around the age of 10, were visibly anxious, intimidated by the imposing atmosphere of the city lord's mansion and the numerous fierce-looking soldiers. Before long, the city lord of Fengshui City, Li Yuanba, along with the foremost master Huo Wenlong, entered the grand hall. The sight of the two figures heightened the tension among the crowd, causing them to stand rigidly. Once seated, Li Yuanba surveyed the nervous assembly and smiled. Everyone, please do not be overly anxious. The purpose of gathering you here at the city lord's mansion is to discuss the upcoming 3 months of martial artist training. The training will primarily focus on fundamental skills, practical combat, and martial comprehension. I trust you all understand that the solidity of a martial artist's foundational skills directly influences their combat prowess. At this juncture, Li Yuanba's gaze fell upon An Kong as he continued. Hong Kong is the best example of this. You may not yet realize it, but both Hua Zongshi and I can discern that Hong Kong possesses the most solid foundational skills among you 10. The remaining 9 individuals turned their eyes towards Hong Kong simultaneously, causing him to feel a bit bashful under their scrutiny. Their gazes held admiration, curiosity, and, naturally, a hint of rivalry from Li Yunxi. Observing their reactions, Li Yuanba nodded in satisfaction before abruptly adopting a serious tone. I trust you all have been aware since childhood of the significance of the new martial artist competition in the martial nation. This competition is a crucial avenue for nurturing martial talent in our nation. Consequently, the martial nation places great emphasis on it. Should any one of you secure a place among the top 3 in the competition, not only will you receive substantial rewards, but your representing city will also benefit from various resource allocations from the martial nation. With a sigh, Li Yuanba added, alas, it has been nearly 20 years since Fengshui City has had a new martial artist reach the top 3. However, I see hope among you 10, and I believe that one of you will undoubtedly achieve a top 3 finish in this year's competition. Do you have confidence? Yes, the 10 responded in unison, pleased by their spirited resolve. Li Yuanba nodded. Allow me to introduce you to our city's foremost master, Hua Wanlong, who will be your mentor during training and competition. I am confident that after 3 months of training under Hua Zongshi, your combat prowess and realms will reach new heights. Upon hearing that the renowned Hua Wanlong would lead their training, the crowd erupted with excitement, gazing at him in awe, as he was a figure far beyond their village chief standing. Hua Wanlong addressed the eager crowd. I hope that by the time the martial artist competition arrives in 3 months, you will all have made a name for yourselves. You have had 3 days of rest, and I trust you are all rejuvenated. Once you have settled your belongings, gather at the western city gate of Fengshui City, where I will be waiting for you. The martial artist training officially begins now. You have half a stick of incense's worth of time. Anyone who has not arrived at the western city gate by then shall gather their belongings and return home. As he spoke, Hua Wanlong produced a stick of incense, swiftly severing it in half with a single motion before lighting it. Watching the fragrant smoke rise, the crowd felt a wave of tension wash over them. After igniting the incense, Li Yuanba commanded the nearby attendants to escort the group to their resting quarters, instructing them to settle in before proceeding to the western city gate. Once the attendants received their orders, they leisurely led the group to their designated resting area. The distance from the city lord's mansion to the western city gate was considerable. An adult martial artist could reach it in no time if sprinting at full speed. However, these 10 were merely children in their early teens. As the group observed the attendants' slow pace, anxiety surged within them. Even the typically composed Li Yunxi grew frustrated, urging the attendants to hasten their steps. Yet, the attendants appeared oblivious to her pleas, continuing their leisurely pace. Hong Kong pondered that the attendants were likely aware of Hua Wanlong's test for them. Thus, they maintained their slow tempo, which might be a part of the trial. He chose not to display excessive urgency. As nearly a third of the incense burned away, the attendants finally escorted them to their training accommodations. The group rushed into their rooms, tossing their belongings haphazardly onto the floor. Each of them, invigorated as if electrified, dashed towards the western city gate of Fengshui City. On the bustling streets of Fengshui City, 10 figures were sprinting at full speed. It was still morning, and the streets were crowded. Many recognized the top 10 martial artists preparing for the competition. Oh, aren't those the top 10 from the martial artist assessment? They seem to be fleeing as if chased by ghosts. Where are they off to in such haste? Make way! Please step aside. Clear a path. Determined to reach the western city gate as swiftly as possible, the 10 not only had to run at full speed but also avoid the throngs of pedestrians, which left them utterly exhausted. Initially, they stumbled as they dodged people, but as they became accustomed to the chaos, their movements grew more fluid, their speed increasing with each passing moment. Leading the charge was Li Yunxi, who, despite not unleashing her martial aura, found herself somewhat winded as she sprinted at full throttle, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Though a female, Li Yunxi had undergone rigorous training at the city lord's mansion since childhood, and in terms of speed, she was on par with any boy of her age, save for Hong Kong, of course. Following closely behind her was Li Kaijiang, who maintained a tight distance. Third was Guan Tianao, trailing Li Yunxi and Li Kaijiang by a mere 10 paces. The remaining runners, falling behind, in order, were Zhou Jiwen, Wang Bowen, He Dali, Zhang Qianqian, Lu Yong, Xin Xiaofeng, and finally, Hong Kong. as the group chased one another, exerting themselves in a frantic sprint. None activated their martial aura. They understood that doing so too early could leave them exhausted before reaching the western city gate. Thus, they eagerly awaited the final push, with 2/3 of the incense already burned. They had yet to cover even half the distance. Suddenly, Li Yunqi, running at the front, called out, "Everyone, activate your martial aura. Only by running at full speed can we hope to arrive before the incense burns out." Taking the lead, Li Yunqi unleashed her martial aura, prompting the others to follow suit, igniting their own inner energies in rapid succession. The difference in speed was immediately apparent. The transformation from ordinary to martial artist was stark and undeniable. With their martial aura activated, the group surged forward, racing like the wind. Li Yunqi maintained a commanding lead, leaving the others far behind. Outside the western city gate of Fengshui City stood a middle-aged man. None other than Hua Wandong. He glanced at the nearly extinguished incense before shifting his gaze towards the city gate. At that moment, he spotted a figure sprinting towards him, and upon recognizing the individual, a smile crept onto Hua Wandong's lips. The runner reached the city gate, gradually coming to a halt. After catching their breath, they greeted Hua Wandong and stepped aside. The first to arrive was indeed Li Yunqi, who also turned to gaze into the city, curious as to why that oddity, on Kong, was lagging behind. Before long, Li Kaijiang and Guan Tianzhao arrived in succession, both panting heavily, as the incense was about to burn out. 7 figures appeared within the line of sight of Li Yunqi and the others, prompting them to shout at the 7, who were still racing forward. "Hurry up, there's no time." Hua Wandong watched the approaching 7 with a slight nod. But when his eyes fell upon An Kong, a jolt of shock coursed through him, his expression one of disbelief as he muttered, "He hasn't even activated his martial energy." The first 3 to arrive were equally startled by Hua Wandong's words, their gazes converging on the individual devoid of any martial aura. Li Kaijiang, astonished, exclaimed, "How is this possible? He hasn't activated his martial energy, yet he can run at a speed comparable to ours? Surely he isn't some beast from the mountains?" Li Yunqi, momentarily taken aback, managed to respond with a slight twitch of her lips, "He truly is a monster." Guan Tianzhao, equally bewildered, stared at the rapidly running An Kong, struggling to comprehend how a human could possess such speed without activating their martial energy. Amidst Hua Wandong's astonishment, just before the last wisp of incense fell, the 7 arrived almost simultaneously, aside from An Kong, whose breathing had quickened slightly but was otherwise untroubled by sweat. The others gasped for air, having focused solely on their sprint and oblivious to An Kong's condition. That moment, Hua Wandong, filled with curiosity, looked at An Kong and asked, "You haven't activated your martial energy?" An Kong, taken aback by Hua Wandong's sudden inquiry, nodded in affirmation. As the realization dawned upon the others, they regarded An Kong as if he were an anomaly. "He can match our full-speed running without activating his martial energy?" Zhang Qianqian exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Is this even human?" This sentiment echoed in the minds of the group. An Kong, feeling a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny, scratched his head. Li Yunqi, somewhat indignant, challenged An Kong, "Are you a monster? Are you even human or some sort of creature?" An Kong, hearing Li Yunqi's question, replied with a frown, "Hey, you're the one who came in first. Why don't you call yourself a monster?" Just as Li Yunqi was about to retort, Hua Wandong interjected, "All right, since everyone has managed to arrive on time, it shows that you all possess some skill. As for An Kong's performance, it underscores the importance of a solid martial foundation." Hua Wandong was aware that An Kong had his secrets, but he chose not to pry. The more formidable An Kong appeared, the higher Fengshui City's chances of success in the martial arts competition, which was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Hua Wandong instructed everyone to rest briefly before proceeding to the next training location. After observing that the group had rested sufficiently, he directed them to prepare for the journey ahead. Hua Wandong specifically emphasized that during the upcoming training, no one was permitted to activate their internal martial energy. With that, Hua Wandong turned and walked towards the next training site, moving at a leisurely pace. Yet, no matter how hard the others tried to catch up, they could not keep pace with his figure. Seeing Hua Wandong setting off, the group began to sprint after him. Li Kaijiang, running behind, remarked in awe, "Master Hua is truly remarkable. He appears to be walking. Yet we can't seem to catch up to him at all. If I could become as skilled as Master Hua one day, it would be worth it." Just after Li Kaijiang spoke, he felt a sharp smack on the back of his head, causing him to stumble. Infuriated, he turned around, glaring at the person who had struck him, only to find it was Li Yunqi. His anger quickly transformed into a sheepish grin as he said, "Oh, it's just the big sister." Li Yunqi shot him an exasperated glance. "Focus on running. Why are you talking so much?" After running for nearly half an hour, they finally reached the training site. Huo Wandong smiled, observing the panting group with satisfaction, nodding approvingly as he thought, "Not bad, no one fell behind." When he noticed that Kong, after half an hour of running, merely appeared to be slightly out of breath, he mused, "This kid is truly a freak." After a brief rest, Kong gazed at a towering peak before him. Awestruck, "I've never seen such a high mountain before in my life. Are we really expected to climb it?" Just as he pondered this, the others resumed their rest. Huo Wandong swept his gaze over the group. "I trust you've all noticed this mountain before us. This is the highest peak in Fengshui City, known as Cloud-Reaching Peak. Your task is to sprint up the mountain path at full speed. Those who reach the summit within an hour will be deemed qualified. After qualifying, the next phase of training will involve weighted climbing." Huo Wandong then detailed the upcoming training regimen. Upon hearing that reaching the summit within an hour was the standard for qualification, some individuals began to waver, deeming it a grueling trial. However, a few, including Kong, Li Yunqi, Li Kaijiang, and Guan Tianzhao, displayed unwavering determination. Observing the varied expressions among the group, Huo Wandong's lips curled into a smile as he informed them that he would be waiting at the summit, where food would be served only to those who reached the top. With that, Huo Wandong dashed towards the summit of Cloud-Reaching Peak with incredible speed, swiftly disappearing from view. Chapter 32. Is he about to exert himself? The group watched in surprise as Huo Wandong vanished into the distance, before quickly setting off towards the mountain en masse. One figure surged ahead, and to everyone's astonishment, it was Shun Xiaofeng. Shun Xiaofeng sprinted towards the summit with fervor, prompting Li Kaijiang to comment while running, "Is this guy out of his mind? Has he never climbed a mountain? To start off at full speed. If he makes it to the top in an hour and a half, I'll give him my lunch." Li Yunqi shot a glance at Li Kaijiang. "If I reach the summit in under an hour, I'll gladly take your lunch." "No way, big sister." Li Kaijiang was hesitant to bet against Li Yunqi, who undeniably possessed the capability. Kong observed the frenzied pace of Shun Xiaofeng ahead, his lips twitching slightly. How has the first family of Fengshui City produced such a brawny, dim-witted young master? He shook his head in disbelief. Anyone who had climbed a mountain would understand that it requires one to regulate their breathing and leg movements to synchronize their rhythm for higher ascents. Without a proper strategy, exhaustion would soon set in, leaving one sprawled on the mountainside. Kong had primarily run on level ground before, with little experience in climbing mountains. Thus, this ascent presented a significant challenge. Initially, he focused on finding his rhythm for climbing, continually adjusting his breath. Before long, his legs adapted to the undulating steps of the ascent, and the discomfort in his muscles eased, allowing him to pick up speed in no time. Kong began to accelerate, overtaking the others as he charged towards the peak. Li Yunqi, noticing Kong's increasing speed, thought to herself, "Is he about to unleash his full potential?" Rarely having climbed a mountain herself, she nonetheless grasped the technique quickly, mastering the rhythm of her breath and leg movements. Though her speed increased, it paled in comparison to Kong's current pace on the mountain path. It wasn't long before Kong caught up to Shun Xiaofeng. As he surpassed Shun Xiaofeng, he noticed the latter was already gasping for air, likely on the verge of exhaustion. Kong chose to ignore Shun Xiaofeng's plight and continued his dash towards the summit. Shun Xiaofeng, now struggling, instinctively recoiled as Kong sped by, a hint of fear in his expression. As he saw Kong ignoring him and moving away, he muttered something about a freak before continuing his ascent. Though the distance between him and the others was rapidly closing, Kong pressed on, swiftly reaching the halfway point of the mountain. At this moment, Kong's forehead was drenched in sweat, yet his pace showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it had considerably accelerated. Kong relentlessly pushed himself, tapping into the latent potential of his body. He relished the exhilarating sensation that surged through him as his physical capabilities approached their limits. With his breathing becoming somewhat rapid, Kong lifted his gaze towards the summit, where he could vaguely discern a solitary figure standing upright. Confirming that the peak was not far off, Kong took a deep breath. and his running speed surged once more. The figure atop the mountain was none other than Hua Wendanjiati that moment. Hua Wandong was leisurely admiring the picturesque scenery of the Ruyun Peak, under the impression that this group of youngsters would take their time ascending. Just as he marveled at the ethereal beauty of the mist-laden landscape, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure racing up the mountain path. Hua Wandong's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the swiftly approaching silhouette. It had scarcely been half an hour. Even an ordinary martial artist, without the invocation of their martial energy, could not ascend the Ruyun Peak in such a brief span of time. As the figure drew nearer, Hua Wandong recognized the person and felt a jolt of surprise. It was indeed him. How had he managed to reach the summit in less than half an hour? Upon Ankang's arrival at the peak, he was too breathless to greet Hua Wandong, bending over as he gasped for air, his legs slightly trembling, his clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat. Once he had regained a semblance of composure, Ankang glanced at Hua Wandong, who wore an expression of shock, and greeted him. "Master Hua, are you well?" Hua Wandong snapped back to reality at the sound of Ankang's voice, a radiant smile blossoming on his face, his heart racing with excitement. They had truly struck gold in Feng Shui City, and an exceptional treasure at that. Initially, Hua Wandong had deemed Ankang to be an extraordinary martial arts prodigy based on his earlier performance. However, at this moment, he felt that the term prodigy scarcely sufficed. He could only describe Ankang as a monster or a freak of nature, a mere 10-year-old, capable of reaching the summit of Ruyun Peak within half an hour without invoking martial energy. If this were to be spoken of, others would surely dismiss it as a tall tale. Yet, this was the undeniable truth, known only to Hua Wandong, and it was impossible for him to contain his excitement. Feng Shui City had always been at the bottom in martial arts competitions. But this time, they were poised for a turnaround. If Ankang were to continue his growth, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the martial realm, significantly enhancing the city's standing, especially since Ankang hailed from Feng Shui City. Hua Wandong found himself increasingly fond of Ankang. Had it not been for the need to maintain the dignified image of a martial arts master, he would have leapt for joy, observing Hua Wandong's mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. Ankang curiously called out, "Master Hua, is everything all right? Ahem, you made it up so quickly? Please, take a seat and rest for a moment." Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure in front of a child, Hua Wandong cleared his throat twice to regain his usual authority. Ankang nodded in agreement with Hua Wandong's suggestion, moving to a nearby stone bench to rest. As he watched Ankang settle down, Hua Wandong's curiosity piqued. Just how robust was Ankang's physical constitution? At merely 10 years of age, possessing such remarkable endurance, if he were to develop further, wouldn't he inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts? The prospect of nurturing a future martial arts champion thrilled Hua Wandong, transforming his initial admiration into fervent enthusiasm. Sensing Hua Wandong's intense gaze lingering upon him, Ankang felt a twinge of discomfort and inquired, "Master Hua, you seem to be drooling at the corner of your mouth." Taken aback, Hua Wandong quickly turned away, coughing to mask his embarrassment. He then addressed Ankang, "Continue your efforts, and do not squander your natural talent." Without hesitation, Ankang earnestly nodded, "Yes, Master Hua." As an hour drew to a close, Ankang was the only one to have reached the summit. Hua Wandong mused that perhaps only Ankang would achieve this feat within the hour when, suddenly, he spotted another figure racing up the mountain path. Upon recognizing the silhouette, a satisfied smile spread across his face. It was Li Yunqi, a testament to her commendable martial prowess. Moments later, Li Yunqi reached the summit, arriving just in time to complete the ascent within the hour. Hua Wandong nodded at the panting Li Yunqi, acknowledging her potential. Though she could not compare to Ankang, she was still exceptional relative to the majority. Hua Wandong gestured for her to sit and rest by Ankang. Noticing Ankang, whose sweat had dried, Li Yunqi furrowed her brow and asked, "How long have you been up here?" Upon hearing Li Yunqi's question, Ankang glanced at her clothes, clinging tightly to her body due to perspiration, accentuating her figure. His eyes widened in shock. Chapter 33. Has the martial energy waned? It was one thing to be at a distance, but now Li Yunqi stood merely a few steps away. The thin fabric of her attire had become somewhat translucent after absorbing moisture. Ankang felt a flush of embarrassment, quickly turning his head away. Observing Ankang's reaction, Li Yunxi too began to realize the implications, hastily covering her vital areas with her hands, spinning away, her cheeks blooming with color as she scolded, "Bah, you little rogue. Where are your eyes wandering?" In a flurry, Kong protested, "No, no. It was unintentional. I didn't see anything." Li Yunxi's cheeks reddened further at his words. "Humph, rogue. You better not turn your face back." Huo Wendong, hearing the commotion behind him, could not help but shake his head in disapproval. The mountain breeze was strong, quickly drying Li Yunxi's clothes. After berating Kong a few more times, she resumed her inquiry about when he had arrived. Kong casually replied that he had just gotten there moments before she did, not disclosing the full truth, possibly to spare Li Yunxi's feelings. After a while, Li Kaijiang and Guan Tianzhao made their way to the summit, followed closely by Wang Bowen and Zhou Jiwen. The four of them, upon reaching the top, were all drenched in sweat, bending over as they gasped for breath. Wang Bowen and Zhou Jiwen, their legs quivering, could hardly stand and collapsed onto the ground. Huo Wendong instructed them to rest while they awaited the others, assuring them that lunch would soon be served. As everyone gradually reached the summit, time passed, yet Shun Xiaofeng still had not appeared. Finally, a soldier delivering lunch reported that he had seen a delicate-looking boy panting for breath halfway up the mountain. Apparently unable to proceed and resting there, the group erupted in laughter, particularly Li Yuanbie. Li Kaijiang smugly declared, "I told you he wouldn't make it up here, ha ha." Huo Wendong shot a stern glance at Li Kaijiang, causing him to instantly suppress his laughter, nearly choking. Huo Wendong turned to the others, his demeanor serious. "What is the matter with Shan Xiaofeng?" Zhang Qianqian, who had arrived later, responded. Shan Xiaofeng sprinted at full speed at the start of his ascent, but soon he ran out of energy, likely alternating between running and resting. Huo Wendong shook his head in exasperation after hearing Zhang Qianqian's detailed account. He instructed those who had arrived earlier to take their portions of lunch and eat first. After a morning of rigorous training, they were famished, devouring their meals ravenously, even the girls, Li Yunxi and Zhang Qianqian, momentarily disregarding their image. Finally, after everyone had finished their lunch, a breathless Shan Xiaofeng staggered to the summit, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Huo Wendong approached to assess Shan Xiaofeng's condition, finding no significant issues aside from his depleted energy. After resting on the ground for a while, Shan Xiaofeng managed to get up and rush to grab his lunch, evidently starving. The pampered boy found the food he usually turned his nose up at to be surprisingly delightful. In the afternoon, while everyone meditated atop the mountain, they prepared for basic training. Once they had regained their strength, Huo Wendong addressed the group. "I trust you have all rested well. Listen closely. For the next month, we will primarily train at Ruyan Peak. In a month's time, there will be an ascent assessment. Only those who can reach the summit within an hour will be deemed qualified. Otherwise, they will be eliminated." Atop the mountain, the gathering of individuals, with the exception of Kong and Li Yunxi, suddenly became tense. In their quest to participate in the upcoming martial arts competition of the Wu Kingdom, everyone engaged in their training with exceptional seriousness. Time flew swiftly, and before long, a month had passed. The top 10 new martial artists had significantly enhanced their physical strength and speed, and their foundational skills had also solidified considerably. Many had successfully elevated their martial arts realm after enduring a month of rigorous training. A month prior, they could barely reach the summit within an hour. Yet now, many could ascend close to that time even while burdened. This was indeed progress. As for Kong, his situation was even more remarkable. After a month of intense training, he felt on the verge of a breakthrough into the martial master realm. Though he continued to suppress the martial energy within him, the peak of the cloud-entering summit, nearly everyone had passed the assessment of reaching the summit within an hour. Huo Wendong gazed upon the children, who had grown significantly stronger since their initial training, and felt a sense of satisfaction. After calling everyone to gather, Huo Wendong announced, "The first phase of training has concluded. I have witnessed your progress over this period, and you have all performed admirably. Tomorrow, you will have a day of rest, after which we will commence the second phase of training. You are dismissed." Cheers erupted among the group, their hearts brimming with joy at Huo Wendong's recognition and the prospect of a day off after a month of strenuous training. As Huo Wendong noted the lateness of the hour, he led the group down the mountain and back to the city. Upon their return, those living nearby hastened home to reunite with their families. However, Kong, whose home was far away, could only rest in the accommodations provided during training. Early the next morning, While the others were still asleep, Kong quietly slipped out. He made his way along the streets of Fengshui City until he reached the western city gate. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he took off running, his speed astonishing, and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain, Cloud Entering Summit, the highest peak in Fengshui City. Without pausing, he dashed up the mountain path. Not long after Kong began his ascent, a figure suddenly emerged from the dense forest at the mountain's base. This person looked up at Kong as he sprinted upwards, a cruel smile creeping across his face, before swiftly concealing himself and following Kong up the mountain, merely the time it takes to burn a joss stick. Kong reached the summit of Cloud Entering Summit, a feat that had taken him half an hour during his initial ascent. Had Hua Wan long been present, he would have been astonished to see Kong achieve such a rapid ascent, as even he, at the level of a martial arts master, required at least that long to reach the top. Upon reaching the summit, Kong glanced back down the path to ensure no one was following him before finding a secluded spot to sit cross-legged. After donning the pendant from his box around his neck and regulating his breath, he released the pent-up martial energy within him, which erupted forth. The peculiar object on his chest sensed the concentrated martial energy and began to glow. Absorbing all of the energy Kong had just unleashed, as Kong felt the martial energy dissipate around him, he suddenly opened his eyes in shock. What is happening? Why has my martial energy vanished? Chapter 34. I Want You Dead. Kong stared at the abrupt disappearance of his martial energy, feeling utterly bewildered. Upon noticing the shimmering light encircling the peculiar object on his chest, he realized it might be the source of his predicament. Wasn't it supposed to aid in cultivation? Why would it consume all my martial energy? Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough into the martial master realm, the total loss of his martial energy left him confused and increasingly anxious. Ha ha ha! Just as Kong was at a loss, a laugh echoed from behind a boulder, followed by the appearance of a figure in his line of sight. Kong was startled to see the person who had been summoned by Stewardly on the transport vessel, Wang Feng. The great martial master, Wang Feng's gaze was fixed greedily on the pendant around Kong's neck. Why I am here is of no concern to you. Answer my questions truthfully. I have been paying attention to you since we boarded the transport vessel. And your performance in the martial strength competition was truly unexpected. I know you must have secrets. After all, how could someone from the impoverished village of Shanhua possess such formidable physical strength? Tell me, how did your body become so powerful? You are merely an entry-level martial artist. How can you unleash such intense martial energy? And is that pendant, which just absorbed your martial energy, a treasure that enhances your strength? Upon hearing Wang Feng's accusations regarding the peculiar object, Kong was momentarily stunned, looking down at it in disbelief. Wang Feng, growing impatient at Kong's silence, urged him, stop hesitating and speak. If you satisfy me, I might spare your life. Otherwise what? Kong's eyes narrowed as he regarded Wang Feng with suspicion. Otherwise, you will die, Wang Feng declared sternly. With no martial energy left, Kong knew he could not contend against a martial master like Wang Feng. He decided to stall for time while searching for an opportunity to escape. I have been practicing the fundamentals of martial arts since childhood. It is only natural that my body is strong. As for the pendant, it is merely an ordinary jade stone I found in the river. You are overthinking it. I have no secrets, oh? You will soon regret your stubbornness. With that, Wang Feng lunged at Kong. In a moment of desperation, Kong shouted, Master Hua is here. Wang Feng froze in place, drenched in cold sweat, and instinctively turned to look behind him. Seizing this brief opportunity, Kong leaped towards the mountain's descent and dashed down the path. Realizing he had been tricked upon finding no one behind him, Wang Feng seethed with rage, unleashing his martial energy. He bellowed at Kong, You little brat, how dare you deceive me when I catch you? You will be left in pieces. With his martial energy activated, Wang Feng's speed surged, and in less than 10 breaths, he closed the distance to Kong, who was devoid of martial energy. Kong's heart sank as he recognized the impending doom. Wang Feng, not far behind, lifted his leg to kick Kong. Kong's heart raced, and he attempted to evade, but he was too slow. Wang Feng's kick landed heavily on his back, sending Kong flying several meters. Fortunately, Kong's physical strength had long been comparable to that of a great martial master, and after a month of training, he was even stronger. After being struck, he quickly regained his footing, blood surging in his chest. and glared at Wang Feng through gritted teeth. "Are you truly intent on killing me?" Wang Feng, astonished that Kong could still speak after taking such a powerful blow, felt a mix of shock and exhilaration. "I did not expect a mere entry-level martial artist to withstand my full-force kick and still be able to speak. Your physical strength is indeed surprising. I will give you one more chance. Tell me how you have achieved such a strong physique, and I may spare your life by crippling your martial foundation." At this moment, Kong, having regained his breath, realized he could not escape Wang Feng's grasp. Rather than await his demise, he resolved to fight back. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes as Kong slowly stood up, coldly stating, "You do not know what is good for you." Before Wang Feng could finish his sentence, Kong launched a punch towards him. Wang Feng quickly countered, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! Kong staggered backward until he collided with the mountain side. Observing his trembling fist, Kong understood that his physical might was far from a match for a great martial master. What should I do? Am I to perish at such a young age? Just as Kong felt trapped with no escape, Wang Feng attacked once more. Spotting Wang Feng's flying kick, Kong realized that this was a martial technique. If it connected, he would likely be severely injured or worse. Feeling the threat of death, Kong's eyes became bloodshot, and he roared in defiance. Clenching his fists tightly, every muscle in his body tensed. His once bloodshot eyes now glowed crimson, and his hands radiated a scorching heat, transforming from flesh-colored to golden. He fixed a cold gaze on Wang Feng and declared, "If you seek to kill me, I shall ensure your demise." Wang Feng, perceiving the change in Kong, assumed he had been driven to madness. Unaware of the transformation in Kong's hands due to his attire, Wang Feng scoffed, "You still dare to speak defiantly as death approaches. Now, I shall see what abilities you possess to save yourself." Kong observed as Wang Feng delivered a formidable kick imbued with martial prowess. Gripping his hands tightly, his arms bulging with tension, he prepared to counter with his sole remaining technique, the opening mountain fist. "I still possess a punch, known as opening mountain. Is that sufficient?" he roared, unleashing a powerful blow. The opening mountain fist struck Wang Feng's foot with a resounding thud. The impact sent Wang Feng sprawling backward. And as his foot made contact with the ground, a series of cracking sounds echoed from his foot, nearly causing him to topple over to that moment. Wang Feng noticed that the leg struck by Kong bore the telltale signs of fracture. His eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Kong. "You no longer possess martial energy, do you? How can you still wield martial techniques?" Kong had no intention of indulging Wang Feng's futile words. He swiftly closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Observing Kong's frenzied state, Wang Feng felt a surge of dread, quickly bracing himself against Kong's relentless physical assault. Although Kong had lost his martial energy, each strike still inflicted excruciating pain upon Wang Feng. Kong, driven by a furious rage, continued to rain blows upon Wang Feng, who, having sustained a broken leg from Kong's earlier strike, found his movements significantly hampered. Granting Kong the chance to gain the upper hand, Kong's wrath seemed inexhaustible, his fists flying with relentless vigor, while Wang Feng, stripped of his earlier dominance, increasingly felt the weight of fear. Is this truly a 10-year-old child? What has he become? How could the raw strength of a mere novice martial artist surpass that of a seasoned master? After a prolonged struggle, Wang Feng found himself overwhelmed, a single punch from Kong sending him crashing to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth, unable to rise, Kong, panting heavily, fixed his gaze on Wang Feng's fallen form, his eyes aflame with fury, unwilling to relent. Wang Feng, sprawled on the ground and coughing up blood, looked at Kong with palpable terror. As Kong charged toward him for yet another strike, Wang Feng's panic set in, and he pleaded, "Wait, don't kill me. I have a secret to share." However, the frenzied Kong disregarded Wang Feng's desperate cries, roaring in rage. "Die!" He unleashed a barrage of punches upon the prostrate Wang Feng, who was utterly defenseless against the relentless onslaught. Thud after thud echoed as each strike landed, flesh meeting flesh, until blood streamed from Wang Feng's mouth and nose. His eyes vacant, lifelessness enveloping him. Only then did Kong relent. Once he confirmed Wang Feng was beyond saving, Kong collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 35. Struck by lightning? On the mountain path of Ruyun Peak. Hong Kong remained unconscious for over 2 hours before awakening. As he lay on the ground, he slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed, his entire body feeling as though it were on the verge of disintegration. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he struggled to rise, but waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, forcing him back down. After a brief respite, he managed to sit up, his gaze falling upon Wang Feng's still form not far from him. Hong Kong's heart raced as he recalled the near brush with death he had just experienced at Wang Feng's hands. Had he not felt an inexplicable surge of strength in his arms at the last moment? He might very well be the one lying lifeless on the ground now. What had happened? Why had he suddenly unleashed such overwhelming force? He knew he lacked martial energy within him, so why had he felt so confident in executing the opening mountain fist purely through physical prowess? He had, astonishingly, killed a seasoned master with nothing but his raw strength. Hong Kong's mind, still clouded from his recent awakening, struggled to piece together the events that had transpired as he regained his composure and turned to the lifeless body of Wang Feng. A wave of panic washed over him. I have taken a life. I have killed. The weight of his first kill bore heavily upon Hong Kong, and he felt a surge of unease as he contemplated the need to dispose of Wang Feng's body before news of a master being slain in Fengshui City spread, which could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even threats to his own life. Attempting to rise, Hong Kong's body protested painfully, the result of numerous blows he had sustained from Wang Feng during their close-quarters battle. He had been too consumed by survival to notice the pain earlier. Unable to stand, Hong Kong sighed quietly and remained seated, allowing his strength to gradually return. Curiosity piqued, he gazed at the extraordinary object on his chest, pondering why it had absorbed all his martial energy. Without that energy, no matter how robust his physique, he would be unable to contend with more advanced martial artists. This thought weighed heavily on him, and he sat in silence, waiting for his body to regain its vitality. After a moment, feeling a resurgence of strength, he slowly stood. That moment, the extraordinary object released a torrent of martial energy. Hong Kong watched in astonishment as the energy he thought lost was restored. Overwhelmed with joy, he promptly sat down and began to absorb the martial energy, feeling his strength gradually replenish and the pain in his body diminish significantly. Upon absorbing the energy, Hong Kong sensed that it had become more refined and potent. After circulating the energy within his body, he cleared his meridians, and suddenly, a sound akin to a breaking chain echoed from within him. With a resounding explosion, martial energy erupted, swirling around Hong Kong's form. The removal of an internal constraint left him feeling remarkably lighter. Gazing at the abundant martial energy emanating from his body, he was perplexed. How could there be such a wealth of energy? Even seasoned masters did not possess such richness. The martial energy continued to surge for what felt like an eternity, and Hong Kong, surrounded by this dense energy, found himself momentarily transfixed. Thankfully, aside from Wang Feng's lifeless body, there were no witnesses to this transformation. Otherwise, even the most esteemed martial masters would be left trembling in fear at the sight of Hong Kong's ascension. Quickly regaining his composure, a wave of exhilaration washed over him as he absorbed the martial energy enveloping him. In no time, he had completely absorbed the outpouring of energy. Hong Kong felt invigorated, his strength significantly enhanced, and his spirit more vibrant than ever. If he were to face Wang Feng now, he was confident a single punch would suffice to defeat him. Relishing in his newfound power, Hong Kong felt a surge of joy at the thought of returning home to show his parents how formidable he had become. Just then, the chattering of birds drew Hong Kong back to reality. Gazing at the lifeless Wang Feng, he resolved to dispose of the body promptly. However, an unexpected pang of hunger struck him, his stomach growling audibly. Surprised, Hong Kong glanced down at his belly. I haven't eaten for just one meal. Why am I so famished? For the first time, he felt an overwhelming urge to devour an entire pig, driven by an insatiable hunger. Setting aside his appetite, he focused on the task of disposing of Wang Feng's corpse. As he approached Wang Feng's body, dark clouds began to gather ominously above Ruyun Peak. Hong Kong looked up, feeling a sense of unease rise within him as the clouds amassed overhead. Scanning the surroundings, he wondered, is it about to rain? But it shouldn't. The sun is shining brightly elsewhere. Hong Kong paid little heed to the ominous clouds above, believing them to be merely a capricious change in weather. As he approached Wang Feng's side, preparing to bend down and lift Wang Feng's lifeless body to cast it over the cliff. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the gathering clouds above the mountain peak. Almost immediately, a jagged bolt of lightning surged toward Ankang. At that moment, while bending to move Wang Feng's corpse, Ankang sensed an overwhelming sense of impending doom descending upon him from above. He swiftly turned to gaze upward. To his horror, Ankang beheld a flash of lightning hurtling toward him, and in an instant, his martial energy erupted within him. With hands moving as swiftly as lightning, he hoisted Wang Feng above his head. The bolt of lightning struck, obliterating Wang Feng's body into a myriad of fragments. Ankang, positioned below, bore the brunt of the residual force, sent hurtling backward to crash against the mountainside, shattering several rocks in the process. On the verge of losing consciousness, Ankang found himself charred black, his body trembling uncontrollably, his hair frizzed and disheveled. In that moment, lying prostrate on the ground, Ankang reflected on all the misdeeds of his childhood, most notably, having squashed a few ants and disturbed a few bird nests. Surely, this could not warrant being struck by lightning. With his body scorched and devoid of tears, Ankang felt a deep sense of despair. Fortunately, having recently become a martial master, his physical resilience had notably increased, and with Wang Feng having absorbed the majority of the lightning's wrath, he realized that had the bolt struck him directly, it would likely have been his end. Lying still on the ground, Ankang gazed at the dissipating clouds and attempted to utter something, but his throat betrayed him, producing only a wisp of black smoke from his mouth. Helplessly immobilized, he pondered how long he would remain in this state. Just as Ankang waited in silence for his body to respond, a sudden chill swept over his chest, enveloping him entirely. Moments later, he felt a flicker of movement returning to him and looked down to behold a peculiar yellow-black jade stone resting upon his chest, its color now noticeably lighter. Gratefully, Ankang addressed the stone. "Thank you. You have aided me once more." He gently stroked the jade eye in that instant. A faint voice echoed in his mind. "Sleep?" Ankang, startled, stared blankly at the jade. "Little stone, is that you speaking? Do you wish to sleep?" He received no response for a long while. Observing the now paler jade, Ankang retrieved a box from his belongings and carefully placed the jade inside, securing it close to his chest. After the jade had repaired his lightning-struck body, Ankang sensed a peculiar energy taking root within him. Nevertheless, he dismissed it from his thoughts, content as long as it posed no harm. At that moment, hunger gnawed at him, and as he prepared to dash down the mountain, he suddenly remembered Wang Feng's final words, hinting at some secret he wished to share. Glancing at the scattered remnants of Wang Feng's body, Ankang's lips twitched. It appeared that any semblance of a secret had vanished. Just then, a few eagles circled overhead, and Ankang lifted his gaze to the sky, then glanced down at the debris below, realizing that the eagles were likely awaiting his departure to feast. With no intention of lingering to clean up the scene, Ankang turned to descend the mountain when his eyes caught sight of a circular copper plate amidst the wreckage. Curious, he leaned closer to examine it. "What is this? It seems untouched by the lightning." Ankang hastily approached the copper plate, bending down to pick it up for closer inspection. It was a round copper piece, roughly the size of a small child's palm, intricately adorned on both sides with symbols and patterns that Ankang could not decipher. Studying the copper piece, he deemed it of little value and suspected it would fetch scant coins in the city. Just as he contemplated discarding it, the character Jin, which had remained silent in his mind, suddenly sprang to life. It circled the copper plate excitedly, as if sensing some hidden energy, trembling with fervor. Ankang, observing the character's unusual excitement, inquired, "Do you recognize it?" Upon hearing Ankang's voice, Jin began to sway vigorously. "If you don't know it, why the agitation?" Ankang asked, puzzled. At that moment, the glowing character gently bumped against Ankang's chest. Understanding its intent, he realized, "You want me to take it with me?" Jin nodded affirmatively. Although Ankang was unsure why Jin urged him to take the copper piece, he recognized that it had been bestowed upon him by his father and had undergone a transformation in his body. This was the only time Jin had shown such exuberance, reminiscent of when he first encountered the jade. The fact that Jin displayed similar enthusiasm for this copper piece suggested it might also be a treasure. Suddenly, Ankang was struck by a thought. Could this copper plate be the secret Wang Feng had alluded to? After scrutinizing the plate for some time without discerning anything remarkable, he stated to Jin, All right, then I shall take it. Despite most of his clothing being tattered by the lightning, his breast pocket remained intact, allowing him to stow the copper piece securely. Yes, he regarded the glowing Jin. An idea struck him, and he quickly asked, "Do you know why I could use martial techniques without my martial energy just now?" Jin promptly tapped lightly on Ankang's hands, then vanished into his mind. Confused by Jin's peculiar behavior, Ankang was suddenly overwhelmed by a scorching sensation radiating through his hands, which transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The unexpected heat left Ankang in shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stared in disbelief at his hands. Realizing that this sensation had also surged through him when Wang Feng had cornered him. Witnessing his golden hands, Ankang felt an explosive power coursing through them. He could likely fell a bull with a single strike. Just as he marveled at this newfound strength, his hands reverted to their original color, the burning sensation dissipating. And why hands can actually do this? Ankang mused, initially believing that Jin merely enhanced his physical strength. He was astonished to discover he could wield martial techniques without relying on martial energy. This was extraordinary. Clearly, the Jin technique was far more profound than his father had suggested. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to trigger this transformation in his hands. Ankang sought to inquire further, but Jin offered no answers. After several attempts yielded no results, he wondered if only the specter of death could awaken such power. With a sigh of resignation, he dashed down the mountain. Moments later, he arrived at a nearby pond, where he washed off the remnants of the lightning strike and the tattered remnants of his clothing. Lacking spare garments, he had to make do with what he had. Soon after, in Fengshui City, many passers-by observed a boy with disheveled hair and ragged attire, mistaking him for a beggar, failing to recognize Ankang. He was relieved by this oversight. Otherwise, he would have suffered great embarrassment. However, upon reaching the city lord's residence, he was halted by the guards, who inquired about his appearance. Fortunately, they recognized Ankang, and he managed to deflect their scrutiny with a tale of having fallen during training. Upon returning to his lodging, the sun was nearing its descent. The occupants of the residence, upon seeing a disheveled figure enter, initially mistook him for an intruder and recoiled in shock. "Who let this beggar in? Hurry and get out. We have no food for you." Ankang stood bewildered as the crowd clamored to expel him. Suddenly, he bellowed, "I am Ankang, not a beggar." At the sound of his declaration, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the ragged Ankang. Hidali, standing nearby, recognized him and exclaimed in astonishment, "It really is Ankang. But how did you end up looking like this after just one day? Surely, you Haven Tea resorted to begging on the streets for lack of funds?" The room erupted in laughter as they took in Ankang's disheveled appearance, some even rolling on the floor in mirth. Ankang, feeling his lips twitch in irritation at their ridicule, chose to ignore them and hastily rummaged through his belongings for a decent outfit, taking a moment to comb his hair. Once he was presentable, he appeared more like a respectable individual. Observing Ankang's transformation, Wang Bowen could no longer contain his laughter and solemnly remarked, "Ankang, if you truly are out of money, just tell me, I can lend you some. There's no need to resort to begging for dinner." "Yes, we can all lend you some," echoed the others earnestly. Ankang, seeing the genuine concern etched on their faces, realized they truly believed he had become a beggar. Ankang silently shook his head, ultimately leaving behind a remark, "I am off to have a meal. I have no time for you all," and swiftly dashed onto the street. Once Ankang exited the room, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd inside. Although Ankang had the energy to move about on the street, his stomach was ravenously empty. He soon stumbled upon a restaurant, the entrance proclaiming, 201 for all you can eat. Chapter 37. How much do you want to eat? Ankang approached the entrance of a bustling eatery, peering inside to find it teeming with patrons. A clear indication of its delectable offerings, the sign outside boldly declared the enticing offer of 201 for all you can eat. Upon reading this, Ankang felt elated. 201 for unlimited food was indeed splendid. He strode confidently into the restaurant and approached the counter, suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety as he inquired of the proprietor, "Sir, is it true that 201 allows one to eat their fill here?" The portly owner, noticing the young boy of merely a decade or so, glanced him over and replied, "Indeed, for just 201, you may enjoy any dish within this establishment at your leisure. Though takeout and wastefulness are prohibited, if you wish to dine, simply pay here and enter." Truly, I can eat as much as I desire? If I overindulge, will I have to pay extra? Kong questioned, as long as you can consume it. You may eat as much as you wish. Upon hearing the owner's words, Kong eagerly handed over the 200 won and rushed into the dining area, grabbing whatever caught his eye and devouring it as he went. In no time, his arms were laden with an impressive array of dishes, and he found a table where he feasted voraciously, swiftly clearing the table of food. He then rose to procure more. Moments later, Kong's table was piled high with empty plates, yet he remained unsated, darting back and forth between the dining area and the food station. Other patrons, witnessing such a prodigious eater, paused in astonishment, their chopsticks frozen midair. Mouths agape is he a starving ghost reincarnated? He has consumed hundreds of plates already. How long has he been here? As Kong began to notice the curious gazes directed at him, he sheepishly offered an awkward smile, urging everyone, please eat, don't just stare at me with that. He continued his relentless quest for food. Meanwhile, the chef in the kitchen was busily preparing an unexpectedly high volume of dishes, puzzled by the surge in demand. He assumed it was a fortuitous day for business, and with that thought, he cooked with fervor. Inside the restaurant, Kong was still devouring food at an astonishing pace. Initially, he had been somewhat self-conscious of the onlookers, but now he had completely surrendered to his appetite, reassured by the owner's promise of all-you-can-eat for 200 won. Some guests seemed to recognize Kong and exclaimed, "It's Kong, one of the top 10 in this year's martial arts aptitude test. My goodness, it truly is him. How can he eat so much? No wonder he possesses such strength. It turns out he has an enormous appetite." Once satiated, Kong surveyed the mountain of empty plates around him, contentedly belching and thinking to himself that the 200 won had been well spent. He would certainly return. That moment, the restaurant owner, having heard the commotion, hurriedly approached the dining area, his expression akin to a thunderstruck individual, his heart seemingly bleeding. Upon seeing the mountain of plates beside Kong, the owner was rendered speechless, his trembling finger pointing at the boy. Kong, noticing the owner's fluctuating complexion, felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Sir, is something the matter? Oh, by the way, the food here is quite delightful. I shall return." With that, he prepared to leave. Hearing Kong's intention to return, the restaurant owner nearly fainted from rage, supported only by a nearby server. Just as Kong was about to depart, the owner's suppressed fury erupted. "Wait." Kong looked back in surprise, asking, "What is it?" The owner, fuming, pointed at Kong. "You have consumed nearly the equivalent of several days' worth of my food. And you think you can simply walk away?" Taken aback by the owner's refusal to let him leave, Kong gestured toward the sign that read, 200 won for all you can eat. "But it says right here that for 200 won I can eat my fill, and you said I could eat as much as I wanted. 200 won for all you can eat does not mean you can eat like this. If everyone ate as you did, my restaurant would have closed long ago. What do you intend to do then?" "What do I intend? Naturally, you will compensate me." Kong was taken aback, realizing he was being asked to pay. Looking at the towering stack of plates, he understood he was at fault. "How much do I owe?" The owner smirked coldly and raised a single finger, stating, 100 taels of silver. Gasps echoed from the patrons as they absorbed the owner's demand for 100 taels from Kong. They shook their heads in resignation, glancing at the mountain of empty plates. Kong could hardly believe the audacity of the owner, yet as he surveyed the enormous pile of plates, trepidation washed over him. I don't have that much money at the moment. Could I owe you for now and return to pay you once I have borrowed the money?" The owner, discerning that Kong was likely penniless and probably a country boy, scrutinized him for valuables. "No money? Then hand over everything of value you possess, and I shall let you keep one hand as a lesson." Kong had initially intended to borrow money from his companions, but the owner's words felt like blatant bullying. Even with his good temperament, anger flared within him, and he retorted, "Humph, you want one of my hands? Come and try to take it." With that, Kong extended his hand toward the owner. "How bold! Someone, bring me a knife to sever his hand." The owner was taken aback by the audacity of the boy, who dared to speak so defiantly to At that moment, a server leaned in to whisper to the owner, "Boss, that boy is among the top 10 in this year's martial arts aptitude test. We might regret harming him." In his fury, the owner had been oblivious to the server's words, pointing at Kong and declaring, "This is the property of the Shin family. Whether you are among the top 10 or not, if you provoke us, you will face the consequences. Wait, what? Top 10? The owner suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Those in the top 10 of the martial arts aptitude test were under the protection of the city lord's office. If they harmed Kong now, it would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the city lord. Caught in a dilemma, the owner weighed the importance of the Shun family's reputation against the city lord's potential wrath. Just as he was deliberating whether to let Kong go, a sharp female voice pierced the air. "Shun Lao-san, what is going on? Is this a restaurant or a circus?" Upon hearing that voice, Shun Lao-san froze momentarily before rushing outside to greet the speaker. The newcomer was none other than Sun Xiangyue, the wife of the Shin family's head, Shun Baishu. After listening to Lao-san recount the situation, Sun Xiangyue stepped into the dining area, stating, "It is only right to pay for a meal. You think you can just leave without paying? Do you take the Shin family for fools? Borrowing money? How convenient for you. We, the Shin family, are not your charity." Chapter 38. The taste of being beaten. Sun Xiangyue strode gracefully into the dining area and immediately spotted Kong. Her surprise was palpable, a slight smirk gracing her lips, revealing a glimmer of menace that she quickly masked. Sun Xiangyue was a strikingly beautiful woman, her poise and elegance captivating all present. Her sudden appearance drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Kong, perplexed, asked, "Do you know me?" Sun Xiangyue replied with a chilling smile, laced with mockery, "Of course, I know you. I witnessed your martial prowess during the aptitude test. How fortuitous. I was wondering why you decided to venture out today. And it appearances? What do you mean?" Kong sensed her tone was anything but friendly. "You need not concern yourself with the details. What you must understand is that you once humiliated my son in front of a crowd. And now you dare to cause a ruckus in the Shin family's establishment. You possess quite the audacity." Her voice sharpened at the end, leaving Kong's heart racing. Upon realizing she was Shun Xiaofeng's mother, Kong's mind raced. Could it be that Xiaofeng ran home to his mother to complain after instigating me? The patrons murmured, their gazes fixated on Kong, whispering among themselves, who would have thought Kong had a grudge with the young master of the Shin family? Now that he has encountered the fiercely protective Sun Xiangyue, it seems Kong may not leave this restaurant unscathed. I have heard that the matriarch of the Shin family is renowned for her fierce protectiveness over her children in Fengshui City. Indeed, those who dared to confront Shun Xiaofeng have often ended up losing limbs. As Sun Xiangyue observed the murmuring patrons within the restaurant, she instructed Shun Lao-san to escort the remaining guests out, announcing that their meals would be on the house today. Many were displeased at being interrupted mid-meal, yet upon hearing the mention of complimentary food, they hastily exited. Once the restaurant was cleared of the idle onlookers, Sun Xiangyue turned to the stunned Kong, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I care not for your reasons for causing a ruckus in my family's establishment, but rest assured, I shall hold you accountable for the offense against my son. Bring him forth." No sooner had Sun Xiangyue spoken than several figures stepped forward from behind her. Kong observed that the individuals emerging were predominantly martial artists, with two being at the later stages of martial mastery. Calmly regarding the assembled martial practitioners, Kong, who would have been intimidated by such a display in the past, found his perspective had shifted greatly after surviving the life-and-death struggles on Yunyun Peak. He no longer regarded these martial artists with trepidation. With indignation, Kong began to speak. "It was your son who instigated the conflict, and he even had his servants attack us. Are we merely to stand idly by and allow your son to humiliate others without recourse?" Sun Xiangyue's response was icy. "Humiliate? My son struck you, and you are to endure it. But how dare you, lowly peasants from the countryside, dare to retaliate against my son? You shall pay the price." It was Kang's first encounter with such a brazenly unreasonable woman, and he surmised that Shun Xiaofeng had inherited his mother's disposition. Recognizing the futility of resolving matters amicably, Kong clenched his fists. Glaring at Sun Xiangyue and declared, "What price do you wish for me to pay?" With a cold smirk, Sun Xiangyue replied, "What price? Today, not only will I sever both your hands, but I shall also cripple your martial foundation, rendering you a mere shell of a man." Shocked by her ruthlessness, Kang's fists tightened in fury. Did she truly believe that his youth would render him an easy target? Sun Xiangyue, reveling in Kang's anger, remarked, "Oh, and by the way, I had people tamper with the martial artist evaluations in your Shanhua village, but you did surprise me." Kong stood frozen, realizing the implications of her words. It made sense that Shanhua village had been relegated to the end of the evaluations. Even he, a congenital martial artist, had felt nothing when placing his hand on the martial spirit stone. Had it not been for that extraordinary artifact, the entire village's martial qualifications would have been obliterated. Fuming, Kong fixed Sun Xiangyue with a glare and gritted his teeth. You vile woman, by undermining the rules of the martial artist evaluations, you intend to ensure that none from Shanhua village can become martial artists. And today, you wish to cripple me without fear of retribution from the city lord's manor? Ha ha ha. The city lord's manor? It holds some sway in Fengshui City, but do you know why the Shen family stands as the foremost family here? It is because of my Sun family. You dare to humiliate my son publicly. Once this matter falls into my hands, no one can save you. Bring him to me and have his hands severed. At her command, the martial artist surged forward, attempting to seize Kong in an instant. Without hesitation, Kong retaliated, furiously swinging his fists. Save for the two later-stage martial artists, he sent the others sprawling with single blows. Alarmed, the two advanced martial artists quickly retreated, staring at Kong in disbelief. Are you a grand martial artist? Whether I am a grand martial artist is of little consequence. What matters is that I can handle you arrogant fools. Kong declared, refusing to relent against the two who had attacked him. With a flurry of strikes, he left them on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. Sun Xiangyue, familiar with the martial combat prowess, recognized Kang's strength but was astonished that even the later-stage martial artists could not withstand his blows. Shocked, she gazed at the fallen subordinates, bewildered by their utter ineptitude, and felt a creeping fear as Kong approached her. Having never encountered such a situation, Sun Xiangyue felt a pang of fear and retreated until her back hit a pillar, nervously looking toward Shen Laosan. The once confident Shen Laosan now stood paralyzed in fear before Kang's display of power. He was no martial artist, and a single punch from Kong could very well be fatal. Yet, at that moment, Sun Xiangyue's gaze fell upon him, prompting Shen Laosan to act recklessly, rushing to shield her with trembling words. What do you intend to do? Please, don't act rashly. Before he could finish, Kong effortlessly tossed him aside, sending Shen Laosan crashing to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. At that moment, one of Sun Xiangyue's maidservants bravely stepped in front of her. Recognizing the dire consequences of inaction, Kong regarded the maidservant and casually pushed her aside, though she suffered no injury in the process. Despite her fear, Sun Xiangyue, as the matriarch of the Shen family, lifted her chin defiantly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of terror and resolve as she faced Kong, who towered over her. What do you intend to do? With a swift motion, Kong delivered a resounding slap across Sun Xiangyue's face, leaving a crimson mark upon her porcelain skin. You? What do you mean by you? Do not presume that your privileged birth grants you superiority. Today, you shall experience the taste of humiliation. Kong snarled. Having been pampered since childhood, Sun Xiangyue felt a surge of rage at being struck by a mere child. Trembling with fury, she clutched her stinging cheek, her eyes blazing with wrath as she shouted, You dare to strike me? I will see you dead. Kong regarded the furious Sun Xiangyue coldly and, upon hearing her threat, raised his hand once more, poised to strike her other cheek. Spare him, young man. A hurried voice called from the entrance of the restaurant. Kong heard the voice but continued his course of action, delivering another sharp slap to Sun Xiangyue's other cheek. The sound echoed through the restaurant. Upon entering, the man witnessing Sun Xiangyue's humiliation furrowed his brow and widened his eyes in disbelief, fury bubbling within him as he breathed heavily, ready to explode. You, stop this at once. Turning to face the newcomer, Kong asked nonchalantly, And who might you be? The dazed Sun Xiangyue, upon recognizing the man, could no longer hold back her tears, rushing into his embrace while sobbing, Husband, you must stand up for me. This little monster dared to strike me. He must pay with his life. Kong, upon witnessing her desperate plea, immediately identified the man as Shen Xiaofeng's father. Shen Baishu shot an angry glare at the composed Kong before turning his gaze tenderly to his wife, comforting her briefly before directing his anger at Kong. I distinctly told you to show restraint. Why did you strike my wife? Kong found the accusation laughable. What a joke. She just threatened to sever my hands and kill me. Where were you then to call for her restraint? Shen Baishu remained silent, and Kong continued, Do you truly believe you can bully anyone in Feng Shui City at will? Shen Baishu's expression grew cold. Having learned from a servant that his wife was in a restaurant dealing with those ranked among the top 10 martial powers in Feng Shui City, he had rushed over, unaware of the full circumstances. Now, within Kang's words, he suspected his wife may have taken the opportunity to deal with Kong, but witnessing Kang's assault on his wife ignited a fierce anger within him. He glared at Kong and declared, "So what? For every hand that struck my wife, I shall take yours." With that, a group of 20 to 30 martial artists entered, all of whom were at least martial practitioners. Sun Xiangyue, still trembling, looked at her husband and said, "Husband, this child is peculiar. Ordinary martial practitioners cannot withstand his blows. It may require our esteemed family member to intervene." Upon hearing his wife's words, Shen Baishu paused, furrowing his brow that a group of martial artists could not handle Kong. However, with the arrow drawn, it must be released. Shen Baishu glared at Kong and commanded the newly arrived martial artists, "Seize him." Upon issuing the command to act, Shen Baishu promptly arranged for someone to return and notify the individual at home. Kong gazed at this unreasonable family, who were so quick to threaten to sever his hand, and his eyes ignited with fury, akin to an enraged beast, his fists clenched tightly. The group of martial artists, upon hearing Shen Baishu's order, surged towards Kong like a swarm. Were this scene to be witnessed by outsiders, they would surely be left agape. Dozens of martial artists were besieging a seemingly ordinary fighter, a mere boy who appeared to be no older than 10. If word of this were to spread, Kong would undoubtedly become a renowned figure in Feng Shui City. Faced with a throng of martial artists, some even at the pinnacle of the late martial artist stage, Kong's fists crackled ominously. In such circumstances, he dared not rely solely on his physical strength. Just as Kong prepared to unleash a portion of his martial energy, a resounding voice echoed from the entrance, "Halt! Anyone who dares to lay a hand on that boy shall die." The martial artists, poised to strike Kong, momentarily froze at the sound of this commanding voice, then turned to look towards the doorway. Upon seeing the newcomer, the martial artists were taken aback, hastily retracting their fists and feet. Shen Baishu and Sun Xiangyue furrowed their brows, casting their gazes towards the entrance. When everyone recognized the visitor as Huo Wanlong, shock rippled through the crowd. Was this not Master Huo Wanlong? What was he doing here? Shen Baishu's heart sank at the sight of Huo Wanlong. After bowing respectfully, he inquired, "Master Hua, may I ask why you are protecting this boy?" Huo Wanlong's expression revealed no discernible emotion, his gaze shifting from Shen Baishu to Kong as he spoke coolly. "Why do you martial artists encircle a newly emerged fighter from Feng Shui City? Do you not fear being ridiculed if this gets out?" Shen Baishu attempted to explain, "Master Hua, you must not be misled. This boy is a vile character. Just moments ago, he caused a ruckus in our restaurant and even harmed my wife. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire." Huo Wanlong regarded Kong, seemingly inviting him to speak. Understanding the cue, Kong recounted the incident in its entirety, even revealing Sun Xiangyue's underhanded tactics during the martial artist qualification test. Humph! Upon hearing Kong's account, Huo Wanlong's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips, causing those present to stagger back a few steps. The onlookers, their faces filled with horror, were left in awe of the martial arts master's power. Merely his voice was sufficient to repel adversaries. Huo Wanlong turned to the astonished Shen Baishu and his wife, coldly stating, "Your family dares to tamper with the martial artist qualification test? How audacious!" He then prepared to take action against Shen Baishu and his wife to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, the martial artists who had besieged Kong, though aware they could not collectively withstand Huo Wanlong, quickly formed a protective circle around Shen Baishu and his wife, adopting defensive stances against him. Huo Wanlong regarded the assembled martial artists with a mocking smile. Should he truly become enraged, they would not be able to withstand him for long. With a casual gesture, he swatted away several martial artists with ease. The remaining martial artists, eyes wide in disbelief, took trembling steps back to shield Shen Baishu and his wife. Just as Huo Wanlong was set to strike again, a figure rushed in, placing themselves before him and absorbing Huo Wanlong's casual palm strike. The newcomers stumbled back a few steps, shock etched across their face as they looked at Huo Wanlong. But soon a smile broke through as they clasped their fists and said, "Brother Hua, it has been a while. I did not expect your martial prowess to have reached such heights." Uncle! Shin Baishu and his wife exclaimed simultaneously. Hua Wanlong scrutinized the newcomer, a sardonic smile forming. Oh, it's you. Shunmu. While you have made considerable progress over the years, you still cannot stop me. The newcomer was none other than Shin Baishu's uncle, Shunmu, the highest-ranking martial artist within the Shin family. Rarely seen but an undeniable authority within the clan. Shinmu swiftly scanned the surroundings before addressing Hua Wanlong again. Brother Hua, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Are you aware of my capabilities? Hua Wanlong replied coldly. Shunmu furrowed his brow, realizing he was not fully aware of the specifics, and turned to Shin Baishu, urging him to disclose everything without omission. Shin Baishu, recognizing his uncle's character, did not dare to conceal the truth and recounted the entire situation candidly. After hearing this, Shunmu's expression darkened, and he chastised the couple. You are being reckless. Chapter 40. A misunderstanding upon being reprimanded by his uncle. Shin Baishu lowered his head, refraining from retorting. Shunmu continued his tirade. What has happened to the well-behaved child Fenger used to be? He has become unruly and unreasonable, causing trouble everywhere. Do you truly believe the Shen family can protect him indefinitely? Shun Baishu remained silent, his head bowed as his uncle's scolding echoed in his ears, while Sun Xiangyue, although also looking downcast, harbored a glint of malice in her eyes. After berating Shen Baishu and his wife, Shunmu turned to Hua Wanlong, clasping his fists. Brother Hua, the events that transpired are purely due to the Shin family's failure in maintaining proper family values. Upon returning, I shall ensure our family's conduct is rectified. Might you grant me a favor today? Observing Shunmu's diplomatic demeanor, Kong recognized him as a shrewd individual. After clarifying the situation, he first scolded Shin Baishu and his wife, then lowered his stance in front of the significantly more powerful Hua Wanlong, making it difficult for the latter to act out. Hua Wanlong regarded the conciliatory Shinmu and shook his head. If you had devoted your thoughts solely to martial arts, your achievements would likely rival mine by now. However, the victim of today's events is this young boy. Turning to Kong, Hua Wanlong continued, I presume this young friend is Kong. I never expected someone so young to be able to contend with a group of martial artists. Your future achievements in martial arts are boundless. Shinmu nodded in agreement. Indeed, today's incident stemmed from our Shen family's lax discipline over the younger generation. Thankfully, I arrived in time to prevent matters from escalating further. With that, Shunmu produced a milky white stone resembling jade and presented it to Kong, smiling. This unique stone was acquired during my youth while I was on an expedition. It possesses the ability to enhance one's physical strength and health. Today, I gift it to you, hoping to resolve this misunderstanding. Hua Wanlong raised an eyebrow at Shinmu's offering, mentally chiding him as a cunning old fox. Even Shan Baishu's eyes widened at his uncle's generous gift, wishing to intervene, yet ultimately refrained. Kong, unsure about accepting the stone, looked to Hua Wanlong for guidance. Sensing Kong's hesitation, Hua Wanlong smiled and said, Kong, since it is a gift from the elder head of the Shin family, it must be of significance. You should accept it. Though Kong was also a member of the Shin family, he found it difficult to harbor any resentment towards Shinmu. After gratefully accepting the stone, he clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Elder Shun. After Kong accepted the gift, Shinmu laughed heartily and patted Kong's shoulder. Young friend Kong, do visit our Shin family often. We shall treat you as a distinguished guest. Since there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Kong nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Shunmu, satisfied with Kong's response, turned to Hua Wanlong to bid farewell, and Hua Wanlong returned the gesture with a courteous nod. Shin Baishu also bowed to Hua Wanlong before departing with the rest of the Shin family alongside Shunmu. Once the Shin family left, only Hua Wanlong, Kong, and the now-awake Shun Laosen along with several restaurant staff remained in the establishment. Kong looked at Hua Wanlong, filled with gratitude for his timely intervention. Although he believed he could have handled the situation, it would have escalated significantly, potentially leading to dire consequences. Despite his youth, Kong understood these complexities and thus expressed his heartfelt thanks to Hua Wanlong with a respectful bow. Hua Wanlong, seeing Kong's gesture of gratitude, raised his hand to halt him, saying, There is no need for such formalities. During our month of acquaintance, I have gained a fair understanding of you and your character. I trust you are not one to stir up trouble. Kong nodded earnestly at Hua Wendenji.at that moment. Hua Wendong's gaze towards Kong was filled with not only shock but also delight. In just over a month since their first encounter, Kong had continued to astonish him time and again. He had recently learned that Kong was now capable of rivaling a multitude of martial masters. An astonishing feat for a boy of merely a decade in age. Even someone as seasoned as Huo Wandong had never heard of a youth demonstrating such strength at such a tender age. Huo Wandong found Kong increasingly inscrutable. If Kong were to mature, the heights he could achieve were beyond Huo Wandong's imagination. This thought stirred great excitement within him, and when he looked at Kong again, his eyes were filled with admiration. After a brief exchange, Huo Wandong decided to take Kong away. Before they departed, Kong turned to the restaurant owner, Shen Laosan, and cheerfully remarked, "Boss Shen, I shall cover the bill next time. Farewell." Upon hearing Kong's words, Shen Laosan hurriedly waved his hands, insisting it was unnecessary and that Kong should simply come back whenever he wished. At that moment, Shen Laosan's heart skipped a beat. Watching Kong and Huo Wandong leave, he recalled the head of the family's earlier attitude towards Kong and wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that he hadn't offended Kong too gravely today. Otherwise, he might have faced expulsion. This time, within the Shen family home in Fengshui City, two individuals occupied the main seats in the living room. One was Shen Mu, the current foremost martial artist of the Shen family and the previous family head. The other was Shen Jin, who had long since retired to the background and was the father of Shen Baishu. Shen Jin had played an indispensable role in the rapid ascent of the Shen family to become the leading family in Fengshui City. Standing in the living room was Shen Baishu alone. Shen Mu had no offspring, and Shen Jin had only Shen Baishu as his son, who was the cherished favorite of the entire Shen family. The atmosphere in the living room was unusually tense, with neither of the two seated individuals speaking, leaving Shen Baishu hesitant to break the silence. After a moment of solemnity, Shen Mu sighed and addressed him. "Baishu, your uncle and I have high hopes for you. We have always believed you could elevate the Shen family to new heights. How is it that you and your wife have been so reckless?" Shen Baishu clasped his fists and bowed his head, responding, "Uncle, I am deeply ashamed for failing to live up to your and my father's expectations. However, witnessing my wife being humiliated compelled me to act. Had I not intervened, we would have been looked down upon by other families." Shen Jin remained silent, having only recently learned of the situation, and shook his head in disappointment after hearing Shen Baishu's explanation. Shen Mu, expressing frustration, remarked, "Though your wife has the support of the Sun family, they too face adversaries in the martial world. Today, you witnessed that boy's composed demeanor. He hardly regarded the numerous martial masters present, indicating he has yet to reveal his full capabilities. Have you ever heard of a youth so formidable at such a young age? We have failed to cultivate a good relationship with such a powerful individual and nearly turned him into an adversary. Thankfully, you informed me in time, or else we could have faced a calamity severe enough to threaten the very existence of the Shen family." After receiving Shen Mu's reprimand, Shen Baishu, who had regained his usual composure, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his back drenched in sweat. Chapter 41. Martial Arts Training 2. The following morning, the second phase of the martial artist training was set to commence. The top 10 newly promoted martial artists had arrived early at the main hall of the city lord's residence. After a month of training, they were now robust and spirited, markedly more energetic than they had been a month prior. Huo Wandong approached, and everyone greeted him in unison, "Good morning, Master Huo." Huo Wandong smiled, pleased to see the group, and said, "Excellent, you all arrived early today. From this day forward, we shall begin the second phase of training. Are you all prepared?" "We are ready," they replied in chorus. Huo Wandong wasted no time on pleasantries and led them to the training grounds. Before long, Huo Wandong guided them to a martial arts arena, which featured 5 platforms for simultaneous competitions. He addressed the group, stating, "Your training for the next month will focus on martial artist combat. Each day, you will be randomly paired into teams of 2 for sparring. Although your strengths may vary significantly, remember this: the weaker participant must attack with full force, while the stronger must counter. If 2 combatants are of similar strength, both must engage with full effort. Do you all understand?" "Understood," they replied in unison. Satisfied with their response, Huo Wandong retrieved 10 ordinary jade stones inscribed with names, placing them into a small box with an opening on top, and instructed everyone to draw a stone. He explained that whoever's name was on the stone drawn would be the opponent of the one who selected it. If someone drew their own name, or that of an already paired opponent, they would need to draw again. Once everyone understood the rules, the pairs were quickly established. Kong vs. Shun, Xiaofeng Li Yunqi vs. Li Kaijiang Guan Tianzhao versus Zhou Jiwen Wang Bowen versus Zhang Qianqian Hidali versus Liu Yang. With the pairings complete, the 5 groups took their places on the 5 platforms. On one of the platforms, Ankang smiled at Shan Xiaofeng, thinking to himself how enemies often find themselves drawn together. Shan Xiaofeng, likely chastened by his father the day before, seemed hesitant to meet Ankang's gaze. Observing the usually arrogant Shan Xiaofeng's sudden meekness felt somewhat unsettling to Ankang. However, he was not one to hold grudges. Since the head of the Shin family had already offered an apology, as long as they did not provoke him further, Ankang saw no reason to make things difficult for Shan Xiaofeng. Gazing at the somewhat intimidated Shan Xiaofeng, Ankang calmly said, "Let's begin." Taken aback, Shan Xiaofeng stammered, "Oh, okay." Following this, Shan Xiaofeng unleashed his martial energy. After a month of training, he had advanced to a 5th-level martial artist. Ankang nodded at Shan Xiaofeng, encouraging him to attack with all his might. Initially, Shan Xiaofeng held back, reluctant to fully unleash his strength. However, when he realized that even his newly acquired martial technique, the mountain opening fist, was effortlessly deflected by Ankang, he decided to go all out. Yet, to Ankang, it made little difference. During their sparring, Ankang noticed numerous defensive gaps in Shan Xiaofeng's style, and he occasionally struck him with punches or kicks that sent him flying. Shan Xiaofeng's strikes lacked proper form. He needed to utilize core strength from his waist combined with martial energy to maximize the power of his punches. Meanwhile, Li Yunqi's swift kicks lacked sufficient force, prompting Ankang to remark, "Li Kaijiang, what's wrong with you? A man shouldn't fight like a woman." Zhang Qianqian possessed commendable agility, yet her attacks lacked precision. She needed to focus on targeting her opponent's vital points. Hua Wandong observed the combats from the sidelines, noting the issues that arose and offering advice to correct their techniques. After more than 10 days passed, within the city lord's residence, at the martial arts arena, a loud thud echoed as Li Kaijiang fell to the ground. With a sorrowful expression, he got back on his feet and said to Ankang, "Big brother, you're a martial master. Could you please go a bit easier on me? My frame can't withstand your punches." Ankang, realizing he had been a bit too forceful, awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "I'll ease up next time, but you're nearly a level 8 martial artist. How can you be so fragile?" Li Kaijiang, facing Ankang, felt a sense of helplessness as he inwardly cursed, "It's not that I'm fragile. It's that you're just too strong." Among the top 10 newly promoted martial artists, nearly all had faced off against Ankang. Upon learning that Ankang had already reached the martial master realm, they were all taken aback, unanimously agreeing on one thing. He was akin to a ferocious beast. Even Li Yunqi, during their sparring session, found herself at a loss, exclaiming that Ankang had no regard for tenderness. Ankang, equally frustrated, often insisted, "I hardly exerted myself, yet you all were sent flying. You can't blame me." Ankang, through this statement, successfully united the 9 individuals, forming an exceptionally cohesive collective in the arena. Anyone who had faced Ankang in combat would lament and seek solace from others. By the 20th day, unable to tolerate Ankang's demeanor of invincibility, the astute Li Yunqi approached Hua Wanlong with a suggestion: to have everyone confront Ankang daily, forcing him into a defensive position without the ability to retaliate. To her surprise, Hua Wanlong embraced her proposal and decreed that Ankang could only exert the strength of a novice warrior. Upon learning of this method of confrontation, Ankang immediately voiced his objections, but to no avail. From that day forth, he became a human punching bag. Initially, he managed to withstand the collective onslaught, even while restricted from attacking. However, as the other 9 honed their coordination, Ankang found himself increasingly bombarded by various martial techniques. Although the martial skills of novice warriors could hardly harm him, akin to being struck by an ordinary person, resulting only in superficial injuries, being forced to defend without the opportunity to strike back was driving him nearly mad. As the others benefited from Ankang's selfless contributions, their offensive strength, speed, and accuracy significantly improved. Now, everyone regarded Ankang with the gaze one might reserve for a mobile target. Just 3 days before the conclusion of the second phase of training, Hua Wanlong suggested that Ankang could finally attack. Instantly, Ankang's demeanor transformed from lethargy to exuberance, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he surveyed the group that had relentlessly bombarded him during this period, his eyes glinting with mischief as they scanned each individual. Following the sweep of Ankang's gaze, everyone involuntarily shivered and retreated a few steps. Chapter 42. 1 against 9. Hong Kong was the first to dash onto the stage, facing the crowd below with an innocuous smile. He proclaimed, "Everyone, come join me, don't be shy." The onlookers shot him an exasperated look, ascending to the stage reluctantly under Hua Wenlong's orders. As they gathered around him, Hong Kong's smile widened. Once Hua Wenlong announced the commencement, the 9 newly minted warriors hurriedly stepped back, fearing Hong Kong would seek revenge. Li Yunqi reassured them, "Fear not, we shall confront him together. Kai Jiang and Tianzhao will attack from the front, Bowen and Jiwen will strike from behind. Dali and Liu Yang will flank the right, while Xiaofeng and Qianqian take the left. I will respond to wherever he focuses his assault. Let us engage." As Li Yunqi's words fell, the group swiftly positioned themselves according to her directives. Encircling Hong Kong. Hong Kong feigned a look of panic as he found himself surrounded. Witnessing his apparent trepidation, the group's courage surged, each prepared to unleash their martial skills upon him. Hong Kong, observing 9 individuals launching a coordinated assault, leapt out of the encirclement. As their attacks missed, they quickly recalibrated to regain his position. Outside the circle, Hong Kong chose not to evade this time, instead opting to clash with them using his physical prowess. Regardless of the martial techniques employed against him, Hong Kong effortlessly deflected them, benefiting from the formidable strength of his physique. Seizing the opportunity to strike back, Hong Kong distinctly remembered how others had previously ambushed him during moments of defense. Moments later, the 9 attackers found themselves either tossed off the stage or landing unceremoniously on their rears. Even the girls, Li Yunqi and Zhang Qianqian, were not spared from Hong Kong's onslaught, collapsing to the ground in pain. Rubbing their sore backsides, their faces flushed with indignation as they glared at Hong Kong, their eyes filled with a murderous intent that, if capable of inflicting harm, would have seen Hong Kong slain countless times over. At that moment, only Hong Kong remained standing on the stage, relishing the sight of the sprawled figures around him. After enduring days as a human target, he felt an immense sense of relief. Noticing the fierce glares of the fallen, Hong Kong sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Is everyone all right? It's been so long since I've fought. I didn't realize my strength. I'll go lighter next time." The still reclining figures shot him disdainful looks, their resentment palpable. If they weren't genuinely unable to best Hong Kong, they would have readily charged him once more to deliver a sound thrashing. "Pfft, you hit way too hard on purpose," Li Yunqi gritted her teeth. Li Kaijiang, who had been sent flying by Hong Kong's punch, clutched his chest and gasped. "He definitely did it on purpose. I felt like my bones were about to snap." "Yes, Master Hua. He is seeking revenge for our earlier ambush." Wang Bowen lamented while nursing his rear. "Indeed, Master Hua, he deliberately struck with excessive force," the others echoed indignantly. Hua Wenlong, observing the scene, had long recognized Hong Kong's intentions. Hearing the complaints about Hong Kong's excessive force, he cleared his throat and raised a fist to his mouth, saying, "Ahem, Hong Kong's recent strikes were indeed heavier than necessary, but did anyone notice something during your confrontations with him?" The group paused, reflecting on their recent experiences. Quick to respond, Li Yunqi exclaimed, "It's our coordination that has shortcomings." Hua Wenlong nodded approvingly at her insight. "Correct. When Hong Kong was restricted from striking, your coordinated attacks were commendable. However, once he was allowed to retaliate, your rhythm fell apart, leading to a disjointed assault that was easily dismantled." Realizing this, the group collectively understood. Hua Wenlong, satisfied with their reactions, continued, "In the coming days, you shall persist in your assaults on Hong Kong. However, take heed. Even if Hong Kong escapes your coordinated encirclement, you must quickly adjust your offensive rhythm, preventing him from dismantling you one by one." Moments later, the 9 individuals, having regained their composure, launched another attack on Hong Kong. Yet, he easily evaded their efforts. Despite Hua Wenlong's guidance, the group struggled to synchronize their rhythm promptly, leading to another swift defeat at Hong Kong's hands. After a brief recovery, they attempted once more, and with the lessons learned from their previous encounters, they demonstrated notable improvement. Hong Kong, however, no longer faced them with the same ease as before. He had deliberately concealed his true strength, continuously honing his reflexes, speed, and power. Only when confronted with formidable attacks do individuals sense genuine peril, awakening their survival instincts. This was the essence of Hong Kong's recent experiences against his adversaries. Chapter 43. Profound martial techniques. With the conclusion of the second phase of martial training, The newly initiated warriors of Fengshui City had undergone a qualitative enhancement in their practical combat experience. Had it been in the past, the multitude might have possessed the strength of warriors. Yet they would have lacked the necessary skills and techniques for combat. It is likely that even some seasoned veterans with rich battle experience could have easily dealt with them. However, now, everyone can be regarded as a competent warrior. Both in terms of strength and offensive techniques, possessing a certain level of combat ability when facing opponents of equal rank. During the third phase of warrior training, Huo Wandong did not grant the participants any respite. Instead, he seized the opportunity to have everyone reflect on their experiences from the past 2 months. He instructed them to summarize the changes they had undergone from the first and second phases of warrior training, and to write it down on paper within a time limit of 1 hour. Upon hearing that they had to write, the group was immediately overwhelmed, with many hesitating to put pen to paper. Observing their reluctance, Huo Wandong remarked, "After 1 hour, those who have not submitted their summaries will continue to spar with An Kong, who will not hold back." Upon hearing this, An Kong's eyes suddenly brightened. He placed his pen down and cast a challenging glance at the others. The others, feeling the intensity of An Kong's gaze, involuntarily shivered and promptly lowered their heads to write. Even Shan Xiaofeng, who had previously been too lazy to write his own name, now diligently and quietly summarized his experiences from the first and second phases of training. Appearing particularly earnest, Huo Wandong shook his head in resignation. Dealing with this group of proud youngsters, he realized that his words could not compare to merely mentioning An Kong. Before long, an hour passed, and to everyone's surprise, all 10 of them had completed their training summaries. An Kong, observing that the other 9 had finished, pouted slightly. The others looked at An Kong with a sense of triumph, as if to say, "You think you can defeat us? Not a chance." After allowing them a brief moment, Huo Wandong began to review the summaries they had just submitted. His pace was swift, as the content of their summaries was largely similar. An Kong's summary was no exception. After finishing his reading, Huo Wandong nodded slightly and asked, "Do you all know why I urged you to promptly summarize the first and second phases of warrior training?" Li Kaijiang was the first to raise his hand, and upon receiving a nod from Huo Wandong, he stated, "To help us identify the shortcomings in our training during this period." Huo Wandong nodded in agreement. Kaijiang is correct. Why do some warriors progress rapidly and achieve great heights while others remain stagnant? It is because the former is adept at reflection and understanding. Whether in failure or success, we should earnestly analyze the reasons behind our setbacks and the factors contributing to our successes. Identifying the causes in a timely manner will help us avoid unnecessary detours. After Huo Wandong concluded, the group murmured softly among themselves. Satisfied with their response, he continued, "After these 2 months of training, I see that each of you has essentially mastered a martial skill. I have several mysterious tier martial techniques that I can teach you." Upon hearing that Huo Wandong intended to impart mysterious tier martial techniques, their eyes lit up with anticipation as they gazed at him eagerly. Noticing their hopeful expressions, Huo Wandong elaborated. The first mysterious tier martial technique is a palm technique known as the void-splitting palm. This technique allows the user to harness their martial energy to launch an attack at an enemy within a 1-foot radius from a distance, catching them off guard, although it consumes a significant amount of energy. An ordinary beginner warrior can only use it once before their martial energy is depleted. It is suitable for those above level 6. The second technique is a body technique called Shadow Dash. While it possesses no offensive capability, its evasion ability is unparalleled among mysterious tier techniques, though very few can master it completely. It requires a fortunate individual and is suitable for those above level 8. The third technique is a fist technique called the threefold blaze fist. Mastering this technique allows one to unleash 3 waves of searing punches, each stronger than the last, making it an exceptional skill for close combat. Though it, like the void-splitting palm, easily depletes martial energy and is suitable for those above martial master level. The final technique is a finger technique known as the piercing finger. This technique gathers martial energy at the fingertips and strikes at an enemy with a single point, achieving a surprise effect with minimal energy consumption, making it very suitable for beginner warriors. Anyone above level 5 can learn it. To avoid overextending yourselves, each person may only learn one technique for now. So, have you all decided what you wish to learn? With that, Huo Wandong smiled at the astonished crowd. The reason for their astonishment lay in the fact that mysterious tier martial techniques seemed very distant to many, as they were seldom learned except through special opportunities or through one's own growth. Even if learned, without sufficient talent and guidance, Mastering them remained a challenge. Hua Wendong, observing the youthful vigor of the 10 individuals before him, felt a surge of compassion, especially towards An Kong, whose potential he appreciated even more, prompting him to willingly share these mysterious tier techniques. Otherwise, any one of the techniques he mentioned would fetch a fierce bidding war were it to be auctioned in Feng Shui City. Moments later, everyone selected the technique they wished to learn based on their individual capabilities. Those choosing the void-splitting palm included Guan Tianzhao, Li Kaijiang, Wang Bowen, He Dali, and Zhou Jiwen. Li Yunqi opted for Shadow Dash. An Kong chose the threefold Blaze Fist, and Zhang Qianqian, Lu Yang, and Shan Xiaofeng selected the Piercing Finger. Upon seeing that everyone had made their selections, Hua Wandong led them to the training room of the City Lord's estate. For those learning the void-splitting palm, he instructed them to enter the training room first while the others waited outside. After approximately half a stick of incense, those learning the void-splitting palm emerged, each wearing expressions of excitement and joy. The group learning the Piercing Finger followed suit shortly thereafter, exiting the training room with elated expressions as well. Li Yunqi, who had been learning Shadow Dash, took a bit longer, emerging with a look of amazement that lingered on her face. An Kong, who had been anxiously waiting outside, felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as it was finally his turn to enter the training room for the threefold Blaze Fist. Upon stepping inside, he noticed the spaciousness of the room, with various weapons arranged along the walls. Hua Wandong sat in the center of the training room, smiling as he watched An Kong walk in. After An Kong closed the door, he noticed Hua Wandong smiling at him, prompting An Kong to nod in greeting before nervously approaching him. Hua Wandong smiled at the boy who had faced dozens of martial masters without fear. Now appearing anxious before him, An Kong's nervousness stemmed from the fact that he had only ever learned one martial technique, taught to him by his father. When he had first learned the mountain opening fist, he had felt both excited and tense. Now, with the opportunity to learn a second technique, especially a mysterious tier 1, how could he not feel a whirlwind of emotions? Observing An Kong's quickened breathing, Hua Wandong chuckled warmly and invited him to take a seat. Once An Kong was settled, Hua Wandong smiled and asked, An Kong, do you wish to learn the threefold Blaze Fist? An Kong, upon hearing Hua Wandong's inquiry, straightened his posture and earnestly nodded. Yes, Master Hua, please teach me the mysterious tier technique. Threefold Blaze Fist. Satisfied with An Kong's earnest demeanor, Hua Wandong shook his head and meaningfully uttered a single word. No. What does Master Hua mean? An Kong felt a sudden jolt in his heart, momentarily taken aback. Hua Wandong, seeing An Kong's confusion, let out a hearty laugh before slowly explaining. What I intend to teach you is the mountain opening fist. The mountain opening fist? An Kong questioned, unsure if he had misheard. Master Hua, are you saying you wish to teach me the mountain opening fist? Hua Wandong smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, upon receiving Hua Wandong's confirmation, An Kong was even more puzzled. But I've already learned the mountain opening fist. Hua Wandong chuckled at An Kong's bewilderment. The mountain opening fist I wish to teach you is not the same as the one you have learned. If it's not the one I've learned, then what is it? An Kong inquired, confused. Hua Wandong explained. This mountain opening fist is inscribed on a palm-sized stone that I acquired during my travels in the Qingzhou continent from a transient street vendor. When I passed by the stall, I felt a strange pull that compelled me to stop, and I immediately spotted the stone inscribed with the mountain opening fist. After examining it for a moment, I confirmed that it was indeed a widely circulated martial technique in Qingzhou. Then why did you purchase it? An Kong asked, puzzled. Hua Wandong grew serious, just as I was about to set the stone down and leave. For reasons I cannot explain, I suddenly felt a sense of confusion and, almost as if by fate, ended up purchasing the stone inscribed with the mountain opening fist. When I regained my composure, I was astonished to find that I had already bought it. I was stunned for quite a while. Later, upon returning to my residence, I examined the stone closely and, driven by curiosity, practiced the technique inscribed on it, only to discover that it was quite different. What was different about it? An Kong, filled with profound curiosity, inquired further. Hua Wandong continued, at that time, I was merely a grand martial artist. After practicing just once, I discovered that my hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Rendering them nearly immobile, my hands were on the brink of incapacitation, but fortunately, I was able to dissipate the martial energy in time, allowing them to gradually recover. It was then that I realized the peculiar nature of the mountain-splitting fist. It seems that only those with an extraordinarily robust physique have the opportunity to master it. Furthermore, once perfected, I estimate that one could traverse Qingzhou effortlessly, invincible in all encounters. Upon finishing, Hua Wanlong regarded Kong with a look of deep significance. After listening to Hua Wanlong's account, Kong recognized that this mountain-splitting fist was indeed vastly different from the one he had previously practiced, to the extent that even a grand martial artist could not grasp it. At that moment, Kong, noticing Hua Wanlong's penetrating gaze, asked in astonishment, "Master Hua, do you believe my physique is formidable enough for you to impart this mountain-splitting fist to me?" Hua Wanlong nodded with a smile, stating, "Indeed. From the very first moment I noticed your extraordinary physique, I had such intentions. You are the strongest individual I have encountered thus far, and I did not wish to miss this opportunity. I hope to witness the true power of the mountain-splitting fist in the future, so, do you wish to learn it?" Kong, taken aback by the thought that Hua Wanlong would bestow upon him such an enigmatic and powerful technique, contemplated for a moment before nodding resolutely and replying earnestly, "Master Hua, I am willing to learn." With that, Kong rose and performed a deep bow to Hua Wanlong. Receive someone's technique. One must show great respect. This is a fundamental courtesy among martial artists. Hua Wanlong, satisfied with Kong's gesture, handed him a palm-sized brown stone, saying, "Take this. The inscriptions on this stone depict the mountain-splitting fist I just described. You may observe and practice here. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be nearby to assist." After accepting the stone and thanking Hua Wanlong, Kong meticulously studied the martial secrets inscribed upon it, noting that it differed from his previous practice in only a few aspects. Yet it introduced a method of breath control. Approximately half a stick of incense later, having committed the essentials of the technique and the breathing method to memory, Kong began to practice in the training room. Hua Wanlong watched with anticipation as Kong exercised the mountain-splitting fist for the first time, gradually becoming entranced by the technique and executing his punches methodically. However, as Kong approached the final punches, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The skin of his hands began to shimmer with a golden hue, and the sound of thunderous roars echoed with each strike. Completely absorbed in his practice, Kong remained oblivious to the changes. Hua Wanlong, silently observing Kong's training, was suddenly startled by the thunderous sounds emanating from Kong's punches, his body trembling with excitement as he fixated on Kong, fearful of missing any detail. Outside the training room, the others were still reflecting on the profound martial techniques that Hua Wanlong had just imparted. Suddenly, a clap of thunder erupted from within, causing everyone to stand in shock, pressing their ears against the door to ascertain the source of the commotion. Just as they leaned in closer, a tremendous explosion akin to thunder reverberated from the training room, instantly causing a ringing in their ears, prompting them to hastily retreat from the door in stunned silence. They exchanged glances, all eyes eventually drawn toward the entrance of the training room, where they beheld Hua Wanlong, his face a mask of astonishment, alongside Kong, who stood frozen, surrounded by a scattering of shattered weapons. Li Yunxi and others gasped, wide-eyed and covering their mouths. Inside the training room, Kong stared at the remnants of the weapons he had obliterated with a single punch, utterly dumbfounded. He had only just regained consciousness from the peculiar state induced by the mountain-splitting fist at the very moment he was about to strike. Feeling as if his hands weighed a ton yet brimming with power, convinced that if he did not release this force, his hands might explode. Thus, at the crucial moment, Kong unleashed a powerful punch toward the scattered weapons, resulting in their complete destruction. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kong scratched his head and turned to Hua Wanlong. Meanwhile, Hua Wanlong remained in a state of shock, seemingly petrified, his gaze fixated on the direction of Kong's last punch. "Master Hua, are you all right? Did I hurt you?" Kong cautiously inquired, noticing Hua Wanlong's dazed expression. Upon hearing Kong's voice, Hua Wanlong slowly regained his composure, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I did not mistake my judgment. I did not mistake my judgment. Ha ha ha." Realizing Kong was still beside him, Hua Wanlong quickly composed himself, excitement causing his breath to quicken as he approached Kong. At that moment, even Hua Wanlong had not anticipated the immense power of the mountain-splitting fist he had unwittingly acquired. If Kong's last punch had been aimed at him, he might not have been able to withstand it, especially considering it was Kong's first attempt at practicing the technique. What would happen once he mastered it? Chapter 45. What I teach him is the mountain-splitting fist. Hua Wanlong approached Kong, taking hold of his hands to examine them. They trembled slightly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face as he murmured. Remarkably, no blood has seeped from his hands. Just how formidable is his physique? On Kong, observing Hua Wenlong's murmuring, inquired, Master Hua, what do you mean by blood seeping? Hua Wenlong lifted his gaze to meet On Kong's, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. After a moment, he spoke. When I practiced the mountain-splitting fist for the first time, my hands became so heavy that I could not move, and blood seeped from the pores. Yet, you managed to execute the mountain-splitting fist successfully after just one practice. This is astonishing. Could you elaborate on your sensations during the training? On Kong nodded and candidly shared his experiences throughout the practice. Upon hearing this, Hua Wenlong furrowed his brows and remarked, you became entirely engrossed in the practice. As if your hands were channeling your entire being, and it was only when your hands brimmed with energy that you delivered that final punch. Truly unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Wenlong patted On Kong on the shoulder and smiled. It seems this mountain-splitting fist is indeed destined for you. Only someone with such a formidable physique can wield it. However, given the immense power demonstrated in your last punch, I advise you to refrain from using it against opponents of equal or even higher realms unless they are sworn enemies. The might of the mountain-splitting fist is excessively overwhelming. Even I could not withstand the punch you just delivered. On Kong, astonished by Hua Wenlong's words, realized that even a martial arts master like him could not endure that punch. Coming back to his senses, On Kong earnestly nodded, yes, Master Hua. He then glanced at the shattered weapons scattered about, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he looked back at Hua Wenlong. Perceiving On Kong's unease, Hua Wenlong chuckled. It's nothing significant. I will have someone clean it up and replace the weapons later. Reassured by Hua Wenlong's words, On Kong felt his worries dissipate. He then sat down to gradually restore the martial energy that had been depleted during his practice. Were it not for On Kong's sufficiently strong physique, he might have perished from the backlash after executing that mountain-splitting fist, undergoing its overwhelming nature. After advising On Kong on a few matters, both men made their way out of the training room. As they emerged, the crowd outside watched with eager curiosity, their eyes glued to the door. Finally, when the door opened, they rushed forward to peer inside. Upon seeing the shattered weapons littering the floor, they collectively gasped in shock. Li Yunqi inquired, Master Hua, what transpired in there? Hua Wenlong addressed the inquisitive group, saying, it was just a result of On Kong's practice. There is no need for alarm. On Kong felt a bit sheepish as he scratched his head. The others, upon hearing Hua Wenlong's explanation, turned their attention to On Kong. Was the Firewave Triple Surge really that formidable? Zhang Qianqian exclaimed in disbelief. Had I known, I would have learned the Firewave Triple Surge too. Meanwhile, Guan Tianzhao whispered, come on, you're only a level 6 martial artist. You're still far from it. This retort left Guan Tianzhao speechless. Unwilling to back down, he challenged Li Kaijiang. How about we spar? Fine, let's spar. I'm not afraid. Li Kaijiang retorted defiantly. Observing the exchange, Li Yunqi coldly remarked, why don't you two practice with On Kong? Upon hearing this, both young men immediately fell silent, as if nothing had transpired, and linked arms, saying, we're just fine together. A wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. After a brief cough to regain their attention, Hua Wendong began to speak. Today, each of you has embarked on your journey to learn the martial arts techniques you desired. As it is merely the first day of practice, many of you have yet to master these skills. Over the next month, I encourage you to dedicate yourselves to training in the practice rooms, with the hope that by the end of this period, you will have made significant progress in your martial arts. The crowd nodded earnestly in agreement. Subsequently, Hua Wendong assigned the students to different practice rooms. Those learning the split air palm were directed to one, while the breakthrough finger had its designated space. On Kong and Li Yunqi were allocated separate rooms to ensure they could practice without disturbing one another. The students, excited to learn the profound techniques, hurried off to their assigned training spaces, eager to begin their studies. Hua Wendong observed their enthusiasm with a satisfied nod. After reminding them to practice according to his teachings, he turned to leave. Understanding that the remaining time was theirs to absorb the knowledge, a mentor introduces the door, but mastery lies within the individual. Hua Wendong could not attend to each student at all times. It was a moment to gauge who would exert the necessary effort and who would grasp the concepts swiftly. Upon entering his independent practice room, Kong first seated himself to restore his martial energy while reflecting on the experience of practicing the mountain-splitting fist. After half an hour, his internal energy was nearly replenished. Rising and adjusting his breath, Kong commenced a full practice of the newly learned mountain-splitting fist. Soon, he became deeply engrossed in the movements, his hands driving his entire being. Oblivious to the world around him, until the final strikes echoed like thunder. Suddenly jolted from his trance, Kong realized the transformation of his hands and thought, "Oh no." He hurriedly dispersed the martial energy accumulating in his hands, watching as the weight and golden hue of his skin faded away. Once his hands returned to normal, Kong let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I reacted in time. Otherwise, I would have damaged the premises." As the month commenced, the practice room of the Feng Shui City Lord's residence intermittently resonated with thunderous sounds, growing louder each day, disturbing half the populace. Initially, many believed a storm was brewing, but upon discovering the source was the Lord's residence, more individuals flocked to inquire about the ruckus. Eventually, Lord Li Yuanba stepped forward to explain that the daily thunderous sounds were due to a ferocious beast captured recently that emitted such noises and was yet to be subdued. With this explanation, most citizens no longer paid heed to the daily thunder, merely finding it bothersome, although a few still inquired when the beast would be tamed to restore peace to Feng Shui City. Listening to the latest thunderous uproar from the practice room, Li Yuanba, appearing somewhat haggard, turned to Hua Wandong and lamented, "Master Hua, what martial techniques have you taught him?" The thunderous sounds occur daily during practice. This has persisted for nearly half a month, and the citizens are incessantly petitioning the Lord's residence about the disturbances. "I can hardly manage." Though Hua Wandong maintained a facade of composure, internally he felt equally burdened. He had merely instructed Kong in the mountain-splitting fist, unaware that Kong would create such a commotion. Witnessing Li Yuanba's distress over the citizens' complaints, he felt a twinge of guilt. After hearing Li Yuanba's inquiry, Hua Wandong pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "What I taught him was the mountain-splitting fist." Upon hearing Hua Wandong's mention of the mountain-splitting fist, Li Yuanba thought to himself that while the technique could produce thunderous sounds when mastered, those were merely muffled and not excessively loud or far-reaching. He regarded Hua Wandong with disdain. Noticing Li Yuanba's expression, Hua Wandong cleared his throat and awkwardly chuckled, "My lord, I believe it will subside soon. In a couple of days, the thunder should cease." "Really?" Li Yuanba exclaimed, rising in excitement at the prospect of the thunder disappearing in 2 days. Hua Wandong, though uncertain whether the noise would truly cease, nodded reassuringly at Li Yuanba's enthusiasm. He contemplated that even if the thunder persisted during Kong's practice, he would simply instruct him to train outside the city in the future. The other students learning martial arts nearby, disturbed daily by the thunderous sounds, found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Each time they entered a focused state, their concentration was shattered by the noise, driving many to the brink of frustration. Knowing the source of the thunder was Kong's practice, they had voiced their concerns to Hua Wandong, expressing that the noise was too overwhelming to allow proper study. Hua Wandong consistently reassured them that it would soon pass, yet to his surprise, the thunder continued unabated for half a month. Had it not been for Kong's formidable strength, the other students would have rushed into the practice room to confront him. When the promised 2 days arrived, Hua Wandong, anxious about whether Kong would still create thunderous disturbances, hurried to the practice room the following day. Upon reaching the door, he heard only the sound of punches breaking the wind, with no piercing thunder echoing forth. He thought to himself, "This should be the time for the thunder to manifest. Why is it absent today? Has it truly vanished?" Without the thunder, Hua Wandong hesitated to enter the room. When the sound of Kong's practice ceased, he finally pushed the door open. Seeing Hua Wandong enter with a smile, Kong quickly rose and saluted him respectfully. Hua Wandong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for formality. I merely came to see how your mountain-splitting fist training is progressing." Feeling a bit sheepish, Kong scratched his head and replied, "I hope the loud thunder during my practice hasn't disturbed everyone." Hua Wandong cleared his throat and asked, "Why was there no thunder today?" Kong shook his head, stating, "I'm not quite sure. Today, the thunder suddenly disappeared, but while practicing, my hands felt filled with explosive power. Once I finished, that sensation faded." Hua Wandong, thrilled to hear the thunder had ceased, paid little mind to Kong's mention of explosive strength, excitedly encouraging him, That's wonderful. Continue practicing, and aim for a breakthrough in half a month. I shall take my leave now. Kong nodded in agreement. As he watched Huo Wandong depart, a puzzled expression crossed his face, thinking, why does Master Hua seem a bit strange today? Without overthinking, Kong continued to practice Kaishan Quan. However, from today onward, Kong no longer emitted that thunderous sound during his training. The other practitioners in the training hall, accustomed to covering their ears at the appointed hour, found it peculiar that the expected thunder had not sounded for an extended period. They exchanged glances, excitement glimmering in their eyes. Yet, in order to prevent any disruptions during their martial arts training, they waited a moment longer, only to discover that the thunder still did not resound. They began to speculate that Kong had perhaps developed a conscience and ceased his practice. Relieved from the torment of the thunder, the practitioners seized the precious tranquility to engage in a fervent study of martial arts. Even Shan Xiaofeng, who typically shirked work, threw himself into rigorous training. Fearing that the silence might soon be shattered, since the jarring thunder had vanished, Feng Shuiqing had not visited the Lord's residence to lodge complaints, free from the oppressive thunder and the grievances of the townsfolk. Li Yuanba's mood significantly improved, prompting him to insist on a few celebratory drinks with Huo Wandong. Half a month later, to everyone's astonishment, those who had been frequently disturbed by Kong's training had managed to grasp the fundamentals of the Xin-level martial arts. Upon learning that everyone had reached a basic level of proficiency, Huo Wandong felt immense joy. Even Jiying and Li Yunxi had attained a foundational understanding, which pleasantly surprised Huo Wandong, as he regarded them with growing satisfaction. Little did they know that this group's progress was largely due to Kong's earlier disturbances. On the final day of the third stage of martial training, in the grand hall of the Lord's residence, a row of young teenagers stood in formation. Li Yuanba and Huo Wandong faced the 10 youths, nodding in approval at their evident growth compared to 3 months prior. Li Yuanba's gaze lingered on his daughter. Li Yunxi, now a 10th-level warrior on the brink of becoming a martial master, his satisfaction deepening. Glancing at the others, he noted their considerable improvements. Yet when his eyes fell upon Kong, he found himself unable to discern the young man's true level. From Huo Wandong, he had learned that Kong was exceptionally strong, to the extent that even Huo Wandong himself did not dare claim a guaranteed victory over him. Upon hearing such praise from Huo Wandong, Li Yuanba was taken aback, then filled with excitement, recognizing that Kong's strength would greatly benefit Feng Shuiqing. After surveying the group, Li Yuanba spoke first. Over the past 3 months, your efforts have truly been commendable. However, I believe you are more aware than I of how much you have grown. The reason we have dedicated our time, energy, and martial resources to your training is that we are soon to participate in the Martial Kingdom's newcomer martial arts competition. We hope to see you among the top 3 to bring honor to Feng Shuiqing. Do you have confidence? Yes, the 10 spirited youths shouted in unison. Hearing their fervent voices filled with determination, Li Yuanba smiled with satisfaction and invited Huo Wandong to say a few words. Huo Wandong offered a brief encouragement before instructing everyone to rest well for the day. The following morning, they were to depart for the capital city of the Martial Kingdom, Wuxing City. After dismissing the 10 youths, Li Yuanba turned to Huo Wandong, pondering aloud, Master Hua, what do you think makes this Kong so formidable? Huo Wandong considered for a moment before responding seriously. To nurture a child with such a robust physique and outstanding martial talent. Do you think his parents are ordinary people? Upon hearing Huo Wandong's words, Li Yuanba's pupils contracted slightly, momentarily taken aback. Noticing Li Yuanba's brief shock, Huo Wandong shook his head and continued. I advise the Lord not to investigate Kong's background. If his parents or those behind him discover it, it may lead to many misunderstandings. Since Kong is one of us in Feng Shuiqing, the more complex his background, the more advantageous it will be for us. This young man is destined for greatness, and my imparting martial arts to him is merely to cultivate a good relationship. Li Yuanba turned, regarding Huo Wandong with newfound respect, and after a moment, clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Your insight is indeed remarkable, Brother Hua. Upon exiting the grand hall of the Lord's residence, Kong made his way to the dock of Feng Shuiqing. Sitting cross-legged on a large stone not far from the dock, he listened to the sound of the waves crashing against the riverbank. Gazing downstream at the clear water, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, and his eyes unexpectedly moistened. Since boarding the transport vessel in Shanhe village, more than 3 months had passed in a blur. It was the first time he had been away from his parents for such an extended period, and the first time he had ventured so far from home. At this moment, Kong longed for home. He missed the scenes of his father scolding him for his mischief, followed by his mother's tender care. He missed the taste of his father's braised fish and the carefree days spent playing with friends in the village. Immersed in these memories, Kong gazed at the shimmering river, his voice barely above a whisper, "Father, Mother, Don misses you. Once I finish competing in the martial arts tournament, I will return to be with you and go nowhere else." Kong remained by the river, lost in thought until the sun dipped below the horizon, finally returning to his lodgings. Upon entering his room, he found it empty, likely because those whose homes were closer to Fengshuiqing had already returned, while others took the opportunity to explore the city. Seizing the solitude, Kong retrieved a small box from his belongings and took out a celestial artifact, donning it before sitting in meditation to reflect upon his recent training. Strangely, the artifact remained unresponsive, its surface a pale yellow. After a while, the celestial object failed to yield any surprises, unlike before. Kong looked down at the inactive artifact and suddenly recalled that its last message had been to rest. Realizing the artifact might indeed be in a slumber, he sighed, feeling a tinge of sadness as he placed it back in its box and returned it to his belongings. He then resumed his meditation, reviewing the gains from his martial training. Before long, 2 days had quietly passed. The 10 youths from Fengshuiqing, preparing to participate in the Martial Kingdom's newcomer martial arts competition, were now at the dock, ready to board the ship bound for Wuxing City. Many from nearby villages had come to see them off. Kong, already aboard the vessel, turned to look at the crowd below, hoping to spot familiar faces. Even though he knew Shanha village was quite far from Fengshuiqing. After searching for a while, he turned away disappointed and headed to his cabin. Huo Wandong, leading the group to Wuxing City for the competition, noticed Kong's downcast expression as he gazed at the farewell crowd. Calling Kong aside, Huo Wandong smiled warmly and asked, "Are you feeling homesick?" Kong, momentarily taken aback by the question, nodded silently, observing the young man's melancholy. Huo Wandong placed a reassuring hand on Kong's shoulder, saying, "It's natural to feel a sense of longing when you leave your parents and familiar surroundings for an extended time. Do not be too disheartened. Once the competition concludes, you can return home, and if you secure a top 3 finish, you will return in glory, making your parents and everyone in Shanha village proud." After hearing Huo Wandong's encouraging words, Kong paused, his eyes reflecting a newfound determination. He then exclaimed, "You're right. If I can win a top 3 position in the Martial Kingdom's newcomer martial arts competition, my parents will surely be thrilled, and so will the village chief." Xiao Hu, Tingting, and Chen Bin, with a clear goal in mind, Kong instantly cast aside all his unhappiness, expressing his gratitude to Huo Wandong with a respectful fist salute. Huo Wandong, observing the revitalized Kong, nodded with a smile. He then called all participants of the competition together and informed them about the essential details of the upcoming martial arts competition for the newly promoted warriors of the Martial Kingdom. This year's competition involves 12 cities: Wuxing City, Man City, Fengyu City, Liuli City, Shuai City, Huaxi City, Qing City, Heishui City, Yun City, Fengshui City, Xiaoyang City, and Li City. Among them, Wuxing City boasts the strongest prowess, consistently securing first place in every iteration of the martial arts competition for centuries without a rival to challenge its supremacy. Man City and Fengyu City follow closely behind, often producing competitors who rank among the top 3 in the competition, showcasing their formidable strength in an effort to cultivate elite martial talent. The Martial Kingdom has directed resources towards the cities that achieve top 3 placements in the competition. Over time, this has resulted in an ever-widening gap between Wuxing City, Man City, and Fengyu City, and the other cities of the kingdom. Although other cities are aware that breaking into the top 3 in the martial arts competition is a daunting task, they still aspire to make a mark, for if they can secure a top 3 position even once, the influx of resources from the Martial Kingdom would significantly enhance both the quantity and quality of their martial talent in future endeavors. This, in turn, would bolster the overall strength of their cities, increasing their chances of successfully fending off external threats. This is why each city fervently cultivates exceptionally gifted new warriors to elevate their elite combat capabilities. After Huo Wandong finished outlining the basic situation, Kong, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master Huo, why does Wuxing City consistently secure first place in every competition? Have no martial geniuses emerged from other cities over the years?" Huo Wandong shook his head in resignation, addressing the crowd. Other cities have indeed produced martial geniuses capable of defeating the third-place contender of the time. Yet when faced with the martial geniuses from Wuxing City, they stand no chance. Upon hearing how powerful the warriors from Wuxing City were, the crowd collectively gasped, their confidence instantly shaken. Huo Wandong scanned the group, noticing their wavering spirits, and encouraged them. Do not lose heart. Everyone, as long as we give our utmost effort, the outcome remains uncertain, and anything is possible. Even in failure, we shall have no regrets. Li Yunqi, who had always been unwilling to fall behind, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes brimming with determination. Hong Kong, too, was filled with fighting spirit. The stronger the opponent, the more he relished the challenge. Since becoming a warrior, he had yet to encounter an adversary who could push him to his limits. Thus, hearing Huo Wandong speak of the formidable new warriors from Wuxing City only heightened Hong Kong's anticipation for the competition. Chapter 48. The border city. The group from Fengshui City boarded their vessel, setting sail towards Wuxing City. After 3 days of navigating the Clearwater River, they were nearing the transfer station at the border city. Standing at the bow of the ship, Huo Wandong gazed at the distant outline of the border city, reminiscing about his youthful experiences there, his heart swelling with a torrent of emotions. With a shake of his head and a sigh, he called the others, who were still practicing in their quarters, to join him on the deck. As they arrived on the deck, everyone beheld a city not far ahead. As the ship glided closer, they were greeted by an enormous and magnificent city gate, seemingly larger than that of Fengshui City. However, when the ship docked at the pier, the sight of the city gate left all, including Hong Kong, in stunned silence. The grandeur they had envisioned was starkly contrasted by the reality before them. The gate was riddled with deep scars from blades and weapons, both old and newly inflicted. While the walls were pockmarked and in disrepair, the row of soldiers stood stiffly atop the crumbling walls, some with bandaged faces, suggesting recent injuries. It was evident to any discerning eye that this city frequently faced incursions from external foes. Huo Wandong, noticing the dazed expressions on the faces of his companions, spoke gravely. This city is called Bianqing, strategically located on the border between the Martial Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom. He took a few steps forward and continued. Bianqing bears these scars due to its proximity to Zhao. It often experiences small-scale conflicts, with the Zhao's black armored cavalry launching frequent raids, instilling fear in the hearts of its inhabitants. Once a bustling hub as a transfer point for several cities in the Martial Kingdom, Bianqing has seen many merchants flee to safer locales due to the persistent threats from Zhao over the past few decades. As Huo Wandong and the group approached the city gate, the soldiers atop the walls drew their bows, arrows trained upon them. While Huo Wandong remained composed, the others were visibly alarmed, their hearts racing as they looked up at the soldiers. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the city tower. Who goes there? What brings you to Bianqing? Speak your purpose or face immediate execution. The newcomers, having never encountered such a situation, trembled in fear. At that moment, Huo Wandong stepped forward, shielding his companions, and addressed the figure atop the tower. We are from Fengshui City in the Martial Kingdom, traveling to Wuxing City to participate in this year's martial arts competition for newly promoted warriors. Here is our pass. I kindly request you to open the gates and allow us entry into Bianqing. Upon presenting the pass, a soldier from the tower was dispatched to retrieve it for inspection. It was clear that the guards of Bianqing were exceedingly cautious. After reviewing the document, the officer raised his hand, signaling the archers to lower their bows. He then commanded the gatekeepers to open the gates and allow them entry. As Huo Wandong led the group into Bianqing. The guards who had previously aimed their weapons at them quickly clasped their fists in salute upon recognizing him. After returning the gesture, the officer's eyes sparkled with excitement as he addressed Huo Wandong. I am Zhang Zhong, a humble soldier. I did not recognize you at first, and I beg your pardon for my earlier conduct. Surprised to be addressed as General by Zhang Zhong, Huo Wandong smiled and waved his hand dismissively. You have performed your duties diligently. There is no fault to be found. Do you recognize me? Indeed. When you were stationed in Bianqing, I served under your command, Zhang Zhong replied, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Upon realizing that this was one of his former subordinates, Huo Wandong's expression softened, and he placed a comforting hand on Zhang Zhong's shoulder. Your dedication to the stability of the Martial Kingdom is commendable. Zhang Zhong's eyes glistened with emotion as he responded. It is our duty as soldiers. Please, General, you are welcome in the city. I hope to meet with you again when time allows. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zhong, Huo Wandong led his companions further into the city. The streets were eerily quiet, with few vendors in sight and most homes tightly shuttered. Observing this desolation, Huo Wandong shook his head in dismay. At that moment, Li Kaijiang, curious about Huo Wandong's past, inquired, "Master Hua, were you once a general in the martial kingdom?" His question echoed the curiosity of the others, and all eyes turned to Huo Wandong with eager anticipation. Huo Wandong, meeting their collective gaze, chuckled softly and shook his head. "In my youth, I did serve in the military of the martial kingdom. I was stationed here in Bianqing during a time when Zhao frequently invaded. I took on the responsibility of guarding this city until it became relatively stable, after which I resigned my position as a general to wander the world. I never expected that Zhao would still be a threat today." As he spoke, a fierce glint appeared in Huo Wandong's eyes. While walking, he recounted tales of Bianqing's former prosperity, ultimately sighing with regret. After reaching a resting place, he informed everyone to take a night's respite in Bianqing, with plans to travel to Wuxing City by carriage the following morning. Just after the group finished their lunch, Zhang Zhong hurriedly approached Huo Wandong, reporting that their scouts had relayed alarming news. The commander of the city's garrison, along with 1,000 soldiers, had been ambushed 3 kilometers from Bianqing's west gate by 500 black armored cavalry from Zhao while escorting military provisions. The situation was dire, with heavy casualties on their side, and the commander was struggling to hold his ground. Now encircled, he requested Huo Wandong's assistance to lead 1,000 soldiers to their rescue. Huo Wandong, already emotionally invested in Bianqing, felt a surge of anger upon hearing of the ambush. But he was also taken aback. Having faced the black armored cavalry before, he understood their formidable strength. A mere 500 of them could easily decimate an army of nearly 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Did Zhao intend to declare war? Huo Wandong, who had spent time in the border city, was aware that Zhao State did not genuinely desire to engage in war with Wu State. Rather, they employed such tactics to instill fear and unrest among the citizens of the border city, compelling Wu State to relinquish control of it. Observing Zhang Zhong, who appeared anxious, Huo Wandong arranged matters for An Kong and others before instructing Zhang Zhong to lead the way to the battlefield. Just as Huo Wandong and Zhang Zhong, accompanied by 1,000 soldiers, set out to provide assistance, the sound of war drums echoed from the northern gate of the border city within less than half a stick of incense's time. An Kong and the others, resting nearby, were close enough to the eastern gate to witness the unfolding events from their window. At that moment, the northern gate had recently lost over 1,000 troops, leaving only a few hundred soldiers who had not yet been reinforced. Soon, a group of cavalry clad in black armor breached the defenses of the northern gate and surged into the streets of the border city. These intruding cavalry were none other than Zhao State's black armored cavalry. Upon entering the border city, the black armored cavalry wreaked havoc upon the buildings, some even setting them ablaze. Their speed was astonishing, rendering ordinary soldiers unable to pursue, who could only set up sharpened stakes to intercept them. The citizens of the border city seemed accustomed to such chaos, with most retreating indoors, securing their doors and windows, or hiding in underground storage rooms with their families. Just as every household diligently locked their doors and windows, a small boy of 2 or 3 years, barefoot, unexpectedly dashed into the street. Upon spotting the galloping black armored cavalry, a charming smile spread across his face. At that moment, a group of black armored cavalry was racing towards the direction of the little boy, prompting An Kong, who was preparing to close the window, to suddenly see the child smiling in the street with the cavalry charging towards him. His expression changed, and his heart sank. The black armored cavalry seemed to have noticed the boy as well. The foremost rider unsheathed a cold curved blade and charged towards the child. An Kong's pupils widened in horror at the sight of the black armored cavalry's weapon drawn against the innocent boy. Rage surged within him as he glared at the cavalryman. As the distance between the cavalry and the boy diminished, he forcefully pushed open the window and leaped into the street. Chapter 49. The black armored cavalry. The others in the room gasped in alarm at An Kong's reckless leap. Danger. As An Kong landed, he noticed the black armored cavalry was now less than 10 zhang from the boy. Especially alarming was the front rider, whose emotionless gaze and cold blade were aimed directly at the child. Seemingly intent on cleaving him in two, the unsuspecting boy, oblivious to the impending danger, clapped his hands joyfully at the approaching cavalry. An Kong, standing about 10 zhang away from the boy, realized that if he did not act swiftly, The child would surely fall victim to the icy blade of the black armored cavalry. Driven by a fierce desire to save, Kong erupted with the energy of martial arts, an intense aura enveloping him. The black armored cavalry, still rampaging, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a youth of merely 10 years, radiating an overwhelming martial presence. They paused their steeds, their icy expressions fixated on Kong. Without pausing to ponder why the cavalry had halted, Kong immediately channeled his martial energy into his legs and propelled himself forward with great force. With a swift and resounding whoosh, Kong appeared beside the boy. Scooping him up just as his martial energy dissipated, his gaze now seething with fury directed at the black armored cavalry. The cavalryman wielding the curved blade, witnessing Kong's recent display of martial prowess and his incredible speed, trembled slightly, his emotionless eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. At that moment, the boy's parents emerged from their home, crying out in panic, "Child, how could you run into the street? You have frightened us terribly." Kong handed the boy to his mother, who rushed to embrace him, then turned to her husband, intending to kneel before Kong in gratitude for saving their son. Noticing their inclination to bow, Kong quickly raised his hands to halt their gesture, urging them to return indoors swiftly. Aware of the terror the black armored cavalry posed, the boy's parents bowed in thanks and hurried back inside, but as they prepared to close the door, the boy's mother suddenly realized that Kong appeared to be no more than 10 years old. In a state of urgency, she called out, "Young man, please come inside quickly." Kong shook his head in refusal, signaling for her to secure the door. Though anxious, the boy's mother, recognizing that Kong had no intention of entering, reluctantly closed the door. Kong then turned, glaring at the black armored cavalry, shouting in wrath, "Get out of the border city." The leader of the black armored cavalry, gripping his curved blade, fixed his gaze upon Kong, then erupted in a bloodthirsty laugh. "Ha ha ha, do you truly believe you can stop us, 300 black armored cavalry?" In his fury, Kong's sole intention was to drive these inhumane cavalrymen away. If they continued their rampage through the border city, many more lives would be lost. Staring defiantly at the cavalryman who had spoken, Kong clenched his fists tightly. "Humph, you may certainly attempt it at that moment." An aura of invincibility seemed to emanate from him. Though the black armored cavalry were formidable, their strength was only significant against ordinary citizens and novice warriors. They needed to reconsider when confronted by a martial arts expert. The black armored cavalry, observing this young boy, who dared to stand against them, would have charged forward without hesitation had it not been for the powerful martial energy he had just exhibited. The citizens of the border city, hidden within their homes, were puzzled by the sudden silence in the streets and cautiously opened their windows to see if the black armored cavalry had retreated. Upon seeing a mere boy of 10 standing defiantly before 300 black armored cavalry, they were utterly astonished. How did that boy end up in the street? Is he the one blocking the black armored cavalry? As Kong's martial energy dissipated almost instantaneously after rescuing the boy, those in the upper room, including Li Yunxi, only saw the aftermath and not the full display of his martial prowess. Gazing out from the window, they beheld Kong single-handedly saving the child and standing resolutely before the intimidating force. Awe and admiration filled their hearts. They realized that none of them could maintain such composure in the face of such overwhelming odds. Li Yunxi, observing Kong's silhouette, felt her heartbeat quicken, her expression filled with concern for his safety. On the street, the once fearsome black armored cavalry found their advance halted by a mere boy of 10. If word of this spread, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The leader of the black armored cavalry, eyeing Kong, was equally filled with battle intent, pointing his blade towards him. Just as he was about to issue the command to attack, a cavalryman galloped up from the rear, whispering something urgently to the leader. After a moment, the leader sheathed his blade, casting a cold glance towards the approaching Wu state army. With a voice devoid of emotion, he declared, "Today, you are fortunate. Withdraw." The black armored cavalry turned their steeds and galloped towards the city gates. At that moment, a troop of 1 to 2,000 soldiers, led by Hua Wandong and a resolute middle-aged general clad in armor, advanced towards the northern gate. When Hua Wandong spotted a familiar silhouette standing before the black armored cavalry, his heart raced, and he urged his steed forward with urgency. The general, noticing the boy facing the cavalry alone, widened his eyes in surprise, realizing that Hua Wandong must know the youth. Meanwhile, An Kong remained in place, his gaze fixed upon the retreating black armored cavalry, his clenched fists gradually relaxing. Just as he was about to ease his tension, the sound of thundering hooves echoed behind him. Turning to see Hua Wandong approach, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Soon, the general and the soldiers arrived at An Kong's side. Hua Wandong dismounted swiftly and inquired, "An Kong, how did you come to be here?" An Kong promptly recounted the events that transpired upon the arrival of the black armored cavalry to Hua Wandong. After listening, Hua Wandong gazed at An Kong with eyes wide open in astonishment. And even the commanding general appeared incredulous, rendered speechless by the revelation. At that moment, the parents of the young boy whom An Kong had rescued opened their door, pulling their son along to kneel before An Kong once more in gratitude for his life-saving deed. Observing this, An Kong hurriedly assisted them to their feet. The boy's mother, tearfully addressing the middle-aged general, said, "General, it was thanks to this young man that my son was saved. Otherwise, my husband and I would have no face left to continue living." The general comforted the boy's parents, saying, "As long as the child is unharmed, you may return home now." After expressing their gratitude to An Kong once more, the boy's parents retreated into their dwelling in the street. The general fixed his gaze upon An Kong, speaking earnestly as he clasped his fists in salute. "Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I had not anticipated such remarkable courage from you, young brother, to single-handedly rescue others and confront the black armored cavalry without retreating. You have afforded us precious time, sparing the citizens of our border town from calamity. For this, I, Chen Mo, pay my respects." With that, the general and the soldiers behind him bowed deeply to An Kong. Taken aback by the gesture of so many paying their respects, An Kong hastily returned the bow. "General Chen, there is no need for such formality." Upon hearing that An Kong had single-handedly held off 300 black armored cavalry, the soldiers in the city regarded him with eyes full of admiration. Chapter 50. The most desolate city. After watching the black armored cavalry depart, General Chen sighed, "I did not expect to be outmaneuvered by the black armored cavalry of Zhao." The border town was of considerable importance to the kingdom of Wu. Should it fall into the hands of Zhao, it would effectively sever Wu in two. Yet, why were there currently fewer than 10,000 soldiers defending the city? Contemplating this, Hua Wandong furrowed his brow and turned to General Chen. "General Chen, given the significance of the border town to Wu, why are there so few soldiers stationed here?" Upon hearing Hua Wandong's inquiry, General Chen shook his head in frustration and resignation. "This is a long story." Observing the general's hesitance, Hua Wandong chose not to press further after scanning their surroundings. Aware that Hua Wandong's group had just arrived at the border town and had been invited to assist him, General Chen warmly invited them to his residence, extending his hospitality. Since Hua Wandong and General Chen were old acquaintances who had not seen each other in years, he readily accepted. Subsequently, Hua Wandong gathered the others and accompanied General Chen back to his estate. As night fell, Hua Wandong and the city's leaders indulged in jovial conversations over drinks, reminiscing about the past, bringing a rare liveliness to the Lord's residence. The following day, Hua Wandong and his companions prepared to set off for Wuxing City. General Chen personally arranged for their carriage, and as they bid farewell, he regarded An Kong with appreciative eyes. "Thank you for your assistance yesterday. I hope you and your comrades achieve great success in the martial arts tournament. Safe travels." After An Kong and Li Yunxi expressed their gratitude to General Chen, they embarked on their journey to Wuxing City. The land route proved significantly swifter than the waterway. In just a day's time, An Kong and his party arrived at Wuxing City. Not far from Wuxing City, after handing over the carriage to the soldiers in charge, they paused to gaze upon the magnificent city before them. An overwhelming sense of awe surged within them, as if they were captivated by the powerful aura emanating from the city. Sunlight cascaded upon the ancient and sturdy city walls, reflecting a blinding brilliance. The walls towered towards the heavens, resembling an indomitable barrier that safeguarded the tranquility and prosperity within. Above the city gate hung a grand plaque, inscribed with the formidable characters Wuxing City, symbolizing the city's majesty and honor. From a distance, one could observe the intricate network of streets bustling with throngs of people. The unique architectural styles, both grandiose palaces and exquisite residences, were thoughtfully arranged. The air was thick with the vibrancy of life. As merchants loudly hawked their wares, beckoning passers-by to stop and browse, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the sounds of lively chatter. People whispered among themselves, full of curiosity and longing for this mysterious and enchanting Wuxing city. Some marveled at its vastness, while others eagerly shared tales of the renowned experts and heroic deeds rumored to inhabit the city. Every pair of eyes, a glimmer of anticipation shone forth, yearning to experience the splendor and legend of this remarkable place. Standing still, the group couldn't help but reflect. In comparison, Fengshui City seemed but a grain of rice against the brilliance of the moon. Wuxing City was a convergence of the finest talents from across the realm, a destination sought after by martial arts masters. For those who traveled from afar to participate in the martial arts competition hosted by the Kingdom of Wu, entering Wuxing City signified not only new opportunities and challenges, but also a journey to realize their self-worth. They carried their individual aspirations and ideals, determined to use the martial arts tournament in Wuxing City as a springboard to create their own glorious chapters. After lingering momentarily outside the gates of Wuxing City, Hong Kong and his companions proceeded within. As the martial arts talents from across the Kingdom of Wu converged in Wuxing City, the atmosphere was livelier than ever before. Once inside, Hua Wandong led Hong Kong and the others to the Fengshui City office in Wuxing City. In no time, they arrived at the office, where the person in charge came out to personally greet them upon learning of Hua Wandong's arrival, promptly arranging accommodations for the group. After several days of travel, Hua Wandong encouraged everyone to enjoy a hearty dinner before retiring early to rest and prepare themselves for the martial arts tournament the following day. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, the streets of Wuxing City buzzed with activity. The once spacious roads became congested, with Hong Kong and his companions navigating through the throng towards the martial arts plaza. After a series of twists and turns, they finally reached the plaza, where they identified themselves to the personnel responsible for guiding participants and were escorted to the waiting area for Fengshui City's martial artists. Seated in the waiting area, Hong Kong and his companions caught their first glimpse of the martial arts plaza in its entirety. The plaza was vast, easily 5 times the size of Fengshui City's martial arts arena. The ground was adorned with light gray marble slabs, and dozens of stone pillars intricately carved with auspicious beast patterns lined the perimeter. The center of the plaza stood 10 elevated platforms for competition. The spectators gathered around the platforms, eagerly awaiting the matches. Meanwhile, the waiting area for Fengshui City's participants was positioned in the southwest corner of the plaza. Suddenly, while seated in the waiting area, Hong Kong and his companions overheard some unfriendly remarks. "Look, those are the martial artists from Fengshui City. Oh, let me see. Ha ha ha. It's indeed the city that always finishes last. Pathetic. The highest ranked among them is only a 10th level martial artist, not even a martial master. It seems this year Fengshui City is destined to retain its title again." Hearing such derision aimed at them, Hong Kong, Li Yunqi, and the others turned pale, their eyes blazing with indignation as they glared at the mockers. However, Hua Wandong remained unfazed by their words, for he understood that as long as Hong Kong performed steadily, Fengshui City would certainly secure a place among the top 3 in the martial arts tournament. As all the participating cities gathered, the martial artist representing Wuxing City emerged. "Look quickly, that is the most powerful contestant from Wuxing City, Wu Lingfeng. He seems to be on the verge of becoming a martial master. And he is quite handsome." "Ah, so that is Wu Lingfeng. I heard he defeated martial artists at the late stage of martial mastery and managed to escape unscathed from a grand martial master." As some of the female participants gazed dreamily at Wu Lingfeng, a robust young man from Man City scoffed, "Himph. He is not the only mid-stage martial master. He is acting so proud." The spectators from Wuxing City erupted in thunderous cheers as their champion appeared. Chanting Wu Lingfeng, Wu Lingfeng, the other contestants from Wuxing City, accompanying Wu Lingfeng, bore expressions of utmost pride. However, behind Wu Lingfeng stood a young man with a somewhat sullen expression, his eyes filled with jealousy as he stared at Wu Lingfeng's back. This young man was Wu Xiaoheng, the second most powerful participant from Wuxing City. The spotlight that should have been his was now stolen by Wu Lingfeng, who had surged forth and claimed the applause that was rightfully his. How could he not feel envious? In the waiting area of Fengshui City, a participating girl observed the displeased expression on Wu Xiaoheng's face and, with a slight frown, addressed the middle-aged woman beside her. "Aunt Shun, it seems Wu Xiaoheng from Wuxing City is not lacking in strength either. Could it be that this year Wuxing City will occupy 2 of the top 3 spots?" The middle-aged woman, referred to as Aunt Shen, furrowed her brows as she gazed towards the direction of the Wuxing City martial artists. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Feiyu, there's no need for you to worry. Wu Xiaoheng's strength is on par with yours. Just do your best. The girl named Lu Feiyu is indeed the foremost contender representing Fengshui City in this competition, renowned for her prowess. Meanwhile, the participants from Fengshui City seem to be the subject of mockery from the audience of Wuxing City and other martial artists from different realms. How can Fengshui City still have the audacity to participate in the martial arts tournament? They have consistently ranked last in every edition, clearly just here to make up the numbers. If they didn't show up, some cities would be quite displeased. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing such derisive remarks, Li Kaijiang could not restrain himself from retorting. Are we living off you? Can you not keep your mouths clean? Observing Li Kaijiang's defiance, the other contestants from Fengshui City glared at those who mocked them, preparing to rise alongside him to retaliate. However, Huo Wenlong remained calm and raised a hand to halt their actions. No need for that. We shall silence them with our strength. Following Huo Wenlong's words, Li Yunxi and the others refrained from further engaging with their detractors. After all the cities participating in the martial arts plaza had gathered, a burly, middle-aged man with a rugged appearance and a thick beard stepped onto the stage. As the audience below noticed the middle-aged man ascending the platform, the previously raucous martial arts plaza gradually fell into a hush. A few spectators, upon recognizing the rugged figure, whispered amongst themselves, "Oh, I didn't expect this year's tournament to be presided over by Master Wang Yang. Hasn't he left the martial kingdom? I heard he went off to partake in some trials." It seemed that Wang Yang had overheard the murmurs, especially the mention of the trials, as a flicker of embarrassment crossed his stern face. Coughing lightly, Wang Yang hastily feigned a cough to signal for silence. Once the crowd was completely quiet, a deep voice emanated from Wang Yang. "Everyone, please settle down. I am Wang Yang, the chief judge for this year's newly inaugurated martial arts tournament. I hope all spectators will observe the event with civility. There are 12 cities participating, with a total of 120 contestants. The tournament will consist of multiple rounds, with the first round divided into 60 groups. The losing side will be eliminated, while the victors will advance to the next round, continuing in this manner until the top 3 contenders of the tournament are determined. During the bouts on stage, no one is permitted to interfere from the sidelines. Violators will have their limbs incapacitated and will be expelled from Wuxing City, never to return. Now, all participating warriors, please proceed to the judge's booth for the draw. There are numbers from 1 to 60. With 2 slips for each number, warriors drawing the same number will compete against each other." After Wang Yang concluded, all the participating warriors began to make their way to the judge's booth for the draw. Huo Wenlong remained in the waiting area, while the representatives from Fengshui City proceeded to draw their lots. As they passed by other cities, they were occasionally met with scornful remarks from some martial artists. However, since they were close to the judges, the competitors from other cities did not go too far. The individuals from Fengshui City appeared accustomed to such disdainful comments and pretended not to hear them. After a brief while, all 120 warriors had completed their draws. Wang Yang then announced, "Those who drew numbers 1 to 10, please remain. The others may return to their respective waiting areas." Zhang Qianqian and Lu Yang from Fengshui City stayed behind, clearly set to participate in the first round. After encouraging the two soon to compete, the rest of Fengshui City's participants returned to the waiting area. Upon seeing the 20 warriors who remained, Wang Yang nodded slightly and pointed towards the easternmost stage, stating, "The stage closest to the east is stage 1, while the westernmost one is stage 10. Warriors drawing number 1 will compete on stage 1, number 2 on stage 2, and so forth. Please proceed to your respective stages." The warriors who drew numbers 1 to 10 ascended the platforms, and the judges for each stage were promptly in place. As the judges announced the commencement of the bouts, the warriors across the 10 stages of the martial arts plaza immediately engaged in fierce combat. On stage 6, Zhang Qianqian faced an opponent from Heishui City, whose prowess was comparable to hers. Both combatants unleashed their respective techniques from the onset. Although the Heishui warrior attacked fiercely, Zhang Qianqian adeptly evaded with her agile movements. Seizing an opportunity during a moment of overconfidence from her opponent, Zhang Qianqian executed a precise strike to the abdomen, incapacitating the Heishui warrior momentarily. Capitalizing on this brief lapse in her adversary's fighting capability, she delivered a sweeping kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. The judge for stage 6 promptly declared, "On stage 6, the victor is Zhang Qianqian from Fengshui City." Upon witnessing Zhang Qianqian's victory, An Kong and the others erupted in jubilant cheers. It's merely good fortune. She just encountered a weaker opponent, they remarked, noting how delighted her victory had made the others. The martial artists from other cities, having witnessed Feng Shui City's unexpected win, dismissed it as a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, the Heishui warrior who had lost to Zhang Qianqian felt a pang of regret. He had not anticipated that she would employ profound martial techniques. Liu Yang, on the other hand, faced an opponent of superior strength and was unable to even execute his own techniques before being defeated and sent off the stage. Before long, the contest for numbers 1 to 10 concluded, and it was time for those with draws numbered 11 to 20 to compete. On Kong, drawing number 20, was set to face a young warrior from Liqing, who was merely at the 6th level. Hua Wanlong, aware of On Kong's hidden capabilities, did not allow him to reveal his true strength as a martial master. He merely instructed On Kong to display the prowess of a 10th-level warrior. Observers in the audience, witnessing a 10th-level warrior from Feng Shui City against a 6th-level opponent, could not help but murmur in astonishment. What luck for Feng Shui City, a 10th-level warrior matched against a mere 6th-level one. A martial artist from another city sneered at On Kong on the stage. I refuse to believe that Feng Shui City's luck can hold out forever. Even if they advance this round, what of it? I hope I don't have to face them on stage 10. As the judge announced the match's start, On Kong stood his ground, gazing at the Liqing warrior. Upon receiving a courteous bow from his opponent, On Kong returned the gesture with a smile. Initially intending to conclude the match quickly, he hesitated upon noticing his opponent's politeness and abandoned that thought. Let us begin, On Kong smiled and said. All right, my name is Ding Ning. I look forward to your guidance, replied the Liqing warrior, who then launched an attack on Kong. Instead of countering, Kong skillfully evaded Ding Ning's strikes, avoiding all of his advances. To the spectators below, it appeared as though Kong was being relentlessly pursued by Ding Ning, prompting whispers of derision. This 10th-level warrior from Feng Shui City is utterly lacking. He can't even retaliate against a 6th-level opponent. I thought the 10th-level warrior from Feng Shui City would show some prowess. Turns out he only knows how to dodge. Others from different cities chimed in mockingly. You didn't see that the 6th-level warrior from Heishui couldn't land a single blow on the Feng Shui warrior? I think he hasn't even shown his full strength, some of the more observant martial artists countered. They don't even know each other. If that 10th-level warrior truly had skill, why would he only evade? He hasn't launched a single attack. I reckon he has likely been rendered unable to fight back. Others retorted. The audience and martial artists focused on the 10th stage. They continued to criticize Kong for his perceived lack of ability, merely dodging against a 6th-level warrior. The bouts reached their conclusion. Only Kong and Ding Ning remained locked in a contest with no clear victor. Some of the victorious warriors began to take notice of the ongoing match, watching a 10th-level warrior and a 6th-level warrior struggle without resolution. They could not help but look down on Kong's prowess. Everyone, look here. This is Feng Shui City's top strength, a 10th-level warrior being chased around by a 6th-level one. One victorious martial artist scoffed at Kong's evasive maneuvers. The audience's gaze converged on stage 10, casting disparaging remarks at Kong's performance. Just as the crowd continued to deride Kong as a mere pretense of a 10th-level warrior, Ding Ning suddenly conceded. Due to Kong's constant defensive posture and lack of any substantial offense, even the judge began to suspect that Kong's only advantage lay in his higher rank. Just as the judge began to favor Ding Ning, who was merely a 6th-level warrior, Ding Ning unexpectedly declared his surrender. The judge stood momentarily bemused, staring at Ding Ning. Why do you concede? The onlookers were similarly perplexed by Ding Ning's abrupt decision. How could someone who had maintained the upper hand suddenly give up? Many spectators called out to Ding Ning, Hey, young man, you were just about to win. Why throw in the towel? Feeling the weight of the attention from both the judge and the audience, Ding Ning shook his head with a rueful smile, stating simply, I cannot defeat him with that. He offered a final bow to Kong and stepped down from the platform. Observing Ding Ning's exit, the judge shook his head and announced, Feng Shui City's Kong is victorious. When Ding Ning returned to the waiting area of Liqing, the leader of their city expressed some confusion and inquired about his sudden concession. Ding Ning, I noticed you had the upper hand during the competition. Why did you surrender so abruptly? The surrounding competitors gazed at Ding Ning with curiosity. Ding Ning, with a bittersweet smile, replied, It is not that I wish to concede. The truth is, I simply cannot match him. He is remarkably resilient and possesses immense physical strength. Even if I chose to continue battling him, I might ultimately collapse from exhaustion on the arena. With him still victorious, upon hearing this, some furrowed their brows in concern while others wore expressions of doubt, pondering that the 10th level warrior from Fengshuiqing seemed unremarkable, perhaps merely strong in physique. Ding Ning, observing the disbelief in his companions' faces, could only shake his head in resignation. Although Kong did not strike at him, Ding Ning felt as if he were attacking solid rock when he engaged in Kang's defensive stance, leaving his hands in excruciating pain that still trembled slightly. After winning the match, Kong offered a faint smile to the audience below the stage before descending from it. Humph, just lucky to win a match. And look at how smug he is. What is there to be proud of? He was knocked down when 60 competed to become 30. He should count himself fortunate not to be weeping. As Kong passed through the crowd, he overheard others discussing him but chose not to retort. After all, he was the victor, and let them chatter on. Upon returning to the waiting area of Fengshuiqing, Li Yunxi and the others refrained from congratulating Kong on his victory, knowing well he would prevail. They were merely puzzled as to why Kong, who could have easily defeated his opponent with a single punch, allowed his adversary to dominate the fight. However, no one pressed further for clarification. The competition continued, and soon competitors numbered 21 to 30 were preparing to take the stage: Li Yunxi, Li Kaijiang, and Guan Tianzhao. All of whom drew numbers within this range, greeted their fellow waiting participants before making their way to the arena. Concurrently, Wu Lingfeng, the foremost warrior of Wuxing City, also approached the stage. Upon witnessing Wu Lingfeng's readiness to compete, the entire audience turned their attention toward him. Wu Lingfeng strolled leisurely, and as he passed by several stages, the competitors awaiting their turn felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing him approach. Fortunately, Wu Lingfeng merely walked past without mounting the stage, leading the warriors on stage to breathe a sigh of relief. After passing 8 stages, he finally halted at the 9th arena. What? Both Li Yunxi and Li Kaijiang exclaimed in unison upon seeing where Wu Lingfeng had stopped. Casting worried glances at Guan Tianzhao in the waiting area of Fengshuiqing, while Wanlong furrowed his brow tightly upon noticing Wu Lingfeng's chosen position. Kong felt a pang of concern for Guan Tianzhao upon realizing that his opponent was none other than the newly crowned strongest warrior of Wuxing City. Wu Lingfeng. The others beside Kong gasped, rising in shock. What? Tianzhao's first opponent is him. While Wanlong internally acknowledged the grim situation but did not outwardly show his trepidation, signaling for everyone to sit down and watch the match. Wu Lingfeng regarded Guan Tianzhao upon the stage, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gradually ascended. Guan Tianzhao, observing Wu Lingfeng's approach to the 9th arena, felt a jolt of apprehension. That moment. As Wu Lingfeng neared the stage, Guan Tianzhao's fists clenched tightly, his gaze flickering with unease. Although Guan Tianzhao held confidence in his own abilities, he was not so blindly self-assured as to believe he could best a mid-level martial master like Wu Lingfeng, especially one capable of challenging beyond his rank. On the martial arts square, more than half of the spectators were fixated on the 9th arena, eager to witness Wu Lingfeng's prowess in battle. Some who had previously mocked Fengshuiqing's good fortune now sneered as they beheld the city's competitor facing Wu Lingfeng. See, I told you, luck does not last. Now Fengshuiqing's warrior is up against Wu Lingfeng. Indeed, I suggest the warrior from Fengshuiqing in the 9th arena concede early to avoid an embarrassing defeat. They glanced smugly toward the waiting area of Fengshuiqing, eager to see the expressions of the competitors there. Once the referee announced the commencement of the match, the warriors on various stages swiftly engaged their opponents, striving to secure victory as quickly as possible. On stage 4, Li Yunxi faced a 9th-level warrior from Shuai City. Despite her opponent's considerable skills, they were no match for Li Yunxi, who wielded 2 types of profound martial techniques. With the advantages of her swift shadow and wind god leg techniques, she soon triumphed, leaving her adversary to rue their misfortune. The spectators below were awestruck by the display of Li Yunxi's dual profound techniques. Recognizing her as the strongest among Fengshuiqing's competitors, Li Yuanba's opponent was equally matched. Yet he seized the initiative, forcing his rival to the edge of the stage before executing a powerful empty-splitting palm, sending them tumbling off the arena and advancing smoothly to the next round. Meanwhile, at the 9th arena, as the referee declared the match underway, Wu Lingfeng arrogantly addressed Guan Tianzhao. Do you wish to concede and leave the stage on your own, or shall I send you down myself? Hearing such dismissive words, Guan Tianzhao's fists clenched tightly, filled with fighting spirit. Let us engage, as you desire. Noting that Guan Tianzhao had no intention of conceding, Wu Lingfeng resolved to force him off the stage. Aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, Guan Tianzhao unleashed all his martial energy right from the outset. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a series of entry-level mountain-opening punches toward Wu Lingfeng. Wu Lingfeng merely extended his hand, effortlessly deflecting Guan Tianzhao's strikes. Witnessing his own mountain-opening punches being dismissed so casually left Guan Tianzhao in shock. Realizing that his punches were ineffective, he prepared to employ the empty splitting palm technique he had learned not long ago. Is that all you've got? You might as well leave. Just as Wu Lingfeng readied to kick Guan Tianzhao off the stage, he was unexpectedly struck by Guan Tianzhao's empty splitting palm, hitting his palm squarely. At that moment, Wu Lingfeng, overconfident and not utilizing any martial energy, found himself stepping back several paces after the clash, his palm throbbing painfully. The audience gasped upon witnessing Wu Lingfeng, a 7th-level warrior from Fengshuiqing, push back the formidable Wu Lingfeng. Wu Lingfeng, unable to maintain his composure in light of the audience's astonishment, glared with fury and declared, "You have successfully provoked my wrath." Wu Lingfeng let out a cold snort. Delivering yet another punch to Guan Tianzhao's chest, a sickening crack echoed through the air as bones shattered. After enduring Wu Lingfeng's brutal blow, Guan Tianzhao coughed up a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. Observing the unconscious Guan Tianzhao, Wu Lingfeng rose and contemptuously kicked him off the stage in the waiting area. Kong and the others, witnessing Wu Lingfeng's merciless assault on the exhausted Guan Tianzhao, felt a surge of rage. Kong rushed to the front of the stage, and had it not been for Hua Wenlong's warning against interfering with the match, he would have already stormed onto the arena. After being kicked off the stage, Guan Tianzhao was caught mid-fall by Kong, who quickly assessed the situation. Seeing Guan Tianzhao bleeding profusely, his breathing shallow and faint, Kong clenched his jaw tightly, his chest heaving as he struggled to contain the fury boiling within him. In that moment, Kang's eyes blazed with anger as they fixed upon Wu Lingfeng, who wore a smug expression on the stage. Wu Lingfeng, glancing down at Kong cradling Guan Tianzhao, raised his chin defiantly, his eyes filled with taunting disdain. The other members of Fengshui City gathered around Kong, their gazes filled with indignation as they looked towards Wu Lingfeng on the stage. Wu Lingfeng, however, paid no heed to this group of individuals, who were not even martial artists. As the referee announced Wu Lingfeng's victory, the spectators and martial artists from other cities erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Finding no fault in Wu Lingfeng's heavy-handed tactics against Guan Tianzhao, as it was merely a competition. As long as the opponent did not concede, the match was to continue. Some martial artists, who had already looked down upon Fengshui City, reveled in the sight of Wu Lingfeng knocking Guan Tianzhao unconscious. Lu Feiyu from Wind and Rain City furrowed her brow at Wu Lingfeng's ruthlessness against an opponent who posed no threat. Pondering the character of the so-called top martial artist from Wuxing City, next to her, Aunt Shan shook her head in resignation. A stout youth from Barbarian City scoffed at Wu Lingfeng's actions, saying, "Kempf, so much for being the strongest. There's no martial ethics whatsoever." After claiming victory, Wu Lingfeng descended from the stage, deliberately striding past Kong with a sidelong glare. "Do not cast such predatory looks at me, as though you wish to challenge me. We'll see if you possess the strength to advance." Kong retorted through gritted teeth, "Oh, I shall wait for you, but do not disappoint me," Wu Lingfeng replied before making his way towards the waiting area for Wuxing City martial artists. "Do you really think you, with your round head and naive demeanor, can compete with Wu Lingfeng? Have you taken stock of your abilities? Such arrogance." A group of onlookers mocked as they witnessed Kang's audacity to challenge Wu Lingfeng. Kang's eyes blazed with fury as he scanned the crowd of mockers, before carrying the unconscious Guan Tianzhao towards the Fengshui City reception area for treatment. After being scrutinized by Kang's piercing gaze, those who had jeered at him suddenly fell silent, as though they were prey caught in the gaze of a ferocious beast, shuddering involuntarily. The remaining martial artists from Fengshui City and Hua Wenlong stayed in the waiting area while Kong and Li Yunqi escorted Guan Tianzhao for medical attention. After a thorough examination and treatment from the physicians at Fengshui City's reception, Guan Tianzhao finally regained consciousness. Although his fractured shoulder had been treated, the healing of his broken ribs would take considerable time, rendering him confined to the bed for the foreseeable future. Kong observed Guan Tianzhao, now awake from his stupor. He gestured for him to remain silent and to focus on recuperating. If I encounter Wu Lingfeng, I will repay his brutality in kind. And Kong vowed. Upon hearing in Kang's words, Guan Tianzhao remained silent, his eyes brimming with gratitude as they glistened with unshed tears. And Kong, recalling the past 3 months spent training and sharing meals with Guan Tianzhao, felt a surge of anger at the sight of his injured friend, now immobile on the bed, clenching his fists. His veins bulged, and an aura of fury surrounded him, warding off anyone who dared approach. Li Yunqi, witnessing in Kang's intense state for the first time, gently tugged at his sleeve. Hey, and Kong, calm down, she urged. Following her touch, and Kong gradually regained his composure, looking at her and assuring, I'm fine. Let us allow Tianzhao to recover. We should return and await our good news. An Kong turned to the bedridden Guan Tianzhao, who nodded slightly in response. An Kong and Li Yunqi then departed the medical facility, making their way back to the martial arts arena for the upcoming matches. Upon their return to the plaza, they found that the first round of competitions had concluded. Among the 5 representatives from Fengshui City, only Wang Bowen and Zhou Jiwen had successfully advanced. Thus, Fengshui City had a total of 6 individuals progressing to the next round, and Kong, Li Yunqi, Li Kaijiang, Wang Bowen, Zhou Jiwen, and Zhang Qianqian. Although Guan Tianzhao's unfortunate incident had occurred, while Wanlong felt a sense of pride knowing that this year's competition had seen 6 participants from Fengshui City advance, a significant improvement over previous years. Shortly thereafter, the draw for the second round commenced. Upon witnessing that 6 participants from Fengshui City had advanced, martial artists from other cities regarded them with disdain. It's merely luck. The next round will truly test their strength. Let us see if they can maintain such fortune, they remarked. Li Kaijiang, noticing the speaker was a 9th-level martial artist, couldn't resist retorting. I hope you encounter me in your next match. Chapter 54. Why don't you take a break? The individual, caught off guard by Li Kaijiang's words amidst the crowd of martial artists lining up for the draw, felt the weight of many eyes upon him. He had intended to continue his argument with Li Kaijiang, but recalling Li Kaijiang's impressive display of martial skill in the previous round, he hesitated, his face shifting from pale to red. Observing his simmering frustration, the martial artists from Fengshui City couldn't help but chuckle. You have no skills yet you dare to look down on others? Spare us the arrogance, Li Kaijiang quipped before turning away to continue queuing for the draw. After the second round of draws concluded, a total of 30 pairs of martial artists were set to compete. The first matches would feature those drawing numbers 1 to 10. Li Yunqi, Wang Bowen, and Zhang Qianqian prepared to ascend the stage upon seeing their assigned numbers. Once all martial artists were present on the platform, the referee announced the commencement of the matches. On Ring 5, Li Yunqi faced a martial artist from Wind and Rain City, another girl who was also a 9th-level martial artist. The two exchanged respectful salutes before simultaneously launching their attacks. Li Yunqi initiated the first round with the profound martial technique, Wind Godleg. Her speed was astonishing, catching her opponent completely off guard. Realizing there was no time to evade, the Wind and Rain City martial artist infused her energy into her arms, attempting to block Li Yunqi's powerful strike. The impact sent her reeling backward, her eyes wide with shock as her breathing became erratic, visibly shaken by the ferocity of Li Yunqi's attack. She had not anticipated such a disparity in strength, despite only being 1 level apart. Recognizing the panic in her opponent's eyes, Li Yunqi darted towards her with a blur of motion. Startled by Li Yunqi's sudden appearance, the Wind and Rain City martial artist froze. Seizing the moment, Li Yunqi aimed a kick towards her opponent's throat, stopping mere inches from contact. You've lost, she declared. The Wind and Rain City martial artist, regaining her senses upon hearing Li Yunqi's calm voice, stammered, thank you, I concede. The referee nodded at the recognition of the concession, announcing, Li Yunqi from Fengshui City is victorious. The spectators in the Fengshui City waiting area erupted into cheers at the sight of Li Yunqi's triumph. In the waiting area of Wind and Rain City, the leader, Aunt Shun, consoled the recently defeated girl, saying, it's all right. Your opponent is at a higher level and possesses superior skills. Losing is nothing to be ashamed of. Lu Feiyu, observing that Li Yunqi had not been brutal towards their martial artist, offered her a charming smile. Li Yunqi, returning the gesture with a nod, gracefully exited the stage. As expected from Fengshui City's strongest, winning both matches with relative ease, you say? If I had mastered 2 profound martial techniques, perhaps I could have surpassed her. came a voice of dissent. Oh, please. Even if you had the chance, you might not be capable of learning them. A multitude of spectators, eager to witness the unfolding events, engaged in animated discussions. On the sixth arena, Zhang Qianqian faced a robust young opponent. Compared to her slender physique, she appeared as a delicate blade of grass standing beside a towering tree. Observing Zhang Qianqian's serious demeanor, the burly youth from Manching, Shtong Yishan, displayed a naive grin and greeted her. Hello, young lady. My name is Shtong Yishan, the top-ranked newcomer in martial prowess from It. Seems your cultivation level is significantly lower than mine. Perhaps you should concede. Though Shtong Yishan intended to offer a friendly suggestion, his words were perceived by others as condescending. Mistaking his intentions, Zhang Qianqian glared at him with indignation. Bah, I shall not concede. Show me what you are capable of. Confounded by her reaction, Shtong Yishan, who merely wished to advise her, found himself at a loss. Zhang Qianqian was the first to strike, launching her attack at Shtong Yishan, who stood unmoving, observing her approach. She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet to her astonishment, Shtong Yishan seemed impervious to her onslaught, wearing a simple smile as he offered a kind suggestion. Perhaps you should take a break? Mistakenly interpreting his words as mockery, Zhang Qianqian's martial spirit surged, and she executed a piercing finger technique aimed at his chest. Sensing a hint of danger, Shtong Yishan unleashed his own martial energy, effortlessly neutralizing her attack. Zhang Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief as she retreated, realizing how easily he had countered her move. She attempted another strike, but her fingers were halted by a shield of martial energy formed by Shtong Yishan, stopping her just 2 fists distance away. Unyielding, she unleashed a barrage of nearly 10 finger strikes, yet all were effortlessly deflected by Shtong Yishan. Ultimately, Zhang Qianqian collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Seeing her in such a state, Shtong Yishan quickly raised his hands, a hint of concern on his face, exclaiming, I did not strike you. Zhang Qianqian, further incensed by his gesture, nearly spat blood in fury, her eyes glaring fiercely as she gritted her teeth. Declaring, I concede. That's more like it. If you had conceded earlier, we could have been resting by now, Shtong Yishan remarked, a goofy smile returning to his face upon her admission of defeat. Come, get up. He kindly extended his hand to assist her. However, Zhang Qianqian pushed him away with a sharp motion. No need, just step aside. After rising on her own, she exited the arena. The referee announced Shtong Yishan's victory. Puzzled, he scratched his head, thinking, I was only trying to help her. Why does it feel like she is angry with me? On the 10th arena, Wang Bowen too faced defeat, but with far less fortune than Zhang Qianqian. His opponent was Wu Xiaoheng, the second-ranked newcomer from Wuxing City. From the very start, Wu Xiaoheng showed no intention of granting his adversary any opportunity, launching a fierce kick at Wang Bowen. By the time Wang Bowen realized what was happening, he found himself thrown off the arena, his chest heaving as he lost consciousness. Fortunately, Wu Xiaoheng had not delivered a lethal blow. He deemed his opponent too weak to warrant a serious effort, thus ending the match with a single kick. See? I told you Feng Shui City was merely riding on luck. They've already lost 2 matches in the first round. Indeed, their previous round was filled with fortunate encounters against weaker opponents. Some eliminated martial artists. Filled with jealousy, observed the unexpectedly successful Feng Shui City, which had advanced so many participants despite their previous ranking being at the bottom. Many felt indignant seeing competitors with lesser strength advancing, considering them mere beneficiaries of luck. However, with 2 of Feng Shui City's participants eliminated, the onlookers resumed their mocking taunts in the waiting area of Feng Shui City. Kong approached Wang Bowen after witnessing him being kicked off the arena. He helped him regain his breath before instructing Li Kaijiang to take him to the resting area. After a moment, all matches of the first round had concluded, and preparations began for the second round's second match. Featuring participants numbered 11 to 20, both Kong and Zhou Jiwen drew the number 11. As they ascended the arena, Zhou Jiwen hastily conceded the match, dashing off the stage, leaving Kong and the referee in a state of shock. The audience gasped at the spectacle, their murmurs echoing across the arena. Other martial artists on stage paused, turning their heads in curiosity, ultimately focusing on the first arena. Upon understanding the situation, some cast envious glances, while others looked down upon Kong, who stood alone on the stage. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, Kong experienced a sense of discomfort, akin to having his secrets laid bare. After the referee announced his victory, he sprinted off the stage, thinking, Zhou Jiwen is utterly unreliable. As he passed by spectators and martial artists from other cities, he was met with a chorus of pitying murmurs. Returning to Feng Shui City's waiting area, Kong shot an exasperated glance at Zhou Jiwen, who wore a grin. Did we not agree to pretend to spar for a few exchanges before you conceded? Kong chastised, brother, think about it. Even if you don't hit me, I will still feel pain if I strike you, Zhou Jiwen replied, his face a picture of innocence. Acknowledging Zhou Jiwen's formidable physique, Kong felt a twinge of guilt and chose to remain silent. Sitting down in resignation, the others, witnessing Kang's plight, erupted into hearty laughter. Huo Wanlong observed the merriment, nodding in satisfaction. 2 participants had already advanced to the 3rd round, and Li Kaijiang, yet to compete, also had a chance to progress. In the second match of the 2nd round, Wu Lingfeng from Wuxing City and Lu Feiyu from Fengyu City both took to the stage, though they were not facing each other. Wu Lingfeng demonstrated a newfound assertiveness, granting his opponent little opportunity to retaliate, sending them flying off the arena with each strike, his overwhelming prowess leaving the audience in awe. Lu Feiyu, ever courteous, saw her opponents falter within 2 exchanges, all the while not employing any advanced techniques. Before long, the second match of the 2nd round concluded, paving the way for the final contest. In this match, Li Kaijiang from Feng Shui City stepped forward. By a twist of fate, his opponent turned out to be the very martial artist who had mocked them during the draw. Amusingly, Li Kaijiang had casually remarked, I hope you encounter me by chance. And they found themselves on the same stage. Upon seeing his opponent, Li Kaijiang paused, pondering, why does he look so familiar? Wait, isn't he the one who wished for good luck against me? The mocking martial artist. Upon realizing Li Kaijiang was his opponent, was momentarily taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. What a coincidence. It seems that enemies are destined to meet. Standing at opposite ends of the arena, both gazed intently at each other. Their eyes wide with surprise, Li Kaijiang broke the silence with a smirk. Well, who would have thought your luck would actually bring you here? What is your name, and from which city do you hail? What is your plan to defeat me? What are you so smug about? Remember my name, Jarani, the 2nd-ranked newcomer from Xiaoyang City. I assume you are also the 2nd-ranked newcomer from Feng Shui City. Do you really think you can triumph over me? His opponent retorted, a grim expression on his face. Ha ha ha, Jarani, what a splendid name, quite fitting for you. 2nd-ranked, how impressive. I'm merely 3rd at best. Good luck facing me. Li Kaijiang exclaimed, preparing himself for the match as the referee announced the commencement. 3rd? Jarani looked perplexed. Moments later, the referee signaled the start of the match. Li Kaijiang unleashed his martial energy, delivering a powerful opening blow aimed at Jarani. As Jarani witnessed the fierce punch approaching, he activated his own martial energy, countering with the yellow tear palm technique that collided with Li Kaijiang's fist. A thunderous explosion echoed as the air compressed violently between their strikes. Li Kaijiang remained rooted in place, though his fist was jolted by the impact, his expression turning serious as he regarded Jarani once more. In contrast, Jarani stumbled back several steps, regaining his balance, his eyes wide with disbelief at the strength he faced. Come again, Li Kaijiang sneered, pressing the attack. Don't get too cocky. Do you think my ranking as the 2nd from Xiaoyang City was simply handed to me? After being repelled by a punch from Li Kaijiang, Jarani felt a surge of anger rising within him, prompting him to abandon restraint and engage in a fierce battle with Li Kaijiang. The two exchanged blows, but Li Kaijiang subtly maintained the upper hand. Seizing an opportunity when Li Kaijiang was momentarily distracted, Jarani unleashed a profound martial technique, targeting Li Kaijiang's chest. Sensing the impending danger of the attack, Li Kaijiang swiftly retreated, creating distance while channeling his martial energy to deliver a powerful strike. With a resounding impact, both combatants were sent flying backward. However, misfortune struck for Jarani as he fell off the edge of the arena, while Li Kaijiang landed squarely on the platform. The spectators, witnessing Jarani's fall, shook their heads in disappointment. In truth, the two were closely matched in strength. Had they continued to fight, the victor was uncertain. With Jarani's defeat attributed solely to his unfortunate luck on the arena, Li Kaijiang looked down at Jarani and grinned. Hey, Jarani, the second strongest of Xiaoyang City, it seems fortune has not favored you. Jarani nearly spat blood in rage. Despite their comparable strengths, he found himself bested by mere luck. leaving him deeply resentful. It's just good fortune on your part. Humph. Li Kaijiang dismissed Jiarni's words. After the referee declared him the winner, he turned and exited the arena, returning to the waiting area of Fengshui City, where his peers erupted in jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, sorrow enveloped Xiaoyang City in their waiting area. The leader, having witnessed Jiarni's defeat at the hands of Li Kaijiang from Fengshui City, suddenly wore a grim expression. It appeared that Fengshui City, previously at the bottom, was poised to rise in rank following this martial arts competition. While Xiaoyang City had languished in the depths of mediocrity for countless years, however, there was undeniably an element of luck in Fengshui City's advancement. The audience below began to murmur amongst themselves about Li Yuanba's progression. And upon hearing the various comments, the expressions of those in Xiaoyang City turned sour. They attributed their embarrassment to Fengshui City, casting resentful glances toward their waiting area. Chapter 56. There's no need for you to let me strike first with the conclusion of the second round. The draw for the third round commenced. 5 warriors from Wuxing City advanced, followed by 4 from Man City, while both Fengshui City and Wind and Rain City had 3 warriors making it through. The other cities, aside from Xiaoyang City, managed to send 2 warriors each into the next round. Wuxing City remained as formidable as ever. Fengshui City actually has 3 warriors advancing to the third round. It seems they are shedding their previous title of being at the bottom. Indeed, I see that Li Yunxi and Li Kaijiang from Fengshui City possess considerable strength, but as for that round-faced boy, let us not even mention him. He is just a fluke. The spectators scrutinized the 30 warriors who had progressed to the third round as they received their respective draw numbers, forming 15 pairs. The first match of the third round featured those who drew numbers 1 to 8. Both Li Yunxi and Li Kaijiang were set to compete. Li Yunxi faced a warrior from Wuxing City, also at the 10th level, whose strength was on par with her own. Ultimately, Li Yunxi managed to secure a hard-fought victory, earning the admiration of many spectators for the charming and somewhat playful young lady. Having just fought moments prior, Li Kaijiang was still recuperating from his exertions when he encountered Wu Lingfeng. Upon seeing Wu Lingfeng, a smirk involuntarily crept across Li Kaijiang's face. Wu Lingfeng, with his chin held high, regarded Li Yuanba with an air of arrogance, though his eyes glinted with malice. As the referee announced the start of the match, Li Kaijiang swiftly conceded, leaping off the arena, denying Wu Lingfeng any chance to strike. Li Kaijiang, typically carefree, wasn't foolish. He understood that his abilities were comparable to Guan Tianzhao, and he had no desire to be brutally defeated. Wu Lingfeng, taken aback by Li Kaijiang's abrupt exit, had intended to incapacitate his opponent, but now felt as though he had struck a pillow instead. Are the warriors from Fengshui City truly this timid? He scoffed. Video, you think I'm foolish? Don't worry, someone will deal with you. Li Kaijiang replied with a grin, dashing back to Fengshui City's waiting area. The spectators and the referee, though initially baffled by Li Kaijiang's actions, soon recognized his cunning strategy. After the referee declared Wu Lingfeng the winner, he cast a glance at Fengshui City's waiting area before descending from the arena. Following the conclusion of the first match of the third round, the second match commenced. Hong Kong took to the arena against a warrior from Man City, a novice martial master. That one from Fengshui City, who got through to the third round by sheer luck, is up against Xiong Wei from Man City. He is likely in for a rough time. I hear Xiong Wei is the second strongest warrior from Man City in this competition. The warriors eliminated from other cities felt a sense of balance upon learning that Hong Kong's opponent was Xiong Wei and hoped to see Hong Kong thoroughly defeated. When the referee announced the start of the match, Hong Kong surveyed the significantly larger and more muscular Xiong Wei, who bore a resolute expression. I've heard you only advanced due to luck. Now that you're up against me, you'd better concede quickly. Or I won't hold back either, Hong Kong replied with a smile. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let us get started. Xiong Wei raised an eyebrow, sensing Hong Kong had no intention of surrendering, and prepared to teach him a lesson. As Xiong Wei unleashed his martial energy, a faint aura enveloped his form. You look rather scrawny. I'll let you have one punch, Li Kaijiang, observing from the waiting area. Couldn't help but smirk. Did I hear correctly? Xiong Wei is offering Hong Kong a free punch? I hope he doesn't get hurt too badly. The warriors from Fengshui City, having experienced the force of Hong Kong's punch, silently prayed for Xiong Wei's safety. On the arena, Hong Kong, ready to attack, was taken aback by Xiong Wei's unexpected concession. Did I hear that right? It's my first time hearing about someone allowing their opponent a free strike during a match. This doesn't feel right. Just hit me if you manage to knock me off the arena. I'll concede, Wei declared, confident in his defensive capabilities. After all, few mid-level martial masters could breach his defenses, let alone Kong, a 10th-level warrior. That's what you said, Kong replied, eyeing Wei's serious demeanor. Let us go. Enough talk. Wei, seemingly overconfident, dismissed Kong's potential despite his good fortune in reaching the third round. Haven't you seen Kong's previous match? He was dominated by a 6th-level warrior. How formidable could he possibly be? Is that true? I haven't seen it, but surely a 10th-level warrior wouldn't he be that weak? You'll find out soon enough. As the audience watched the match unfold, most believed Kong wouldn't he be able to land a significant blow on Wei on the arena. Kong, facing the prepared Wei, quietly stated, ready? Here comes the punch. He threw a casual punch at Wei's chest. Given Wei's generous offer, Kong didn't he wish to exploit it unfairly. Are you belittling me with that punch? Wei frowned, noticing Kong's lack of effort. I don't need to be granted a free punch. I genuinely have the ability to defeat you head-on. Don't underestimate me, Kong explained earnestly. However, Wei, angered and dismissive, ignored Kong's reasoning. You said you'd strike, so strike. If you lose, don't blame me. Seeing Wei's stubbornness, Kong could only shake his head in resignation. Why would I blame you? Just get on with it. Wei intensified his martial energy. I suggest you use your full strength to defend yourself. Otherwise, you might find yourself flying off the arena. With that, Kong ceased his dialogue, his expression turning serious. Observing Kong's earnest demeanor, an unsettling feeling crept into Wei's heart. Yet, with words spoken, he could not retract them, channeling every ounce of martial energy into his defenses. Here comes the punch. Kong struck without utilizing martial energy, relying solely on his physical strength. Oh no. Wei's pupils constricted, his expression shifting in an instant as he was sent hurtling backward. With a thud, he crashed down outside the arena. Chapter 57. A walkover. What? Feng Shui City's fighter, with a single punch, sent Wei flying off the platform. Quick, pinch me. Am I seeing things? Your vision is clear. I witnessed it too. The spectators at the side reached out to their companions, their faces painted with disbelief as they gazed at Kong on the stage. What? How did Wei get defeated by that round-headed fellow? Yishan, still competing on the platform, paused momentarily and stole a glance at Wei, who lay on the ground. Wei, gasping for breath, covered his chest with one hand, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Kong on the platform. You insisted on taking my punch? You can't blame me for your defeat, Kong said, feigning innocence. After a moment's recovery, Wei struggled to rise, clutching the sore spot, his gaze filled with irritation directed at Kong. Your chest pain is hindering my breathing. I concede. You win with that. Wei turned and strode toward the waiting area of Man City, leaving behind a formidable silhouette for Kong. Watching Wei's retreating figure, Kong felt a twinge of embarrassment and thought. I told you not to insist, yet you wouldn't listen. Kang's punch sent Wei tumbling off the stage. Several high-level warriors observing the event narrowed their eyes slightly before resuming the competition. Other fighters from different cities stared at Kong in shock. How could he possibly have knocked Wei away with one punch? He must have cheated. Indeed, how could someone who had been overpowered by a 6th-level warrior in the first round suddenly possess such strength to send Wei flying? Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge someone else's prowess? Initially, the warriors from Feng Shui City had looked down on Kong, but after witnessing his feat, opinions began to diverge. A small faction believed Kong was genuinely powerful, as those who had faced Wei knew that an ordinary 10th-level warrior could not possibly send him flying with a single blow. However, the majority still suspected Kong of trickery or that Wei had simply underestimated him. The audience was left in astonishment, buzzing with conversation. When Wei returned to the waiting area of Man City, he kept his head down, his gaze evasive, avoiding the eyes of the team leader. Next time, don't be overconfident. Although you lost due to carelessness, in a real fight, you wouldn't be a match for that boy, the team leader said in a flat tone, regarding Wei. I understand. Wei nodded in agreement. Wu Lingfeng from Martial Saint City observed Kong, who had just sent Wei flying with a punch, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hey, I didn't expect you to possess some strength. I hope you can last until the end. I'm eager to see just how hard your punches truly are. Kong, glancing sideways at Wu Lingfeng, recalled the tragic state of Guan Tianzhao lying in a hospital bed, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. I hope you won't concede too quickly. Oh, quite the bravado. Let us see if your strength matches your boasts. Wu Lingfeng remarked, surprised by Kang's audacity. Kong chose to ignore the arrogant warrior and continued toward Fengshui City's waiting area, where he coincidentally encountered Lu Feiyu, the victor of her match. Kong regarded the girl before him. Her oval face, full forehead, playful ponytail, graceful stature, and dressed in a flowing white robe. With a polite smile and nod, I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. Capable of defeating Xiong Wei, Lu Feiyu assessed the round-faced boy before her, who appeared somewhat bashful. Thank you for the compliment. On the stage, I told Xiong Wei I was quite powerful. He didn't believe me. And I couldn't help that. Kong replied helplessly. Pfft. Lu Feiyu couldn't help but laugh at Kong's exasperated demeanor, covering her lips to stifle her amusement. Not particularly skilled in conversing with girls. Kong exchanged a few brief words with Lu Feiyu before seizing the opportunity to depart. Lu Feiyu watched Kong's hurried retreat, her gaze thoughtful, as if pondering something. Upon returning to Fengshui City's waiting area, Li Yunqi cast a sidelong glance at Kong, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Oh, you seemed quite happy chatting with that pretty girl. We thought you wouldn't want to come back. It was nothing. What are you talking about? Kong responded, somewhat puzzled by Li Yunqi's comment. Li Yunqi, with a beaming smile, teased. Are you saying that seeing a beautiful girl made you forget your way back? No, not at all. She spoke to me first. We just exchanged a few words, Kong replied, bewildered by Li Yunqi's sudden shift in demeanor. Li Kaijiang, Zhou Jiwen, and the others, sensing the awkwardness, discreetly shifted away. Attempting to distance themselves from the two, Wolong observed Li Yunqi's demeanor toward Kong, a playful smile appearing on his face. Hemph, Li Yunqi snorted, dismissing Kong and turning her attention to the suddenly distantly Kaijiang and the others. Why are you all moving so far away? Oh, it's nothing. The view of the competition is better from over here, Li Kaijiang replied with utmost seriousness. Right, everyone echoed, then returned their focus to the match. As the third round concluded, evening had fallen. The chief judge, Wang Yang, announced the end of the day's martial arts competition, stating that the fourth round would commence promptly at dawn the following morning. The participants and spectators began to leave in an orderly fashion. Afterward, Kong and the others went to visit the gravely injured Guan Tianzhao. Upon seeing Guan Tianzhao's chest heavily bandaged, an inexplicable anger welled up within them. Li Yunqi, witnessing the condition of Guan Tianzhao, with whom she had shared 3 months of close quarters, felt a pang of discomfort. After offering him some words of comfort, she turned to Kong and said earnestly, Kong, you must give that arrogant Wu Lingfeng a thorough beating, making him experience the pain of having his bones broken. Yes, if you encounter him, remember to give him a good thrashing. The others chimed in with indignation. Hearing his companions express such concern for him brought a sudden sting to Guan Tianzhao's nose, his eyes glistening as he looked at his friends. Kong, observing the injured Guan Tianzhao and then glancing at the others, clenched his fists tightly. Don't worry, Tianzhao. I won't let that arrogant fellow off the hook. Huo Wanlong, witnessing the camaraderie among the group, felt a wave of emotion. After advising Guan Tianzhao to rest properly, he led the others back to their quarters to recuperate. The following morning, the participating warriors arrived punctually at the Martial Arts Plaza in Martial Saint City. Upon confirming the presence of all participants, Chief Judge Wang Yong ascended the platform to explain the upcoming competition format and rules. Congratulations to the 15 warriors advancing to the fourth round. The next matches will be divided into 7 groups, with 1 individual receiving a bye into the next round. All warriors in this round, please come forward to draw lots. The one who draws number 8 will receive a bye, while those who draw numbers 1 to 7 will compete in this round. As Wang Yong finished speaking, he gestured for the participants to draw their lots. Once everyone had drawn, Wang Yong clasped his hands behind his back, surveying the 15 before him. Those who drew number 8, please step forward. The audience and other fighters were filled with curiosity, eager to discover who had the fortune to draw number 8. As Wang Yong called for the individual who drew number 8 to step forward. One person took a step forward. How could it be him? The moment the warrior stepped forward, the crowd erupted in excitement. Chapter 58. Father, Others 1T, let me stay low-key. Observing the warrior who had stepped forward, the audience buzzed for a brief moment before a chorus of exclamations filled the air. This guy has such good luck. He managed to sneak his way into the top 8. I refuse to accept this. I want to challenge him. Yes, I too wish to challenge him. Many eliminated warriors, upon discovering that the individual with the bye was Kong, eagerly sought to challenge him and replace him. This year, the fellow named Kong from Fengshui City had enjoyed remarkable fortune, unexpectedly making it to the top 8. Shin Yi, the team leader from Wind and Rain City, was taken aback to see Kong receive a bye. I hope you defeat Wu Lingfeng from Martial Saint City. Having been knocked off the stage by you in the past, I wouldn't feel embarrassed. Xiongwei rubbed the sore spot from yesterday's bout. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Kong on the stage. Wang Yang observed the crowd's astonishment and raised his hand to signal for silence. He instructed the bide Kong to return to the waiting area and await the next round. The remaining 7 groups of warriors were poised to begin the 4th round, competing for a place among the top 8. As the matches commenced, at this stage, none of the warriors still standing on the platform were weak. Each of the 7 groups brought forth their utmost capabilities against their opponents, showcasing the strength of their skills. Wu Lingfeng's opponent was a warrior from Martial Saint City, who, as expected, surrendered immediately. Wu Lingfeng emerged victorious. In Wind and Rain City, Lu Feiyu faced off against a warrior from Li City, whose combat strength paled in comparison to hers, allowing Lu Feiyu to secure a steady victory. In Man City, Xiong Yishan was pitted against a warrior from Martial Saint City. Although a master from Wuxing City, he unfortunately encountered the formidable Xiong Yishan, known for his impenetrable defenses, and ultimately faced defeat. Li Yunqi from Fengshuiqing found herself pitted against Wuxing City's Wu Xiaoheng. On the arena, Wu Xiaoheng gazed at the playful and somewhat adorable Li Yunqi, her ponytail swaying gently, a slight smirk playing on his lips. You from Fengshuiqing never expected that this time 2 of you would make it into the top 15. The last tournament had only one from your city in the top ranks, which must have set a new record for you, he remarked, stepping closer, his gaze piercing into Li Yunqi's. However, you encountered me. So you can only blame your misfortune for not facing that fellow instead. Let us not waste time. Let's begin. Li Yunqi frowned, casting a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Wu Xiaoheng. Wu Xiaoheng, eager to display his prowess before Li Yunqi, was taken aback when she did not regard him with the respect he expected. Feeling belittled, he launched the first strike against her. Wu Xiaoheng's fists and feet moved with astonishing speed. Initially, Li Yunqi managed to evade his attacks. But as a mid-level warrior, Wu Xiaoheng was no ordinary opponent. Within a few rounds, he had rendered her incapable of countering, ultimately forcing her to concede. Li Yunqi should be thankful that Wu Xiaoheng had not held back too much. Had her opponent not been a girl, he would have dispatched her with a single, powerful blow. Moments later, the top 8 contenders of this year's new martial artists were announced. 2 from Wuxing City, 2 from Min City, 2 from Fengyu City, 1 from Liali City, and 1 from Fengshuiqing. After the top 8 had a moment to recuperate, the 5th round of matches was about to commence. One of the most anticipated contests by the audience. The matches would proceed by drawing lots. Contestants with numbers 1 to 4 would face off against each other. The first match saw the warrior drawing number 1 take the stage. And all eyes were on Wu Lingfeng from Wuxing City as he gracefully ascended the arena, followed closely by a warrior from Fengyu City. However, the disparity in their strengths was glaring. Within mere rounds, Wu Lingfeng decisively defeated the warrior from Fengyu City. Wu Lingfeng displayed overwhelming strength, while the Fengyu warrior, despite being skilled, could hardly last against him. It seemed certain that the champion of this martial arts tournament would undoubtedly be Wu Lingfeng. Indeed, although Xiong Yishan from Min City and Lu Feiyu from Fengyu City were formidable, they paled in comparison to Wu Lingfeng. After witnessing Wu Lingfeng's overwhelming performance in the top 8 matches, the audience buzzed with speculation. Following the conclusion of the first match, the warrior drawing number 2 prepared to take the stage for the second contest. The first to step up was Wu Xiaoheng from Wuxing City. From below the arena, Kong observed Wu Xiaoheng's ascent. Remembering that the latter had defeated Li Yunqi in the previous match, a faint smile crept onto Kong's lips as he slowly approached the arena. A murmur of indignation arose from the crowd as they saw Kong making his way to the stage. Wu Xiaoheng, take down that lucky fool who snuck into the top 8. If you manage to defeat him, I'll acknowledge you as my elder brother. Many eliminated warriors voiced their disdain for Kong, shouting encouragement for Wu Xiaoheng to topple him. Hearing the crowd cheer for him, urging Wu Xiaoheng to take down Kong, he felt a long-missed sense of recognition since Wu Lingfeng had claimed the title of the strongest newcomer from Wuxing City. This applause filled him with exhilaration and with a calm demeanor. He smiled and waved at the section of the audience chanting his name. Meanwhile, Kong, scorned by the crowd, furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of injustice. When did I offend so many people? They seem eager for my defeat. He scanned the faces of those wishing for his downfall, a sneer forming on his lips. The more you wish for my loss, the more I shall strive to win, just to infuriate you. Father, you advise me to remain humble, yet others refuse to let me, Kong thought, sighing in resignation. As the referee noted the two contestants were ready, he announced the beginning of the match. Hey, lucky one, don't say I'm bullying you. Feel free to unleash your martial skills. Otherwise, this opportunity may slip away. Wu Xiaoheng tilted his chin, looking disdainfully at Kong, whose expression was less than pleasant. Upon hearing his opponent demand that he reveal his martial skills, Kong furrowed his brows, contemplating. Is this just an arrogant warrior from Wuxing City? Does he truly want me to showcase my techniques? With his gaze fixed on Wu Xiaoheng, Kong replied, Hurry up, I don't have all day. Then don't regret it. Kong lowered his center of gravity, fists clenched, raising them in a striking posture, a hint of martial energy emanating from him. I have a punch known as Kaisen. I wonder if you can remember it. Upon hearing Kong declare the name of his technique, Wu Xiaoheng froze momentarily, his lips twitching. Kaisen punch? He dares to treat it as his trump card? Has he lost his mind? Wu Xiaoheng scrutinized Kong, who stood rigidly before him. Come on. With martial energy surging through him, Wu Xiaoheng bent his knees slightly, leaning forward, and propelled himself toward Kong like a fleeting shadow. Kaisen punch? As Wu Xiaoheng charged at him, Kong unleashed his Kaisen punch. This is bad. I'm in danger. As Wu Xiaoheng closed in, he sensed the immense threat posed by Kong's fist. At that moment, he had no choice. His martial energy erupted entirely, and he struck out at Kong as well. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as their fists collided. A figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. My hand, Wu Xiaoheng screamed, collapsing at the arena's edge. The pain radiating from his hand caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. You tricked me. Your power is immense. Why didn't you say so? Kong stared at the flung Wu Xiaoheng, his heart racing. Thankfully, he had only infused a slight amount of martial energy into his basic technique, or else, realizing this, Kong broke into a cold sweat. Wu Xiaoheng appeared strong, but it seemed he couldn't withstand a proper attack. It appeared that in future encounters with lesser opponents, mere physical strength would suffice. Otherwise, he might accidentally cause serious harm. Why apologies? I didn't mean to break your hand. Kong said, looking at Wu Xiaoheng's dangling arm, resembling a contrite child. Feeling anxious, Wu Xiaoheng, mistaking Kong's words for mockery, was overwhelmed by pain and anger, fainting from the strain. The audience, eyes wide in disbelief, stared at the arena, frozen in place as if under a spell. Hiss! Some spectators gasped, taken aback. How is this possible? In the martial arts plaza, all present warriors leapt from their seats, incredulous as they gazed at Kong. The boy they had assumed was merely lucky to have reached the top 8. This guy actually possesses some skill. Wu Lingfeng in the waiting area raised an eyebrow, astonished by Kong's recent performance, his mind racing with thoughts. I told you he was no ordinary person. Who would have thought he was this remarkable? Xiong Wei gaped, his mouth agape, pupils constricted, on the arena. Kong looked at the referee, quietly asking, Referee, does this count as my victory? Everything transpired far too swiftly. Even the seasoned referee was momentarily stunned. It was only after being jolted back to reality by Kong's voice that he stammered. You won. The referee then announced loudly, victory to Kong from Fengshuiqing. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, the audience erupted from their stupor. A cacophony of excitement filled the arena, their astonishment palpable as they stared in disbelief. How could he be so strong? He was merely pretending to be weak. I told you he was exceptional, but none of you believed me. After the referee declared Kong the victor, he stepped down from the arena, making his way back to the waiting area of Fengshuiqing. Those who had previously jeered and mocked him now stepped back in fear, allowing him passage. Well done, Hong Kong! The crowd from Fengshuiching exclaimed, excitement evident in their voices. Huo Wanlong nodded in satisfaction, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Indeed, a formidable force, Li Kaijiang, noticing Hong Kong take a seat beside him, muttered softly, "What do you mean by a beast in human form?" "What? What beast?" Hong Kong, catching part of Li Kaijiang's muttering, inquired, though he couldn't fully grasp it. "No, you misheard, I meant to say you're all muscle." Li Kaijiang awkwardly scratched his head. On the arena, Wu Shaoheng had already been taken away by the people from Wuxing City, and the next match was about to commence. In the waiting area of Wuxing City, Wu Lingfeng was no longer in his spot. Soon, in a dimly lit and somewhat chaotic room in a remote corner of Wuxing City, a young man knelt before an elderly figure in front of an old bed. "Master, do you think I can defeat that fellow?" Wu Lingfeng knelt on the ground, facing an old man with sparse hair, a sallow complexion, and a somewhat stooped posture. The old man slowly turned his eyes from side to side, and after a moment of contemplation, his lips moved slightly, emitting a hoarse voice. "As you said, that individual is at least of the great martial master level. You cannot surpass him." The old man gradually turned around, his frail hand reaching beneath his pillow, soon retrieving a black box from within. He extracted a small black vial and dripped a drop of thick black liquid into another bottle, sealing it before handing it to the young man. "What is this, master?" the boy inquired, confusion evident on his face as he accepted the vial with both hands. "When you engage in close combat with that boy, take advantage of his momentary inattention and pour the liquid from this vial onto him. He will lose his martial energy and only retain his physical strength for a short while." The old man's voice rose slightly as he continued, "You understand what to do next, don't you?" The kneeling youth's eyes widened, shock written across his face as he gazed at the elder. "Master, how can this black liquid be so miraculous? You need not inquire further. You must win the match to help me retrieve that item from the national treasury of the Martial Kingdom." Coughing violently, the old man suddenly erupted in a series of coughs, as if he might expel his internal organs. "Are you all right, master?" The boy quickly rose to assist the elder. "I won't die just yet." The old man lay on the aged wooden bed with the boy's support. "Fortunately, you returned in time. Otherwise, my grand plans would have been ruined. Hurry back now." After the youth exited, the elder's eyes glinted with a greedy light as he watched the boy's retreating figure. At this moment, the bustling martial arts square of Wuxing City had determined the four finalists: Hong Kong, Wu Lingfeng, Xiong Yishan, and Lu Feiyu. These four would compete for the top 3 spots, with one being eliminated. On the stage, the chief referee, Wang Yang, regarded the 4 contenders, nodding slightly before outlining the rules for the contest for the top 3 positions. Each of the top 4 martial artists must face the other 3 in 3 matches, followed by a half-hour break to recuperate before the next round. The martial artist who wins all 3 matches will be declared the champion of this Martial Kingdom Newcomers Tournament. Those winning 2 matches will secure 2nd place, and those winning only 1 will take 3rd. What? Why must we each compete against the others? Indeed, if one encounters the strongest competitor in the first match and is severely injured, how can they proceed to the next? You fail to understand. Only the strongest can claim the title of champion, and the rewards are most generous to AS for 2nd and 3rd places. It depends on skill and luck. Most of the martial artists from various cities remained unaware of the rules governing the contest for the top 3, as their team leaders felt no need to inform them, believing it would only add pressure on the competitors. Before the final round's last match, the order of challenges was determined by drawing lots. The results revealed that Xiong Yishan would be the first to compete, facing Lu Feiyu, then Wu Lingfeng, and finally Hong Kong. Lu Feiyu would take the 2nd spot, contending against Wu Lingfeng and Hong Kong. Wu Lingfeng would enter 3rd. Battling Hong Kong, don't let me down, Wu Lingfeng remarked confidently as he glanced at Hong Kong. Just don't be too eager to concede, Hong Kong retorted with disdain directed at Wu Lingfeng. The first match of the final round begins now. Just as Hong Kong and Wu Lingfeng were about to continue their verbal sparring, Chief Referee Wang Yang announced the start of the match. As his voice echoed, all eyes converged upon the arena. On the stage stood a robust young man, Xiong Yishan, while the other end showcased Lu Feiyu, elegantly clad in white with a playful ponytail. If you can't win, just concede. My fists are not made of clay, Xiong Yishan remarked, looking down at Lu Feiyu, who was significantly smaller in stature. Upon hearing Xiong Yishan's words, Lu Feiyu frowned, her brows arching defiantly. Who's conceding? Just watch. With a surge of martial energy, Lu Feiyu unleashed her first-level martial technique, Wind God Leg, launching a flying kick towards Xiong Yishan. Observing the fierce kick approaching, Xiong Yishan's eyes sharpened. Martial energy erupted from his body as he prepared to respond. The martial energy enveloped him, forming a protective barrier, a technique unique to the warriors of Barbarian City. At this level of competition, there were no weaklings. Underestimating an opponent could lead to a devastating defeat. Boom! Xiong Yishan's fist collided with Lu Feiyu's Wind God Leg, causing him to stagger back a few steps while Lu Feiyu was sent flying, yet she landed gracefully. Wind God Leg is at a minor success. This girl is no simple opponent. From their initial exchange, it was evident that their strengths were evenly matched. Should the bout continue, Xiong Yishan would likely gain the upper hand, as he had yet to employ his offensive martial techniques. After exchanging hundreds of blows on the stage, Lu Feiyu eventually succumbed to exhaustion and was defeated by Xiong Yishan. The warriors from Barbarian City erupted in cheers for his victory. After a half-hour break to recover his martial energy, Xiong Yishan prepared for his second match against Wu Lingfeng from Wuxing City. As Wu Lingfeng stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. He disregarded the applause, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he regarded Xiong Yishan. "You are no match for me. Such arrogance. Show me what you've got. I'll gladly receive it." Xiong Yishan seethed, anger simmering within him at being dismissed so easily. "Then don't blink. Watch closely." Wu Lingfeng smirked, his figure flickering before arriving in front of Xiong Yishan. Delivering a palm strike. Such speed. This is bad. Xiong Yishan gasped internally as he unleashed his martial energy and retaliated with a punch. Boom. Their fists clashed, producing a deafening explosion, and one figure was sent flying off the stage. Thud. They landed heavily outside the arena. Earth-level martial technique? Xiong Yishan realized that his defenses were not easily breached by opponents of the same rank. This Earth-level technique was indeed formidable. It was unexpected that Wuxing City would bestow such advanced martial techniques upon its warriors. Many spectators widened their eyes in shock as they witnessed Wu Lingfeng executing an Earth-level technique, astonished by Wuxing City's boldness. Wu Lingfeng has hidden his talents well. He has mastered an Earth-level technique. Wu Xiaoheng observed Wu Lingfeng on the stage, his gaze flickering with surprise. "I never anticipated he would learn such a technique so swiftly. I haven't even grasped the basics." Other competitors from Wuxing City looked at Wu Lingfeng with envy. The difficulty of mastering an Earth-level technique was far beyond that of a profound-level technique. Martial artists with low talent had no guidance and could not learn at all. Xiong Yishan, struggling to rise, was filled with disbelief. "How can your palm strike be so powerful? You are simply too weak," Wu Lingfeng retorted before turning to leave the stage, leaving Xiong Yishan with a dismissive view. What is there to boast about? It's just an Earth-level technique. Rising to his feet, Xiong Yishan overheard nearby martial artists discussing Wu Lingfeng's recent strike. Realizing it was indeed an Earth-level technique, Wu Lingfeng, Wu Lingfeng. The audience's cheers escalated after Wu Lingfeng's triumph over Xiong Yishan. Xiong Yishan shook his injured arm, feeling no significant harm, before heading off to rest in the waiting area of Fengshui City. While Wanlong observed Wu Lingfeng's Earth-level technique with concern, glancing at Kong. That palm strike from Wu Lingfeng possesses the strength of a great martial master. Xiong Yishan's defenses are formidable. If it were another martial artist of equivalent rank, they would likely be gravely injured. Kong, do not underestimate either of these two. Kong nodded as Huo Wanlong patted his shoulder. Just do your best. If you sense any life-threatening danger on the stage, you may concede. Our current performance is already commendable. Unaware of Kong's true strength, Huo Wanlong spoke softly to him. "I understand. Rest assured." "Master Hua." Kong nodded earnestly. "Go for it, Kong." The other companions from Fengshui City rallied to encourage Kong before he took the stage. After half an hour, once Xiong Yishan had recovered, he faced off against the final contender. Kong got on the stage. Kong looked at Xiong Yishan, who had just been sent flying by Wu Lingfeng. "Are you healed?" "Just a minor injury. It won't affect our match," Xiong Yishan replied with a goofy grin. "Then let us begin." Kong refrained from engaging in excessive banter with his opponent. Xiong Yishan had gathered some insights into Kong's prowess from Stone Wei and did not underestimate him. After all, if Xiong Yishan could not knock Xiong Wei away with a single punch, it was evident that Kong was formidable. upon witnessing An Kong lower his center of gravity and prepare to launch an offensive. Xiong Yishan hastily unleashed all his martial energy, bracing himself to meet An Kong's impending attack. Watch the punch! An Kong darted forward, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Xiong Yishan. Chapter 61. The one who surrenders is the grandson. An Kong's ferocious punch bore down on Xiong Yishan. With all his martial energy unleashed, Xiong Yishan opted not to exchange blows with An Kong. As An Kong's fist approached, he swiftly sidestepped, countering with a punch of his own. An Kong, perceiving this, deftly evaded Xiong Yishan's retaliation and responded with a side punch directed at Xiong Yishan's fist. Bang! Xiong Yishan staggered back several steps, shock evident in his eyes. Gasp! The audience collectively inhaled sharply. An Kong offered no respite, advancing toward Xiong Yishan once more. Xiong Yishan retaliated with a punch, but An Kong seized his wrist, yanking him forward while driving his shoulder into Xiong Yishan's chest. With a dull thud, a heavy impact resonated from their point of contact, with An Kong maintaining his stance. Boom! Xiong Yishan was sent flying, landing heavily outside the ring. When did Xiong Yishan become so vulnerable? He had already been knocked off the stage twice today. Despite possessing the unique defensive martial technique of manching, he was unexpectedly sent flying by An Kong's physical force. Many spectators struggled to believe their eyes. Martial masters of various ranks watched intently as An Kong effortlessly subdued Xiong Yishan. Admiration etched on their faces. It had been countless tournaments since two equally matched opponents had contended for the top position. Indeed, this year's competition finally held some intrigue. This young man named An Kong faced Wu Lingfeng, and many hoped he would triumph, rewriting history. Other martial experts from different cities nodded in approval as they observed An Kong on stage. Meanwhile, Xiong Yishan, struggling to rise, checked himself for injuries. Finding none, he clasped his hands before An Kong, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your mercy. I did not anticipate your physical strength to be so formidable. An Kong smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Had he not restrained some of his power at the last moment, Xiong Yishan would likely have been spitting blood and unconscious by now. The audience erupted in chatter upon hearing Xiong Yishan's thanks to An Kong. Did you notice? It seems An Kong did not utilize any martial energy. He relied solely on his physical strength to send the renowned defensive Xiong Yishan flying. An Kong's physique is astonishing. But what does it matter? He will still lose to Wu Lingfeng. Yes, Wu Lingfeng sent Xiong Yishan flying with a single punch. Can An Kong do the same? An Kong, An Kong, An Kong. As An Kong descended from the stage, the martial artists of Fengshui City cheered in unison. But their voices were soon drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Wu Lingfeng, who had consistently looked down upon An Kong, began to feel a twinge of apprehension after An Kong's victory over Wu Shaoheng. Witnessing An Kong's effortless defeat of Xiong Yishan without employing martial energy left Wu Lingfeng's hand trembling, as he touched a small vial in his pocket. In the waiting area of Fengshui City, Lu Feiyu clung to a sliver of hope that he might defeat An Kong. However, upon witnessing An Kong's overwhelming victory over Xiong Yishan, his hope was swiftly extinguished. When it was his turn to compete against the formidable Wu Lingfeng and An Kong, he conceded without hesitation. Aunt Shun, observing Lu Feiyu's reluctance, shook her head helplessly. Feiyu, you have done your best. It is not that you are weak. Rather, they are simply too strong. Lu Feiyu replied resolutely. Aunt Shun, I will continue to strive. I will not fall behind them. Aunt Shun gazed at Lu Feiyu with pride, relieved that he had not allowed the strength of An Kong and Wu Lingfeng to diminish his martial spirit. Following Lu Feiyu's resignation, his ranking fell outside the top 3. In the final round, the current standings for the top 4 were as follows. Lu Feiyu, with 3 consecutive losses, placed 4th, missing the top 3. Xiong Yishan, with 1 win and 2 losses, ranked 3rd. Wu Lingfeng, with 2 victories and 1 match yet to be contested, and An Kong, with 2 wins and 1 match remaining. The most crucial match of this year's new martial arts competition would soon unfold between An Kong and Wu Lingfeng. Chief referee Wang Yang, intrigued by An Kong's performance, eagerly anticipated the final showdown. Wang Yang announced, the last match of the new martial arts competition for the title of champion is about to commence. Contestants Wu Lingfeng and An Kong, please take the stage. As his voice fell, An Kong and Wu Lingfeng simultaneously approached the arena, eliciting cheers from the audience. However, the overwhelming majority chanted Wu Lingfeng's name, drowning out those who cheered for An Kong. I believe Wu Lingfeng will undoubtedly seize first place. An Kong is impressive, but he seems considerably weaker than Wu Lingfeng. It's too early to make such claims. We still do not know who will emerge victorious. As the crowd speculated about the outcome, opinions leaned overwhelmingly in favor of Wu Lingfeng. Martial artists from other cities observed the excited reactions of Li Yunqi and her companions from Fengshui City. Look at their enthusiasm. Just wait until Ankang gets battered by Wu Lingfeng. I hope they don't cry. Indeed, they have been at the bottom for every competition, and now suddenly they are climbing the ranks. If it were me, I would be thrilled. The martial artists from Fengshui City overheard the taunts from others, and they retorted boldly. Your city is so formidable, yet how come no one from your ranks has made it to the top 3 in so many years? Exactly. If you are so exceptional, how many of your competitors have reached the top 3? You ought to take a good look in the mirror before looking down on others. The people of Fengshui City faced their detractors head-on, leaving them speechless. Huo Wanlong, irritated by the unfriendly remarks directed at Fengshui City, felt an inexplicable anger rise within him, yet he refrained from stooping to the level of the younger generation. At this moment, as Ankang entered the top 3, Huo Wanlong's long-suppressed emotions were finally released, and he chose to ignore the noise, focusing intently on the arena where Ankang stood on stage. Ankang regarded Wu Lingfeng with a cold smile, determined to avenge Guan Tianzhao's broken bones. Noticing Ankang's smirk, Wu Lingfeng tightened his grip on a vial in his hand, a sinister glint in his eyes as he addressed Ankang. Enjoy your laughter while you can. Should I mistakenly break your bones, you will find no joy in it. Likewise, don't rush to concede when you feel the pain. Ankang retorted coolly, a smirk on his lips. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Whoever concedes first is the grandson. Wu Lingfeng replied confidently, laughing heartily. Very well, grandson. Ankang replied nonchalantly, choosing silence thereafter. Chapter 62. The disappearance of martial energy. Wu Lingfeng found himself momentarily speechless at Ankang's retort, huffing in frustration. Cough, cough. Wang Yang, observing the tension between the two, inquired if they were prepared. Upon receiving affirmative responses from both, he promptly declared the match to commence. The chief referee announced the start of the match. The audience held their breath, captivated by the charged atmosphere between Ankang and Wu Lingfeng. Neither contestant chose to strike first, standing on the stage with their gazes locked. Ankang's eyes burned with fury, having longed to avenge Guan Tianzhao, who had been grievously injured by Wu Lingfeng. With a smirk, Wu Lingfeng initiated the assault, launching a swift attack with a ground-level martial technique. His speed was astonishing, his palm appearing before Ankang in an instant. Sensing a hint of danger from the approaching ground-level technique, Ankang, rather than relying solely on his physical strength, summoned a faint layer of martial energy, tightening his fists and lowering his center of gravity as he retaliated. Bang! Both combatants were forced to retreat a step. Wu Lingfeng steadied himself, his eyes wide with shock, his heart racing. How could his physical strength be so overwhelming? Ankang, regaining his footing, maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Wu Lingfeng, though a hint of surprise lingered within him. After numerous battles, he had developed a keen awareness of his own physical prowess. Though he had not employed martial techniques in his recent strike, he had infused it with a modicum of martial energy. Gazing at Wu Lingfeng, he mused, truly worthy of a ground-level technique. If your strength is limited to this, it seems you are destined only to take a beating. Upon concluding his words, Ankang relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches towards Wu Lingfeng. In response, Wu Lingfeng's martial aura erupted in full force, his arms crossing defensively before his chest as he continuously blocked Ankang's rain of fists. At this moment on the stage, Wu Lingfeng found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to fend off Ankang's relentless assault while being pushed back with each blow, thud. Seizing the opportunity when Wu Lingfeng's defenses faltered, Ankang landed a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing Wu Lingfeng to double over and be sent flying. Crash! He landed hard against the edge of the arena. Hiss! The spectators gasped in shock as they witnessed Wu Lingfeng being struck down by Ankang, their collective breath taken away. Could it be that Ankang's combat prowess was this formidable? In just a few exchanges, Wu Lingfeng had been defeated. It appeared Ankang had yet to unleash his martial techniques. Warriors of various ranks, from martial masters to other high-level fighters, leapt to their feet, their eyes filled with astonishment. Those who had previously looked down upon Ankang were now wide-eyed in disbelief, their jaws agape as if they could swallow an egg, fixated on Ankang in the arena, on the stage. Ankang coldly regarded the fallen Wu Lingfeng. I did not expect you to be so fragile. Ha ha ha, your pride has come too soon. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, Wu Lingfeng shakily rose to his feet, his gaze filled with a sinister resolve directed at An Kong. Now it's my turn to strike. Come on, I hope you can withstand a few more of my punches. An Kong observed Wu Lingfeng's smirk, a mocking expression plastered across his face, and felt a prickling sense of danger at that moment. A drop of black liquid slowly seeped into An Kong's skin from an inconspicuous spot on his arm. Wu Lingfeng's gaze swept over An Kong's arm, a smile creeping onto his lips as he suppressed the pain in his abdomen and unleashed a full-powered strike with a ground-level martial technique towards An Kong. An Kong, seeing Wu Lingfeng's continued offensive, retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, sending An Kong flying backward. Just as it seemed he would crash to the ground, An Kong forcibly twisted midair, executing a backflip to land on his feet, pushing off the ground to halt his momentum. What is happening? Why is my martial aura dissipating? An Kong's face was a mask of confusion as he surveyed his body. Ha ha ha, you're nothing special, Wu Lingfeng sneered at An Kong. Next, I will show no mercy. Are you behind this? An Kong glared at Wu Lingfeng with fury. I don't know what you're talking about. Prepare to receive my attack, Wu Lingfeng retorted, brimming with arrogance before launching another assault on An Kong. With his martial aura rendered ineffective, An Kong was forced to rely solely on his physical strength to contend with Wu Lingfeng. Under the onslaught of Wu Lingfeng's full-powered attacks, An Kong struggled to withstand the blows. Wu Lingfeng, witnessing An Kong's resilience despite the absence of his martial aura, was filled with rage and deep-seated jealousy. How can your body still be so strong? I refuse to believe it. With that, Wu Lingfeng unleashed a barrage of profound-level martial techniques upon An Kong. Caught off guard by Wu Lingfeng's extensive knowledge of such techniques, An Kong was startled. No wonder he was regarded as the strongest newcomer in Wuxing City. Boom. Although An Kong managed to evade several techniques, he was ultimately struck and sent crashing to the ground. The areas impacted were torn, and with no martial aura to shield him, relying solely on his physical strength against a formidable opponent left An Kong in excruciating pain. Observing that An Kong had only suffered clothing damage while his body bore merely a faint redness, Wu Lingfeng's jealousy intensified. Why is your physique so formidable? I refuse to believe it. I will shatter your body. In that moment, Wu Lingfeng appeared deranged, his eyes wide and bloodshot with jealousy. He charged towards the fallen An Kong, who, despite the pain, hurriedly attempted to rise. However, his movements were sluggish, and Wu Lingfeng's kick landed squarely, sending An Kong staggering. Just as he regained his balance, Wu Lingfeng unleashed another ground-level martial technique aimed at An Kong's chest. Bang! An Kong was once again sent flying. Crashing back onto the stage, Wu Lingfeng relentlessly rained down punches upon the downed An Kong. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss! Wu Lingfeng's full-powered assault was indeed formidable. An Kong was no match for him. If he did not concede soon, it would be too late. An Kong's strength lay solely in his physical prowess. His martial skills were severely lacking. Something felt amiss. Look, An Kong bore not a trace of martial aura. Was it dispersed by Wu Lingfeng? The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. Every time Wu Lingfeng exerted himself, An Kong could only endure the blows. The spectators below, witnessing the sudden shift in the arena, were abuzz with discussions, their eyes wide in disbelief. What happened to An Kong? Why was he not utilizing his martial aura? Master Hua, will An Kong be gravely injured by Wu Lingfeng? The people of Fengshui City clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with concern as they watched An Kong being mercilessly battered by Wu Lingfeng. Hua Wanlong observed An Kong on the stage, his face marked by confusion and worry. Hearing the concerns of the crowd, he shook his head. I do not know why An Kong has not employed his martial aura against Wu Lingfeng. If this continues, he may suffer serious injury. Chapter 63. An Kong's hands as martial techniques? On the stage, An Kong lay on the ground, enduring a barrage of furious punches from Wu Lingfeng. Relying solely on his physical strength, An Kong was unable to fully evade Wu Lingfeng's all-out attacks. Pain surged through many parts of his body as he was struck again and again. An Kong could not spare a moment to ponder the disappearance of his martial aura. His sole desire was to rise and create distance from Wu Lingfeng. However, Wu Lingfeng, who held the upper hand, offered no respite, pummeling An Kong with relentless fists. Had it not been for An Kong's extraordinary physical strength, any other warrior would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Meanwhile, those from cities that had previously looked down upon Feng Shui City, upon witnessing Kong's rise to the top 3, were filled with envy. Now, seeing Kong being dominated by Wulingfeng, they felt a wave of satisfaction, casting derisive glances at the people of Feng Shui City, mocking, "Oh, how did that foolish Kong manage to enter the top 3? It turns out he was merely a punching bag. Ha ha ha. I see that Feng Shui City, having finally shed its title of the worst, has done so at the cost of one warrior's ruin. Truly a grand gesture. Believe it or not, I will tear your mouths apart." Hearing such taunts, Li Yunxi and others stood ready to retaliate. Huo Wanlong, sensing the tension, raised a hand to stop them, his gaze fixed on the instigators from other cities. "Mind your words regarding your city's warriors. Should you continue to insult us, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Oh? Lacking strength and still speaking boldly?" One leader from another city stepped forward, looking at Huo Wanlong with a mocking expression. "Indeed, if you have the ability, let your warriors rise and fight back. They can't even defend themselves. Yet they dare to boast." Other envious leaders joined in, echoing the sentiment. "Humph, while Feng Shui City may be somewhat distant from the capital, do you think our warriors are so easily intimidated?" Huo Wanlong's expression darkened, his anger flaring as his martial aura surged forth. "Is there anyone here brave enough to accept my challenge?" Hiss, a martial master at mid-level? When did Huo Wanlong reach such a rank? Some onlookers whispered among themselves. The leaders from other cities, upon witnessing the emergence of Huo Wanlong's mid-level martial aura, were taken aback. Their mocking ceased with a cold snort. Huo Wanlong regarded these cowardly individuals with disdain. "If you dare not speak, then hold your tongue, you, ha ha ha. Everyone on the stage is still competing. Do not let trivial matters lead to a grand conflict." Just as one leader was about to accept Huo Wanlong's challenge, a martial expert from Wuxing City stepped in to mediate. Seeing an opportunity to back down, the leader snorted and ceased his engagement with Huo Wanlong. Huo Wanlong, recognizing the intervention from the expert of Wuxing City, refrained from further escalating the situation. He gathered his martial aura, clasping his hands toward the mediator from Wuxing City, and resumed watching the match, concern etched across his face. The chief referee, Wang Yang, stood at the edge of the arena, his heart racing as he observed Wulingfeng mercilessly pummeling Kong. Witnessing Kong devoid of any martial aura, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, seeing Kong still able to fend off Wulingfeng's onslaught, he opted to remain on the sidelines, adhering to the rules of the competition. According to the tournament's regulations, no one was permitted to intervene unless a warrior was thrown from the stage or verbally conceded, only allowing interference if a warrior lost consciousness or was incapable of further defense. On the stage, as Kong attempted to rise, Wulingfeng's fists bore down upon him, thwarting his efforts time and again. "Isn't your body supposed to be strong? Why can't you get up? Get up!" Wulingfeng's eyes were bloodshot, a maniacal grin stretching across his face. Suddenly, Wulingfeng shifted his fist into a palm, channeling all his martial aura into his hand. "Die? Oh no." Wang Yang's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to intervene. Yet again, a ground-level martial technique was unleashed, and with Wulingfeng's martial aura so potent, the threat was dire. Kill that interloper who dared to enter the top 3. Remove the prideful demeanor of Feng Shui City. The martial artist, who had just been intimidated by Huo Wanlong's imposing presence, now felt even more pleased, wishing fervently for Kong to be struck down by Wulingfeng. These individuals harbored a deep-seated contempt for Feng Shui City. On the arena, Kong, devoid of any martial aura, watched in trepidation as Wulingfeng unleashed a master-level palm technique aimed at his forehead. A chill of danger coursed through him. Kong. The spectators from Feng Shui City gasped in horror upon witnessing Wulingfeng's master-level technique directed at Kong's head. Erupting into panicked screams, Huo Wanlong leaped forward to rescue Kong, only to be halted by the referee on the sidelines, who cited interference in the duel as the reason. Beneath the arena, Huo Wanlong's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists, fixated on the two combatants on the platform, hoping that Kong would, as usual, deliver a surprising turn of events. What? Wulingfeng intends to kill Kong. The audience, watching the match, recoiled in shock at the ferocity of Wulingfeng's strike. The chief referee, Wang Yang, sensed the impending disaster and sought to intervene, but it was already too late. Wu Lingfeng's palm had descended. Boom! Fragments of fabric were sent flying in every direction in that fleeting moment. Many spectators closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight, fearing that Kong's head had been crushed on the platform. What? You? Wu Lingfeng was taken aback, his eyes wide, pupils constricting rapidly, a look of sheer terror etched across his face. What? Kong had actually caught Wu Lingfeng's master-level technique with his bare hands. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd before it erupted into a frenzy. Look at Kong's hands. Why are they golden? What technique is this? Confused spectators interpreted Kong's hands, transformed by the Jin character technique, as a martial skill. Seeing this, Hua Wanlong finally felt his heart settle, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Kong's golden hands. Pondering, what martial skill is this? How could Wu Lingfeng have underestimated Kong's ability to withstand his most powerful strike with sheer physical strength, devoid of any martial aura? He was now too astonished to articulate a response. Kong's sleeves were shredded by Wu Lingfeng's palm, revealing his golden arms, veins bulging as he gripped Wu Lingfeng's hand tightly. Kong's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Wu Lingfeng, and seizing the moment of Wu Lingfeng's shock, he lifted his leg and kicked towards his abdomen. Boom! Wu Lingfeng was sent flying backward, crashing onto his back, astonishment filling his eyes as he looked at Kong. Your hands? What technique is this? No, how is this possible? You clearly lack martial aura. With the pressure of Wu Lingfeng lifted, Kong sprang to his feet, veins protruding on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at Wu Lingfeng. His voice hoarse with anger. In a mere contest, you sought to take my life. Now, I shall let you experience the taste of death's threat. Kong clenched his fists, his face a mask of unbridled fury as he lunged at Wu Lingfeng. Chapter 64. Champion of the martial arts competition Wu Lingfeng, lying on the ground, was paralyzed with fear by Kong's displayed state. As Kong charged toward him, Wu Lingfeng scrambled to evade. Due to having used his master-level techniques multiple times, his martial aura was nearly depleted. Just as he managed to rise and dodge Kong's assault, Kong's body collided with him, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. Kong, observing Wu Lingfeng's sluggish movements, swiftly positioned himself before him. Realizing he could not evade Kong's onslaught, Wu Lingfeng braced himself to withstand the tempest of Kong's fists. With Wu Lingfeng's combat experience and dwindling martial aura, he found himself unable to withstand Kong's furious assault. And in mere moments, Kong's fist struck him heavily. Bang! Wu Lingfeng fell to the ground, courage to stand lost, terror filling his eyes as he beheld Kong charging toward him like a ferocious beast. A wave of helplessness washed over Wu Lingfeng, and he muttered softly, Master, I have disappointed you. As Wu Lingfeng prepared to concede, Kong, sensing this, surged forth with increased speed, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a punch to Wu Lingfeng's chest. Thud! Wu Lingfeng coughed up blood, unable to utter the words of surrender. Remembering the grievous injuries inflicted on Guan Tianzhao by Wu Lingfeng and the recent death threats Wu Lingfeng had posed to him, Kong denied him the opportunity to speak. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, Kong unleashed a barrage of punches upon Wu Lingfeng. Thud, thud, thud. In mere moments, Wu Lingfeng, whose physical resilience was average, lay unconscious, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Yet Kong continued his relentless assault, seemingly entranced. Wang Yong, witnessing Wu Lingfeng's unconscious state and Kong's unyielding fury, intervened to halt him. Wang Yong reached out to restrain Kong's arms, preventing further blows, but was taken aback by the sheer force of Kong's grip. Even a peak martial artist's arms trembling from the impact. Wang Yong was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing as tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. He urgently called out, He is already lost. Stand down, hearing the authoritative voice. Kong froze, the blood vessels in his eyes receding, clarity returning as the golden hue faded from his hands. Now composed, Kong surveyed his hands, devoid of their golden shimmer, and turned to see Wu Lingfeng struggling for breath on the ground. His rage finally subsiding, he glanced at Wang Yong, intending to speak. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion surged through him, causing him to stagger backward. Wang Yong swiftly caught Kong's arm, guiding him to lie down gently. Kong, now slumped on the ground, breathed heavily, yet remained conscious. The onlookers, including Huo Wenlong and Li Yunxi, rushed to Ankang's side, their faces etched with concern. Ankang reassured them, stating he was merely fatigued from exertion. Relieved, Li Yunxi and the others finally relaxed. After bidding farewell to Wang Yang, Huo Wenlong and Li Yunxi escorted Ankang back to Feng Shui City's quarters for rest. Wang Yang observed Ankang being taken away, a complex expression in his eyes as he rubbed his still-tingling arm from earlier. He murmured, "What manner of monster is this child? What was that golden technique? No, wait, he clearly did not employ any martial aura." With this thought, Wang Yang held his breath, a surge of astonishment coursing through him as he watched Ankang being led away. In the room at Feng Shui City's office, Ankang quickly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, 2 hours had passed. Upon opening his eyes and realizing he was in bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Reflecting on the events of the arena, after a moment, Ankang shook his head in frustration, pondering. Each time my hands turned golden, my consciousness became hazy. What is happening? Each time I regain clarity, I feel utterly drained. If enemies were to attack now, it would be perilous. I must devise a solution to this issue moving forward. Huo Wenlong and Li Yunxi had been vigilantly guarding Ankang's room, unaware that he had awakened. As Ankang emerged from his thoughts, he turned to the living area and, slightly embarrassed, greeted everyone. "Oh, you're all here." Upon witnessing Ankang awaken, the hearts of the gathered crowd finally eased. Following this, the room erupted with jubilant cheers. "Ankang, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated you to be this formidable." Indeed, securing first place, apart from the warriors of the capital, Wuxing City, only our Feng Shui City has achieved such an honor. The joy is indescribable. Ankang, you mustn't bully us in the future. The residents of Feng Shui City surrounded Ankang's bedside, each offering their congratulations. Just as Huo Wenlong was about to approach Ankang for a brief conversation, Ankang's body suddenly trembled, causing Huo Wenlong's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 65. Hunger strikes again. Huo Wenlong, upon observing the sudden surge of martial energy emanating from Ankang, hastily led the others out of the room, allowing Ankang to be alone. Once they had exited, Ankang could no longer suppress the martial energy within him, which erupted forth uncontrollably. He had reached the mid-stage of a martial master. The energy had returned. Strange. Why had it vanished during the competition earlier? Had Wu Lingfeng tampered with it? As Ankang experienced his ascension to mid-stage martial master, he was perplexed by the uncontrollable outburst of his martial energy. Noting the density of the energy surrounding him, he was astounded. It was several times more potent than when he had first advanced. Outside the room, the group from Feng Shui City, positioned nearby, could also sense the astonishing martial energy within. At that moment, Li Yunxi and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Even Huo Wenlong, a martial grandmaster, was taken aback by the overwhelming energy emanating from the room. Inside, as Ankang ceased the outpouring of martial energy, he realized it had reached its limit, prompting him to close his eyes and swiftly absorb it. After a short while, as he completely absorbed the martial energy, a drop of thick, black liquid seeped from Ankang's arm, ultimately falling onto the bed and instantly evaporating, dissipating into the air. With his eyes closed, Ankang was oblivious to this occurrence, merely feeling a newfound lightness after attaining the mid-stage of a martial master. As the strength of his martial energy returned, gurgle, gurgle. Just as Ankang was reveling in his newfound power, a wave of hunger surged within him. Not again, this feeling. Does every ascension come with such hunger? What should be a joyous occasion now felt exceedingly vexing to Ankang. Rising, he changed out of his battle-worn attire and donned a fresh outfit. Creak. Upon hearing the door open, those waiting outside gazed at Ankang with expressions of disbelief. Ankang, taken aback by the collective gaze of 9 pairs of eyes, looked at them quizzically. "Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Ankang, are you a martial master or a martial grandmaster?" Li Kaijiang asked, bewildered. "A martial master. I am still far from being a grandmaster." Ankang replied, slightly confused by Li Kaijiang's inquiry. "Well, as long as Ankang is all right, and having won the first place in the national martial arts competition, we should celebrate accordingly. Hooray! Finally, Feng Shui City will no longer be looked down upon." Huo Wenlong interjected, guiding the group to the dining area of the Feng Shui City office. The head of the Feng Shui City office, upon learning of their warrior's victory, was equally exhilarated. Preparations for a feast were promptly arranged upon Kong's return. Wow, how sumptuous! The table was laden with roasted suckling pig and braised fish, causing the onlookers to salivate profusely. At this moment Kong, seeing the banquet spread before him, yearned to rush forward and devour the roasted pig. Once seated, Huo Wanlong, amused by the eager gazes of his companions, chuckled heartily and declared the meal to commence. Starved, Kong rose and lunged for the roasted pig, devouring it without a care for decorum. The others at the table remained motionless, their chopsticks untouched, except for the sounds of Kong's ravenous feasting, which rendered the atmosphere eerily silent as they stared at him in disbelief. Huo Wanlong, observing Kong's voracious appetite, couldn't help but smile wryly. Moments later, the entire roasted pig was consumed by Kong. The others regarded him as if he were a curious creature. Are you possessed by a gluttonous spirit? You devoured such a large pig in mere moments, Kong. You went an entire afternoon without food. Surely that cannot account for such hunger. Having finished the pig, Kong noticed the astonished stares directed at him. Recalling how he had seized the pig and devoured it with instinctual fervor, feeling slightly embarrassed, he wiped his greasy hands. I apologize. I was simply too famished and lost control. Please, everyone, enjoy the meal. I assure you I won't behave so ravenously again. The others, equally famished, disregarded Kong's outburst and eagerly resumed eating, laughter and chatter soon filling the air. After the meal, a suggestion to go shopping was proposed, but Kong declined, stating he was too fatigued and wished to rest in his room. Huo Wanlong, finding no issue with this, advised Kong to recuperate, assuring him he would return to call him in the morning. Once back in his room, Kong, noting that everyone had gone out, stealthily made his way to the kitchen of the Feng Shui City office, procuring some seasonings and utensils before darting out towards Wuxing City. Not long after, in a forest several kilometers from Wuxing City, a youth was seen carrying a wild boar that was several times larger than himself towards the Clearwater River. Thud! Upon reaching a slightly more open area, the boy discarded the lifeless boar onto the ground. Being relatively close to Wuxing City, there were no formidable beasts around. Finally, he could feast to his heart's content. This boy was Kong, and as he laid the boar down, he began to skillfully gut it. This proficiency was honed during his time in Shanhua village, where his father and Shui Sheng often took him hunting. Since indulging in the roasted suckling pig at the Feng Shui City office, Kong had refrained from overeating at the table, wary of the curious glances he received from others. Kong set up a fire. An hour later, he patted his slightly rounded belly, satisfied as he surveyed the scattered pig bones before him. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Kong was savoring the memory of the roasted wild boar, a sudden fit of harsh coughing erupted from the woods behind him. Who goes there? Alarmed, Kong quickly rose, his expression shifting to one of caution as he scanned the direction of the sound. Little one, do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. A hoarse voice emerged from the shadows of the trees. Kong eyed the approaching figure with trepidation. The old man was frail, with sparse hair and a gaunt visage, his posture hunched as he approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Kong queried, noting the absence of any martial energy emanating from the old man, making it difficult to ascertain whether he was a martial artist. The uncertainty heightened Kong's sense of danger. At that moment, Kong's wariness intensified. His martial energy was poised to erupt at any moment, ready for battle or flight. Who I am is of little consequence. I seek your assistance with a minor favor. The old man spoke, his face betraying a sinister expression as he weakly addressed Kong. Chapter 66. A little favor. Young one. The old man, noticing Kong's vigilant stance, slowly inched closer, his hands forming a seal behind him. As the old man approached step by step, Kong began to retreat, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Just as he resolved to leap into the Clearwater River to escape, a weak voice rang out. Stop! Suddenly immobilized, Kong found himself frozen in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he faced an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite his efforts to struggle against the unseen force, his martial energy remained dormant, rendering him powerless as the old man drew nearer. Kong's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, What have you done to me? Ha ha ha, little one. There is no need for fear. I merely wish for your assistance with a small task. The old man replied, A chilling smile etched upon his face as he observed Kong's immobilization. I saw you attempting to flee, which is why I had to restrain you. I am left with no choice. I have never encountered you before, nor do I know you. Why do you require my help? Kong, bewildered yet curious, inquired of the old man. It matters not that you do not recognize me. Your victory in the martial arts competition signifies our fated connection. The old man retorted, his tone cold as he regarded Kong, whose face now bore a hint of trepidation. The first place was originally destined for my disciple, yet you unexpectedly snatched it away. Thus, I am compelled to seek you out. You are Wu Lingfeng's master? Kong's heart sank. Realizing the identity of this man, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Is it because I defeated Wu Lingfeng that you wish to eliminate me? Not at all. Since my disciple has been bested by you, it seems that assisting you would be equally fitting. The old man gazed at Kong with a mocking expression, for the champion of the martial arts competition was granted access to the royal treasury of the martial kingdom, where one could freely select a treasure. Surely, you were unaware of this. You wish for me to retrieve a treasure from the inner treasury for you. Upon hearing this, Kong finally grasped the old man's intentions. Clever, indeed. You are a genius who could defeat my inept disciple. A sinister smile crept onto the old man's face, his eyes filled with admiration as they regarded Kong. What treasure do you desire? Kong looked at the hunched old man with some confusion, pondering, why should I assist you? Because you cannot escape. With a mere flick of my finger, I could make you vanish from this world, including all the warriors of Fengshui City, without expending much effort. As he spoke, a flash of murderous intent suddenly flickered in the old man's eyes. So, will you assist me, or not? The old man was audacious enough to leverage the lives of those in Fengshui City for his own gain. Though unable to move, Kong's eyes blazed with fury. If you dare lay a hand on them, I shall haunt you even in death. The old man continued, you have but two choices. First, assist me in retrieving that item. Second, face death. The murderous intent in the old man's eyes intensified. Kong, immobilized, suddenly felt the sharpness of the old man's killing intent, causing him to shudder involuntarily, yet he gradually regained his composure. What is it that you seek? If I procure it for you, will you spare me? At this moment, Kong felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, compelled to probe the old man's true intentions. I require a soul-guiding pearl, a black orb the size of an eye. Upon your retrieval of it, hand it over to me, and I shall not trouble the people of Fengshui City. The old man exclaimed with a hint of excitement upon Kong's acquiescence. Soul-guiding pearl? What manner of object is this? Kong mused, contemplating his response. Regardless, he resolved to agree to the old man's request lest he risk his life. Very well, I shall assist you in obtaining the soul-guiding pearl. Now, please release me. Kong struggled a few times, casting a glance at the old man. Withdraw, the old man commanded, his hand forming a seal and uttering a single word. Kong's body, momentarily frozen, finally regained its mobility. As he looked towards the old man, a sense of dread welled within him. This old man is truly terrifying. Is this the power possessed by a warrior? This is an item that resonates with the soul-guiding pearl. Utilize it to locate the pearl and return it to me once found, the old man instructed, producing a black jade pendant and handing it to Kong. Upon receiving the pendant, Kong shivered involuntarily. It emanated an icy chill, evoking a sensation of his very soul quaking. Rapid in cloth. Delay, and dire consequences will ensue, the old man remarked with a sardonic expression as he observed Kong. Haste. Kong tore a piece of cloth from his garment to envelop the pendant, and the unsettling sensation subsided, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. What is this object? Why is it so frigid? You need not concern yourself with that. You may leave now. Tomorrow night at this time. Bring the item back here, the old man coldly instructed, his gaze fixed on Kong. Kong cast one last look at the old man before swiftly making his way to Martial Saint City. Do not attempt any tricks, or you shall bear the consequences. Not far into his journey, a hoarse voice echoed from behind him. Kong did not look back, sprinting towards Martial Saint City. I did not anticipate this lad possesses not only formidable physical strength, but also a soul of equal might. Merely a body refinement practitioner, yet upon contact with the soul jade, He exhibited no reaction. Impressive. Kakik, cough cough, the old man, his eyes gleaming with avarice, watched Kong's departing figure, releasing a chilling laugh followed by a fit of violent coughing. After some time, he finally recovered from his coughing fit and muttered to himself, I must acquire the soul guiding pearl swiftly. This body is on the verge of depletion. Moments later, Kong returned to the Feng Shui City office, slipping into a room unnoticed. Once the door was shut, he sat on the bed, reflecting on the harrowing events that had just unfolded, drenched in a cold sweat. What manner of technique does this old man wield to immobilize others? Approaching him always evokes a sense of malevolence. What shall I do? Kong murmured softly as he lay down, tossing and turning in restless sleep. The following morning, knock knock, knock knock. A series of knocks on Kong's door jolted him awake, and he bolted upright in bed, relieved to hear someone at the door. Coming, Kong hastily donned his clothes and exited the room, finding Huo Wanlong and the others from Feng Shui City waiting for him at the door. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head, Good morning, everyone. Kong, why do your eyes appear so dark? Did you play the thief last night? Ah? Kong was taken aback by Li Yunxi's inquiry, realizing that he had indeed stayed up late, resulting in dark circles under his eyes. Are you not going to receive your award today? Were you too excited to sleep last night? Laughter erupted from the group as they noticed Kong's disheveled appearance. Enough of the banter. Let us first have breakfast before setting off to the palace, Huo Wanlong said, feigning seriousness as he looked at the jovial group of youths. Chapter 67. The rewards for the top 3 in the martial arts competition as Huo Wanlong led the entourage from Feng Shui City into the palace. Kong and the others stood in awe, their jaws agape. The sight before them was utterly breathtaking, leaving the young martial artists from Feng Shui City speechless and in a state of shock. The opulent palace complex exuded grandeur. Towering majestically, the exquisite architectural decorations dazzled the eye, evoking gasps of admiration. Every detail radiated the dignity and prestige of royalty, transporting onlookers into a dreamlike realm. The group could not help but marvel. So this is what the palace looks like. It was not merely the heart of Martial Saint City, but resembled a treasury brimming with countless rare treasures and boundless luxury. Time seemed to stand still here, and everything appeared so solemn and mysterious. Led by the palace guards, Huo Wanlong and his companions arrived in the grand hall of the palace. Within the spacious hall, a gathering of individuals had already assembled, comprising the leading mentors and warriors from Martial Saint City, as well as the leaders and warriors from the Barbarian City. Upon seeing the Feng Shui City group, the warriors and mentors from Martial Saint City were filled with jealousy and resentment. Yet they maintained an air of haughty disdain as they glared at Kong and his companions. The mentor from Martial Saint City stood with hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to greet Huo Wanlong. Huo Wanlong observed the warriors from Martial Saint City and shook his head in resignation. Kong, choosing to disregard the glares from Martial Saint City, scanned the crowd and noticed the absence of Wu Lingfeng, likely due to serious injuries that rendered him bedridden. Recalling Wu Lingfeng, Kong's thoughts drifted back to the encounter with the old man last night, sending a shiver down his spine. The warriors and mentors from Barbarian City, upon spotting the Feng Shui group, greeted them warmly, especially Xiong Wei and Xiong Yishan, who made a point to approach Kong. Kong, I never would have guessed you were capable of subduing Wu Lingfeng. Indeed, I misjudged you. Had I known you were this formidable, I would not have foolishly allowed you to land a punch. Xiong Yishan and Xiong Wei chimed in enthusiastically. My apologies. I may have been a bit too heavy-handed. Kong replied, feeling somewhat sheepish in front of the enthusiastic duo. Not a problem, it's all in the past. Xiong Yishan waved it off, though inwardly he thought, this guy is truly inhuman. The places where I was struck still throb with pain. Xiong Wei grinned, remembering how sore he still felt from Kong's earlier blows. As the warriors from Martial Saint City overheard the exchange between Xiong Yishan, Xiong Wei, and Kong, their expressions soured. One warrior stepped forward and barked. Mind your tongues. Do not drag Martial Saint City into your trivial squabbles. Silence. No loud noise is permitted within the palace. The mentor from Martial Saint City interjected to quell the rising tensions among the youths, preventing them from causing a scene in the palace. The emperor has arrived. Just then, as the crowd awaited anxiously in the hall, a sharp voice echoed down from above. Moments later, the warriors in the hall beheld a young boy, dressed in a dragon robe and a crown, emerging from behind the dragon throne. This boy was none other than the emperor of the martial kingdom, Wu Xiaohuang. Following closely behind was a regal middle-aged woman clad in a resplendent purple-red phoenix robe. Her beauty enhanced by a light touch of makeup, she was the empress of the martial kingdom. Once Wu Xiaohuang settled into the dragon throne, the empress took her place beside him. Long live the emperor! Long live, long live! As Wu Xiaohuang took his seat, the voices of the warriors below echoed with respectful bows. I in the martial kingdom. Warriors need not kneel before the emperor. All rise. Wu Xiaohuang nodded at the warriors before him. Those who placed in the top 3 of this competition stepped forward. Upon seeing 2 youths emerge from the crowd, Wu Xiaohuang's lips curled into a slight smile. I have heard that the champion of this martial arts competition hails from Fengshui City. A warrior named Kong. Which of you is he? It is I, your majesty. Kong stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. Oh. To have defeated Wu Lingfeng is no small feat. Wu Xiaohuang scrutinized Kong, who was dressed simply, with a portion of his garment missing at the hem, and the upward curve of his lips widened. Kong, feeling the penetrating gaze of Wu Xiaohuang upon him, found himself momentarily at a loss. Once Wu Xiaohuang's gaze shifted away from Kong, he addressed the assembly. Each iteration of the martial arts competition has supplied our Wu nation with numerous prodigies in the martial arts, thereby fortifying our nation's strength and safeguarding us from external threats. As per tradition, the top 3 contenders of the competition are permitted to select treasures from the national treasury to enhance their own capabilities. Kong listened attentively beneath the palace. After a pause, as Wu Xiaohuang concluded his speech, Kong felt his heart race unexpectedly, overwhelmed by the revelation. From Wu Xiaohuang's words, Kong learned that the victor of each martial arts tournament in Wu Nation could choose 3 treasures from the treasury, 2 from the external vault and 1 from the internal vault. The second place could select 2 treasures from the external vault, and the third place could choose 1 from the external vault. Furthermore, the cities of the top 3 martial artists would receive a substantial annual supply of martial resources from Wu Nation, with the quantity decreasing in accordance with their ranks for 3 consecutive years. And no wonder, the martial artists from Wusheng City, Man City, and Fengyu City were so formidable, Kong mused. After Wu Xiaohuang made his announcement, he nervously glanced at the Empress Dowager, who nodded in response. Wu Xiaohuang then instructed a nearby eunuch to announce the end of the court session and to escort the top 3 contenders to select their treasures. Since Wu Lingfeng was gravely injured and unable to reach the battlefield, the team leader would represent him. Upon arriving outside the treasury, apart from Kong and Xiong Yishan, as well as the team leader from Wusheng City, the rest were left waiting outside. With a resounding metallic clang, the heavy doors slowly creaked open, releasing a rush of frigid AI-ard. As Kong and the other 2 entered the treasury, the massive doors closed behind them once more. Before them lay an expansive treasury, filled with an array of weapons, martial arts techniques, and various treasures displayed on numerous shelves. This was Kong's first encounter with such a spectacle, and his eyes widened in astonishment at the dazzling array of items within the treasury. You have only half an hour to choose. The doors will reopen in half an hour, and you must depart. An aged, somewhat languorous voice emanated from a corner. The 3 turned to see a white-haired elder, his face lined with wrinkles, reclining on a chaise lounge with his eyes closed. Apologies for the disturbance, Senior Wu. The team leader from Wusheng City bowed deeply to the elder. Greetings, esteemed elder. Kong and Xiong Yishan hurriedly paid their respects. No need for such formalities. Quickly make your selections, and do not disturb my rest, the elder replied, still not opening his eyes to regard Kong and the others. Kong scrutinized the elder with keen interest. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes, locking gazes with Kong for a brief moment before closing them again, uttering no words. Kong felt a jolt of alarm. In that instant of eye contact, an overwhelming sense of danger emanated from the elder, leading him to ponder. This elder exuded a more intense aura of threat than the one from last night. It was no wonder that the previous elder, despite his strength, had refrained from approaching. The outer treasury was vast, and with only half an hour at their disposal, Kong and his companions promptly began their search. Shortly thereafter, the team leader from Wusheng City skillfully selected a volume of profound martial arts techniques and a piece of jade. Taking his leave after receiving the elder's permission, moments later, Xiong Yishan chose a piece of defensive armor and, after bowing to the elder, exited the treasury. At this juncture, only Kong and the meditative elder remained inside the expansive treasury. Kong surveyed the myriad treasures on the shelves, uncertain of what to select, aimlessly wandering the outer treasury. While grappling with his indecision, his gaze suddenly fell upon a milky white stone on one of the shelves. Upon closer inspection, he paused, thinking. This stone bears the same material as the one that old man from the Shin family gifted me, albeit slightly larger. This shall do, Kong resolved, picking up the milky white stone and casually selecting another treasure before turning to approach the elder. Senior, I have chosen 2 treasures from the outer treasury. How does one access the inner treasury? The elder's gaze briefly swept over the 2 items in Kong's hands, yet he remained silent. He pressed firmly on a raised section of the armrest of his chaise. And with a crack, a sound of a door opening resonated from just behind Kong. He swiftly turned, astonished to see a door where there had previously been only a wall. Proceed, but you may only take 1 item. Do not attempt any tricks. You cannot deceive me. The elder's expression sharpened as he regarded Kong. Feeling scrutinized by the elder's piercing gaze, Kong froze, startled. What level of martial prowess does this elder possess? It feels as if he can see right through me. Understood, Kong replied, somewhat sheepishly, before stepping into the inner treasury. Upon entering the inner treasury, Kong was enveloped in darkness. The dim surroundings compelled him to quickly scan for the soul-calling pearl. As he hurriedly examined the items within, he encountered various unfamiliar objects, momentarily taken aback by the sight of shelves filled with martial arts manuals, profound-level techniques, earth-level techniques, and even heaven-level techniques. What? There are actually heaven-level techniques here. Kong marveled, picking up a manual that detailed blade techniques. However, unfamiliar with weapons such as swords and daggers, he set it aside and continued his search for the soul-calling pearl. Yet, after thoroughly scouring the inner treasury, Kong found that each round pearl he examined yielded no response from his soul stone, causing his anxiety to mount. As the half-hour mark approached, while passing by a shelf, the hem of his garment snagged on a protruding iron wire, nearly toppling the shelf. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Kong. If those treasures were to break, he could not afford the consequences. He hurriedly disentangled his garment from the wire. As he freed himself, Kong's attention was drawn to a small square box on the shelf. Driven by curiosity, he carefully lifted the box, cradling it in one hand while slowly opening it with the other. A black pearl revealed itself within. Suddenly, the temperature around him plummeted, causing Kong to involuntarily shiver, as if something within him yearned to escape. The previously unresponsive soul stone now vibrated intensely. Kong quickly closed the box, and the temperature began to rise again, restoring normalcy to his body, and the soul stone's agitation subsided. At that moment, Kong, still somewhat shaken, was certain that the pearl inside the box was indeed the soul-calling pearl. The elder reclining in the chaise suddenly opened his eyes wide, casting a glance toward the inner treasury, murmuring, "How peculiar! Why did the temperature drop so suddenly?" Upon seeing Kong exit the inner treasury, the elder scrutinized him from head to toe. What caused the abrupt temperature change? Do you have any insight? Taken aback by the elder's sudden inquiry, Kong hesitated, nervously meeting the elder's gaze. Perhaps it was due to some treasures inside, he ventured. What did you take? The elder asked, his tone indifferent. Kong raised his hand, lifting the box before him, his heart racing with anxiety. If the elder were to open the box and discover something amiss, would he be allowed to keep the soul-calling pearl? The elder, regarding the seemingly ordinary box in Kong's hand, remained seated, merely glancing at it. Very well. If you have made your selection, you may leave. What you choose is your prerogative, provided you do not breach the rules. The elder seemed to read Kong's thoughts, uttering a few words before closing his eyes once more, reclining leisurely. Thank you, esteemed elder. Kong bowed respectfully to the elder before exiting the treasury, with a clang. The treasury doors shut behind him. Outside, the martial artists from Wushang City and Man City had not departed. They stood waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Kong emerge, a martial artist from Wushang City looked down upon him, exclaiming, "Hey, you've been inside for so long. We've been waiting for you. What treasures did you find? Show us." Kong chose to ignore the martial artist from Wushang City and walked directly toward the martial artist from Fengshui City. Upon seeing Kong emerge, Huo Wanlong and the others did not inquire about his treasures. They understood that if Kong wished to share, he would do so on his own accord. Seeing that Kong disregarded him, the martial artist from Wushang City sneered, "Humph, typical of a country bumpkin from a small place to lack manners. Shut your mouth." A cold voice escaped Kong's lips as he slowly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the martial artist from Wushang City. Kong had no intention of engaging with such trivial taunts, but he could not tolerate being called uncouth. The martial artist from Wushang City swallowed his words. Intimidated by Kong's composed yet daunting demeanor, observing Kong's assertiveness, the team leader from Wushang City prepared to intervene. However, Huo Wenlong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Kong, fixing his gaze upon the team leader from Wushang City. "We are all prodigies of the Wu nation. Let us not mar the atmosphere. Besides, we are in the royal palace. It would be prudent to maintain harmony." Upon witnessing the tense standoff among the assembled crowd, the eunuch guiding them hastily intervened, anxious that these unruly martial artists might cause chaos within the imperial palace. He solemnly reminded them that they were in the royal residence and advised against any reckless behavior. "Humph, humph." After a disdainful snort from both Huo Wenlong and the team leaders from Wushang City, they continued to follow the eunuch and the guards out of the palace. "Who among you claims the title of champion in this martial arts competition?" As the individuals from Fengshui City exited the palace, a boisterous voice rang out from ahead. Chapter 69. It is that simple. The crowd from Fengshui City turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. They beheld several youths, around 15 or 16 years of age, followed closely by a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat older than Huo Wenlong, approaching them. Upon spotting the middle-aged man, Huo Wenlong's eyes narrowed, and an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. It was he. He had snatched the championship title in this martial arts tournament. The martial artist from Wushang City, who had been overlooked by Kong, felt a rush of exhilaration upon recognizing the newcomer and pointed at Kong. Wasn't he the fourth-place finisher from the previous competition, Wu Chaogang? It was indeed him. Rumors had it that he possessed the strength to break into the top 3, though fortune had not favored him at that time. Word had it that he had now attained the early stages of being a grand martial artist, rendering the previous third-place contender no match for him. Those familiar with Wu Chaogang from Wushang City and Man City murmured amongst themselves, as Wu Chaogang and his companions reached Kong. He smirked, a mocking expression plastered on his face. "The champion is entitled to select 3 treasures from the imperial treasury. I wonder if the young brother here would be willing to display his choice." The people from Fengshui City were incensed by the brazen provocation. "What treasures we select is none of your concern." Huo Wenlong stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Wu Chaogang. "Let the younger generation settle their differences. We old-timers shall not interfere." At that moment, the middle-aged man behind Wu Chaogang advanced a step, unleashing a surge of martial energy that forced Huo Wenlong back a step. "Master Huo, are you all right?" The Fengshui City crowd, witnessing Huo Wenlong's retreat, asked anxiously. "A peak martial arts master?" Huo Wenlong, still reeling from the force, raised a hand to signal to the Fengshui crowd, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized the opponent. "What do you intend to do?" Wushang City was a stronghold of skilled martial artists, and the Fengshui crowd was outnumbered. Even someone like Huo Wenlong, a mid-tier martial arts master, could only hope to rank moderately in Wushang City. Faced with the presence of a peak martial arts master, they had no choice but to suppress their fury. "Nothing much. I simply wish to see what treasures you have selected." Wu Chaogang tilted his chin, adopting an arrogant demeanor as he regarded Kong. "Do not hide any fine items. Present them for all to see." Seeing Wu Chaogang's domineering attitude, Huo Wenlong disregarded the opponent's formidable status and stepped forward once more, positioning himself protectively in front of Kong. The middle-aged man, a peak martial arts master, met Huo Wenlong's gaze, as tension mounted between the two. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Kong stepped forward, addressing Huo Wenlong. "Master Huo, he is targeting me. Let us juniors resolve this matter ourselves." Having journeyed from Shanhe Village to Fengshui City and then to Wushang City in a mere few months, Kong had shed his previous naivety. The experiences had taught him that perpetual concession would only embolden his adversaries. Standing resolutely, Kong glared at Wu Chaogang, articulating each word with conviction. "What if I choose not to reveal anything?" "Ha ha ha, if you refuse to show it, that is quite simple indeed." Wu Chaogang laughed heartily before pivoting his words. "Then I shall devise a means to compel you to do so." With that, he advanced toward Kong. Your actions are somewhat excessive, are they not? At this juncture, the previously silent mentor from Man City spoke up. The champion of the martial arts competition is entitled to freely select 3 treasures from the imperial treasury. A rule established by our late sovereign. Your behavior is a provocation against the royal family of Wu Kingdom, is it not? Faced with such a serious accusation from the mentor, Wu Chaogong's expression flickered with alarm. And the youths behind him exhibited signs of panic. Humph, I am not seizing anything from him. There is no provocation against the royal family here. I merely wish to negotiate a transaction with him. Wu Chaogang quickly masked his unease, casting a scornful glance at Kong. Not interested, Kong coldly regarded the arrogant Wu Chaogang. Unprepared for the outright rejection without even an inquiry into the nature of the proposed transaction. Wu Chaogang huffed, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Our transaction is quite straightforward. A single strike to determine the victor. We shall each display our skills, and if you can force me back a step, I shall gift you this local tier martial technique." Producing a martial arts manual from his possession, Wu Chaogang smirked, "If you fail, I will claim one of the treasures you select from the treasury." What say you? Wu Chaogang held a firm belief in his own strength. In Wu Kingdom, few could breach his defenses at his level. Is it truly that simple? Kong regarded Wu Chaogang with an odd expression. Yes, indeed it is. Wu Chaogang, seeing Kong take the bait, felt a surge of satisfaction. However, upon realizing the implications, his fury ignited. Humph, merely a newly crowned champion. Be cautious lest you overestimate your abilities. Do you dare to accept? Very well, I accept. Kong stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Wu Chaogang. Had Kong lost his senses? It was evident that Wu Chaogang was laying a trap for him. Yet he unhesitatingly walked into it. Wu Chaogang was no ordinary early grand martial artist. Even mid-tier martial artists would not guarantee a victory against him. What a waste of effort by our mentor to advocate for him. The martial artists from Man City shook their heads in disbelief as they observed Kong accept Wu Chaogong's challenge. Even the mentor who had just defended him believed Kong was overly confident and chose to withdraw from the fray. Shaking his head in resignation as he stepped aside to clear the area. Kong, no, Huo Wandong, watching Kong accept the challenge, reached out to intervene. Kong, do not agree to this. The others from Feng Shui City urged him not to act impulsively. Yet, Kong replied with assurance, "Do not worry, I will be fine. Even if I refuse him today, there will likely be many more seeking me out tomorrow. It is better to face this head-on rather than endure 100 blows later." Huo Wandong, taken aback by Kang's words, observed the resolute spirit emanating from him, filled with both shock and admiration. What audacity! It has been long since I encountered such a confident martial artist. Ha ha ha! Wu Chaogang looked down upon Kong with scorn, instructing everyone to step back. Before long, the crowd cleared a space for Kong and Wu Chaogang to duel. Did Kong truly believe that after defeating Wu Lingfeng he could stand against the likes of Wu Chaogang from the previous tournament? In their last encounter, Wu Lingfeng had barely lasted a few rounds against Wu Chaogang. Kong wore a self-satisfied expression. Many hoped to see him sent flying by a single punch from Wu Chaogang, losing his treasures in the process without shedding a tear. Yet, those like Wu Xiaoheng from Wusheng City and Xiong Yishan and Xiongwei from Man City did not underestimate Kong. Only those who had competed against him understood the true power behind his punches. Chapter 70. Unrivaled among peers. The vicinity near the Imperial Palace was sparsely populated, and as a group of bystanders gathered around, they were drawn by the commotion. Isn't that Kong, the champion of the martial arts tournament? Why is he in a standoff with someone else? I just heard that the youth in his mid-teens is Wu Chaogang. The 4th place winner from the previous tournament. I wonder why Kong is challenging him. The onlookers recognized both Kong and Wu Chaogang. Confusion spread through the crowd. The two had no prior connection. So why were they now at odds? In the cleared space among the crowd, Wu Chaogang, noting the increasing number of spectators, felt a sense of unease. He aimed to swiftly subdue Kong and claim the treasures from the treasury to avoid being accused of bullying the weaker. With a condescending tilt of his chin, Wu Chaogang glared down at Kong. Prepare to make your move. Unleash whatever hidden strength you possess. If you lose, do not blame me for not warning you. With that, Wu Chaogang unleashed the entirety of his martial energy, intending to strike Kong with full force. This was not only to diminish Kang's champion's arrogance, but also to teach him a lesson about the folly of underestimating Wu Chaogang. Observing Wu Chaogong's early grand martial artist strength, Ankang manifested a faint layer of martial energy, not nearly as explosive as Wu Chaogong's display. Seeing the thin veil of energy surrounding Ankang, Wu Chaogong's contempt deepened. He believed Ankang's martial prowess amounted to little more than that. With legs spread apart, one positioned in front of the other, Wu Chaogang lowered his center of gravity. His martial energy swirling around his legs, gradually forming a faint golden sheen. That the earth-tier martial technique, golden leg, hasn't it been lost for quite some time? Wu Chaogang had indeed mastered it. The mentor from Man City gasped at the sight of Wu Chaogong's display of martial skill. The golden leg technique truly that formidable? Xiong Yishan inquired, puzzled. It is a technique approaching the heavenly tier. It is exceptionally powerful. I never anticipated Wu Chaogang would have mastered it. The mentor from Man City expressed, astonishment filling his eyes. What? Xiong Yishan and the warriors from Man City were utterly astonished upon hearing the news. Their eyes fixated on Wu Chaogang while their hearts filled with concern for Ankang. Ankang gazed at Wu Chaogong's pale golden legs, his expression sharpening, fists clenched tightly, as the aura of martial arts around him gradually intensified. A seemingly ordinary opening mountain fist was gathering momentum in Ankang's grasp. Wu Chaogang, observing Ankang's hands, couldn't help but smile wider, as if convinced that the treasures Ankang had acquired from the national treasury were already his for the taking. Are you ready? There won't be another chance if you hesitate, Wu Chaogang taunted, his expression brimming with mockery. Let us begin, Ankang responded coolly, his voice steady despite the provocation. Both individuals momentarily paused, then exclaimed in unison, Take this, ignorant fool! In an instant, the two figures collided with a swift and decisive force. The sound of impact echoed, and one figure was sent hurtling backward. My leg! The figure cried out as he flew back, eliciting gasps from the onlookers who quickly retreated to avoid being struck. The fallen figure crashed heavily to the ground. A collective gasp escaped the lips of martial artists from Fengshui City, Man City, and Wuxing City, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. After a brief moment, the crowd regained their senses, erupting into fervent discussions. When did the great martial master become so weak? The strength of this year's martial arts competition champion is simply terrifying. They murmured. He is barely over 10 years old, and with a mere yellow-tier martial skill. He sent Wu Chaogang, who employed an earth-tier technique, flying. The crowd, filled with astonishment, began to praise Ankang's formidable prowess. Wu Chaogong's golden leg technique would have been a challenge even for seasoned great martial masters. Yet this young boy proved to be extraordinary. The middle-aged man of pinnacle martial arts, who accompanied Wu Chaogang, observed Ankang's impressive display without intervening. His purpose was to support Wu Chaogang, and he had no intention of undermining the younger generation. UV lost. Hand over the item, Ankang stated calmly, his gaze steady upon the fallen Wu Chaogang. How could a mere martial artist be so powerful? You shattered my golden leg with a yellow-tier opening mountain fist. Wu Chaogong's face was etched with terror as he looked at Ankang. You needn't worry about that. Just relinquish the item. Ankang extended his hand towards Wu Chaogang. Did you foresee that I would be unable to defeat you? No wonder you agreed so readily. Wu Chaogong's expression shifted from fear to anger. His teeth clenched as he accused, You schemed against me. From the very beginning, it was you who forced me into this transaction. How could I give it my all? Ankang's tone suddenly turned sharp. Indeed, it was you who boasted about challenging Ankang. Do you intend to back out now? The crowd from Fengshui City raised their voices in condemnation of Wu Chaogang. As the surrounding spectators began to comprehend the situation, disdainful glances were directed at Wu Chaogang, their whispers echoing in the air. The darkened expression on Wu Chaogang's face only deepened as he glared at Ankang. Resentment simmering in his eyes, he produced the earth-tier martial skill and tossed it towards Ankang. Humph, take it. I hope you can hold on to it, he spat, allowing himself to be assisted away while casting Ankang a venomous look. Ankang, watching Wu Chaogang depart, merely smirked, unfazed by the malevolent glare. Applause erupted from the crowd as they praised Ankang's strength, gradually dispersing. Soon, only the factions from Wuxing City, Man City, and Fengshui City remained. Ankang, I never imagined you would grow so powerful. Leaving us far behind, the people of Fengshui City rejoiced at Ankang's victory over the great martial master Wu Chaogang. When Wu Chaogang unleashed the Earth Tier Golden Leg technique, Huo Wendong's heart raced with anxiety. He understood the vast difference between Earth Tier and Imperial Tier skills, and a sense of dread lingered within him. Fortuitously, An Kong, who could not be judged by ordinary standards, was remarkably strong. Huo Wendong patted An Kong on the shoulder, admiration shining in his eyes. An Kong, you can now stand on your own. You are the pride of Feng Shui City. I only wish to change the perception others hold of Feng Shui City. Our martial artists are not weak, An Kong declared, his gaze fierce as he surveyed the warriors from Wuxing City. The challengers who had previously taunted An Kong now averted their eyes, unable to meet his intense stare. The leading mentor from Wuxing City, observing An Kong's imminent rise, shook his head in complexity before bowing to Huo Wendong and leading his group away. The words An Kong had just spoken resonated deeply with the people of Feng Shui City, their hearts swelling with emotion as tears brimmed in their eyes. The long-standing frustrations had finally found release, and it was An Kong who had restored their dignity. The admiration in their gazes towards An Kong was palpable. The mentor from Man City approached, greeting Huo Wendong before turning to An Kong, his appreciation evident. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. You are remarkable. Among your peers in Wugua, none can rival you. Chapter 71. Do you dare to deceive me? An Kong's expression turned serious as he gazed earnestly at the mentor from Man City, cupping his hands in salute. Thank you for advocating for Feng Shui City. Should you require assistance in the future, An Kong will do his utmost to help. The mentor from Man City smiled, acknowledging An Kong's gratitude. I merely spoke out against the arrogance of Wuxing City. It was a small gesture. The mentor's admiration for An Kong was evident, and he concluded, it is getting late. We must take our leave. You are always welcome to visit us in Man City. After bidding farewell, the people of Feng Shui City made their way to their office. In the Feng Shui City office, everyone gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on An Kong. An Kong scanned the room, feeling slightly awkward as he scratched his head. Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Yes, they all nodded in agreement. Coughing, Huo Wendong intervened, noticing Li Yunxi and the others staring at An Kong. After lunch, let's explore Wuxing City. Tomorrow, Tian Xiao should be able to walk again, and we will set off for Feng Shui City bright and early. Yay, we can finally return to Feng Shui City. The group erupted in joy, ecstatic at the prospect of returning home the next day. An Kong felt a surge of excitement at the thought of going home after several months. However, amid the elation, a sense of unease crept in. He had to deliver the soul guiding pearl to the sparse-haired elder that evening. If he chose not to go, given the elder's displayed strength, there was a genuine possibility that he could harm An Kong and the people of Feng Shui City. During the meal, An Kong showcased the Earth-tier martial skill he had just acquired. The crowd's brows furrowed in unison upon witnessing it. The requirements for practicing the Earth-tier Golden Leg technique were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, a martial artist must be at least at the Great Martial Master level. Secondly, as the Golden Leg technique demands an exceptionally vigorous martial aura, it must be imbued with masculine energy, which typically only males possess. This meant that only men could practice it. Furthermore, one must procure a rare herb known as iron stem ginseng and consume it for 3 consecutive months to enhance leg strength before attempting to learn the technique. Iron stem ginseng was indeed a rare and valuable herb, far beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Only those from affluent families, like Wu Chaogang, could hope to learn it. An Kong had no intention of pursuing the Earth-tier Golden Leg technique, so after lunch, he gifted it to Huo Wendong as a token of gratitude for his guidance.